From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, Murder on a Wager.
There's the dead body, Holmes, washed up on the beach.
Yes, Watson.
Obviously drowned, I should say.
Yes, quite. Yet the death is not as simple as it would seem, Watson. I should say our two visitors to Monte Carlo, our two brilliant criminals, have concocted a special brew for me. I should say, quick, behind that tree.
What do you see?
A shadow with a gun. Get down, Watson!
I'm sure you've overheard people say, "Who is that handsome man?" Well, now, of course, everybody can't be handsome, but every man can look his very best, and it does not cost you a lot of money. The secret is this. Get a perfectly styled Clippercraft suit and topcoat, and you're the best-dressed man in any group. A Clippercraft all-worsted suit in smart spring patterns at only $45 makes your shoulders look broader, your waist trimmer, gives you that tapered-down athletic appearance, makes you feel important. And then topped off with a beautiful all-wool covert cloth or gabardine Clippercraft topcoat at $42.50. Well, people will say, "Who is that handsome man?" Clippercraft clothes look like they should cost much more, and they would too, except that more than 1,200 independent merchants have pooled their tremendous buying power to make Clippercraft's low prices possible. Compare Clippercraft yourself with clothes costing many dollars more. Dr. Watson, you've titled this evening's adventure, Murder on a Wager. But who would commit such a murder?
It does seem an extraordinary motivation, doesn't it, Mr. Harris? Well, it was a summer evening in the late 1890s. We were at our flat at 221B Baker Street. We had a call.
You represent the bank at Monte Carlo, Monsieur Guillere?
I do, Monsieur Holmes.
Most remarkable spot, Monte Carlo. I'm terribly curious to know what prompts this visit, Mr. Guillere.
I am extending an invitation to you, Dr. Watson, and to Monsieur Holmes to visit Monte Carlo. At our expense, of course, and for whatever fee you wish to name.
Surely not to admire the scenic beauties.
No, Monsieur Holmes. We anticipate trouble.
What sort of trouble do you expect?
Are you acquainted with the names of Roger Douglas and Georges Anetrios?
Oh, Roger Douglas, renowned gambler, isn't he?
Yes, Watson. As for George Anetrios, he's an incredible character. A Greek, Douglas's counterpart in the Near East. Given to wagers of gigantic sums, though not always upon cards or dice or chemin de fer, rather on curious events and feats of daring.
We maintain a secret service for the bank, Monsieur Holmes, and they told us that for the very first time these two treacherous gentlemen, Douglas and Anetrios, will meet. And at Monte Carlo.
Each, of course, with his entourage of double dealers and professional killers.
Exactly.
I should enjoy the spectacle.
Both gentlemen are experts at every conceivable form of gambling. We wonder, therefore, when the two meet, what game they will play. Might they make a wager of some sort that would endanger the interest of the bank? Might they join forces against us? We fear that the meeting of these two may lead to a disaster. We implore you to join us, Monsieur Holmes.
Hardly necessary to implore me, sir. Since this is a meeting of supremely sharp minds, it'll be hard to keep me away. Let us prepare our luggage for a trip to Monte Carlo, Watson.
Mr. Douglas?
Yes, Mr. Anetrios?
I am delighted to meet you. The moment I heard you were coming here to Monte Carlo, I was most anxious to see you.
Thank you. You know Miss Deborah Stevens, I believe?
I know George very well. We're old friends.
We miss you, Deborah. Deborah lived in Athens and Constantinople for some time. She and I were very close. I first met her when she was dancing professionally.
We'll all miss her soon. She's to be married. I thought you wouldn't mind my bringing Deborah to this meeting. We required a witness for whatever wager we shall make, or whatever game you choose to play.
Oh, I am so pleased you did bring her, Mr. Douglas. Shall we close the door and begin? most considerate of the management to provide this private room for our game.
As you may see, Mr. Anatrios, the management has provided us with equipment to play whatever we choose.
Your naivete is charming, Mr. Douglas.
Why do you say that?
It would be extremely dull for either of us to indulge in a contest of an ordinary sort. We would merely exhaust ourselves, only to end with a negligible gain of a few £1,000 by one or the other.
Then what on earth did you expect to play, George?
I do not know, Deborah. Perhaps together, Mr. Douglas and I may conceive of a game or wager of truly fabulous stakes, of infinite excitement.
I have a suggestion that might intrigue you.
Yes?
Did you know that at this moment Mr. Sherlock Holmes is on his way here to Monte Carlo?
Certainly.
Mr. Holmes has a magnificent reputation as a criminologist.
Well, Roger, what of it?
Mr. Holmes's mission is undoubtedly to prevent either of us from committing a crime. Mr. Anatrios, I will wager whatever sum you wish on the fact that you cannot commit a crime, of whatever nature you specify, and elude Mr. Holmes. In short, that you cannot commit a crime while he is in this city and go scot-free.
Wonderful suggestion. I accept.
Witness, Deborah?
Yes, Roger.
To make the wager even more alluring, I shall allow you to name the sum and the crime.
£50,000?
100,000.
Agreed.
And the crime?
No pedestrian crime will do. It must be a major crime. Arson on a gigantic scale, embezzlement for an enormous sum, or better yet, murder.
Whatever you like. I control a great and efficient organization. I have years of experience in these matters. My performance should be inspired. Sufficiently to baffle Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Yes, Anatrios. Murder.
Roger, you're going too far. I thought you two would play a very exciting game of cards or wage a battle together against the bank. But murder...
For your £100,000, do you have a potential victim?
Yes, I believe I do. Have you heard of Leslie Dixon?
Dixon. Yes, a magician. I've seen him at cabarets.
He is no longer a magician. I discovered he had a more valuable talent for manufacturing.
Oh, manufacturing?
Yes, he had designs for wheels, bird cages, marked packs of cards, where the results would always be in my favor. I placed him in business.
But why do you want Leslie killed, Roger?
He wants considerably more money. Oh. He's threatened to go to the newspapers. Of course, I can't afford that. Nor could you, Anatrios. It would keep the public away from our houses.
This Leslie Dixon is a very tempting victim.
He's here, now, in Monte Carlo.
Oh, Leslie Dixon will be dead by midnight of 1 week from tonight, when Sherlock Holmes fails to identify the murderer and returns to London, defeated. I shall meet you on the evening of his departure, in this same room, where you will pay £100,000 to me. Cash, of course. Agreed?
Agreed.
Ready for your evening swim, Mr. Dixon?
Yes, Reynolds. Have my dressing gown and towels ready as usual?
Yes, sir. They're back in the cottage, sir. I'll fetch them.
It's lovely tonight here on the beach, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Dixon. I shall return within the customary half hour, sir.
Fine, Reynolds. Now for the dip.
How is it, sir?
Water's wonderful. I'll see you later. I'm swimming out toward the raft.
Very well, sir. I'll be in the cottage.
Legs. Cramp. My legs. Reynolds! Oh, my head. Dizzy. My legs. I can't swim. Reynolds! Help! Help! Oh.
There is the body of Monsieur Dixon, Monsieur Holmes. Washed ashore here on the beach just as the police found it.
Bewildering, eh, Holmes? They say Dixon was in perfect physical condition. Superb swimmer. The sea was very calm. No signs of violence. What do you make of it?
You've interviewed the butler, Monsieur Guillaume?
The police did so, yes. He failed to hear anything. If Dixon called for help as he drowned, the butler was out of earshot.
He might simply have developed a sudden cramp. Eh, Holmes?
Rather doubtful, Watson. A thoroughly experienced swimmer would not enter the water immediately after having eaten anything that might cause a cramp.
Especially Monsieur Dixon. He was most careful about food. Gourmet.
I see. No, Watson, I'd say this is directly concerned with a visit to Monte Carlo of Messrs. Douglas and Demetrios. It would appear that the two geniuses of crime have concocted a special brew for me. I'd say... Quick, behind those trees.
What is it?
What do you see?
A shadow with a gun. Get down!
It's amazing what people can do working together. For instance, more than 1,200 independent merchants pool their tremendous buying power and thus make possible Clippercraft, America's greatest clothing values. These friendly hometown businessmen know that to get and keep your friendship, they have to give you more for your money. And when you get a new spring Clippercraft worsted suit for only $45, an all-wool covert cloth topcoat for $40, or an all-wool Clippercraft gabardine topcoat for $42.50, you're getting the most for your money. Clippercraft clothes take their name from the famous clipper ships that established honest New England quality everywhere in the world. Yet they're as modern as the clipper planes that fly around the world today. Yes, you can trust Clippercraft clothes, and you can trust the men who sell them. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Dr. Watson, shall we return to the murder committed on a wager?
Yes, Mr. Harris, and to Monte Carlo, where on the beach in the moonlight we stood beside the dead body of Leslie Dixon. As Holmes bent over to examine the body, shots rang out from behind a tree. We fell flat upon our faces in the sand. When the firing ceased, I ran toward the trees from where the bullets had come. And as I returned...
See anyone, Watson?
Oh, Holmes, they've escaped. Just vanished into the darkness.
It is Demetrios and Douglas. They are after you, Monsieur Holmes. They are afraid you will solve the murder.
Yes, their fears are well grounded. I suggest the body be removed. I shall be interested in the results of an autopsy.
Autopsy?
Yes.
But it is obvious that Dixon died of drowning.
Nevertheless, I urge an autopsy. I have good reason.
I shall so instruct the police. They are most cooperative with requests made by the bank.
Good. And as for me, I shall discuss this case with someone well qualified in these matters. Mr. Demetrios.
But he has just attempted to kill you. Now you would walk into his hands.
Physical defeat has never frightened me, sir. It's the danger of mental defeat that lures me to whatever Demetrios has planned. Coming, Watson?
Oh, dazzling crowd, eh, Holmes? Princes, millionaires, cabinet officials, diplomats. See the Indian Rajah in the ruby-trimmed headdress there?
Irrelevant, Watson. We've business with Mr. Demetrios.
That croupier said table 3. Ah, yes. Wouldn't that be he?
Mr. Demetrios.
Good evening, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, I'm complimented that my face is internationally familiar.
I've been expecting you. Shall we step into that private room?
I wouldn't, if I were you, Holmes.
You are upset by something, Dr. Watson?
Yes, I certainly am, sir. If I were you, Holmes,
I accept your invitation, Mr. Demetrios.
Oh, before we step into the room, would you like to hold my gun, Dr. Watson?
Well,
Here. Perhaps it would put you at ease, huh?
By Jove, I will take it.
Excellent. After you, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you.
I shall save a great deal of time for you, Mr. Holmes. I did not kill Leslie Dixon.
Didn't you?
I was in the gambling rooms at the time of his death. For 2 hours previous to that, I enjoyed dinner at the Hotel Maurice. I can produce a dozen witnesses to that effect.
Yes, I'd no doubt you'd have a flawless explanation.
Previous to dinner, I attended a lawn party. Again, as many unimpeachable witnesses as you like.
I see. I'm curious, Mr. Demetrios, about the game you played or the wager you made with Roger Douglas last night. Could it in any way have been connected with the death of Leslie Dixon?
Very directly. I wagered, Mr. Douglas, that I could murder Leslie Dixon in such a way that you, Holmes, would never succeed in proving I had committed the homicide. The sum, £100,000.
Astonishing. Of all the effrontery, throwing the gauntlet in your face, Holmes. Now, really, this...
Very amusing.
Well, there's the motive, Holmes. There's your man.
I see no reason for concealing the wager. Besides, it would be unjust of me to collect. I did not kill Dixon. I intended to, yes, but I was late. I hadn't even started my plans when I had the news of his death.
Hadn't you?
Perhaps it's a move by Roger Douglas. He wanted Dixon to die. He suggested the wager. He might eliminate me that way as a competitor. His own men execute the crime in their own manner, being sure it's done properly. The guilt would seem to be mine. Oh, Mr. Douglas. You know Mr. Holmes, Dr. John Watson.
How do you do? We were discussing the late Mr. Dixon.
Really? I was at the theater when he died.
Can you prove that, sir?
Of course, Dr. Watson. I can prove my whereabouts throughout the entire evening.
I told Mr. Holmes about our wager.
You did?
Why shouldn't I?
Aren't you writing an invitation to the gallows for yourself?
Not at all. Mr. Holmes must produce concrete evidence before I lose. Evidently, he's finding it impossible.
Oh, quite the contrary. We're leaving, Watson.
May I offer my carriage, Mr. Holmes?
Thank you, no. I don't believe it's much of a walk to the morgue.
The morgue, Holmes?
Yes, Watson. If you'll excuse us, gentlemen, I must visit the morgue. The dead, you see, are often more articulate than the living.
Well, there's the body on that slab, Holmes. The police surgeon said you could examine whatever you wished.
Yes. I see they've already performed the autopsy.
Dixon drowned, Holmes. What the dickens are you probing about for? His lungs there show clearly that he was drowned.
Yes. And why did he drown? Aha, as I thought.
What do you see?
I see that I must pay a visit to the late Mr. Dixon's cottage.
Well, Holmes, if you insist upon being secret...
You, Watson, return to the casino. Keep an eye on Anatrios and his associates. I shall meet you at the casino very shortly with a thorough explanation of the murder and the identity of the killer. Thank you, driver. That was indeed fast enough.
Well, Holmes, I've been waiting for you here on the steps of the casino for 2 hours. Did you go to Dixon's cottage, speak to the butler? What have you found?
Where are Anatrios and Douglas and their crew?
Well, they're having cigars and brandy on the terrace. This way, Holmes. It's the terrace on the cliff, overlooking the sea.
Hurry, Watson. We must find them. I have the evidence.
You have?
Yes.
Where is it?
Here, in my hand.
In your hand? What is it?
This small bottle of salad oil.
There they are, Holmes, with that girl. The table by the railing there.
Oh, yes, I see them. I regret disturbing you, gentlemen.
Mr. Holmes, you've met Mr. Douglas. This is Deborah Stevens.
How do you
How do you
do?
What do you
do?
do, Miss Stevens?
I presume, Mr. Holmes, you've some sort of evidence you believe will prove I killed Leslie Dixon?
No, Mr. Anatrios. Your remarkable instincts are wrong, for once.
Then I'm sure, Mr. Holmes, you are prepared to accuse me, believing I carried out the crime, having engineered it so that Anatrios would suffer for it.
No, Mr. Douglas.
But Holmes, one of them committed...
Neither of them, my dear Watson.
Then the butler?
Nor the butler. Mr. Leslie Dixon was killed by you, Miss Stevens, with this innocent-looking small bottle of salad oil.
Where did you find that?
You know what you are talking about, Holmes.
It was obvious someone had contrived for Dixon to drown. But how? There was no external evidence of violence. No, the sole possibility was that he'd been given something internally. In all likelihood, something that would cause him to lose control of his arms and legs, that would cause unconsciousness, so that when he set off on his nightly swim alone, he'd drown.
Stay where you are, Miss Stevens. I've had my service revolver along this trip. I knew I'd have use for it. Go on, Holmes.
So I insisted upon an autopsy. It revealed to me that Dixon's stomach lining was affected by an extreme irritant. It confirmed my suspicion. Dixon was subtly poisoned.
I won't listen to this.
You'd better, Miss Stevens. It's your death warrant. I raced to Dixon's cottage. I spoke with the butler. I inquired about what Mr. Dixon had had for dinner prior to his swim. His dinner included a salad prepared with a small bottle of oil. This bottle, which had been presented that afternoon as a gift to Mr. Dixon by Miss Deborah Stevens. This oil contains an overdose of camphor.
Camphor, Holmes? What sort of diabolical notions...
Camphor, as you know, Watson, is soluble in oil, but not in water. The salad oil was a magnificent idea. The minute amounts of camphor could easily be blended with other flavors and odors, so its presence might not be detected.
Deborah, of all the
Shut
strange...
up! Shut up, all of you!
Camphor, Miss Stevens, is obtainable easily at a chemist's, isn't it? There's no suspicion of poison when you purchase camphor, is there? And just a bit too much of it will cause leg cramps and dizziness. Will it not, Miss Stevens?
Stop it!
And an autopsy might well be a routine drowning report without evidence of poisoning. Am I correct, Miss Stevens?
Yes. Yes, you're quite right.
At one time or another, she's been associated with all kinds of men. Lord knows what sort of mess she was in with Dixon.
I was to be married next week. Dixon knew about where I've been and what I've been. He was very much in love with me, ever since we met when I was dancing in cabarets and he did his magic act. I loathed him. Every time I had a chance to marry, he would speak to my fiancée and break it up. He was going to do it again.
So you couldn't wait, could you, Miss Stevens? You couldn't wait for Mr. Anetrios to eliminate Dixon. Besides, it was an ideal circumstance. If there were any suspicion of murder, it would point to Anetrios.
Yes, but Holmes, the shots are on the beach.
Fired by you, Miss Stevens, to create the impression that an organized gang was
I
responsible.
won't go to prison. Dixon won't have another victory over me. I won't allow his death to send me to even more misery. No, I won't go.
Here, let go of my revolver.
I would get her away from you.
And she's tripped. She's falling back over the rail.
Fisherman down below said Miss Stevens' body struck the rocks, floated out to sea her.
Yes, a more satisfactory finish for her, Watson, I dare say. Avoiding the long, painful trial and inevitable execution. Now, Mr. Anetrios, Mr. Douglas, if you'll excuse me.
Returning to London, Mr. Holmes?
Yes, and to Baker Street. But before I go, gentlemen, I propose a toast.
A toast, sir?
Yes. To George Anetrios and Roger Douglas, two surprisingly pleasant scoundrels. To our next meeting. To your next fantastic wager.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was a very gripping adventure.
Indeed it was, Mr. Harris.
And what adventure have you for us next week, Doctor?
I have called it The Adventure of the Unfortunate Valet. It concerns a medical diagnosis, a restless corpse, and a domestic quarrel.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Loughrane. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelvin. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. A happy birthday to the Girl Scouts. March 12th is your 37th anniversary. You and Girl Scouting are important, and we salute all of you all over America. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Unfortunate Valet. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Murder, mystery, and intrigue at the turn of the century. Welcome to the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. My name is Ben Wright. Sherlock Holmes, the most brilliant mind in crime detection, is without peer. He has more than stood the test of time. He has become an institution, a myth, the best of the best. But he was deeply human. He seemed a man possessed, focusing all his energies on crime detection. Yet he could be humbled by his own mistakes and was deeply attached to his friendship with Dr. Watson. He distrusted women, and yet spoke glowingly of Maud Bellamy as a most remarkable woman. And of Irene Adler, she was to him the woman. A man of almost manic depressive nature, he could be brilliant beyond belief, and yet turn quickly to cocaine when his depression reached deeply into his inner being. With an almost photographic memory, he could recall some small detail in a long-forgotten unsolved case, and then use it to solve one on which he was presently working. Although he lived and worked in the bustling city of London, Holmes loved nature. Witness a remark he made in the story The Naval Treaty. Our highest assurance of the goodness of Providence seems to me to rest in the flowers. Could this be the foreshadowing upon retiring of his desire to become a beekeeper on a small farm in the Sussex Downs? Although Holmes did not cultivate friendships, with the major exception of Watson, he did have some friends. At least Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher, the writers of The Out-of-Date Murder, would like us to think so. They enjoyed embellishing the original Holmes stories and adding information to the canon that Sir Arthur Conan Doyle never touched upon. Listen carefully to the end of this exciting adventure, where the story reveals the exact kind of payment Holmes accepts for solving this case. It's a delightful addition to the canon, totally imagined by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher. And here they are now, Basil Rathbone as Sherlock Holmes and Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson in The Out-of-Date Murder.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by short wave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invites you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting story about his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And we'd also like to tell you something you really ought to know. The fact that the one sure way to make good food taste better is to try that good food together with a glass of good Petri wine. Did you ever try Petri wine with dinner? No kidding, that's one bandwagon you sure want to hop on. Take, for instance, a deep red, hearty Petri California Burgundy. Wait till you taste that Petri Burgundy with, let's say, a delicious old-fashioned beef stew. Or maybe try a glass with spaghetti. I'm telling you, when you add the luscious flavor of that Petri Burgundy to the flavor of your favorite foods, you're really living. You're finding out for the first time what good eating really means, on the level. So better keep a bottle of that Petri Burgundy right on the dining room table. And never forget, the best friend a good meal ever had is a glass of Petri wine. And now for our weekly visit with the good Dr. Watson. May I come in, Doctor?
No, Mr. Bartell. You know me better than that. Of course you can come in. I'm expecting you. I always look forward to these Monday evenings together, you know.
Me too, Doctor. In fact, I always say this is the one doctor's appointment that never scares me.
Oh, that's very nice of you, my boy. Draw up your chair and make yourself comfortable.
Thanks. And what prescription do you have in mind for us tonight, Doctor?
Well, now, let me see. Take one measure of subterranean peril, one of aristocratic lady in distress, a sprinkling of assorted villains, a corpse or two, and a little more than a dash of Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Shake the mixture well, and you have the case of the out-of-date murder.
Well, how did the adventure begin, Doctor?
Exactly enough. It was in September of 1900. I remember that Holmes and I went to Eastbourne for a much-needed rest. First couple of days we spent in soothing idleness. On the morning of the third day, Holmes, a dash of colour back in his cheek and a hint of the old sparkle in his eye, suggested that we should go and call on his good friend Evan Whitnell, curator of a nearby museum. And so, just after lunch on that September day, found the two of us talking to Professor Evan Whitnell in his private office at the museum. It only seems yesterday that Holmes was saying...
Professor Whitnell, your recent discoveries in this part of England have made you world famous instead of just nationally famous. My congratulations.
Professor, I do wish you'd tell me about your discoveries.
Oh, with pleasure, Dr. Watson. Less than 2 months ago, I was excavating on the downlands in this neighborhood when I was fortunate enough to discover a number of underground caves, caves saturated with a heavy deposit of lime that gave clear evidence of having the property of rapidly mummifying any flesh, human or animal, deposited in them.
Good gracious me, it's interesting. And what treasures have you unearthed, Professor?
Well, a number of mummified specimens of animals clearly belonging to bygone eras. My prize specimen is the body of a large wolfhound. The inscription on its collar identified the animal as having belonged to some local squire in the year 1748.
Amazing. I didn't know that limestone had such qualities of preservation.
Come in. Yes, Alan? What is it?
It's Lady Clavering, Professor. She asked me to tell you that she was in the museum.
Oh, yes. Show her up here, will you, Alan?
Very good, sir.
Yes, I'm most anxious for you both to meet her. And she, in turn, is even more anxious to meet you. Now, I dined with her last night, and when I told her that you were coming here today, she insisted on meeting you.
Oh, Whitnell, you scoundrel, there's a twinkle in your eye. I suspect that Lady Clavering is here to consult me in my professional capacity, and that you engineered the meeting.
Well, perhaps I might have dropped a hint.
No, I warn you, Professor, Holmes can't become involved with another case. He's completely run down.
Well, don't worry, Doctor. All that Lady Clavering requires is a little advice.
Advice? Oh, well, that's a different matter altogether.
Yes, well, I knew you wouldn't mind, Holmes. Helena, my dear, there you are. Come along in. Thank you, Alan. Allow me to introduce Lady Clavering, Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
How do you do,
How are you, gentlemen?
Now, here you are, my dear. Sit down here. I may as well tell you, Helena, that our little plot has already been discovered.
Oh, dear. And I was just getting ready to exert all my feminine wiles in an attempt to persuade you to help me, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, I'm certain that he found you utterly irresistible, my dear Lady Clavering.
You flatter me, Doctor.
No, I mean it.
The professor tells me that you're in need of a little advice, Lady Clavering.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. I'll put my question simply. 5 years ago, my husband, Sir George Clavering, left me.
Left you? Gracious me, how stupid of him.
I haven't seen or heard tell of him since. I now wish to remarry. But of course I couldn't do that without having my husband declared legally dead.
My dear Lady Clavering, I can't help feeling that a lawyer is the proper man to consult, not a detective.
Perhaps you're suggesting that there was foul play in connection with your husband's disappearance.
Oh, no, Dr. Watson. The Claverings are a strange family, self-willed and headstrong. George and I were not happy together. I think he disappeared deliberately.
You reported his disappearance to the police, of course.
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. But they've never been able to trace him.
This kind of thing has happened in the family before, Holmes. Tell them about Sir Nigel, Helena.
Well, he was one of my husband's ancestors. He walked out one day in 1777 and was never seen again.
Extraordinary family, always disappearing.
George knew of the legend. And he often threatened to do the same thing himself.
But your problem, Lady Clavering, is not that of your husband's fate, but rather of your own freedom.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Well, I'm afraid my advice can be of little consolation to you. The law has specified a number of years that must elapse before anyone disappearing can be declared legally dead. I would suggest that you possess your soul in patience until that period has elapsed.
Oh, dear. And I was hoping you'd be able to think of some terribly clever way of getting round the law, Mr. Holmes.
Lady Clavering, sometimes perhaps my methods may be unorthodox, but I assure you that getting around the law, as you put it, is a procedure I do not indulge in.
Oh, dear me, now I've offended you, Mr. Holmes. And it's the last thing on earth I meant to do, I assure you.
My friend's a little touchy about matters concerning his professional honor, you know, Lady Clavering.
Oh, nonsense, my dear Watson.
I'm not touchy and I'm not offended. And now, may I suggest we all examine the professor's latest treasures, and after that, perhaps he'll take us for a stroll on the downs. I'm most anxious to examine those lime pits of his.
The lime pits are about a mile from here. It's a nice walk across the cliff tops.
Well, I'm sorry Lady Clavering didn't want to come with us. A charming woman, even though she did rub you up the wrong way.
A beautiful woman, Watson, but I must confess her charm eludes me. Her lack of concern about her husband's fate seemed completely unnatural.
Yeah, not if you'd known her husband, Sir George Clavering. He was a tyrant and a bully, both in his home life and in the village.
Hello? Who's this coming towards us?
It's Timmy. Daft Timmy, they call him in these parts. He isn't quite right in the head, poor fellow, but he's perfectly harmless. Has two passions in life, birds and bonfires. Hello, Timmy.
I've got something beautiful to show you. Oh, it's so beautiful.
Well, what is it, Timmy?
Look, it's in my cap. See? Oh, isn't it lovely?
It's a robin's egg.
I found it when I was bird nesting. Did you ever see such a blue egg?
It's a beauty, Timmy. Where did you find it, my boy?
Down by the lime pits. Oh, I'm going to build a lovely fire on the downs tonight. I'll let you come and watch it if you give me a shilling.
Now, you be careful, Timmy, or you'll be in trouble again.
Timmy doesn't get in trouble anymore now. Not since he had Sir George carried away.
Sir George Clavering used to whip Timmy when he found him on the land.
Timmy, tell me, how did you have Sir George, as you put it, carried away?
I told my birds about him. I told them how he used to beat poor Timmy, and they said they'd carry him off and drop him over the cliffs. and that's what they did, because he never came back again.
Oh, Lord, here comes Harry, Sir George's brother. Now there'll be trouble. Timmy, you'd better run.
Oh, no, Timmy can't run. He'll break his pretty blue egg.
Timmy, get off my land. If I catch you here again, I'll take my riding crop to you.
Timmy hasn't done anything.
Go on, be off with you, do you hear?
I'll tell my birds about you. That's what I'll do. Oh, don't forget my bonfire.
Infernal scoundrel. Hello, Whitnell.
Hello, Harry. Have you met Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson?
Oh, Sherlock Holmes, the professional nosy Parker, eh? Yes, Helena was just telling me about you. I'm very angry with her for talking to you about my brother. It's a private affair, and I intend it should remain one. You understand, Holmes?
Well, upon my soul.
The devil with your brother, sir. And with you. I'd advise you to remember that you're not addressing a half-witted villager who can't defend himself.
If you know what's good for you, you'll do what I say. Here, Chris.
Impertinent brute. He spoke to you as if you were a stable boy, Holmes.
Oh, really? He was quite refreshing. I'm reminded of an apposite quotation of my young friend James Elroy Flecker. Thine impudence hath a monstrous beauty, like unto the hindquarters of an elephant.
Yeah, he's almost as much disliked as his brother before him.
Tell me, does he succeed to the title when his brother is declared legally dead?
Oh, yes, and what's more, he's Helena's unofficial fiancé, worse luck.
I see. Personally, I'm beginning to get a trifle bored with the affairs of the Clavering family. Let's go on to the lime cave, shall we?
These caves are amazing. We must be 50 feet below the level of the ground, aren't we, Whitnell?
Well, more than that, I should say.
Rock formation is most unusual, a series of caves connected by a veritable honeycomb of tunneling.
Yes. I think I'll light the lantern now. It's getting darker in here, and I haven't explored this particular cave before. Yes, I've had a wall cave in on me a couple of times, so you'd better watch where you're walking. There. Now we can see better. Let's go deeper, shall we? But do watch your step.
It's eerie down here, isn't it?
Hello. Hello, what's this in the crevice here?
Looks like a mummified bird of some kind.
It is a beautiful specimen.
Judging by its markings, a black streak here and bars of white in the tail, I'd say it was a peregrine.
That's exactly what it is, a falcon. Dating back a couple of 100 years, I should say. And in a perfect state of preservation. Oh, this is a treasure. Come on, let's explore deeper.
There'll be another cave over here. If you'll hold the lantern up a little, I'll... Oh, I say. Good Lord, the whole wall's collapsed.
Watson, you're not hurt, are you?
No, Holmes. I'm all right.
Why, you've unearthed another cave, Dr. Watson. Let's go in. I think we can just manage to crawl through.
Great Scott, I don't believe my eyes.
Magnificent. Whitnell, this is a treasure indeed. A perfectly preserved body dressed in 18th century costume, powdered wig and all.
Yes, and there's no mistaking who it is. Look at that typical beak profile. It's a Clavering, and it isn't hard to identify which one.
You mean the one that Lady Helena told us about this afternoon?
Exactly. Without doubt, this is the body of Sir Nigel Clavering, who disappeared in 1777. Let's search his pockets. We might find some identification. Here's a snuff box of the period, and some coins.
Yes, the inscription of George III is still visible on them. Hello, here's his diary. This is unbelievable. What are you up to, Holmes?
We're examining the body, Watson. This man was murdered.
Murdered?
With this wound just above the heart. Obviously inflicted with a sharp instrument, probably a dagger. This is interesting. An entirely new experience for me. The opportunity of solving an unsuspected murder committed well over 100 years ago. Glance through that diary, Watson, will you, old chap? Let's see if the poor devil suspected his fate.
Rather hard to read. All the S's look like F's.
Peculiarity of the 18th century writing.
They are saying, I suppose it means saying, they are saying in the coffee houses that my brother Harry hath been coveting my wife.
But this is amazing, Holmes. See how history repeats itself. It's an exact parallel of the situation existing today. Harry is coveting his brother's wife, Helena, and Sir George has not been seen for 5 years.
What an extraordinary coincidence.
If it were one. As it is, it's one of the most ingenious frauds I've ever seen. The clothing appears authentic, so do the coins and the faded ink, the paper of the diary, and due to the peculiar mummification of the body, it would be almost impossible to say how long it's been here. Nevertheless, I am convinced that this is a recent corpse, and undoubtedly that of Sir George Clavering.
Well, what makes you so sure, Holmes?
Writing in the diary. 18th century used an S that looked like an F, it is true, but never at the end of a word. You will recall, Watson, that you were reading H-A-F, half, for H-A-S, has.
That's perfectly true, I was.
Well, that would be incorrect in genuine 18th century writing. No, obviously, this is an extremely clever attempt to disguise the comparatively recent murder of Sir George Clavering.
It's incredible, Holmes. And yet I believe you're right.
I'm sure of it.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
You and I, old chap, will mount guard over the body. You, my dear Whitnell, if you don't mind, will be good enough to go and fetch the police.
Holmes.
Yes, old chap?
What do you suppose is keeping the police? Whitnell must have gone over an hour, and the lantern with him. Here we are, crouching in the dark in a smelly cave, 50 feet under the cliffs, with a mummified corpse.
Very true, Watson, but I don't. Here comes the lantern.
It must be Whitnell and the police. Whitnell!
That you, Whitnell?
That lantern's blinding me. Is that you, Whitnell? Answer, can't you?
Look out, Watson!
Dr. Watson's story will continue in just a second. And I'm going to take that second to ask you what you think of when I say good food. When you say good food to me, I can see myself really going down on a piece of fried chicken, but really fried, you know, crisp and sort of a light brown. And when I see that chicken, I sure want to see some Petri California Sauterne. Because, believe me, Petri Sauterne is a white wine that's the wine for chicken. That Petri Sauterne has a delicate kind of flavor. Delicate like its pale gold color. But what a flavor, and what a wine. If you want a swell white wine, you certainly want Petri Sauterne. Try it and see. And now back to Dr. Watson and tonight's story, The Case of the Out-of-Date Murder. Well, Doctor, you certainly had me on the edge of my chair during the first part of the story.
Oh, I'm glad of that, my boy.
Say, what happened when Sherlock Holmes yelled out at you in the cave?
I was struck from behind with a spade and knocked out. A second later, the same thing happened to Holmes. You see, we were blinded by the lantern and couldn't protect ourselves. When we came to, we found we were at the bottom of a pit. The walls were narrow and vertical, and I saw no earthly way of our getting out of the trap. But as usual, Holmes had something up his sleeve. Oh, my head's throbbing.
Never mind that for the moment, old chap. Get the coat off in your shirt.
Oh,
Come on, off with it, old boy. Come on, off with it. I've already removed mine and tied them together.
Oh, what for?
Oh, dear me, that blow on your head must have been unusually severe. I'm trying to make a kind of rope, Watson, a rope to get us out of here.
Oh, what's the good of a rope unless there's someone on the ledge above us to haul us out? If you think you're performing the Indian rope trick.
My dear Watson, this is no time for your rather heavy-handed humor.
Why do you keep whistling like that? You've been doing it for the past 20 minutes.
I'm whistling for help.
Well, why not shout?
Whistle carries further.
Oh, dear. Who's going to hear that?
Daft Timmy, I hope. Remember, he was having a bonfire on the cliff tops tonight. My whistle is that of a nightingale, a song unheard in Sussex at this time of the year. If he does answer it, I'm sure it'll bring him down here.
I hope you're right. Seems to me that Whitnell and the police will never find us here. We shall mummify, just as the filthy murderer intended us to.
Courage, Watson. I'm sure... It's worked! It's Timmy! Cutting a burning log. We're down here, Timmy!
Nightingale, pretty birdie, what are you doing down there?
Timmy! I've tied these clothes together to make a rope. I'm going to throw them up. You ready? Catch. Hey.
Good. He's caught it.
Now, Timmy, lower it to us.
Oh, I shouldn't do this. They'll whip me.
No. Nobody will whip you, Timmy. And we both want to give you a shilling to come up and see your bonfire.
Oh, that's different. 2 shiny shillings. I'll lower the rope.
Here it comes. That's it.
All right, Otto, now then. You first. All right, Timmy, pull away.
Here I go.
Splendid.
I'm up, Holmes. Now lower it for you.
All right. I've got it. Look out now. Here I come.
Thank goodness we got out of that place all right.
I don't see the nightingale. Oh, you must have him inside your coat. Well, never mind. We'll all go up to my bonfire and get warm. It's such a pretty bonfire. Did you ever see a finer bonfire?
Never, Timmy. It's lovely.
It's the most comforting sight I've seen for the last couple of hours.
Oh, just one thing's bad, though. Somebody tried to burn a book in my lovely fire. It must have been when I was off getting more wood. I found it when I came back, and I pulled it out of the fire and stamped on it. See, here it is.
Let's have a look. Hello, it's the diary that we found on the body in the lime pits.
Precisely, Watson. Now I begin to see daylight.
People shouldn't burn books. Books are nice. Books are like birds and bonfires. Well, they're nice to be near. Oh, your nightingale must be cold. I'll get some more twigs to burn.
Well, now that fellow's gone away for a moment, I can see why we were attacked tonight. The murderer knew that we were going to the caves. He was afraid that his devilish plot wouldn't stand up under your scrutiny. So he watched us. When we discovered the body and sent Whitnell off for the police, he knew that he'd got to get rid of us.
And who do you think that somebody is, old fellow?
Oh, that's easy. There's only one person strong enough to have knocked us both out and shifted our bodies. The dead Sir George's brother, Harry Clavering.
I think not, old fellow. Didn't you observe as we entered the caves that pickaxes and wheelbarrows were much in evidence?
Yes, that's right. They were, of course.
Strength was not required under the circumstances.
We were extremely vulnerable in the darkness. Any man with a modicum of cunning could have disposed of us, or any woman, for that matter.
Good Lord, you're not suggesting that...
Watson! Oh, Whitnell! Why, thank heaven you're safe. I've had the police with me for the last hour, but we couldn't find you. You went where I left you.
True. Whitnell, I want you and the police to take me to Lady Clavering's house at once. After that, I wish to lodge information and make a charge of assault and possibly a charge of murder. And that, Lady Clavering, is the story of how we found your husband's body.
Horrible, Mr. Holmes. Horrible.
But who in thunder could have planned such a devilish plot?
Why did the murderer attack you and Watson?
There, my dear Whitnell, you have the key to the murderer's identity. The man who so cunningly conceived and executed the murder of Sir George could never have bungled the job of disposing of Watson and myself unless he had meant to bungle it.
You mean he didn't mean to kill us?
Exactly. He merely wished us out of the way while the incriminating evidence was removed.
You mean the diary?
Of course I do. You will recall we found it partially burnt in Timmy's bonfire.
Then it was Timmy who...
No, my dear fellow. Surely it's obvious one person and only one knew that the diary was the key to the murderer's identity. The man who was present when we discovered it and detected the fraud.
Great Scott, Professor Whitnell.
Whitnell, you murdered my brother.
Evan. Evan, you. Oh, no.
I did it because I love you, Helena. All these years has been nothing in my life that meant anything but you.
How could you?
I thought that if George were out of the way, I could make you care for me. And when I realized that you loved Harry, I was mad with jealousy. And so I planned to conceal George's body forever. It was a clever plan. You said so yourself, Holmes. If it hadn't been for you, it would have worked.
Yes, it was diabolically clever, Whitnell, but I'm afraid that no amount of cleverness now can prevent you from paying for your crime. Sir George, I suggest that you instruct the police to come in. Our work is done.
Holmes, look there on the point. Timmy's bonfire is still burning away.
Yes. Tim is a simple fellow with simple tastes.
Why are you so gloomy? You solved the case brilliantly.
My dear fellow, my faith in human nature has been sadly shaken, old chap. Evan Whitnell was a good friend and an old one. Hard to be instrumental in sending him to the gallows.
Well, he richly deserved it.
Yes, I know he did. That's quite true, but it's depressing just the same. Come on. Let's continue our walk home across the downs.
I heard Sir Harry offering you a fee. Did you take it?
No, I didn't, but I did accept his offer of an acre of land on the downs over there near the Abbey ruins. You can see them silhouetted against the sky.
An acre of land? What on earth would you do with that?
Well, when I retire, and I shall retire soon, I've often thought of bee farming. This would be a heavenly spot for such a venture.
Well, I can't imagine you as a beekeeper.
Oh, why not? After a life spent unraveling the tangled affairs of human beings, it would be soothing in the twilight of one's days to study the exact and predictable behavior of bees. Singing masons, building roofs of gold. Oh, well. One day, perhaps. One day.
Well, Doctor, that was a swell story. You know, I'm sure glad we get together like this once a week.
Oh, thank you very much. Next week, why not come over a little earlier for dinner?
Oh, no, I wouldn't think of having you go through all that trouble.
Oh, well, of course, if you feel that way.
Well, say, aren't you going to coax me?
Well, to tell you the truth, I knew I wouldn't have to coax you. Mr. Bartell, I was just going to show you the 2 thick steaks that I've got frozen in my refrigerator.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. I'll also put aside a bottle of Petri Burgundy.
Well, in which case, I'll bring along a very hearty appetite. If you pick the steak, I know it's good, and when it's Petri wine, you know that's got to be good, too. Because the Petri family has been making fine wine for generations. They've owned and operated the Petri business ever since its inception, way back in the 1800s. During all that time, they've sure learned plenty about the fine art of turning luscious grapes into clear, fragrant, delicious wine. And they've been able to take this experience and hand it on down from father to son, from father to son. That's why, when you want a wine for any occasion, you can't go wrong with a Petri wine. Because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Now, Dr. Watson, What story do you have lined up for us next week?
Well, now, let me see. Next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you an adventure that occurred to Holmes and me in the shadowy depths of the Limehouse district in London. It's a strange tale of death and terror. I call the story The Eyes of Mr. Layton.
Well, Doctor, we'll be sure not to miss it. And meanwhile, don't you forget you promised to contribute to the National War Fund.
National War Fund, of course, Mr. Bartell. It's a must.
The money you give to your war fund not only helps the men and women in our armed forces, and it not only helps our allies, but that money goes to work right in your own community, helping make possible many relief and welfare agencies in your own hometown. So let's all be generous in victory. Give to your community war fund. Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and is based on an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of Wisteria Lodge. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station.
Oh, the Petri family took the time to bring you such good wine. So when you eat and when you cook, remember Petri wine.
To make good food taste better, remember...
Petri wine.
This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Sir Arthur Conan Doyle never revealed how Holmes came to own his bee farm on the Sussex Downs. This wonderful touch at the end of the case adds a little extra to the original stories and seemed to please the Sherlock Holmes aficionados when it was broadcast. Well, I'm Ben Wright. In a moment, I will present you with another new adventure of Sherlock Holmes.
The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce. The makers of Grove's bromoquinine tablets bring you another adventure of Sherlock Holmes with Basil Rathbone as Sherlock Holmes and Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson. A cold is a miserable thing. A cold may become a dangerous thing. Even a so-called light cold can take a serious turn. Be prompt, be decisive in your treatment of a cold. At the very first sign of a cold, take Grove's bromoquinine tablets. Bromoquinine tablets quickly check the symptoms of a cold, quickly relieve the distress of a cold. They give you speedy results, which are very important. Don't monkey around when you can get such a dependable preparation as Grove's bromoquinine tablets. And now, here we are again on our usual visit to Dr. Watson. He's waiting for us in his study, a cheerful blaze crackling on the hearth.
I'm very relieved to see you, Mr. Manning. Hasn't the weather been atrocious today? I was beginning to wonder if you'd be able to get here tonight through all this fog.
Yes, it certainly is what you Londoners call a regular pea souper.
Yes, indeed. It reminds me of the adventure of the missing submarine plans. A case that was solved in the underground.
Underground?
What you Americans call a subway.
Yes, but what has a solution in a subway got to do with a foggy night?
Well, you see, the affair started in weather exactly like this. It was the third week in November, the year 1895, to be exact. On Monday, a dense yellow fog had settled down upon London. On Thursday, it was still there, thicker and murkier than ever. At first, Holmes had turned his nervous energy to cross-indexing his huge reference books. But when, after pushing our breakfast chairs back for the fourth morning, we saw the greasy brown swirl still drifting past the windows, Holmes's patience snapped. Holmes, if you must pace around in circles, I wish you'd change directions now and then. You're making me dizzy.
Bah! It's inexcusable, Watson. Inexcusable. No initiative, no imagination. Nothing ever gets done.
If you're alluding to the inactivity in this last session of Parliament, my dear Holmes...
I'm not speaking of our lawmakers, Watson, but of our lawbreakers. The London criminal is certainly a dull fellow.
What makes you say that?
Well, look out of the window. Ideal weather for committing a crime. The criminal advances on his intended victim practically unseen. He pounces and disappears into thin air.
There have been numerous petty thefts, I believe.
Petty thefts, pickpockets, ragamuffins. What's the country coming to? Now, if I were a criminal, Watson...
Well, I, for one, would move to America.
Oh, hello. Mrs. Hudson's knocking. Excited. What's up, I wonder? Yes, Mrs. Hudson, what is it? Oh, a telegram for me.
Yes, sir.
Very well, thank you.
Oh, well, what's it say?
Oh, wait until I open it, can't you? Ah, dear me, what next? Most unusual, Watson, most unusual.
What's most unusual, Watson? What's it say?
Well, it's from my brother, Mycroft. You remember him. He helped us solve the case of the Greek interpreter. He's coming here.
Why not? What's so phenomenal about
Why
this?
not? Why not, indeed? It's as startling as it would be to meet a tram car coming down a country lane. Yes, now I come to think of it. Mycroft is rather like a tram car. His rails lead from his Pall Mall lodgings to the Diogenes Club in Whitehall. That's his circle. I wonder what upheaval could have derailed him.
Doesn't the telegram explain?
It says, must see you about Cadogan West, coming at once.
Cadogan West? Cadogan West? Why, that's the young chap who's found dead in the underground on Tuesday morning. I remember reading about it in the papers.
Oh?
The young man had apparently fallen out of a train and killed himself. He hadn't been robbed, and there was no reason to suspect violence. Quite an uninteresting case, if I remember correctly.
And yet, it's serious enough to cause Mycroft to alter his habits. No, Watson. This must be an extraordinary event. Do you recall any other facts about the affair?
Yes, I come to think of it, there was one unusual bit came out at the inquest. They were unable to ascertain at what point he entered the train, because his ticket was missing.
Strange. What articles were found on the body?
£2.15, I believe it was, a checkbook, and... Oh, yes, 2 dress circle tickets for the Woolwich Theatre, dated for that evening.
Theatre tickets, eh? Then it wasn't suicide. A man doesn't procure theatre tickets for the evening on which he intends to end his life. Anything else?
A small packet of technical papers.
Technical papers? What kind of technical papers?
The newspapers didn't say.
Ah, as serious as that. What did the young man do? Where was he employed?
He was a clerk at Woolwich Arsenal.
Ah, government employee. There we have it, Watson. British government, Woolwich Arsenal, technical papers. That's why Mycroft is involved in this affair.
I don't understand.
No, I suppose not. Watson, have I ever told you what Mycroft is?
Your brother, of course.
Oh, no, Watson. Do you have to be so dense? I mean, do you know what he does?
I seem to have some vague recollection that you once told me that he'd held some small office under the British government.
It would be more accurate to say, in a way, that he is the British government.
What?
His position is unique. He made it for himself. As the tidiest and most orderly brain of any man alive, with a great capacity for storing facts and giving them the proper interpretation. The conclusions of every government department are passed on to him. He's the central exchange, the clearinghouse. Again and again, his word has decided the national policy. He thinks of nothing else. Nothing else can lure him from his contemplations.
And yet he's coming here.
Yes, Jupiter is descending on us today.
What on earth can happen?
Watson, that sounds suspiciously like a bad pun. Ah, here he is, if I'm not mistaken, to speak for himself. Come in. Hello, Mycroft. What's up? You look flustered.
Most annoying business, Sherlock, most annoying. You know how I dislike altering my habits. Extremely awkward for me to come away from the office, particularly with Siam in its present state. Oh, dear me.
Yeah, sit down, Mycroft, sit down. You know Watson, of course.
Yes, of course. I'm trying to find a chair that I can trust to hold me.
I'd better take the sofa. You certainly haven't got any thinner.
I've never seen the Prime Minister so upset. As for the Admiralty, it's buzzing like an upset beehive. You know anything about the case?
Watson's just been telling me what was in the newspapers. Just what were the technical papers found on the body?
Sherlock, for the love of heaven, not so loud. Those papers which the wretched youth had in his pocket were none other than the plans of the Bruce Partington submarine.
Oh?
A submarine which will completely revolutionize naval warfare. The most important papers in our government archives. Under no circumstances could they be removed from the office. Even the chief constructor of the Navy was forced to go to Woolwich if he desired to consult them.
And yet we find them in the pockets of a dead junior clerk in the heart of London. Yeah, from an official point of view, it's deplorable, my dear Mycroft. Simply deplorable.
You may laugh, Sherlock, but this country won't be safe until they're recovered.
But I thought you said that they were found in the pocket of this chap, Cadogan West.
10 papers taken from Woolwich. 7 were found in the pockets of Cadogan West. 3 are still missing, the 3 essential ones. To recover those 3 papers is imperative. The peace of Europe depends on it.
Nice little problem, eh, Watson? Why did Cadogan West take the papers? How did he die? How did his body reach the place where it was found? And where are the missing papers?
Find the answer to those questions, Sherlock, and you'll have done your country an invaluable service.
Oh, why don't you solve it yourself, Mycroft? I believe you could.
Possibly. But it's a question of digging out details. Give me the details, and I can give you the solution from an armchair. No, when it comes to running about and cross-questioning railway guards and lying on one's face with a lens to one's eye, no, that's not my métier.
Besides, your figure prevents your taking such an undignified position, eh? Very well. Leave that part of it to us, eh, Watson?
Right you are.
Good. I've got a cab waiting outside to take the place where the body was found. I can give you the details on the way.
Now, Mycroft, who was the official guardian of these famous papers?
No less a personage than Sir James Walter, a gentleman who's grown grey in the service. His patriotism is beyond suspicion.
A bachelor, if I'm not mistaken, lives with his brother.
Yes. He was at the house of Admiral Sinclair at Berkeley Square during the whole of the evening when this accident occurred. The Admiral vouches for him. He's one of the 2 who have the only keys to the safe.
And his key was with him all evening?
Right. His key, the key to the building, and the key to the room.
Who was the man with the other key?
The senior clerk, Mr. Sidney Johnson. Man of 40, married, silent, morose, with an excellent service record.
Any alibi?
He, too, had his key with him and seems to have spent the evening playing a game of draughts with the green grocer around the corner from his lodgings. Of course, he has only the word of this greengrocer to back him up.
Oh, come, my dear Mycroft. No class discriminations, please. The word of a greengrocer is often just as good as that of an admiral. What about Cadogan West?
He had a good reputation. A bit hot-headed, but straight and honest. At least, everyone thought so. He was next to Sidney Johnson at the office. His duties brought him into daily personal contact with the plans. No one else ever had the handling of them.
Oh, it's perfectly clear. He must have taken...
Not so fast, Watson, not so fast. Who locked them up that night?
Mr. Sidney Johnson.
They were of value, commercially, I mean.
Oh, yes. There's no doubt that West could have got several thousands for them very easily.
And yet, only a small amount of money was found on the body.
Perhaps the buyer took it back after he'd murdered West.
What puzzles me is, how did West obtain possession of those papers? To do so, he must have had a false key.
Several false keys, Sherlock. He had to open the building and the room as well.
Oh, well. Several false keys, then. Let me see. Suppose West did take the papers and went into town. And on the way back to Woolwich, where he is hoping to replace the papers, he's killed and thrown from the train.
But the spot where the body was found is considerably past the station for London Bridge, which is the route to Woolwich.
That's interesting. Also, if young West did make an appointment with some foreign agent to sell the papers that night, why didn't he keep the evening clear? Why buy 2 theater tickets?
Exactly. Furthermore, he actually escorted his fiancée halfway there before he disappeared.
Blind. That's what it looks like to me.
Why did he take the papers at all? Why not copy them out in the office and sell the copies? He certainly had plenty of opportunity to do so. And why the absence of his underground ticket?
Perhaps the ticket would have shown us which station was near the agent's house. So the murderer destroyed it.
Good, Watson. Very good. And yet, I wonder...
Well, here's the underground station. The railway authorities have sent a man round to show the exact place where the body was found.
You won't change your mind and come with us?
Well, crawling round that black hole on my hands and knees, not very likely. Well, I shall expect a report on your efforts this evening.
Never expect too much, Mycroft. Never expect too much.
Before we follow Holmes and Watson into the mazes of the London subway system, I have a word of advice. Every year, colds cause a lot of sickness. Every year, they cause a lot of expense and time lost from work. Always regard a cold seriously. Always treat it earnestly. At the first sign of a cold, take Grove's bromoquinine tablets. Bromoquinine tablets are famous relief for the distress of a cold. Their efficacy has been fully established. Bromoquinine tablets go right to work on a cold symptom. They don't waste any time. They don't pull any punches. They quickly relieve the misery of a cold. They help reduce the fever of a cold. Thousands of people keep bromoquinine tablets handy all winter. Thousands of people depend on them as their relief for colds. No other preparation enjoys greater confidence than bromoquinine tablets. Follow the example of millions, and at the first sign of a cold, take Grove's bromoquinine tablets. Get them at any drugstore, a few cents a box. Ask specifically for Grove's, Groves, Bromo, Bromo, quinine, Quinine, Grove's bromoquinine tablets.
This way, sir. Step right along the tracks.
But it isn't safe. Supposing a train should come shooting round that curve.
Oh, that's all right, sir. There won't be another for 5 minutes anyway. Here we are, sir. This is where they found the body. Right here alongside the rails. Lying on its face it was.
Spooky old place, eh, Holmes? Like the catacombs, only without the skeletons.
Yeah. Anything in his hands when they found him?
No, sir.
Were they clenched or spread out as if he were protecting himself?
No, sir. They was what you might call relaxed.
Ah. What time did all this happen?
Well, sir, the train he was hoisted out of, as near as we can figure, passed along here about midnight on Monday.
All the carriages have been examined for signs of violence, I suppose.
They didn't find nothing, not even the missing ticket. There was a passenger to Aldgate on the ordinary train. About 11:40 it was. He said he'd heard a heavy thud, like something striking the line, just before the train reached this station. But it was so foggy, he said he was blessed if he could see what it was.
Holmes, what's the matter? What are you staring at?
The curve, Watson.
What
curve
of it?
of the rails.
What of it? What do you mean?
I suppose there aren't many curves as abrupt as this.
No, sir, I can't say as there is.
What have curves got to do with it?
Oh, an indication, Watson. Merely an indication. Unique. Perfectly unique. And yet, why not? I don't see any indications of bleeding on the line.
No, sir, there wasn't any to speak of.
But I understand there was a considerable wound.
The bone was crushed right enough.
Holmes, you hear that? It's a train. It's coming this way.
Run, sir. Run for your life.
Yes, but where?
Up ahead. There's a place where the train switches off.
Run, Watson, run. It's just around the curve.
We'll never make it.
Yes, we will. Faster, faster.
There's the switch up ahead. Come on.
Here comes the train now.
We'll make it. Justin. Watson, for the love of heaven. You're on the wrong track.
Well, that was a narrow escape, Holmes. I must say my knees are still shaking. Look at the shoulder of my coat where you pulled at me.
Lucky thing for you that I did.
Where are we off to now, in this fog?
Yes, it's a nice afternoon. Suppose we pay a few calls. I think Sir James Walter claims our first attention. After that, we might drop in on Miss Westbury.
Miss Westbury? Who's she?
She is Cadogan West's fiancée and the last person to see him alive.
Holmes, we seem to be going around in circles. We've accomplished absolutely nothing so far except to get ourselves nearly annihilated in the underground. After all, it's perfectly obvious that the young man had a quarrel with someone, in all probability the agent, to whom he sold the papers, and got himself thrown out of the railway carriage for his pains.
I disagree with you, my dear Watson. His body fell from the roof of the carriage where it had been placed. Cadogan West met his death elsewhere.
The roof of the train?
Consider the facts, Watson. A, the curve in the tracks. The body is found at a spot where the train pitches and sways as it comes around the points. B, there was no ticket. C, there were no signs of bleeding on the line because the body had bled elsewhere.
Of course. Everything fits together, but where was the body placed on the train?
I think I can make a fair guess at that, my dear Watson. Here we are. This is the famous official villa of Sir James Walter. And that, if I'm not mistaken, is his brother, Colonel Valentine, just coming out of the house.
What's the matter with the man? He looks positively haunted.
Oh, pardon me, Colonel Valentine, but can you tell me if Sir James is at home?
Sir James, sir? Sir James is dead.
Good heavens, dead?
He died this morning. It's terrible. Terrible.
How did he die?
Oh, it's this horrible scandal. My brother, sir, was very sensitive of his honor. He couldn't survive the disgrace to his department. It broke his heart. Pardon me, gentlemen, I must go. It broke his heart.
Most appalling development. Eh, Holmes?
I wonder if his death was natural, or if the poor fellow killed himself.
Yes?
Will you tell Miss Westbury that Mr. Sherlock Holmes would like to see her?
Oh, please come in, gentlemen. I'm Violet Westbury, Mr. Holmes. I've been expecting you ever since I heard you had taken the case. Please be seated.
Well, thank you.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, we must save his good name. He couldn't have done it. Cadogan was the most chivalrous, patriotic gentleman on earth. He couldn't have done it. He would have cut his right hand off rather than sell a state secret.
But the facts, my dear Miss Westbury.
I admit I can't explain them.
Was he in need of money?
No, Mr. Holmes. His needs were simple and his salary very good. He'd saved several £100. We were to be married at the new year.
I see. Had you noticed any signs of mental excitement?
Why, well, that is...
Come, Miss Westbury, be frank with us.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. That night, I had a feeling that there was something on his mind.
Mm-hmm. Tell us about it, will you?
We were on the way to the theater. It was a foggy night, you remember? We were walking slowly. Our way took us close to his office. Cadogan seemed thoughtful and worried. Darling, what's the matter? You haven't said a word for the last 5 minutes. Have I said or done something?
Of course not, silly. It's just that I've got something on my mind.
Oh, why not tell me about it? Perhaps I can help.
It's no use, Vi. It's too serious for me to talk about, even to you.
You know, sometimes, Caddy, I feel just the least little bit jealous of that old job of yours when you're cooped up in that building all day.
Oh, now you're not going to be jealous of a building.
Well, not really. But it is funny to think of a husband having secrets he can't tell his wife.
Mighty important secrets, I can promise you. There's one in particular that any foreign spy would pay good money to get hold of.
How thrilling.
Well, I don't know. They're awfully slack about some things over there in that building, Violet. What's too slack? It would be too confounded easy for a traitor to get his hands on those plans.
What plans?
Never mind, darling. I guess I'm getting a bit melodramatic. But there's something been worrying me. Hello, what's that?
What's what?
Over there, that shadow moving along the side of the building. It's a man. So that's it. I always suspected...
Oh, what's the matter? You're so excited. What's wrong?
Stay here, Violet. There's something I have to find out. Stay here.
I waited and waited, but he never returned. Oh, Mr. Holmes, if you could only save his honor, it meant so much to him.
We shall do our best, Miss Westbury. This shadow, this man moving along the building. Did you see it, too?
I think I did, Mr. Holmes. But the night was so foggy, I can't be sure. But there must have been a man. Another man. It couldn't have been Cadogan. Surely character goes for something.
Let us hope so. Come along, Watson. We must return home. I'm expecting an answer to some telegrams I sent Mycroft earlier this afternoon. We've done enough for one day.
Holmes, where have you been all day? You left this morning before I was up. Now you've come home with your towel awry, your suit torn, and as ravenous as a wolf.
Yes, I've had a bit of exercise, my dear Watson. Pass me the tongue, will you? It would have done you good to go along.
Yes, what were you doing?
Investigating the premises inhabited by foreign spies known to have been in London on last Monday. Mycroft sent me a list of them. Took a bit of doing, too. Climbing walls, breaking into cellars, prowling around rooftops.
Well?
I discovered there was only one residence which had the proper facilities for disposing of West's body after the murder.
Well, whose residence was that?
It belongs to a Hugo Oberstein. The address is 13 Caulfield Gardens, Kensington. The gentleman himself has departed for Europe.
Gone, has he? And he took the plans with him. It's too late.
Not necessarily, Watson.
What can we do now?
We're going to keep a rendezvous with the gentleman who stole and sold those plans. The assignation will take place at Mr. Oberstein's house this evening at 9.
What the deuce are you talking about?
These newspaper clippings. I found them in the drawer of Hugo Oberstein's desk. Read them.
The Daily Telegraph agony column. The first one says, too complex for description, must have full report, terms agreed to, payable when goods delivered. Signed, Piero. Piero, indeed. Sounds like a Mardi Gras.
Read on, Watson, read on.
Second goes, matter presses, must withdraw offer unless contract completed. Piero again.
And the last, dated Monday, the day the crime was committed.
Monday night after 9, 2 taps, payment in hard cash. I say, Do you think it was a submarine that the plans that he was buying?
I'm almost positive. And Pierrot was Oberstein himself. But we'll find out for certain this evening. I've invited the gentleman who sold the papers to meet us.
How? I don't understand.
Inserted this advertisement in today's Daily Telegraph. Tonight, same hour, same place, 2 taps, vitally important. Your own safety at stake. Signed, Pierrot, as usual.
By George, if he answers that, we've got him.
Unless we're too late. Come along, Watson. There's no time to lose. You can take this package for a change. I've been carrying it around all day.
What's in it?
Oh, just a jemmy, a dark lantern, a chisel, and a revolver.
Nice equipment for a respectable citizen to be carrying about the streets of London, I must say.
Yeah, you know, Watson, there are times when I suspect we aren't quite respectable. Here we are. This is Caulfield Gardens.
Thank heavens, it's still foggy. I shouldn't like to be caught in the act of housebreaking.
Yeah. Over this wall, Watson. There's a window we can easily pry open in the back.
Scale that wall?
Come on, hurry up. There's no time to lose. Here. I'll give you a boost. Come on, up you. That's it. Look out, here I come.
I must say, Holmes, you're as agile as a cat. It's uncanny.
This is the window. Light the lantern and give me the jemmy. 1, 2.
Holmes, the underground runs right past here, almost on the level of these windows. I could have reached out and touched it.
Yes, quite convenient, wasn't it? It was here the body was placed on the roof of the train. Look on this windowsill. You can see the soot is blurred where they rested the body. And here, look. This brown stain is blood.
Nasty, eh, Holmes? Let's get on into the house.
Very well, then. Come along. The window's open. Easy, don't break the glass.
Supposing Oberstein should happen to return home.
Well, we must take our chances in this business. Come along, Watson, come along. Our visitor will expect to be let in by the front door.
I wish these stairs didn't squeak so.
9 o'clock. We can expect him at any moment now. You take your position on one side of the door. I'll be on the other. So we can pounce on him when he enters. I'll throw my greatcoat over his head.
I wish he'd hurry.
Shh, Watson.
What if he doesn't come?
There he is. Ready now. I'll open the door.
You wanted me?
No, you don't. Take that.
What the...
Easy, Watson, easy.
All right, Holmes, I've got him.
Well, let's take a look at our catch. Take the overcoat away, Watson.
Right. Hi, it's Colonel Valentine Walter, Sir James's brother.
Quite. Well, sir, what have you to say for yourself? Why did you steal the Bruce Partington plans?
Who are you? What do you know about this?
I am Sherlock Holmes, and I know everything.
Oh, this is terrible. I'm lost. I didn't realize their importance until my brother killed himself. But I needed the money. I had to have it. Oberstein offered to give it to me if I'd let him see the plans.
So you took an impression of your brother's key, opened the safe, and procured the papers. Cadogan West saw you leaving the building, followed you here, and you killed him.
No, I didn't do that. I swear I didn't do it.
No? Then perhaps you'd better tell us who did murder Cadogan West and placed him on the roof of the railway carriage.
I'll tell you. I promise you I will. I did the rest. I confess it, but not that.
Very well, then. How did it happen?
I got the papers, as you've discovered. Made my way through the fog until I reached the door. Once or twice, I fancied I was being followed. I could hear footsteps on the pavement behind me.
Colonel Walter?
Yes?
You have the papers?
Yes. Let me in, quick. I think someone's been following me.
Yes, it's me. You can't do this, Valentine. It's treason.
Corey, do you hear?
No, you can't sell the papers.
Papa Oberstein, he knows how to use a blackjack, eh?
You've killed him.
So?
It's murder. I'm going to get out of this.
Oh, no. I think different. You will come in here if you do not wish to taste the blackjack, too.
But
That is better.
Oh, what can we do? They'll find the body.
I have an idea. First, I look at those papers. I take the ones I want, and the rest we put in the pocket of this foolish young man. And then we give him a nice ride on top of the underground train, no? He will be the guilty one. Who will ever know?
What a thoroughly unpleasant gentleman. What a pity that he got away with the papers, Dr. Watson.
Oh, but he didn't. Oberstein had left a Paris forwarding address with Colonel Walters. That gentleman sent him a letter dictated by Holmes, saying that he had discovered that one essential detail in the plans was missing, and that he had procured a tracing which would make it complete for a price.
And did Oberstein swallow the bait?
Did he swallow it? He was arrested as he got off the boat at Folkestone. Some weeks later, I learned, incidentally, that Holmes had spent a day at Windsor Castle and returned with a remarkably fine emerald tie-pin. When I asked him where he got it, he answered it was just a small present from a certain gracious little old lady for whom he'd been able to do a small favor.
Yes, and I think I can guess the lady's august name.
Elementary, my dear Mr. Manning, elementary.
I see. Ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment, Dr. Watson will be back to tell us about next week's story. In the meantime, let us repeat. Watch out for colds. At the first sign of a cold, take Grove's bromoquinine tablets. Bromoquinine tablets are made especially for the relief of colds. In other words, they're specialized medication, and that's what you want. Yes, at the very first sneeze or sniffle, go right to your druggist and get a package of Grove's bromoquinine tablets. Now, Dr. Watson, next week?
Next week, I think I'll tell you the story of the lion's mane.
The lion's mane? What was that, Dr. Watson?
Well, the answer to that question, Mr. Manning, almost stumped Sherlock Holmes himself. Suffice it to say that they were the last words gasped out by a dying man as he lay writhing in agony on the sands of the Sussex coast.
You have been listening to a Sherlock Holmes adventure, adapted from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Bruce Partington Plans, with Basil Rathbone as Sherlock Holmes and Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson. The dramatization was by Edith Miser. This program is presented from Hollywood every week at this same time by the makers of Grove's bromoquinine tablets. Quick relief for colds. This is Knox Manning speaking.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft Clothes for Men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Guest in the Coffin.
Well, there's the funeral coach, Holmes, downstairs. You see it?
Yes, Watson. Come quickly. We must run down the stairs to meet them.
I have my revolver ready, Holmes.
Put it away, Watson. We shan't have need of it. Just yet.
Yes, but they said when the funeral cortege comes, they'd kill you. I can't protect you if I put it away, you know.
My dear Watson, the effort to kill me will not be as obvious as you think. No, it will be completely unexpected and as shocking a spectacle as you've ever witnessed.
Men, this is the time of year when our wives are planning their new spring wardrobe, so I don't think I'm out of order when I ask you, isn't it time you bought a new spring suit, too? You don't have to spend a fortune. A genuine Clippercraft worsted suit costs only $45. But don't let that low price fool you. Clippercraft suits look like they cost many, many dollars more. Clippercraft suits have style you'd never expect to buy for $45. In a Clippercraft suit, you look your best. Your shoulders appear broader, your hips seem to taper down. You look and feel like you're somebody important. And you are. You're the best-dressed man in any group. So go pick out a Clippercraft suit for yourself. And while you're about it, get a Clippercraft top coat, too, for only $40 to $47.50. Clippercraft clothes do things for you. Visit your local Clippercraft merchant tomorrow. Dr. Watson, what do you mean by a guest in the coffin? And to what sort of gruesome business would such a guest be invited?
It was in the late 80s, Mr. Harris. It began at Charing Cross Station. There on the platform stood a short, red-faced, chubby gentleman in a black bowler hat. He looked about rather helplessly. Then he beckoned to a police officer.
Constable. Constable.
Yes, sir. May I be of assistance?
I've just arrived here in London and I'm rather confused. Could you direct me to Earl's Court?
Certainly, sir. Just a few stops on the Inner Circle Underground. The entrance to the Underground is just your left, sir.
And that will take me there?
Right you are, sir.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm very grateful.
Not at all, sir.
You must allow me to show my appreciation.
Sorry, sir, we do not accept gratuity.
Oh, but officer, this is a special award. You see, I've selected you.
Selected me?
Yes. You shall be the first of the London police to die.
The poor constable was pushed before the passing train, and his body was crushed. The chubby little gentleman in the black bowler hat vanished instantly into the panic-stricken crowd. This was the first step in a monstrous scheme. The second step was executed in Soho. It was very late in the evening. A bobby on a tour of duty was strolling past a dark alley when he heard a pitiable voice.
Help me. Help me.
Hello in there. Somewhere in this alley?
Yes. Help me.
What's wrong, sir?
I'm very ill. I collapsed here. I can't breathe. My lungs.
Yes, sir, I'll help you. A bit of artificial respiration, then I'll fetch an ambulance. You knocked my helmet off. Now, look, I'll just take you in my arms, so. Oh, one moment. I must put my nightstick aside.
Thank you. All I wanted was
your club.
We thought it would be amusing for a police officer to be clubbed to death with his own club.
Be seated, Lestrade. Pacing the floor of my flat in that nervous manner is not conducive to clear thinking.
You may choose to regard this crisis, Holmes, as a bagatelle, a trinket to be toyed with in your mind, but I find it most upsetting.
Inspector Lestrade, how many police have died?
7, Dr. Watson. The officer clubbed to death in Soho was followed by 5 more in various parts of London. You've read the newspapers, Holmes. You're conscious of the terrible fear gripping London, and the morale of the force is at an absolute low.
That is to be expected, Lestrade.
The force is human, Holmes. The men leave for duty in a state of high tension. This series of police murders may lead to an unprecedented crime wave. It's a signal to the scum of the London underworld to storm the very fortress of law itself.
Lestrade, could you abandon the oratory long enough to tell me if there are any clues as to the identity of this bobby killer?
None whatsoever. Not that we at Scotland Yard are utterly helpless, mind you, but we are obliged to marshal every resource at our command. That's why we are requesting that you lend us the benefits of your incomparable skill as a detective.
Lestrade, your ineptitude as a criminologist is equaled only by your clumsiness as a diplomat. However, I shall look into these reports you've given to me.
They are official copies, Holmes. Reports on the death of each policeman. After reading them, if you've a suggestion...
I shall communicate with you, yes.
It's a horrible business, horrible. Eh, Holmes?
Oh, on the contrary, considering some police officers I know, rather tempting.
Good night, gentlemen.
You are going to help, aren't you, Holmes?
Yes, after reading and analyzing these reports, Watson, I shall take what steps I deem proper. I should say that the most vital point so far is the scope of these crimes. This is not the single discordant note struck by a petty crook. This is a broad, elaborately orchestrated scheme, worthy of a certain very daring type of mind.
I'll answer it, Holmes.
Good evening, Dr. Watson. Mr. Holmes?
Although you apparently recognize us, sir, I do not believe we may return the favor.
My name is Jenkins. Hubert Jenkins.
Is the purpose of your visit connected with the fact that you're a mortician?
How did you surmise that, sir?
Although you are quite short and are wearing a black bowler hat, you stooped as you entered. The doorway is easily high enough. You are, therefore, in the habit of wearing an extremely high hat, the long black hat typical of your profession. Besides, your hands are stained by an acid, arsenic probably, arsenical compounds being used in the preparation of embalming fluid.
Oh, that's amazing, Holmes.
The purpose of my visit is definitely connected with my profession, and I do bury the dead.
What may we do for you, Mr. Jenkins?
I have a message for you, Mr. Holmes, from my employer.
Who is your employer?
The gentleman, with admirable humility, wishes to remain anonymous. He wishes to present you, Mr. Holmes, with a gift as an unknown admirer of yours. Really the finest way to present a gift.
And what is the gift?
A coffin, sir. A coffin.
A coffin?
And to be sure that the offer is accepted in the right spirit and that I'm not forced to go beyond this simple information, I was obliged to bring a gun.
I appreciate your master's thoughtfulness, but I don't believe I can be his guest in the coffin.
Oh, we shall attend to that little detail.
Are you threatening to kill Holmes?
Not threatening, Dr. Watson. Simply announcing a fact. By Friday midnight, Mr. Holmes, there will be need of a coffin for you.
Who sent you? Where are you from? By George, you will answer me.
Now, Dr. Watson, that is why I brought the gun. I do not want to answer any more questions. Mr. Holmes, my master is most anxious for you to be pleased. Do you have a preference as to the type of coffin you wish?
Of all the grotesque, infuriating
Almost any sort of coffin should do, Jenkins.
I shall select one of our very attractive models, Mr. Holmes. You may depend on it. It will be in superbly discriminating taste. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd wind up my affairs if I were you, Mr. Holmes. You've so short a time.
I believe I can spend the remaining days quite profitably, Jenkins.
No doubt, sir. No doubt. Delightful visit, gentlemen. Good evening.
Well, Holmes, what shall we do? Who was he? Who sent him? Why should they want to kill you, Holmes?
We shall do very little, Watson. We shall inform Inspector Lestrade of this extraordinary visit.
Yes, and I'd say we search London for this Jenkins the mortician.
That would be futile. Jenkins is definitely not his correct name. It might take weeks to find him, and we have just a few days. No, we shall merely chat with Lestrade and then wait for Friday midnight.
You mean just wait till they come to kill you, Holmes? That's ridiculous. I'd turn London upside down to find that rascal. Then I'd beat him till he told us the name and whereabouts of his employer.
Impossible to accomplish by Friday, Watson. Besides, why bother? Jenkins promised to return here to Baker Street. He must deliver the exquisite coffin he's selecting.
Well, tell me, Holmes, did you learn anything from Jenkins's visit? Is there a clue as to who on earth is behind all this?
Definitely. My imminent death and the death of a long line of London police are obviously connected.
How?
Both crimes are engineered by the same mind, Watson. No pedestrian mind could conceive of staging this macabre business. Your ordinary criminal would go after me with a knife, and that would be that. No, this is a mind with a more fiendish approach. They want me to suffer mentally before I do physically.
And you propose sitting idly by and waiting until Friday night?
Quite. Oh, I shall make some preparation for the combat, some polishing of a harpoon. Then what remains to be seen is whether, as in the pursuit of Moby Dick, we capture the awful monster, or it devours us.
Oh, it's 5 minutes before 12.
Yes, indeed, Watson. I do hope my would-be killer is a gentleman of his word. I can excuse the attempt to murder me, but being late for the game is unforgivable.
Oh, really? I don't see how you can be so utterly carefree, Holmes, when you know that a diabolical mind is plotting to kill you within the next 5 minutes. Good Lord, what have you been overconfident, Holmes? And why the devil wouldn't you permit Lestrade to place a cordon of police about this house?
Because, Watson, anyone shrewd enough to have killed all those bobbies and to have flung the gauntlet in my face this way has certainly anticipated a cordon. Besides, with policemen striding about, they might be in the way. We might bungle the capture of the killer. No, I prefer meeting my antagonist single-handed.
4 minutes to 12 now.
Aha, excellent. The killers are on time. The window, Watson, see.
Yes, on the street. It's a funeral coach. It's pulling up here at our door.
We must go down to greet them, Watson.
Go down to greet them, Holmes? Have you lost your mind? Do you want to place yourself as a perfect target on the street with a gaslight? I'm for bolting the door and standing them up.
Oh, nonsense, Watson. I want to meet them, face to face.
Yes, it's Jenkins, the mortician. He's driving the funeral coach. He has a helper riding beside it.
Come, Watson, quickly, down the stairs into the street.
They shoot you as you appear the very minute you're on the street.
Oh, not at all, Watson. The effort to kill me will not be as blunt and obvious as that. No, it'll be unexpected and as shocking a spectacle as you've ever witnessed.
Then you know what they'll try to do.
If I'm incorrect, we may only hope the coffin they've brought for me is the correct size and in good taste, since I shall have need of it. Here we are, the street.
Well, here's the funeral coach. There's Jenkins.
Good evening, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Jenkins.
Oh, steady. Fine horses, don't you think?
Splendid.
We like everything about our funerals to be most impressive. There's your coffin, Mr. Holmes. One of our very best.
Considerate of you.
My master has said my helper and I should carry the coffin to your flat.
Don't you move, Jenkins. You're a helper either. Holmes will be very much alive at 12 o'clock, if I have anything to say about it.
Oh, we aren't going to touch Mr. Holmes until he's dead, that is. A special way's been arranged for him to die. We've nothing to do with that part of it. It's a plan that begins at 12. There. Yes. Now you will see, gentlemen. Now you will see.
Unless you're already familiar with Clippercraft clothes, you might find it hard to believe that Clippercraft worsted suits cost only $45 and Clippercraft topcoats cost only $40 to $47.50 because they look like they cost much more. There's a good solid reason for this. Clippercraft clothes are sold by over 1,200 independent local merchants who have pooled their tremendous buying power to make these amazing Clippercraft values possible. In Clippercraft clothes, you get workmanship in the finest New England tradition, quality workmanship, and quality materials worthy of the famous Yankee clipper ships from which Clippercraft clothes take their name. The local independent merchants who sell Clippercraft clothes are substantial established businessmen, anxious to win and keep your friendship by giving you honest values. Now, they really mean it when they say, compare Clippercraft clothes with clothes costing many dollars more. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Dr. Watson, we left you and Mr. Holmes at a very crucial point. He was about to become someone's guest in a coffin.
So he was, Mr. Harris. Holmes and I stood there on Baker Street by the gaslight in front of the funeral coach. The coffin was a horrible silhouette on the coach. Perched in the driver's seat was Jenkins, the mortician, and his helper. The plan to kill Holmes was to go into operation at midnight, and the clock had just struck 12. Well, Jenkins, the clock has struck. Holmes is alive.
True, Watson, but the plan is in operation, however. Eh, Jenkins?
It certainly is.
Holmes, how can you stand there without seizing this jackanapes?
I'll get to that, Dr. Watson.
Well, Inspector Lestrade. Well, you had him standing by, eh, Holmes?
Of course, Watson, if you learned the virtue of patience,
Step down off that driver's seat, Jenkins. Your helper, too.
Oh, no, you don't, Inspector. Giddy up.
I've a gun! Stop or shoot those horses! You'll be killed when that coach turns over.
Hold up. Whoa!
I think too much of my neck, Inspector. I didn't think you'd disregard regulations and carry a gun. But I'm not risking my life to see this through. I'll come down. I'd a lot rather spend a while at Dartmoor than split my head on the road.
Come on. You're under arrest for threatening homicide.
Oh, thank heaven, Holmes. Something's been done about this.
Has it?
Walk ahead of me, Jenkins. My men are at the corner. I'll turn you over to them.
All right.
Seems to have worked successfully, Holmes. We've got the man. Good night.
Good night, Lestrade.
Well, I shall be most interested to learn what was back of all this. Should come out of Jenkins's trial, don't you think? Well, shall we go upstairs, Holmes? Return to the flat?
No, Watson.
Well, why not?
Because we've scotched the snake, not killed it.
Yes, but Jenkins and his man have been taken away.
And what remains before us, Watson?
What remains? Well, the coach, I suppose. And the coffin. The coffin, Holmes. Look at it. It's open.
It is opening, Watson. And in a moment, stepping out of that coffin, you shall see the gentleman responsible for this entire affair. The sole opponent who can mobilize the powers of darkness so well that he commands even my respect. One of the first brains of Europe.
Professor Moriarty.
Good evening, Holmes. Dr. Watson?
Moriarty, I've been expecting the pleasure of another meeting with you ever since Jenkins first arrived at my flat.
Really, Holmes? Then you recognize my hand in this? You tell me about it. No, don't be disconcerted by my revolver.
Moriarty, only a brain such as yours would presume to obliterate the police of London, stage of mass murder.
A magnificent idea, I think. The picture was irresistible to me, Holmes. Imagine the canvas, if you will. Once I have killed a sufficient number of police, you will have a London without law and order. A great city, demoralized, chaotic, stripped of its civilized airs. The people of London reduced to their animal level. Yes, just as Gustave Doré did in his etchings of Dante's Inferno. I shall be an artist who creates a panorama of degradation. I'm well on my way, Holmes.
Yes, Moriarty. Of course, Jenkins can no longer do the murdering for you. He's been captured.
Oh, I've so many on my staff. Besides, Jenkins will be released.
He certainly will not.
I shall release him, Dr. Watson. I promised him that. Removing a man from Dartmoor should not be difficult for me.
You promised him that? Then you anticipated Lestrade's arresting him.
Certainly. I knew Holmes would have police skulking about somewhere. I knew I must distract them. So I sacrificed Jenkins, leaving me alone with you and Holmes. You see, Holmes, if I am to banish law from London, you must die too. I shall therefore kill you now and place you, as I swore I would, in this coffin.
It would be a supreme delight for you, Moriarty, wouldn't it? To have gone so far as to inform me in advance that I was to die, to have selected my coffin and succeeded in placing me in it.
That is just what will happen now, Holmes. I shall pull the trigger, which is just a foot from your celebrated brain, and I shall blow that brain of yours to bits. I have placed just 2 bullets in here, Holmes. One for you, one for Dr. Watson. A conceit, I admit. Now, you will become my guest in that coffin. I pull the trigger.
My leg! Did I get him, Holmes? I can't see.
Yes, Lestrade.
No, he didn't. My leg is bad, but... Ah!
There it goes in the coach. Shoot again, Lestrade.
Found it, I was too far off. We never catch that funeral coach now. Holmes, why didn't we think of blocking off all the surrounding streets in case this happened?
Yes, you have Jenkins, Holmes, for the murder of the Bobbies, but now Moriarty will go on to devise some new deviltry and challenge you again. Why didn't you think of that, Holmes?
Didn't I, Watson?
Brandy and soda, Holmes?
No, Watson, thank you.
You know, by Jove, this affair happened so quickly, I don't quite understand how you defeated Moriarty.
The fact that it was Professor Moriarty who was behind this carnival of crime, Watson, was obvious. The nature of it, as I pointed out, indicated just one man. It was also clear the attempt to kill me would involve Jenkins, who was the puppet manipulated by Moriarty. But I knew that Moriarty himself would attempt the actual homicide, trusting only himself with the major task of the murder.
I see.
Moriarty hoped we would concentrate our attack on Jenkins and his helper, the only assassins visible, and that we would relax our guard after their capture.
Yes, quite.
He believed that would leave the field clear for him, but he did not think one step further. He should have realized I'd guess he was behind this, that I'd know he would eventually appear. either in disguise or in hiding. And what place more convenient and less likely to be examined than the coffin itself? I realized all this in advance.
Then you told Lestrade to arrest Jenkins, go through the motions of leaving, but to return almost instantly to deal with Moriarty, who would still be due to appear, probably from the coffin, eh?
Precisely. And there was a rather neat balance to the tableau, I believe.
What do you mean?
Moriarty vanishing into the night on the funeral coach, whipping his horses, the coffin bobbing up and down behind him. Moriarty with his first and only love, death. And I with mine, my easy chair, and my pipe.
Well, Dr. Watson, the guest in the coffin was a spine-tingling adventure. I'm sure you've another tale for us next week that's just as intense and thrilling.
I most certainly have such a story for you, Mr. Harris. Next week I shall relate to you the adventure of the hangman and the book. It concerns the park in Paris, famous for its lovely trees and flowers, a dead body dangling by a rope, and a bookstore that concealed an awful secret.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. The program is produced and directed by Basil Lochran. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Felton. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill with special music by Albert Berman. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes and the Adventure of the Hangman and the Book. Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft Clothes for Men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Discordant Bells.
Listen to those bells, Holmes.
Yes, Watson, the historic Blandford bells. They've been ringing from that bell tower for 3 centuries.
Sounding out the curfew, eh, Holmes?
More than that, my dear fellow. They've warned of enemy ships at sea, of storm and danger.
Great Scott, Holmes, the bells there.
They're ringing out murder now, Watson. Quick to the bell tower.
Well, Dr. Watson, working late at your memoirs tonight, I see.
Yes, Mr. Harris, and on a particularly fascinating adventure, if I may say so. I call it The Adventure of the Discordant Bells.
Rather strange name, Dr. Watson.
Yes, it is indeed, and rather a strange case. To this day, Mr. Harris, I cannot hear the sound of tower bells without recalling vividly the peculiar events of this remarkable adventure.
And, Dr. Watson, you're going to tell us all about it.
I shall, Mr. Harris, I shall indeed. But suppose you begin by telling us some of the facts about Clippercraft clothes.
Thank you, Doctor. You really ought to include America when you count your blessings on Thanksgiving Day, because America has made it so easy for you to afford the good things in life. No other country anywhere could give you suits that come near the superb quality of Clippercraft at only $40 and $45. But at Clippercraft, such miracles happen every day when more than 1,200 of this country's finest independent stores from coast to coast concentrate their mighty purchasing power. That calls for enormous quantities of fabric. That keeps every last member of Clippercraft's great tailoring staff working on a full-time, all-year-round production schedule. The savings would make you gasp. That's why your Clippercraft suit of luxurious worsted costs only $45. And why so many millions are taking advantage of Clippercraft's superior values in expensive-looking topcoats and overcoats. Yes, compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, you were going to tell us of the adventure of the discordant bells.
So I was, Mr. Harris. And it begins properly near Eastbourne, at a place called Beachy Head on the Channel Coast in the South Downs country. There, atop a frowning cliff, stood Blandford Abbey, built by the first Lord Blandford centuries ago, along with the famous Blandford bells and the bell tower. These bells were not only historic, but priceless in a material sense, studded with jewels and encrusted with gold filigree. Then one afternoon, Lord Blandford and the Abbey trustee, Charles Easterly, were in council at the Abbey when they received a visitor.
My name is Aldgate, Lord Blandford. William Aldgate. You know the name?
Yes, Holgate. I know the name.
And well his lordship should, eh, Mr. Easterly?
Look here, Holgate. If you're going to enter that ridiculous family claim of yours to the Blandford bells...
They're mine, Lord Blandford. Do you hear? They're mine, by family right. My ancestor Christopher Aldgate cast those bells for Lord Peter Blandford in the 17th century. He was never paid for his work. He was cheated. Died in debtor's jail.
And I suppose you expect me to pay you for the bells, eh, Holgate?
My rightful inheritance, Lord Blandford. My father tried to collect it from your family, and my grandfather before him, and his father too. But I'll not be put aside as they were.
Oh, won't you, Holgate? Well, let me tell you this. You have no legal right to collect anything, and I'll not submit to blackmail. Now get out.
Very well, Lord Blandford. But believe me, you'll regret this. You haven't heard the last of this yet.
A very unpleasant fellow, your lordship. Yes, Easterly. That word unpleasant reminds me. I have a very unpleasant duty to perform at the bell tower this evening. Yes? I must tell Oliver Mudge, the bell ringer, that his services are no longer required.
But why? Why, your lordship, why? Why are you giving me the sack?
I'm sorry, Mudge, but your conduct forces me into it. Twice you've reported to the bell tower here in your cups, disgracefully drunk. And 3 times you have rung the curfew late.
But your lordship...
I don't propose to argue the point, Mudge. Tonight you ring the bells for the last time.
No, Lord Blandford, you'll not separate me from my beautiful children up there in the belfry. From father to son, my family has rung those bells ever since they was hung in the belfry. You can't give me the sack, you can't.
I can and I will, Mudge. I've already engaged a new bell ringer, Alfred Riggs. He'll be here tomorrow to take your place.
No, lordship, you lordship, no, please. Here come my babies up there, my wee babies. Your tongues are still. Come, little Davy, Big George, and beautiful Betty. Open your brown mouths and cry. Come, Big George, awake. Weep, my winsome Betty, weep, girl. Weep bitter tears, for this is our time of parting. Come, little Davy. And now, all of you, cry, cry. Sing a sad song, my beloved ones. Higher and higher. Move your tongues, my babies. Move your tongues. Pour your tears from your throats. I'll have my revenge, I will, if they steal you from me. Oliver Mudge, the bell ringer, will have his revenge.
Well, now, my bronze beauties up there, you've got a new master now. Me, Alfred Grigg, the best bell ringer in all of England. Just as soon as I can light this lantern, we'll ring out the curfew and...
Will you, Griggs?
Who's that? Who's there? In the bell tower. Who is it? I can't see. Oh! No! No! Take your hands away from my throat. I can't breathe. Oh, please. No. Oh.
Well, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I've given you what facts I possess. After the new bell ringer, Griggs, was found dead, and knowing that Lord Blandford was in mortal danger, I came post-haste to Baker Street here.
I see. A very wise decision, Mr. Easterley.
You say this bell ringer Griggs was found hanging from the center bell rope?
Yes, Dr. Watson.
And the official police, what's their view of this rather peculiar phenomenon, Mr. Easterley?
Suicide.
I see. But I take it you are not so sure.
Well, Mr. Holmes, in view of Holgate's claim to the bells and the attitude of the original bell ringer, Oliver Mudge.
Quite.
It seems to me, Holmes, a man like this bell ringer might resent getting the sack enough to...
We cannot spring to any conclusion at this time, my dear Watson. The first rule of investigation, ascertain the facts, then form the conclusion.
Then you'll come to Beachy Head and look into this situation, Mr. Holmes?
By all means. This particular problem has certain peculiar and bizarre facets that I find impossible to resist. Watson.
Yes, Holmes?
I believe there's a noon train for the South Downs country. We shall make it a point to be aboard.
Right, Holmes.
You will accompany us, Mr. Easterley?
No, Mr. Holmes. I have some rather urgent business here in London that will keep me overnight.
As you wish, Mr. Easterley. We shall meet you at Beachy Head tomorrow.
Mr. Holmes, I had no idea that Mr. Easterley, our Abbey trustee, had summoned you here to Beachy Head. But now you have arrived, I bid you welcome.
Well, that's very kind of you, Lord Blandford. And I must say it was a very pleasant journey.
Lord Blandford.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
A few questions, if you please.
Why, of course.
Do you believe the verdict of the official police that Alfred Griggs hanged himself?
I have no reason to believe otherwise.
What about the bells, your lordship? I suppose they will remain silent now?
Not at all, Dr. Watson. For 3 centuries, the Blandford bells have rung every day. They have tolled their warning through the South Downs of danger, the call to arms, of public meetings for emergency. In calmer times, they have faithfully rung the curfew. And they will go on doing so.
Indeed? How?
The dead man's son, Peter Griggs, has courageously volunteered to step into the breach and replace his father. He will ring the bells for curfew tonight.
I see. But now, Lord Blandford, where can we find the discharged bell ringer, Oliver Mudge?
Well, I'm afraid you'll have some trouble there, Mr. Holmes. Mudge has disappeared.
Disappeared, eh?
Yes. The police visited his cottage yesterday and found the place empty.
Significant, don't you think, Holmes?
Perhaps, Watson, perhaps. And this man Holgate, the man who claims he owns the bells, where can we find him?
He lives on Perrick Lane, just above High Street.
Excellent. Come, Watson, we'll be off to Perrick Lane and have a few words with Mr. Holgate. Holgate, I take it you knew the original bell ringer, Oliver Mudge?
Aye, I knew him, Mr. Holmes.
So perhaps you could tell us where we might locate him.
I don't know that, Dr. Watson. I mind my own business, I do, and I let Mudge mind his.
And I presume your business is entering a claim to the Blandford bells.
Aye. But they should be called the Holgate bells, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, I understand you approached Lord Blandford with your claim on several occasions.
Aye, so I have. I've approached his lordship. He's thrown me out of the Abbey every time he has.
And Mr. Easterley? I presume you've talked to him, too?
I've done that, too. But him and Lord Blandford, they're 2 peas in a pod. And here I am, with not a shilling, and those bells up there worth a fortune.
Well, I must confess, Holgate, I can understand your feelings in this matter.
Aye, and they'll not take down the bells. They'll keep 'em up in the tower. Well, let 'em, says I. They won't sound a note, what with Alfred Griggs dead. They'll not ring now.
On the contrary, Holgate, they will.
Eh? What do you mean?
The dead man's son, Peter Griggs, has volunteered to stand by as bell ringer.
I see. Young Peter, eh?
Exactly. But come, Watson, we must be off.
Where to, Holmes?
It's rapidly getting dark, Watson, and I should like to inspect that bell tower.
Holmes?
Yes, Watson.
Where in blazes are we? No, it's so dark I can't see a thing.
We're very near the bell tower, Watson. In a few moments we shall pass through the Blandford graveyard at the rear of the Abbey and thence to the tower.
Graveyard indeed. I must confess it goes with the mood of those bells. Listen to them toll.
Yes. Mournful, aren't they, Watson?
Eerie is more like it, Holmes. They sound as though they're ringing out a funeral in the night.
Obviously they are. Young Griggs has taken this opportunity to ring out a requiem for his dead father.
Well, I wish he'd changed to something more cheerful, Holmes. That blasted tolling is beginning to get on my nerves. Holmes, great Scott! Listen to those bells!
Yes, Watson, something's gone wrong.
Sounds as though young Griggs has suddenly gone mad.
Quick, no time for talk now. To the bell tower. Here, Watson. Through this door. The only way to get into the bell tower.
Yes, right, Holmes. Holmes! Look! It's Peter Griggs. The bell ringer.
Yes, Watson. Hanging by his neck on the bell rope. Swinging back and forth. Like a grotesque pendulum.
When you stop to think of it, you have a lot to be grateful for here in America, especially the brilliant American ideas that are dreamed up just to give your hard-earned dollars greater value. Let's take one shining example, the Clippercraft plan. More than 1,200 fine independent stores from coast to coast participate in this plan. And it would stagger you to know how much money Clippercraft saves on production and distribution costs. But it is these very savings that make it possible for Clippercraft to give you the finer quality of expensive-looking top coats or overcoats for as little as $40 to $47.50. And it is because of these savings that you can own Clippercraft's new lightweight zipper-lining top coats at incredibly low prices. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, and overcoats. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now, let's return to our story, Dr. Watson.
Well, Mr. Harris, Holmes and I stood there for a moment, spellbound in horror, watching the limp figure hanging by the neck sway back and forth, in a wide arc in the bell tower, for all the world like a gruesome human pendulum. We'd seen no one enter or leave the bell tower. Then, while I held the bell ringer's lantern high, Holmes seized young Griggs's body and gently brought it to a stop. Then he pointed out,
Watson, this door is the only entrance or exit to the bell tower. Yet this bell ringer was strangled and hung upon that rope not 1 minute ago.
Holmes, you mean...
I mean that the murderer may still be in this bell tower.
What?
Watson, you have your service revolver with you?
Yes, I took it along, Holmes, but...
Give it to me.
But why?
Quick, Watson, your revolver.
Holmes, what are you going to do?
Hold that bell ringer's lantern high, Watson. I intend to climb that ladder and have a look into the belfry.
Did you see anyone up there, Holmes?
No, Watson, the belfry's empty.
Holmes, perhaps it was suicide after all.
Rubbish. We found the corpse swinging back and forth on a wide arc, did we not?
Oh, yes,
Then we may make an elementary deduction. A man who hanged himself on a rope would be found in a stationary position. Obviously, being dead and suspended in midair, he could not swing himself to and fro.
Jove, Holmes, it's quite clear now. Someone must have been present to give the corpse a push.
Exactly. A murderer, Watson, with a fiendish sense of the dramatic.
Holmes, what is it?
Look here, Watson, on the floor.
On the floor? Holmes, I can't say I see anything here.
Use your eyes, man, use your eyes. Observe. Note the tiny grains of sand on the stone surface, somewhat moist to the touch.
What of it?
You'll recall, Watson, that we came to this bell tower along a flagstone walk. Moreover, the entire abbey here is surrounded by a thick lawn. By this reasoning...
Holmes, someone is coming.
Yes, Watson.
Hello? Hello? Oh, it's Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson. I heard the bells, and I... Good Lord. Griggs. Young Peter Griggs. He's dead.
What?
But how did it happen? How?
That is what we hope to ascertain, Mr. Easterly. I must say that your appearance here is somewhat of a surprise.
What do you mean?
You told Watson and me at Baker Street that you would not return to Beachy Head until the morrow. It seems that your plans have suddenly changed.
Yes. As a matter of fact, I did finish early. Caught the night train back. But enough of that. It's these hideous murders. I assure you, Mr. Holmes, I shall have something extraordinary to say to Lord Blandford in the morning.
Up at last, eh, Watson?
Oh, good morning, Holmes. You seem to have left the hotel early.
I did indeed, Watson, and after reinforcing myself with an excellent breakfast of kippers, scrambled eggs, toast and marmalade and tea, I took the liberty of examining the Abbey premises in broad daylight.
And particularly the bell tower, I suppose.
On the contrary, Watson, I studiously avoided the bell tower. At the moment, surrounded by a crowd of the morbidly curious, and the local constables hard put to keep the onlookers at their distance. For my part, I found the graveyard adjacent to the tower far more interesting.
You did? Why, Holmes?
The stones and the main mausoleum itself are built entirely of sandstone and house the last remains of the Blandford family far back into antiquity. After that, I visited the bank and exchanged amenities with several of the local tradesmen.
Oh, dash it, Holmes, you sound like a tourist with a Baedeker. After all, we're dealing with murder here, you know.
Come in.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson?
Yes?
My name is Whitford, sir. Coachman in the service of Lord Blandford.
Well?
His Lordship requests your presence at the Abbey, sir, on a matter of urgent importance.
Mr. Holmes, I have decided to ask Dr. Watson yourself not to pursue this case any longer.
Have you indeed, Lord Blandford? May I ask why?
I do this only at the earnest recommendation of Mr. Easterly, the Abbey trustee. He insists that I close the Blandford bell tower. Remove the bells.
Do you mean silence them forever, your lordship?
Yes, that's exactly what I mean.
Rather sudden decision, I must say.
True, Mr. Holmes, true. But these tragedies, they've been too much. We've just been forced to rope off the grounds to keep the morbidly curious at their distance. The bell tower's become a house of murder. Death. What is it, Mr. Holmes? What are you staring at?
Watson, allow me the use of your pocket handkerchief.
Of course, Holmes.
Lord Blandford seems to have a red smudge on his left shoulder. Came off quite easily.
Oh, really, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, forgive the interruption, your lordship. That smudge was a jarring note in an otherwise fastidious appearance. Pray proceed. You said you were going to...
But... Great heavens.
Holmes, listen. The bells.
Yes, Watson. It seems that the tower has a new bell ringer after all.
Oh, I don't understand it. Who could be ringing those bells?
Suppose we hurry to the bell tower and see for ourselves, your lordship.
Here we are, Holmes.
Yes, Watson, we'll be inside the tower in a moment.
Well, I don't understand it, Mr. Holmes. I don't understand it. Who could be ringing those bells?
We shall see the moment we walk through this door. Whoever it is, it's obviously a professional.
Why, it's Mudge. Oliver Mudge.
Interesting, Lord Blandford. Steady. The original bell ringer comes back to roost.
Mudge! Mudge! Let those bells alone, do you hear?
No! No! You'll not drive me away this time, your lordship. You'll not drive me away from my children. I heard you were going to take them down from the tower, but I'll not let you do it. Will I, my children?
Mudge, I order you to drop those bell ropes.
Oh, my babies, open your bronze mouths. Ring, sing, crying to the countryside. They'll never take you away from me, will they now? Higher and higher, my golden beauties. Tell them you'll stay. Tell them you'll never leave this tower.
Mudge, look out! Holmes! The center bell! The big one is falling!
Mudge. Mudge. Mr. Holmes, is he...
Dead? Yes, your lordship, he is indeed. That heavy bell hurtling downward hit Mudge a solid blow, killed him instantly.
What the deuce is going on? This is the third time a man has been struck down in this tower. Holmes, where are you going?
Up into the belfry, Watson. And this time I hope to find some very pertinent answers to this hideous riddle.
Holmes! I say up there, Holmes!
Yes, Watson.
Found anything up there in the belfry?
I have indeed, Watson. First of all, the fiend responsible for these monstrous crimes used a hacksaw on the metal support of the big center bell. Sawed it almost completely through.
Anything else up there, Mr. Holmes?
Yes. Yes, indeed, Lord Blandford.
What is it?
The murderer left his footprints in the dust of the belfry. And in doing so, your lordship, I might add, he left his death warrant. Watson.
Yes, Holmes?
We'll return to the belfry here tomorrow morning with the proper apparatus to take casts of these footprints. After that, I'm willing to wager that the villain will be apprehended and the case closed.
Well, Holmes, where the deuce have you been all evening? You've been gone from the inn since late this afternoon.
I've been making the rounds of every pub in Beachy Head, Watson.
Every pub. In the name of heaven, Holmes, why?
Not to quaff the native ale, I assure you, Watson, but rather to disseminate gossip and spread news. By this time, my dear fellow, there's not a man, woman, or child who does not know those footprints in the Tower belfry.
Yeah, but dash it, Holmes, you warned the criminal that we're going to take casts of his footprints tomorrow.
Precisely, Watson. And that's why you and I are going to visit Blandford Bell Tower tonight.
Holmes...
I mean, the fiend of the bell tower will be there tonight to wipe away the evidence before we get there in the morning. But we shall steal a march on him, my dear fellow. We shall be waiting there in the dark of the night to meet him.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock, Holmes.
It is indeed, Watson.
My friend hasn't appeared as yet. I must say, Holmes, I'm getting juiced tired lying prone on this belfry floor. If you had some idea who this fellow is...
I have, Watson. His identity is quite obvious. So, too, is his method of exit and entrance into this tower. And so is his motive for these hideous crimes.
Well, then, dash it, Holmes, why don't you tell me?
Shh, Watson, quiet.
Holmes.
Our friend has arrived, Watson. You have your revolver ready?
Yes, Holmes, I have.
He'll be climbing the ladder up here to the belfry in a moment.
Here he comes up the ladder.
Yes, Watson. Shrink back against the wall.
Yes.
Stand where you are, Lord Blandford.
What? By Jove, Blandford!
Don't move, your lordship. Dr. Watson has a revolver pointed at you, and I assure you he'll use it if necessary.
I see. Then you know that I...
Yes, Lord Blandford, I knew some time ago.
But how? How? I thought I'd...
The ego of the criminal mind, your lordship. Your crimes were far from perfect to a careful analyst. First of all, you were careless enough to leave grains of sand on the floor. Moist sand. That sand could not have come from the ground, since they consisted entirely of lawn and flagstone walks.
Yes, but Holmes, I don't understand.
Elementary, my dear Watson, elementary. Moist sand meant sand from underground. We did not see his lordship come out of the doorway, you recall. Therefore, he must have left the tower from within, through some sort of tunnel dug underground. And I believe there is a tunnel leading into this tower from the mausoleum. Is there not, Lord Blandford? You hid in your ancestors' mausoleum, came in through the tunnel, hanged those unfortunate bell ringers, and returned to the mausoleum.
How did you know I was in the mausoleum?
The tomb is of soft red sandstone, and you had a red smudge on your shoulder, which I wiped off on Dr. Watson's handkerchief here. That smudge also proved to be sandstone.
Lord Blandford, why did you commit these horrible hangings?
Money, Dr. Watson. I needed money.
Yes, so I ascertained at the bank and by talking to various tradesmen here in the village, your lordship. You were heavily in debt through some unfortunate stock transactions, and you needed to recoup.
Oh, the bells. That was the answer, do you hear? The bells. If I could get them out of the tower, they'd be mine. I could sell them for thousands of pounds.
But you couldn't dismantle the bells without facing an aroused citizenry, could you, Lord Blandford? You knew the South Downs folk would never let you tear down that tower, so dear to them by tradition.
Yes, that's correct.
So you fell upon this fiendish scheme to make the tower a death trap, and thus have a legitimate excuse to dismantle the Blandford bells.
Oh, yes. I counted upon the notoriety.
Watson.
Yes, Holmes?
Go to the village and get a constable. I'll wait here with Lord Blandford. And I promise him all the notoriety he wants. In every newspaper in England.
Dr. Watson, that certainly was an exciting adventure.
Yes, Mr. Harris. I might add here that Holmes was true to his promise. Lord Blandford's photograph appeared in every newspaper in Britain, and he was speedily sentenced and sent to the gallows.
And the Blandford bells, Doctor?
As far as I know, Mr. Harris, they are still ringing out the curfew at Beachy Head to this very day.
I see. Well, what about next week's adventure, Dr. Watson?
Well, next week, I shall relate to you the case of the well-advertised murder. It concerns a woman's desperate fight to keep from becoming a homicidal maniac.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Lockridge. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelman. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Case of the Well-Advertised Murder. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Stay with us for Behind the Front Page with Gabriel Heater, which follows in a moment.
From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Elusive Agent, Part 3, the concluding episode.
Well, Mr. Holmes, before long, Gustav will kill Dr. Watson if you do not talk.
Peter, I warn you if anything happens to Watson.
But it will. You do not know Gustav, a man with the smoothness of silk, but hard as stone beneath. You only can save Dr. Watson.
I am quite aware of my dilemma. But what you and Gustav have failed to observe is that...
Get back, you British swine. I'll kill you here and now.
Now, I'd like my listeners to see if they can make a correct deduction like Sherlock Holmes. I'll set the scene for you. An alert, well-dressed young man is counting out some money. He says 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. That's right, 45. Now, what is this young man doing? Well, I'll tell you, because you'd hardly believe the evidence of your own eyes. He was paying only $45 for that excellent new Clippercraft suit. That's right, only $45 for a nationally famous Clippercraft suit of carefully selected, tested worsted, of exceptionally fine tailoring, with the distinctive styling that sets Clippercraft suits apart from any suits ordinarily sold at anywhere near this price. How can they do it? And I'll tell you that. More than 1,200 independent merchants have pooled their tremendous buying power to make those low prices possible for Clippercraft. So compare Clippercraft clothes with clothes costing many dollars more, and you'll agree that never before has there been such value in fabrics, such value in styling, such value in workmanship. In short, you get America's greatest clothing value when you buy Clippercraft clothes. Dr. Watson, last week, in relating the adventure of the elusive agent, you arrived in Berlin and finally reached the house of Emil Marco. The phantom German secret agent you'd been pursuing over half a continent.
Yes, Mr. Harris, but unfortunately we found ourselves in enemy hands. Shall I recall the circumstances for our audience?
By all means, Dr. Watson.
As you know, it was the year 1913, a year when Germany and Britain were striving for mastery, a year when ominous war clouds were already gathering. Holmes's brother, Sir Mycroft, who was head of British intelligence, had called us in to recover some plans for the new and top-secret British tech which German intelligence had stolen. Well, after a series of desperate circumstances, Holmes and I managed to obtain half of the plans, of which only one copy existed. Without the other half, the entire set was useless. You may recall, Mr. Harris, we pursued Marco to Paris, and there we almost lost our lives in a bomb explosion. Our luggage was rifled, and German agents managed to steal the half of the plans that we carried. But they were only clever imitations. Then we picked up Emil Marco's trail to Berlin.
And what finally happened in Berlin, Dr. Watson?
Well, a British secret agent, posing as a news vendor, a man named Collins, directed us to Marco's home. There, we were trapped by Marco's henchman Gustav and a brute of a man named Peter. Peter had seized Holmes, as Gustav said.
Mr. Holmes, I once said we never kill our opponents in an ordinary manner. We torture them to death. I want to know the truth about the papers, Holmes. But perhaps it will require a bit of persuasion. Go on, Peter.
Yeah, Gustav, I will make Holmes answer.
That's it, Peter. Go on, persuade him.
Surely, Gustav, you must know I wouldn't be carrying our half of the genuine plans. They are, of course, somewhere in England, safely in the custody of the Admiralty, where you will never lay hands on them.
We thought of that, Holmes. It is possible you're telling the truth. But there is another possibility, too. Are you as patriotic as you seem, Mr. Holmes? You are not an official employee of the British government. I believe you may not be cooperating with England either, but playing this game alone, trying to collect both halves of the real plan yourself.
Fantastic nonsense.
It would be so profitable for you to have both halves and sell them to the highest bidder. Isn't that what you're attempting, Holmes?
I repeat, the idea is absurd.
Answer me. Help him to answer me, Peter.
Yeah.
If you have deceived the British, I will be glad to work with you, Holmes, but you must tell me the truth. Tell me exactly what you're doing.
I must say the weather here in Berlin is rather chilly for this time of year.
You won't keep this up for long, Holmes. Again, Peter.
Holmes, good Lord,
Come, Watson, don't look so agitated. I have no doubt I shall survive the efforts of this butcher. One has only to make the brain the master of the body, to concentrate, to divorce it from its physical functions. A trick I learned in the East, Watson.
Speak, you swine, speak! Don't have better, Gustav. This man Holmes is iron. He will not speak.
All right. Release him, Peter. So, you still won't disclose the truth, Holmes?
I was remarking to Watson here that your climate in Berlin is usually much warmer at this time.
I've had enough of your stupid English humor, Mr. Holmes. I have a better idea.
Really?
Dr. Watson and I are going on a little trip together to my private retreat. You, Peter, will stay here and guard Mr. Holmes.
Oh, sounds like some new deviltry, eh, Holmes?
Just what is this proposition, Gustav?
Very simple indeed. I shall be in touch with Peter here by telephone. If, Mr. Holmes, you do not disclose the truth about the plans in 24 hours, my hostage and your friend, Dr. Watson, will die.
Newspaper, Fräulein? Afternoon newspaper?
No, go away. I do not want any newspaper.
But you will find it interesting to read for your lunch hour. The Kaiser has told the British...
Go away. Stop following me. And if you persist, I shall call the police.
Step into this alley here, quick.
What do you want?
Collins, R52 British Intelligence. The fleet rides high at Scapa Flow. Quick, identify and give me the counterpass.
Greta Brunner, telephone employee, Berlin Central Exchange G19. Counterpass, the Dahlias, Grow High in Devonshire.
Good. Move back further into the alley.
Yes.
Here, where you can't be seen.
Yes.
Now listen. A friend of ours has been spirited from a house at 27 Ludwigstrasse. Another friend is being held there, also under custody. Telephone has been installed at the house.
Yes, go on.
It's possible that a call will come to the house from the German agent who has left it. Can you tap that call and find out where it came from?
Yes, I think so. Another girl works the switchboard on that line,
See
but
that she becomes ill and has to go home. You know how?
Yes.
If the call comes through, get in touch with me at once. I'll be waiting at this number.
Your number, please.
Lützow 8834.
Lützow 8834. Danke sehr.
Yeah, who is this?
Peter, this is Gustav. Has Holmes weakened yet?
No, the swine will not talk.
I see. Tell him that I am cutting the time to 12 hours. I will continue to hold his friend here at the Schloss until then. After that, it will be all over.
Well, Mr. Holmes, before long, Gustav will kill Dr. Watson if you do not talk.
I'm quite aware of my dilemma. I'm also aware that if I gave your superior the information which I...
Open up! Open the door!
Who is that?
Who do you think, you fool? I couldn't wait. I've done away with Watson. Now we'll give the same treatment to Holmes. Open the door.
Yeah, Gustav. One moment. I was just trying again to get Holmes to talk and...
Thank you, Collins. I must compliment you on your faculty for appearing in the right place at the right moment.
Thank you, sir. I think I've located Dr. Watson with the cooperation of one of our agents at the Berlin Telephone Exchange.
Capital, man, capital. Where is he?
He's being held in a deserted castle at Spandau, sir. It belongs to the man Gustav's ancestral family.
Excellent. Collins.
Yes, sir?
You're not above taking a dangerous risk?
Danger is my vocation, sir.
Good fellow. First, you'll dress in dead Peter's clothes here, his cap, overcoat, everything. They'll fit you a trifle loosely, perhaps, but well enough. In short, you will impersonate Gustav's dead henchman. Understand, Collins?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Then I take it we're going to Spandau?
With all possible haste. Time is already running short, and the life of my good friend, Dr. Watson, hangs in the balance.
Before you buy that new spring suit, just remember this. When you get a new spring Clippercraft worsted suit for only $45, an all-wool covert cloth topcoat for $40, or an all-wool Clippercraft gabardine topcoat for $42.50, you're getting the most for your money. Clippercraft clothes take their name from the famous Clipper ships that established honest New England quality everywhere in the world. Yet they're as modern as the Clipper planes that fly around the world today. Yes, you can trust Clippercraft clothes and the men who sell them. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker's Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abram and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shops, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Well, Dr. Watson, Mr. Holmes and Collins, the British agent, were off to rescue you at the castle in Spandau, where Gustav held you as his prisoner.
Yes, Mr. Harris, the castle in Spandau was a huge deserted spot. In the dead of night, Holmes stood with Collins before the entrance.
Look, Mr. Holmes. Vultures flying over the castle.
Instinct, Collins. They expect a human death.
Could Gustav have killed Watson? Are we too late?
Perhaps. Now, you will walk to the main gate.
Yes.
In your disguise as Peter, you'll ring. You'll keep Gustav occupied at the front door.
I understand.
If Gustav becomes at all suspicious, shoot to kill.
I shall.
I will dash to the rear of the castle. I'll prowl about till I find the room where Watson's being held captive and free him. Then we shall attack Gustav while he's talking to you.
Excellent.
Good luck.
Who's there? Will you come back, Gustav? Answer me.
Watson. It's Holmes.
Holmes, by Jove.
How did you get in here?
There'll be time later to explain. Come along. Collins of Intelligence is downstairs in this castle chatting with Gustave.
Yes, I see.
All right, now take this revolver. We shall steal downstairs. Surprise Gustave. This way. To the stairs. As cautiously as you can.
Right. What on earth has happened?
Something's gone wrong with Collins, terribly wrong. Hurry, Watson, run down these stairs.
Wait, look. Staggering up these stairs toward us. It's Gustave. His face is covered with blood.
Yes, he discovered Collins was disguised. They exchanged shots.
Well, Gustave's been hit 2 or 3 times. You see? He's holding his side there. Blood from his chest, too. He's grasped the railing.
Holmes! Dr. Watson! Where one German falls, many more will rise. We will yet have the plans. You seem successful now, but any victory over us is an illusion.
Well, he's falling down the stairs.
Just let him fall to the death he so eminently deserves, Watson. But where is our own agent? Where's Collins? This way, toward the front of the building, where he and Gustave shut it out.
There he is, lying on the floor there. Is he dead?
Yes, Watson.
Poor devil.
Shot through the head. Thank heaven the first bullet from Gustave's revolver ended it for him. He didn't suffer. I shall inform my brother Mycroft at Whitehall that Agent Collins died valiantly in the performance of his assigned duty.
Where to now, Holmes? We've still not found Germany's half of the plans for the new tank. We've still not found the master spy, Emil Marker.
The answer to those crucial questions, Watson, lies in London.
Yes, but we left London days and days ago. We fought our way here to Berlin to find Marco and retrieve the papers.
Nevertheless, the answer is in London. We must get out of Germany.
How? We're surrounded.
We shall board the very next train from Berlin to the French border and meet whatever awaits us.
Well, so far we're doing well, Holmes. We've caught the train. We're on our way to the French border.
If we can remain alive to reach it, Watson.
Dashed, why are we returning to London, Holmes? The conductor.
Tickets, please.
Oh, here you are, sir.
Thank you, Mynheer.
I presume they're in order?
So they are, Mynheer. Just one more item have I to tend to, and...
I don't think you will, sir. Use the button on your revolver, Watson. Strike him down.
Yes.
Oh. Good work.
Why did you seize him, Holmes? He's hardly reached for his ticket punch when you pounced upon him.
The bulge in his coat pocket. I realized it might be a revolver, as indeed it is. No, he's another of Marco's endless supply of killers. He was assigned to murder us here.
Well, we can't leave him here. There'll be an inquiry.
Oh, yes, we can leave him. You see, we're leaving this train.
At the first stop?
No, immediately. There may be other German agents aboard, but there are just 2 of us. We can't take the risk. My intention, you see, Watson, was to do just this even before the conductor arrived. We boarded the train ostentatiously, so they'd make plans for us all along the route. Now, we shall spring the trap. Come, to the corridor. Open that door, Watson.
Holmes, we can't leave off the train at this speed.
It's our only chance. We shall wait for a run of what is apparently soft earth. Now relax as you go, Watson. Arms and legs loose. Try to roll over easily as you strike the earth. You ready?
Yes, ready.
After me, Watson. Jump!
It's wonderful to be back on the streets of London, eh, Holmes?
Yes, quite.
But why have we run here to Soho? We haven't even reported to Whitehall.
Because, Watson, we must visit the shop where this gigantic and gruesome trip began. The shop of Grimsby, the tobacconist.
Grimsby shop? But why?
Because we've journeyed to foreign cities, eluded death, and fought the greatest spiring of our day, all because of a few sentences spoken by the shy, friendly tobacconist here in this shop. Shall we speak to him just once more?
Back in London, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson?
Yes, Grimsby.
Wasn't Mr. Emil Marco at his hotel here in London? I described him to you. Tall, thin, and a nervous habit of twitching his mouth.
Yes, you did describe him, Grimsby. But he was not at the hotel in London, nor was he in Paris, nor was he in any of the dark and bloody corners of the continent where we sought him. You know why, sir?
I can't imagine.
Because there isn't an Emile Marco. There never was an Emile Marco. This master of the German spy net that Watson and I and all of British intelligence have been pursuing is an illusion. Created by you, Grimsby.
Holmes, I can't believe it.
When Watson and I first visited your shop, Grimsby, I asked about your client, because I detected the odor of a rare tobacco in the room where we found a dead agent. I wanted the man who smoked that tobacco. He was the chief. He had the missing half of Britain's plans. You are that man, Grimsby. You didn't expect us, did you? You're smoking that brand of tobacco at this very moment.
So I am. Yes, I'd hoped in creating Marco to attract you to Germany. I could learn the truth from you there. Then I could dispense with you.
Very advisable. You could operate with ease in Germany rather than here in Britain.
I simply informed my associate to pass the lie along, drawing you to Berlin with the phantom Marco as a magnet. I cannot wait to bargain with you for your half of the plans. I shall just destroy my half, reducing both my opponents to an equal status again. Your half being worthless, without mine. I shall burn my half. It's here, in my pocket. Britain will never have the weapon it seeks. Here, set a match to these papers I hold in my hand. Go on, Dr. Watson, or I shall blow your head off with this revolver.
I can't do it, Holmes.
Do as he says, Watson. He'll kill you.
Very well.
Thank you. Now I must leave. Lock this door from the outside. Do not attempt to shout or leave until I have disappeared down the street, or I will shoot. Auf Wiedersehen, gentlemen.
He's gone, Holmes. Vanished into the crowd. The plans, they're burned to a crisp.
Quickly, Watson, pick up that chair. Don't lose time trying to force the lock on that door. Smash the glass with that chair.
Right you are.
Now a cab, Watson. Grimsby will try to leave London instantly. A cab to Waterloo Station.
Why should Grimsby be here at Waterloo Station, Holmes?
Because he realizes Whitehall would turn London topsy-turvy to find him. He must return to Germany. All aeroplanes in this area are in British hands. He must travel by boat train to the Channel, and this is where he'd board the next train. The revolver handy?
Yes.
There he is, by that gate.
All right, I'll stop. Stand where you are, Grimsby.
Holmes. Dr. Watson.
I'm afraid we have the upper hand now, sir. Now, before we turn you over to the authorities, where are your half of the plans?
You saw me destroy them. I burnt them before your own eyes at the shop.
Oh, no, Grimsby. You played card after card by which we have been deluded. But I say you still have the missing half of the plans for Britain's new weapon on your person. This last ruse of yours is quite transparent. And you burnt an ordinary piece of paper.
Did I?
I'll search him, Holmes. All right, put up your hands, Grimsby.
Oh, he wouldn't carry the papers openly in his pockets, Watson, nor in his wallet. He would conceal them in a spot where no one might think to look. Except, of course, your humble servant.
I'll find them.
The search isn't necessary, Watson. One must always analyze a personality in its own milieu. Within itself, it contains the answer to its mysteries. Now, where would a tobacconist be likely to conceal a few small papers? Why, beneath the tobacco in his tin.
Let's have a look at that tin. Yeah, I'll open it. It's filled with tobacco.
And beneath the very same rare tobacco which first launched us on this great adventure, Watson?
The plans, Holmes. The plans!
Well, Dr. Watson, the adventure of the elusive agent was really one of the most exciting adventures you and Mr. Holmes have ever had, and a crucial point in the history of World War I, may I add.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Harris. As you know, the British did succeed in keeping their plans for the tank a secret. It proved to be a very decisive weapon.
Well, where was Mr. Holmes' half of the plans, Doctor?
In a vault at Whitehall, Mr. Harris, under special guard of the Royal Navy.
Well, Dr. Watson, these past 3 weeks have been very exciting and memorable ones.
Yes, but do you think, Mr. Harris, our audience is in favor of these longer stories? You see, some of our more colorful stories are too long to compress into one short program.
Well, then, Dr. Watson, a letter or a postcard from our listeners will give us the answer. Just address Clippercraft in care of the station to which they are listening and tell us what they think. I presume, Dr. Watson, that your next memoir is just as gripping as this one.
Well, next week, Mr. Harris, I shall relate a story about Holmes and myself that I have called The Mad Miners of Cardiff. It occurred in Wales at an abandoned coal mine. It concerned a miner's jacket, a murder committed in the darkest depths of the earth, and a spectacle so awful it drove human beings out of their minds.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Loughrane. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelvin. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich and Howard Merrill, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be a friendly neighbor and buy your Easter seals to provide proper medical care, healthful recreation, and special vocational training for crippled children. Every Easter seal you buy helps a crippled child to meet the challenge of a handicap. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Mad Miners of Cardiff. And this is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Seven o'clock by Longines, the world's most honored watch. Product of the Longines Whitnor Watch Company.
From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's adventure, The Fabulous Windmill.
We've dug terribly deep into the earth, Holmes. Are you sure there might be something buried here?
I've no doubt, my dear Watson.
Oh, this is fantastic. Here in the black of night, digging for... Wait, the shovel. I feel something.
Quickly, then.
I'll shovel this earth away. Wait, a human face. There's a body here. I'll just push the earth aside.
Yes, body is horribly bruised, lacerated. Spine snapped in two.
Who could have done this, Holmes?
The answer lies just before you, Watson. Inside that abandoned windmill. The insane killer awaits us just inside this mill. Shall we step in to see him? Here's the door.
So, Dr. Watson, this time we find you resting in your study.
Yes, Mr. Harris, but I'm fully prepared to report another of my incredible adventures with Holmes.
And which shall it be tonight, Dr. Watson?
I've given it the title of The Fabulous Windmill. It concerns a crime that only the most diabolical brain could conceive. A technique for homicide that would chill the bones of the calmest soul on earth.
Wonderful, Dr. Watson.
I shall do my part, but first you must do yours. You must give us a word of your very wise advice about Clippercraft clothes.
A really pleasant surprise is in store for you at the friendly independent store in your community that sells Clippercraft clothes. It's a suit that's so beautifully tailored, of such superb fabrics, that you're likely to say, now, there's a suit I wish I could afford. And then you'll glance at its price, and will you be surprised? Only $40 and $45. How is this possible? Well, more than 1,200 of this country's finest independent stores have concentrated their immense purchasing power to really give your hard-pressed dollars a break. No wonder Clippercraft can give you the extra long wear of rich, full-bodied worsted suits at only $45. Ask to see them at the fine independent store in your community whose clothes bear the Clippercraft label. Also, look over the collection of overcoats and topcoats shown, too. You're certain to agree there just are no values that outshine Clippercraft's. Compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, may we have a look into the fabulous windmill?
The windmill was on the Isle of Walcheren, in the Dutch province of Zeeland. It was just behind the huge sea dikes. The windmill stood silhouetted against the moon, while just beyond the earthen ridges of the dikes, the sea lashed at the coast furiously. A man wrapped in an oilskin and wearing gigantic boots was pounding at the door of the windmill.
Yes? What can I do for you?
I am the dike inspector. My name is Van Ness.
What do you wish, Inspector?
I want to talk to you. It's very important.
You can tell me here. You don't have to come in. What's on your mind?
This windmill is supposed to be abandoned.
It is. I just stopped by for a moment.
Did you?
Yes, I was thinking of purchasing the mill, of restoring it to an active basis.
I see.
This is the first opportunity I've had to look at the mill. I'm leaving in a moment. I shall return tomorrow in the daylight for a clearer view.
Have you finished lying?
What do you mean, Inspector?
I will tell you the truth. The arms of the windmill are stationary. The mill does not show any lights. Everyone in the neighborhood has believed the mill is useless, deserted. So it is, during the day. Shall I continue?
By all means, go on. Do go on.
One night on my patrol, I came here to the window. I looked. I listened. You are using this mill for some kind of criminal business. People come here to see you. You give them papers, money. They are strange. They sneak in. They sneak out. They carry weapons.
I'm terribly sorry I was so rude when you first knocked. Do come in, Inspector. I have an office upstairs. Perhaps we can discuss your discovery up there.
All right. Let us go upstairs.
Yours must be a pleasant task, Inspector.
In the spring, yes, but in the winter, no.
I should imagine the position is not very lucrative, Inspector.
Not very.
Then you might be interested in a few guilders to, shall we say, supplement your weekly pittance.
I might be.
I would be grateful if you would forget about this particular windmill. I have a few guilders in a chest at the top of this stairway. I'd be delighted to give them to you.
How much?
Here we are. Chest is over there. Say 1,000 guilders? Satisfactory?
No.
How much, then?
5,000.
You've elaborate notions, Inspector.
5,000. Not 1 guilder less.
I wouldn't be difficult if I were you.
You cannot frighten me. I drive the bargain. I have only to report you to the police. I said 5,000 guilders.
You're a stupid, meddling idiot. It would not be worth 1 guilder to buy your silence. I haven't any way of knowing that you would not betray me after you'd collected the money. Get out.
You will not pay my price?
I will pay nothing.
I shall go to the police.
Go on. Police headquarters is less than a mile away.
You do not want to reconsider?
No. Good night, Inspector.
Good night.
I must apologize for not accompanying you downstairs again. I'm rather busy.
You do not have to be polite.
Charming, these long, winding stairways in your Dutch windmills. Most picturesque. Convenient, too.
Convenient?
Yes. If I should want to do away with someone, for instance,
If what?
all that's necessary is for me to push them! Ah!
My name is DeWitt, Mr. Holmes, Cornelius DeWitt.
Be seated, sir. This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
Dr. Watson?
May I ask, Mr. DeWitt, what brings you here to Baker Street?
I am the chief of police on the island of Walcheren, Mr. Holmes. It's on the western shore of the Netherlands.
Ah, the Netherlands. Mr. DeWitt, in addition to your police duties, you have a domineering wife, and you were once employed by a railway.
Well, your reputation, Mr. Holmes, is evidently well deserved.
Holmes, how do you know these intimate details about Mr. DeWitt?
Because he's making a desperate effort with his hand to conceal his cravat, which obviously embarrasses him. Because if it's garishness, it's clear that he must possess a domineering mate who has forced him to sport the article of apparel, although he disapproves of it. Correct, sir?
Absolutely, Mr. Holmes.
As for your railway background, you take an extraordinarily long step for a man of your stature, a characteristic of railway employees who've spent many years walking over ties. However, I assume you haven't come to Baker Street to discuss yourself. You have a case, I should say.
A very difficult case, Mr. Holmes. That is why I've come to you. We had a dike inspector named Van Ness. He's vanished.
Really? When? Under what circumstances?
He left on his usual tour of duty one afternoon. He patrolled a few miles of the shore. He was never seen again.
Did anyone along his customary route see him that day?
No one.
Have you examined the patterns of his private life?
Oh, very carefully.
But Mr. DeWitt, it yielded nothing?
Nothing. He was happily married. He had no offspring. He owed a few small debts. That is about all.
Well, couldn't he have fallen into the sea by accident?
Oh, I hardly think so, Dr. Watson. Van Ness was a thoroughly experienced hand at strolling along the dike road. I cannot help feeling he met a band of thieves or murderers. Would you come to Walcheren, Mr. Holmes, and help us find the poor chap?
Most certainly, Mr. DeWitt. The disappearance of Inspector Van Ness has a pungent, irresistible odor of deep intrigue.
By Jove, Holmes, I've never seen as foul a night as this. It's no wonder the Dutch are hardy folk. What with the way the sea roars at them, constantly threatening their lives.
Wrap your greatcoat well about you, Watson.
Yeah.
We must examine the entire length of the road along this dike, the route of the missing inspector.
I did think you were a bit undiplomatic in rejecting Mr. DeWitt's offer to accompany us.
But he would be an encumbrance when we are stalking our prey. I spoke to him privately and requested that he keep his distance.
But the police would over this area, Holmes. I don't see why we...
Ah! Evidently, our missing Inspector Van Ness reached this far on the road.
How'd you know?
Because of a piece of rope.
Where?
That road sign. Clearly, it was shaken loose by the force of the wind. A hasty improvisation was devised. The sign is now held to that wooden post by a piece of rope.
Yes, but
The Dutch are an orderly nation, Watson. This would have been repaired had the damage occurred more than a few days ago. I should say the inspector found the sign upon the ground and repaired it, temporarily, in this fashion. Therefore, on the day of his disappearance, he must have progressed this far.
Oh, shouldn't we continue our search tomorrow in broad daylight?
Definitely not, Watson. Light the lantern you brought along. Whatever evil force caused the downfall of the dike inspector is still at large. It must be stopped before it strikes again.
Oh, really, Holmes, we've walked quite a distance, you know. We've poked about in a dozen barns and windmills. I say let's repair to the nearest tavern. A crackling fire, some brandy, rest.
I won't hear of it, Watson. Hello, hear that?
What?
Listen.
What the dickens could that be?
It originates to our left, perhaps from that windmill. Come off the dike and across this meadow.
Must you dash so quickly, Holmes?
Yes, it does come from that windmill. Let's have a closer look.
It looks abandoned to me. The windows are boarded up. The arms don't move. The wood on the sides is rotting away.
There's the cause of the sound we heard. The door to the mill. It's open. It's swinging back and forth in this wind.
Shall we have a look inside?
Not just yet. It's conceivable that we've more to learn by examining the surroundings. The lantern, Watson. Turn it about.
Yeah, very well. See the mill better now?
Yes. No distinctive markings. To the right, Watson, so the beam falls to the right. Grass has grown over the pathway leading to the mill.
Of course it has. The mill's abandoned, Holmes. That's definite.
One moment.
What is it?
The earth. You see?
The earth?
Step over here. Notice that earth, Watson. What do you see?
Well, sort of a patch of earth that looks much lighter than the rest of the earth.
There can be only one reason for that, my dear Watson. The earth's been freshly turned. There's less organic matter in subsoil. Notice how much more tightly packed the earth is all around that patch. Someone's been digging in the spot.
To conceal something, eh?
We shall soon know. Look about you. These farmers often leave a shovel or two lying by the mill.
All right. There's none here, Holmes.
Try closer to the mill.
Yes, I found one.
Excellent. Now we shall dig for whatever secret lies deep below the seemingly innocent grass.
We've dug terribly deep, Holmes. Are you sure there might be something here?
I've no doubt.
This is a fantastic project. Here in the black of night, digging into the... Wait, the shovel. I feel something.
Quickly, then.
I'll just shovel this earth away. It feels soft. There we are. It's a human face. There's a body here.
Yes. From the description provided us by Mr. DeWitt, I should say it's the body of the missing inspector.
I'll push the earth away. Get it off of him.
Body is bruised, lacerated.
Yes.
Spine snapped in two.
Yes, monstrous death. Well, you found Van Ness, Holmes. As for who did away with him and buried his body...
The answer to that question lies just before you, Watson.
Inside the abandoned windmill?
Quite.
You going in there now?
Immediately.
Or shouldn't we summon the authorities?
That is not necessary.
Yes, but Holmes, there's probably a homicidal maniac somewhere in that awful mill. Only a fiendish mind could have caused such a death.
Yes, and we've a rendezvous with that mind. Shall we step inside? Here's the door.
Well, Dr. Watson, I'm curious to know what will become of Mr. Holmes when he steps inside of the fabulous windmill.
It was unbelievable, Mr. Harris. I've a most gripping revelation for you. But right now, you've an interesting, vital message, too, I don't doubt, about Clippercraft clothes.
Pay a visit to your Clippercraft dealer tomorrow. You'll find much to amaze you in the new selection of Clippercraft. Expensive-looking fabrics that are as long-wearing as they are smart. Tailoring, you can tell, was done by experts, and really smooth, comfortable fit. Clippercraft suits have the exclusive look of high-priced garments, yet you can own one at just a thrifty $40 or $45. The Clippercraft plan makes all of this possible. It concentrates the huge buying power of more than 1,200 of America's finest stores from coast to coast and border to border. It keeps Clippercraft's factories on a full-time basis throughout the year. Naturally, there are generous savings in manufacturing and distribution, savings that are passed on to the millions who wear Clippercraft. That's why clothing experts agree Clippercraft suits are the last word in value. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, and overcoats. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Well, Dr. Watson, I'm impatient to learn what you discovered inside the windmill.
Well, Mr. Harris, Holmes and I left the body of Inspector Van Ness. And in the dead of night, with just a flickering lantern to guide us, we cautiously opened the door of the deserted mill. What do you see in there, Holmes?
A table, a few chairs, millstones. Come in, Watson. Close the door.
Think there's anyone upstairs?
It's likely.
The killer?
Yes.
Look, there's a cabinet.
I'll open it. Papers.
The passports. Blank passports.
Yes. As I thought, false passports, Watson.
False?
Yes. This is not the watermark of the official papers used for this purpose.
Look there, Holmes. Money.
Counterfeit, I should say. Let's see. Yes, note the finer lines on a pound note. The genuine are broken lines. These are actually minute dashes.
What the devil is a map of India? This seems to be a list of hotels in the United States. I must admit I'm utterly baffled, Holmes. I suppose it makes sense to you, of course.
Certainly.
This leather book, names and addresses in it. Leopold Munkatzi, Zurich. Florence MacDonough, Glasgow. What is all this?
These seemingly peculiar items, Watson, possess one characteristic in common. Travel. And what sort of travel? Illicit. Travel by fraudulent passports, by worthless currency. The travel of criminals. What we have here is a magnificent display of criminal talent. It requires considerable ingenuity to create these items so beautifully. The creator, I should say, awaits us at the top of the stairs. So let us mount them.
Do you know who it is?
Only one mind has the fertility to conceive of the plan that I believe this is, and the finesse to execute it. It's the mind of the one man whose intellectual prowess I respect. It's the mind of Professor Moriarty.
Moriarty? It's after him.
No. We shall steal up quietly lest we disturb him.
Yes, right you are. What are you pulling that rope for?
I'm moving a pawn, Watson, in my endless game vis-a-vis Moriarty. Shall we go up?
Yes, indeed. This confounded wooden stairway, it creaks so. Hey, hear a conversation, Holmes?
Yes, do not proceed to the top of the stairs. Stop approximately 3/4 of the way up. We can eavesdrop.
Yes, capital. Here we are.
And how did you reach Holland, Ilona?
I was in Budapest, Professor Moriarty. It was a macabre journey. After the funeral, when we buried my dear departed husband, I rode off in the usual black draped carriage. But my driver did not return to my home. Instead, we dashed for the border. The police were unpleasantly close to learning how my husband had died. Yes. I then made my way by rail, on foot, by hiding in wagons to Bratislava, to Vienna, then northward across Germany to Dortmund, and so into the Netherlands.
My dear Ilona, the police of the entire continent have been notified by telegraph that you're wanted for the murder of your husband.
Amazing, isn't it, Holmes? Silence, Watson.
That is why I've come, Professor. You must help me.
Certainly. Of course, before we may continue, there is the matter of reimbursement for my services.
I have brought money.
My fee will be £5,000.
What? £5,000?
A trifling sum for what I shall do, Ilona. I shall present you with £20,000 in counterfeit notes, splendidly camouflaged. I have a passport for you to Argentina, and steamer tickets reserved under an assumed name.
But £5,000
If
is impossible.
my fee is unacceptable, you'll leave me without an alternative. I shall have to notify the police that you're here.
Oh, no. No, I do not want you to do that, Professor. It is just that it is so much money. Could we not settle my debt to you on some other basis?
Come, £5,000, and be quick about it.
Oh, very well. Here you are.
Thank you. Now, everything that you require is in this envelope, including your instructions and an address in Buenos Aires, where associates of mine will accommodate you. You'd better leave now. Your ship sails in the morning.
She'll be coming down these stairs, Holmes. She'll see us.
I realize that, Watson.
Good night, Professor Moriarty. I shan't thank you. You've been more than compensated.
Good night, Ilona. Bon voyage.
Thank you.
Oh, on your way downstairs,
Yes?
you might send up Mr. Sherlock Holmes, who's waiting just below.
What?
Yes, Moriarty, I did step into your trap.
The door I deliberately left flapping in the wind to attract your attention, Holmes, and draw you into the mill. I thought you'd find it magnetizing.
Who are these two?
Ilona, my dear, this is the celebrated detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Detective?
No, never fear, never fear. As long as I have this gun, Mr. Holmes will not be a problem. His companion is Dr. John Watson.
What are you up to, Professor?
Be on your way, Ilona. Holmes and I have business together. Good night, my dear.
Good night.
Careful, Holmes. He'll shoot at the slightest provocation.
Oh, no, Dr. Watson. I've much better plans. At the window, Holmes, I could not mistake the two figures on the road of the dike.
So you left the door of the mill open, Moriarty, to lure us to it. I realized this was a trap from the moment I heard the door swinging in the wind. In so secret a place as this, extra precautions would always be taken to see that the door was locked securely.
Your eagerness to meet me again, Holmes, will cause your demise.
Will it, Moriarty?
And I have devised a special means for you to die.
I must compliment you, sir, on the magnificent criminal structure you've built in this mill. This windmill is an emergency exit for the men and women of the continent who are wanted by the police. Is it not?
Yes, yes.
For an enormous sum, you provide them with passports, money, entry visas, customs declarations, information, arms, devious routes to the farthest and darkest corners of the earth, where they may find welcome obscurity.
Even more, Holmes. I've clothing for them, disguises, chemical and medical equipment in this windmill to change their appearance. An endless cavalcade of forgers, traitors, arsonists, major and minor thieves, kidnappers, murderers pass through this windmill. And thanks to my genius, they will elude the stupidities of law and live on. Now, descend the stairs, Holmes. Go on. Surely you would not choose the ignominious death of being shot by an ordinary pistol, such as I have in my hand?
Very well. I shall descend.
What is that horrible noise?
The wooden gears of the windmill, Doctor. The tremendous, powerful gears like a dragon's teeth, turning slowly as the wind makes the arms of the mill revolve. You may see them as you go down. Look at them closely. They are relevant to your death. Awe-inspiring sight, eh, Holmes?
Yes, quite.
Shall I tell you how you will die tonight? I shall force you, and later Dr. Watson, to step closely enough to those gears so that you become caught in them. You will be slowly crushed to death, each portion of your body being ground to pulp by the teeth of the mill.
A loathsome idea. Worthy of you, Moriarty.
Here we are, at the bottom of the stairway. The perfect spot for you to step toward the gears, Holmes. Perfect.
Holmes, you may have infinite patience, but as for me...
Sergeant Watson, don't be a fool, he'll shoot.
Go on, Holmes. It's just a few steps toward the wooden gears. Once a portion of your clothing is caught, the rest is inevitable. Dr. Watson, don't turn away when he's caught. Even if you do not see what happens, you'll hear it. Well, I'm waiting, Holmes. Walk toward the gears. Just a few steps. That's it. One step. Two.
Stop your gun!
Police!
Mr. DeWitt!
Gentlemen, if you move toward me, I shall kill Dr. Watson. My gun's at his back. He's an ideal shield.
Just don't fire, DeWitt. You'll kill Watson.
I'm leaving by the same door through which you entered, officer. Back up, Dr. Watson. So kind of you to protect me this way.
Go on, fire at him. I'll risk it.
No, don't. Too dangerous.
Good night, gentlemen. Holmes, until we meet again.
Shoot after him, DeWitt! Miss him! It's so dark out there. There he goes, running along the road on top of the dike. I'll have my men pursue him.
That would be futile, Mr. DeWitt. He's disappeared already, as you may well observe. Your men would never find him. Moriarty is far too clever for an ordinary police force. It requires a brain equal to his. In short, sir, mine. And mine alone.
Well, Holmes, it's most reassuring to be safely back here in the flat at Baker Street. Have you heard from the Volcarin police?
Yes, Watson. In accordance with my suggestion, they confiscated the entire contents of the windmill. And that leather book of names and addresses, Moriarty's personal list of his clients, will be an infallible guide for the police of half a dozen nations to pick up divers scoundrels.
Ilona, the murderess. Whatever became of her?
When she left the mill, she walked instantly into the hands of DeWitt and his constable.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask, Holmes. How did they find us at the mill?
You'll recall my saying, Watson, that I spoke to DeWitt and requested that he keep his distance. I was not foolhardy enough to embark on the venture without expecting his assistance. We agreed that he and his men would patrol the original 3 miles of the late dike inspector's post, which they did. I promised to supply a signal as to our whereabouts the moment help was required.
I see, and you did that by pulling the rope in the mill, eh?
The rope releases the mechanism of the arms, Watson. There was a good wind. I knew the arms would then start spinning. That mill was supposed to be abandoned. I knew when DeWitt and his men saw the arms revolving in the deserted mill, they'd come a-running.
Splendid, Holmes, splendid. Of course, I'll never know why each step as we go along is so difficult for me, yet so obvious to you.
It depends upon your definition of the word obvious, my dear Watson. The obvious is that which is hardest to discern.
Well, Dr. Watson, the adventure of the fabulous windmill was just as hair-raising as you'd promised. Even more so, as a matter of fact. Now, may we have a hint about the adventure you've planned for next week?
Yes, next week I shall relate to you the adventure of the Uddington Witch, Mr. Harris. A macabre tale, I assure you, involving a strange oak tree, a shriek in the night, and an unpressed pair of trousers.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Lochran. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelton. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Uddington Witch. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Following station identification, you'll hear Behind the Front Page with Gabriel Heater. Fly Eastern Airlines for double dependability. Dependable airliners, dependable personnel. To fly anywhere in the world, call Eastern or your travel agent. Save 5%. Buy round-trip tickets. This is WOR, New York.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invites you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his good friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And I'd like to tell you about my favorite time of day. It's just before dinner. You know when the family's all sitting around in the living room and wonderful things are cooking in the kitchen? Ah, that's for me. And boy, that's the time for a glass of sherry. Because Petri California sherry really makes waiting for dinner a pleasure. That Petri sherry is the perfect before-dinner wine. Just look at its beautiful amber color. And then taste that wonderful Petri sherry. What a flavor. Petri sherry has a rich, nutty flavor that's right from the heart of sun-ripened grapes. And if you like your sherry dry, you know, not sweet, you'll want to get Petri Pale Dry Sherry. Or better yet, taste them both. Don't buy one, buy two. Those letters Petri on the label are the personal assurance of the Petri family that Petri sherry is truly good wine. And now it's time to keep the weekly appointment with our good friend, Dr. Watson. How are you this evening, Doctor?
I never felt better, thank you, Mr. Bartell. Draw up your usual chair and make yourself comfortable.
Thanks.
That's it.
Oh, I see you've had the old tin dispatch box out again. I suppose you've been going through your notes on tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure?
Yes, Mr. Bartell, and I think you'll find it as pretty a little problem as we ever encountered. The story began in 1887. A very busy year for us, my boy. It was the same year that Holmes solved the case of the Amateur Mendicant Society, who held their meetings in a luxuriously furnished vault below a furniture warehouse.
Oh, I remember that story, Doctor. And wasn't 87 the year you both escaped from death in the Paradol chamber?
It was indeed. You've got a very good memory, Mr. Bartell. The story I'm going to tell you tonight topped off this unusually exciting year. It was late in October, and the equinoctial gales had set in with exceptional violence.
All day the wind had howled and the rain had beaten against the windows of our Baker Street lodgings. Finally, it was nearly midnight, as far as I remember. The storm grew higher and louder, and the wind in the chimney sobbed like a child. Suddenly, much to our surprise, the doorbell jangled, and a few moments later, our midnight visitor stood before us. He was a man of about 45, and as he looked about him anxiously in the glare of the lamp, I could see that his face was pale and that his eyes heavy, like those of a man who was weighed down with some great anxiety. And yet when he spoke, his tone was businesslike and almost aggressive.
I've come to you for advice, Mr. Holmes.
That's easily obtained.
And help.
That is not always so easy. Help the gentleman off with his coat, will you, Watson?
Yes, indeed. Here you are, sir. Let me hang it up for you.
Thank you, sir. I heard of you, Mr. Holmes, from Major Prendergast.
Oh, yes.
He said that you could solve anything.
Oh, I'm afraid he said too much.
But you've never been beaten.
I've been beaten 4 times, sir. 3 times by men and once by a woman. But supposing you sit down and introduce yourself. My friend's name is Watson, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do, Doctor? My name is Lovelace, Edmund Lovelace.
And what brings you to me at this hour of the night, Mr. Lovelace?
I'm in terrible trouble, Mr. Holmes. You don't know anything about me, but if you'll accept my case, you can save 4 lives.
I wouldn't say that I know nothing about you, sir, though it's true that I know little beyond the somewhat obvious fact that, you're single, that you keep a dog, but not a manservant, and that you are much preoccupied with your business, which I take to be some form of insurance.
Oh, come. Oh, steady.
Now, what is this?
Well,
magic?
I'll wager that my friend's right, though. Isn't he, Mr. Lovelace?
Perfectly. But I'll be hanged if I can see how he knows it.
It's a practical application of logic, sir. The briefcase that you carry might at first indicate a barrister or some other professional man, but your brusque, businesslike manner counteracts that suggestion. An insurance broker who must visit clients at odd hours is the likeliest man to combine that manner with a briefcase at midnight.
But the wife and the manservant, and the fact that I'm preoccupied with my business.
Your cufflinks don't match, sir. Each is from a different pair. That would suggest preoccupation, and it's a mistake that neither a wife nor a manservant would have allowed to pass.
Yes, but how about the dog?
Oh, surely that's obvious, Watson.
Well, I can't see it.
I shall let you ponder on that matter while Mr. Lovelace tells us his problem.
Mr. Holmes, are you as interested in preventing a murder as in solving one?
Well, naturally I am, Mr. Lovelace. Even more so. But please tell me your story.
I live with 4 cousins of mine in an old house in Camberwell. My grandfather left the house and a sizable fortune to the 5 of us on condition that we lived together and maintained the family unity. It probably won't surprise you to know that we've grown to get pretty much on each other's nerves.
Well, what happens if one of you dies, Mr. Lovelace?
His share is divided among the others, Doctor.
Oh, yes. The wonder to me is, sir, that not that a murder may take place, but that it has not happened long ago. Who's responsible for the administration of the estate?
My cousin Gerald. He's much older than the rest of us, and he's a thoroughly unpleasant, cantankerous man.
Yeah.
He gets an extra share in the estate as administrator, and in consequence he doesn't work. We feel, of course, that he lives off us, and we're continually quarrelling with him about it.
Well, sounds like a jolly household, I must say.
There's going to be trouble, Mr. Holmes, I know it. Gerald hates us, and he's jealous of our share in the estate.
You spoke of preventing murder just now. Yet I can see that you've selected your cousin Gerald as the potential murderer. Am I right?
Yes, you are.
Mm-hmm.
But don't think it's personal prejudice that makes me suspect him. I have good reason for doing so.
Oh, what reason?
This evening, just before dinner, I helped Gerald off with his topcoat and went to hang it up for him. As I did so, I heard a strange, metallic clink in one of his pockets. I slipped my hand inside it and found a hypodermic syringe and a small phial of liquid. I opened the phial and smelled it. Gentlemen, it reeked of bitter almonds.
Bitter cyanide, eh?
And what did you do?
I thought of destroying it, but I realized that would put him on his guard, so I replaced it in his pocket. Of course, I warned the others, and we decided that I'd come to you. I had to see a most important client tonight, or I'd have been here earlier.
Yes, it seems odd that you didn't come directly to Mr. Holmes as soon as you'd made the discovery, Mr. Lovelace. After all, if a potential murderer is walking about with a pocket full of cyanide, I should have thought that itself was more important than business.
Well, Yes, I suppose it might seem so to you, Doctor.
Now, that's a most interesting stick you carry, sir. May I examine it?
Of course. Here.
Oh, thank you.
Now I see how you deduced that Mr. Lovelace had a dog, Holmes. There are the marks of the dog's teeth on the stick.
Yes, my dear Watson, but these marks under scrutiny give us even more specific information. He's a large dog. You've had him for some years, Mr. Lovelace, and he's now old and feeble.
Well, you're perfectly right, but I'll be hanged if I can see how you can tell that from looking at a walking stick.
This stick is covered with teeth marks, therefore it has been carried many times by the dog. Now, it's a heavy stick, so only a large dog could have carried it. And the teeth marks also indicate a large jaw. The older marks are deep sunk. Look here. The fresh ones, where the wood is not yet darkened, are shallow. Yes, it's obvious that the jaws are losing their strength.
That's very clever of you, Mr. Holmes, but I don't see what it has to do with the case in hand.
Oh, neither do I, Holmes, I must confess.
No, surely it tells us that your story, Mr. Lovelace, may bear a less terrifying implication than you think. On the other hand, its implication may be even more terrifying. Though it's late at night, I feel that any further delay in this matter would be extremely dangerous. I suggest that you get a cab and come to your house in Camberwell at once.
Alice, Randolph, I'm glad you're still up. I was able to persuade Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson to come back with me. Gentlemen, this is my cousin, Alice Harley.
How do you do?
How do you do, Miss Harley?
How do you do?
And my cousin, Randolph Lovelace.
How do you do? How do you do, sir?
How do you do, Mr. Lovelace?
I've told him about the whole business, Randolph, so we can all speak perfectly freely.
Let's begin by sitting down, shall we? Randolph and I had just finished a little cold supper. We've been to the theater tonight.
Well, Mr. Holmes, I suppose Edmund told you about finding the hypodermic syringe and the cyanide in Gerald's coat pocket.
Yes, indeed. May I ask where your cousin Gerald Lovelace is now?
We left the house at 7, but I imagine Gerald went upstairs at 8, as usual. Didn't he, Edmund?
On the stroke of 8, Alice. He's very fixed in his habits, Mr. Holmes. He goes up to his room every night at 8. There he reads or works on his accounts and eventually goes to bed any time between 10 and 1.
Well, he might still be up.
I should like to speak to him a little later. In the meanwhile, may I ask you two young people, tell me quite honestly your feelings about your cousin Gerald?
And you might as well be frank. I've kept nothing back.
All right. Randolph and I hate him. First of all, we're sure he's jealous of our shares in the estate, and then we...
Alice and I want to get married, Mr. Holmes, and Gerald won't hear of it.
But you're cousins, aren't you?
Only second cousins, Dr. Watson. Gerald is dreadfully conventional. He's threatened us that if we do get married, he'll go to court and try to have our shares in the estate annulled.
And from the way the will is worded, I wouldn't be surprised if he could do it. So you can see why we have no great love for him, and why we're afraid of him.
Well, he sounds an extremely unpleasant person to me.
You mentioned there were 5 cousins in the house. 3 of you are here. Mr. Gerald Lovelace is upstairs. Who and where is the 5th cousin?
The 5th cousin is my brother, Gilly. He's something of a tragedy, I'm afraid. You see, Gilly's 20, but he never developed mentally beyond the age of 8. He had a bad fall in the hunting field when he was a kid. He's been like this ever since.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, sir.
But he's the dearest, most gentle boy you've ever met.
And, incidentally, the one person in this house who doesn't hate Gerald.
The poor fellow doesn't understand the conditions of the will, I suppose.
No. But if he did, I don't think it'd make any difference. I swear that Gilly loves every living thing, especially Gladstone. Gladstone is the name of his dog.
His dog? Yes. The dog may be the key to this whole matter.
The dog? What makes you say that, Holmes?
When a man brings a quick and painless poison home to a household containing an old and feeble dog, it's more than possible that he has obtained that poison, quite legitimately, to give the dog a merciful death.
To kill Gladstone? Oh, no!
After all, Alice, dear, he is old and almost blind
But,
now.
Mr. Holmes, if you think Gerald brought home the poison to put Gladstone out of the way, well, and I admit it sounds perfectly logical, what made you decide to come here tonight?
Because I dare not even guess what you may have done by intruding the thought of murder in this situation. Where is your brother Gilly?
In his room upstairs, asleep.
I wonder if we might go up to him. I should like to talk to him, if you don't mind. And after that, I want a few words with your cousin, Gerald Lovelace.
He's asleep, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, with a dog in his arm.
I'm afraid we'll have to waken him.
Gilly? Gilly? That's all right, Gladstone. We're not going to hurt him. Gilly?
Who is it? Oh, hello, Alice. Who are these men? They've come to take Gladstone away.
No, Gilly, we haven't.
Oh, of course not, Gilly. We've just come to admire him. Your brother's been telling us what a fine dog he is.
Oh, that's different. Isn't he beautiful? I just had such a wonderful dream about him. Such a wonderful dream.
What was it, Gilly?
Well, he was all young again. Just a puppy. He was chasing a rabbit across a cliff top. And I was running with him. Oh, Gladstone looked so beautiful. Didn't you, old boy? Of course you did. And you know, the rabbit went down a hole, and Gladstone went down after him. And I went down after Gladstone. And we all had tea with the rabbits. Oh, it's so funny. They all had little green hats on. Hats with feathers. I wanted Gladstone to try one on, but he wouldn't. So sleepy. Come on, Gladstone. Let's go back to the tea party.
Poor kid.
His world may be a great deal more pleasant than ours, Watson.
That's what I'd like to think, Mr. Holmes.
Now I'd like to have a few words with your cousin Gerald.
His room's at the end of this corridor.
I'm afraid Gilly wasn't much help to you, Mr. Holmes.
On the contrary, young lady, he told me exactly what I wanted to know.
Here we are. This is Gerald's room.
There's no light under the door. He must have gone to sleep.
And I'm afraid we must waken him, too.
Must be a heavy sleeper.
But he isn't. He's a remarkably light one.
Come on, let's go in. Strike a match, will you, old fellow?
Sure.
The gas mantle's at the head of his bed, Dr. Watson.
Yeah.
Well, he's lying on the outside of his bed. He must be... There's blood on the pillow.
Great Scott Holmes, the back of his skull smashed in. He's been murdered.
Oh, no! Horrible!
Yes, Watson, but not with the blows on his head. Look here on the table by his bed.
A hypodermic syringe and a broken file.
Yes, a broken file. Reeking of bitter almonds.
Poor devil. Well, I won't pretend I liked him. But what a ghastly way to die.
All they that take the sword shall perish with the sword. So the scriptures say, Mr. Lovelace. The very suspicion of the killing has brought murder to pass. Well, it's too late to prevent it. Our job now is to find the killer and see that he's brought to justice.
Dr. Watson will tell you the rest of his story in just a few seconds. Just time enough for me to tell you that if there's one wine that's perfect for any occasion, it's Petri California Sherry. With a bottle of that rich, amber-colored Petri Sherry on hand, you can make that time before dinner a main event. And Petri Sherry is the perfect answer to the question of what to serve when company comes. Serve Petri Sherry alone and let its full, wonderful flavor speak for itself, or serve Petri Sherry with hors d'oeuvres or party sandwiches. And remember, you can serve Petri Sherry proudly, because Petri is the proudest name in the history of American wine. Well, Dr. Watson, so you found Gerald Lovelace dead in one of the bedrooms of the house in Camberwell. What did you do? Send for the police?
Not at once, Mr. Bartell. Sherlock Holmes persuaded the remainder of the household to give him the opportunity of examining the scene of the crime carefully before the police were sent for. And so, a few minutes before 1 o'clock that October night, Holmes and I stood alone in the room of death.
Turn the gas a little higher, will you, old chap?
Right you are. You know, Holmes, I think you should have sent for the police right away.
In a case like this, Watson, I prefer to be my own police. When I have spun the web, they may take the flies, but not before. What are the results of your medical examination, old chap?
Well, it's exactly as you reconstructed it, Holmes. He was first beaten on the head with that poker lying on the floor. Then he had the full phial of cyanide injected into his left wrist.
Can you estimate the time of death at all accurately?
No, this room's confoundedly hot. He might have died any time from 1 to 5 hours ago.
Yes. It's now 1 o'clock, and we know that he was alive at 8. Mr. Edmund Lovelace saw him leave for his room at that hour.
Yes, if he was telling the truth.
One thing we do know for a fact is that this man was murdered at the exact moment he was going to bed. He's wearing his nightgown and nightcap, but his bed has not been slept in.
Well, isn't it possible that the murderer might have killed him shortly after 8 and then dressed him in his night clothes to confuse us?
No, my dear chap. You will notice that the hypodermic needle passed through the sleeve of his nightshirt. Here. Also, the nightcap is crushed and bloodstained from the blows of the poker. No, Gerald Lovelace had prepared for bed.
Yes. Look at the glass of water on the night table and the prayer book and the watch.
Yes. Signs of a prosperous and meticulous man. Mm-hmm. Very fine gold watch and in excellent condition. Aha. There's the answer, Watson.
What do you mean, there's the answer, Watson?
I just wound this watch one turn, and then it was fully wound. That provides us with a time schedule for our murder. Come on. We'll send a servant for the police, and while they're on the way, if you'll call everyone together, I should like to put a few more questions to this family. Before the police arrive, I should like to hear your statements again very carefully, if you don't mind. Mr. Edmund Lovelace, what were your exact movements tonight?
I left here shortly before 10. From 10 o'clock until the time I came to Baker Street, I was with my client.
His name and address, please.
Derek Waterlow, 39 Onslow Square, South Kensington.
Thank you. Make a note of these, will you, Watson?
All right, you're home.
You, Miss Harley, and you, Mr. Randolph Lovelace, went to the theater together. Can any independent witness testify as to your movements?
Well, yes, Mr. Holmes. We went with friends, the Grant Moresbys. They live at the Clarendon Hotel off Charing Cross.
What time did you leave this house?
Well, it was about 7:45, wasn't it, Alice?
Yes. And after the play, we went to the Café Royal for a little refreshment with our friends and then came back here.
I see. And what time did you arrive back at this house?
Just a few minutes before midnight. I remember the grandfather clock in the hall striking just as we went into the drawing room.
And your brother Gilly, sir. I hate to waken him again. Have you any idea of his movements tonight?
Well, he never goes out after dark, Mr. Holmes. But I spoke to the cook as we came in tonight. She says that he played cards with her until just after 10 o'clock.
He was fast asleep when I looked in on him shortly after midnight.
Thank you. You've made a note of all these facts, Watson?
Yes, Holmes, I got them all down.
Good. Then let's be on our way to Baker Street.
But the police, Mr. Holmes, they're on their way.
I know. Please give them my regards, will you? Apologize for my informality and tell them that I shall have the answer to this matter probably in a little over 24 hours.
Holmes, here it is well after midnight. You haven't done a thing on the Camberwell case.
No, but you have, old chap. You've checked on all the time alibis and found them valid. I'm much obliged to you.
Yes, Inspector Lestrade was here tonight, you know, and he made some pretty caustic remarks, I can tell you.
Oh, didn't you inform him that I'll have the answer to the problem before many hours have passed?
Yes, I did, but you know, Lestrade, he wanted action.
You shall have it. Is the watch still running?
Yes, there's another thing. What'll Lestrade say when he finds that you took the dead man's watch?
I've no idea.
Oh, why did you take it anyway?
You sound sleepy, old chap.
Yes, I am confoundedly sleepy.
Well, why don't you go to bed?
What are you going to do?
Continue my vigil with my pipe and the watch of a dead man. Watson, wake up!
What time is it?
5 o'clock in the morning.
Good Lord, what are you doing up at this hour?
The watch has just stopped. I'm about to rewind it.
What are you rewinding it for, Holmes? You waited over 24 hours for it to unwind.
When I know how many turns it takes to wind it fully, I shall have the answer to the whole business. 10, 11...
You're being confoundedly mysterious, as usual.
14 turns, and the watch is fully wound. Get your clothes on, old chap.
Well, where are we going at this hour?
To the house in Camberwell. Now I know who murdered Gerald Lovelace. Mr. Edmund Lovelace, I'm glad you let us in. Please take us up to your young cousin's room at once.
Gilly? What do you want with him?
I'll explain in a moment. Please take us up to him.
Oh, of course, but what brings you here at this hour of the morning?
Mr. Holmes knows who murdered your cousin.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. It's more than the police seem to know. They were here half the night cross-examining us. Here we are. I don't think we'll bother to knock. Gilly? Gilly?
I'm awake. We heard you coming up the stairs, didn't we, Gladstone? It's the same man again. You're not going to take Gladstone away, are you? Please don't take him away.
Don't worry, Gilly. We're not going to touch him.
Oh, that's all right, then.
Oh, Gilly.
Yes?
You really love that dog, don't you?
Of course I do. More than anything or anybody.
I believe you'd even kill a man who tried to hurt Gladstone. Wouldn't you?
Oh, yes, sir. I would.
Gilly!
No. Great Scott.
Gilly, I don't think you'd really kill a man. I don't think you could.
Couldn't I, though?
How would you kill him?
I'd hit him first. I'd take a poker and hit him on the head so he couldn't fight back. And then I'd take the nasty needle he told me he was going to stick in Gladstone, and I'd fill it full of that water he showed me, and I'd stick it in him. That's what I'd do. Then he'd be dead. And he couldn't hurt my Gladstone anymore. Not ever.
Let's leave him, shall we? Goodbye, Gilly. Pleasant dreams.
Goodbye, sir. Good old Gladstone.
You satisfied, sir?
Yes. Poor Gilly. There's no doubt about it, of course.
Can there be no one who described the murder to him, and yet he's just given an exact description of its method?
What'll happen to him? They won't try him.
No. A little pressure in the right places, and he'll be released to a private nursing home. I'll do everything I can, Mr. Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Thank you very much.
Well, Holmes, now that we're back in Baker Street and the whole depressing case is finished with, perhaps you'll tell me how you knew that Gilly had committed the murder.
Well, consider the time schedules, old fellow. You checked the alibis of the other cousins and found them satisfactory. That meant that Alice Harley and Randolph Lovelace could have committed the crime only at midnight. Edmund only before 10. Gilly only around 11. You said that the time of death could have been at any of those hours.
Yes, I did. So how did you pin it down to 11?
The watch gave me the specific answer. When I picked it up, I unthinkingly wound it. Made one turn and was then fully wound. Now, when does a methodical, precise man like Gerald Lovelace wind his watch?
Just as he's going to bed.
Exactly, old fellow. So that it was obvious that he was killed precisely one watch stem turn before I wound his watch.
Now I'm beginning to see daylight, Holmes. So you let the watch run down?
That's what I did. It took 28 hours, from 1 o'clock the night before last until 5 this morning. Now, how many turns did it take to rewind it?
14, wasn't it?
That's right. Therefore, one turn of the watch stem equaled 2 hours, proving that Gerald Lovelace had been murdered 2 hours before 1 o'clock at 11 p.m.
When Gilly was the only one who could have done it. You know, Holmes, I still find it hard to believe that boy was capable of such a ghastly crime. He seemed so gentle.
Oh, he is. Except when his beloved dog's life was at stake, probably out of some mistaken notion of kindness. Gerald Lovelace warned the boy of his intentions regarding the dog. Oh, it's a sad business, Watson, a sad business.
I hate to think of that boy spending the rest of his life in a mental home.
I have one prayer for his future.
What's that, Holmes?
The dog Gladstone can't live very long. I pray that Gilly does not long outlive him.
Doctor, that was a remarkable bit of deduction on the part of Mr. Holmes.
Yes, extremely clever, wasn't it? Of course, if I may say so, I was of some small help myself.
Small help? Why, Doctor, you practically solved the case by yourself.
Oh, I wouldn't go as far as saying that.
But, Doctor, you did check all the alibis, didn't you?
Yes, I checked where each suspect was at various times.
Yes, you checked time. And what's more important than time?
Well,
Why, Doctor, time is even vitally important when it comes to wine.
I was wondering how you were going to bring that in.
And one thing we do know, Petri took time to bring you good wine. So nobody can miss with Petri wine. It's just got to be good. You know, you can't be in the wine business as long as the Petri family without really learning all about the fine art of making wine. And don't forget, the Petri family has been making fine wine since way back in the 1800s. So, naturally, they've been able to hand on down, from father to son, the result of generations of experience at turning luscious, sun-ripened grapes into fragrant, delicious wine. No matter what type of wine you prefer, you'll like it more if it's a Petri wine, because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes story do you plan to tell us next week?
Well, now, next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you a most unusual adventure that Holmes and I had when we were attending a performance at the Opera House in Rome. It concerns a famous singer who lost her voice, an understudy who was nearly lynched, and a murder that baffled the police. I call it The Adventure of the Terrifying Cat.
Well, that's a story we've got to hear.
Thank you, Mr. Bartell. And before you go, I want to talk to our friends about their war bonds. You know, during the war, the best investment we could find was a United States war bond. And for my money, they're still a great investment. They're called United States savings bonds now, and only the name is changed. Savings bonds are sold in the same denominations and give you all the same advantages. And you can buy savings bonds at the same places, at your bank or your post office or through the payroll savings plan. So invest all you can in United States savings bonds, because you cannot find a better or a safer investment.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The 5 Orange Pips. Music is by Dean Fostler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Harry Bartell saying good night for the Petri family. Listen every Monday on most of these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shayne, followed immediately by Sherlock Holmes. This is the Mutual Broadcast.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Malicious Moor.
Holmes, why the devil are we waiting outside of the Shakespearean Theater here, in the darkness?
Shakespeare, the Bard of Avon, wrote many tragedies, Watson, but this is one he never contemplated. Watson. Look there, in the shadow of that entrance.
Who's it? Seems to be someone lurking around the premises. But who is he?
A killer, Watson.
We're at the door of Dr. John Watson's study, and we're about to hear another of his adventures with the fabulous Sherlock Holmes.
Well, good evening, Mr. Harris.
Well, good evening, Dr. Watson. What memoir are you engaged on tonight?
Well, Mr. Harris, this rather peculiar adventure might have become, were it not for my old friend Holmes, a modern Shakespearean tragedy.
And what do you call it, Dr. Watson?
Holmes and I always refer to it as The Adventure of the Malicious Moor. And after you present to your audience the dramatic facts on Clipper Craft clothes, Mr. Harris, I shall proceed with the facts of this highly unusual story.
Thank you, Doctor. There's a friendly independent store in your community that makes it their business to save you money on really fine Clipper Craft clothes. You see, their business depends on giving you the greatest value for your money. And here's how a typical Clipper Craft dealer explains it to his customers. Quote, "We fingered the sturdy fabrics, we examined the tailoring, we checked the style features. We're thoroughly convinced, as you will be in wearing them, that Clipper Craft's worsted suits are one of this country's best values at only $45, unquote. Your Clipper Craft dealer is one of America's more than 1,200 independent stores whose immense buying power makes possible extraordinary savings on clothes with the Clipper Craft label. These values are so exceptional that stores selling Clipper Craft proudly invite you to compare them with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, what about the adventure of the malicious Moor?
Well, Mr. Harris, it began in '98 at Stratford-on-Avon, birthplace of Shakespeare, an historic English shrine. And specifically, it began on the stage of the Shakespeare Memorial Theater, from which the great bard's plays are annually produced by the most gifted dramatic artists of our time. In this year, the players were rehearsing Othello with the famed actor Roger Mannering playing the Moor and his wife Alice portraying Desdemona. It was the famous deathbed scene in the fifth act when the director, Albert Forsythe, suddenly stopped the rehearsal.
Out, trumpet, weepst thou...
No, hold on, Mannering. That's the third time you've forgotten your lines. What's wrong, old chap?
I don't know. I just can't seem to concentrate, Forsythe.
You mean you can't play Othello, my dear husband?
Alice, I warn you, stop criticizing.
And they call you Roger Mannering, the great Shakespearean actor.
Stop it, Alice. Stop it, do you hear?
Mr. Forsythe, this rehearsal is a mockery. I simply won't go on playing opposite this amateur.
No, Mrs. Mannering.
Well, how can I play Desdemona
How can you indeed? Your performance, my dear wife, will be nothing to stir the critics.
Please, don't call me my dear wife, Roger. I detest the expression. And I detest you. You know very well I've taken an action for separation.
Alice, listen, I'm sorry. The idea of your leaving me is driving me out of my mind. That's why I can't remember my lines. You know I can't live without you, my dear. And as for that separation, surely you don't mean it.
Oh, but I do.
Oh, Alice, you can't.
Oh, yes,
can't.
I can. And as for me, parting is such sweet sorrow. That's one line out of Shakespeare you'll remember, my dear.
Alice!
No, you two. This is no time for a family quarrel. We've got a rehearsal to finish, a play to present. Mannering.
Yes, Forsythe, what is it?
Better go to your dressing room and learn your lines. We'll resume this rehearsal a little later. Come in. Oh, it's you, Graham. What is it this time?
Mr. Forsythe, if you'd let me try out for the role of Othello.
Oh, ridiculous, Graham. You must be out of your mind.
Mr. Forsythe, I beg of you, give me a chance. I've rehearsed the role. I know every line. I can play Othello as no actor has ever played it.
For the last time, Graham, stop annoying me. I've already given you the part of Roderigo.
Roderigo, a secondary role, a few lines, a weak character. Let me play the Moor, Mr. Forsythe, and I'll show you that I'm the greatest actor in England.
Get out, Graham. Get out of here, you presumptuous fool. You play Othello? Why, you couldn't shine Roger Mannering's boots. Now, get ready for rehearsal, and let's have no more nonsense.
So I can't shine Mannering's boots, eh? Well, we'll see about that.
A pity, Mr. Graham, a pity.
Oh, it's you, Rand, the caretaker.
Ah, it's me, the caretaker, who's heard many an Othello done right and proper. I heard him tell you off through the door while I was sweeping out the corridor.
You won't give me a chance, Rand. Forsythe won't even try me out as Othello.
Aye, and you could do it, lad. I've heard you speak the lines, and you could do it. There's many an actor which hasn't had justice, and many a writer, too. There's thievery in this business like any other.
I'll show them, Rand. I'll show them all somehow. I'll have my chance to play Othello.
Alice?
Oh, Roger. What are you doing in full makeup and a black beard at this hour?
Well, Alice, I want to rehearse our fifth act scene alone here on the stage before the others get here.
Isn't that just a little silly, my dear?
Oh, please, Alice, let's go through the scene just once. I want to make sure of my lines. Please.
Oh, very well.
Well, I'll start the scene well into the scene on that Iago line. You ready?
Ready?
No, Desdemona. His mouth is stopped. Honest Iago hath taken order for it.
Oh, my fair interprets. What? Is he dead?
Had all his hairs been lives, my great revenge had stomach for them all.
Alas, he is betrayed, and I undone.
Out, strumpet! Weepst thou for him to my face?
Oh, banish me, my lord, but kill me not.
Down, strumpet!
Kill me tomorrow. Let me live tonight.
Nay, if you strive.
But half an hour.
Being done, there is no pause.
But while I say one prayer.
Too late.
Roger, don't. You're strangling me under the pillow.
Die, strumpet, die!
Roger, please. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Not dead. Not quite dead. I that am cruel am yet merciful. I would not have thee linger in thy pain. Farewell, Desdemona.
Mr. Forsyth, I am Sherlock Holmes, and this is Dr. Watson, my confidant and colleague.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. I was informed by the theater board that you've come to supplement the investigation of the official police.
Then you've been misinformed, my dear sir. I take quite the opposite view.
I should say so. The fact is, the official police usually supplement us, eh, Holmes?
Quite. But now, Mr. Forsyth, let us get at the facts. As I understand it, Alice Mannering and her husband rehearsed a scene from Othello in private. Later, when the cast came to the stage, they found Desdemona indeed smothered to death and her husband missing. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. That is correct.
A few moments later, a man was seen rushing from the theater. He leaped on a carriage, whipped up the horses, and escaped.
Yes. The official police are looking for Roger Mannering now, as well as Hugh Graham.
Hugh Graham?
Yes, Dr. Watson. Graham was part of our company, but he had ambitions to play Othello. He was, well, somewhat unbalanced on the subject.
I see. The outcome of all this is a greater tragedy than Shakespeare himself ever bargained for.
Yes, quite, Watson, quite. But now I should like to go outside the theater and examine the road.
Well, Holmes, we saw the carriage tracks at the front entrance of the theater. You yourself said it was the carriage in which the killer made his escape.
Yes, Watson.
Then why the devil are we examining the drive here, near the rear entrance?
Because, my dear fellow, I believe in an exhaustive method of... Aha! Look here.
Eh?
The same carriage tracks, only in multiple prints. That means that the escape vehicle waited here at the rear entrance on numerous occasions.
Yes, but Holmes...
Note, too, that this is not the stage entrance, which is on the other side of the building.
Well, what of it, Holmes? You sound as though you'd found something significant.
Perhaps I have, Watson. Perhaps I have. Suppose we look for the caretaker now.
The caretaker? Why?
I should like him to show us Roger Mannering's dressing room. So this is Mannering's dressing room, eh, Rand?
Aye, Mr. Holmes. Him that strangled his wife out on stage.
The place seems to be in some disarray, Holmes.
Yes, Watson. Note the makeup jars. They're all open. And the grease paint very untidily smeared on the dressing table. Aha.
What is it, Holmes?
That huge costume trunk in the corner.
What about it?
There's a spot of blood on it.
Blood, Mr. Holmes?
Precisely. Now then, Rand.
Yes, sir.
You have a key to this trunk?
Aye, why, no, sir. But Mr. Mannering always kept the key on a hook over the mirror.
Ah, yes, here it is. Now, Watson, suppose we unlock this trunk and look within.
Yes, by all means, Holmes.
Holmes, good Lord. There's a body in the trunk, Mr. Holmes. And it's...
Yes, Rand. It's our missing Othello, Roger Mannering.
Shades of William Shakespeare, Dr. Watson, but this is some adventure.
Yes, Mr. Harris. And I might add, there are exciting events still to follow. But before I relate them to you, I know you have something to say about Clippercroft clothes.
I'd like to suggest to you listeners that you do some Sherlock Holmes snooping yourself when you shop for Clippercraft clothes. Your clue is the famous Clippercraft label, your guarantee of quality and value. And just as the mark of sterling represents finest silver, the Clippercraft label stands for the finest clothes at the lowest possible prices. Better yet, when you buy Clippercraft, you get double assurance. The reputation of your Clippercraft dealer, plus the Clippercraft label. And you get superb styling, flawless tailoring, luxurious long-wearing fabrics. Yes, the concentrated purchasing power of more than 1,200 of America's fine independent stores gives you truly fine Clippercraft quality at remarkable Clippercraft savings. For instance, a really expensive-looking Clippercraft topcoat or overcoat comes to only $40 to $47.50. And the price tags on Clippercraft's new zipper lining topcoats are marked so low, only by seeing them will you believe them. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, topcoats, and overcoats. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now, Dr. Watson, you were relating to us the adventure of the malicious Moor.
So I was, Mr. Harris. So I was. The news naturally swept through the theater like wildfire. Meanwhile, Hugh Graham, the actor, was apprehended in a Birmingham tavern and brought back to the theater. Holmes, however, seemed interested in Mannering's body lying in the trunk. The corpse had a knife in its chest and was stripped of Othello's costume. But Mannering's face was still in makeup, a grisly, swarthy death mask. And my friend Holmes summed up what had happened in his usual terse fashion to Forsyth and myself.
It is quite obvious what has transpired here, gentlemen. A killer came into Roger Mannering's dressing room and made himself up, hastily but expertly. Then, dressing in the dead man's costume, he impersonated the Moor, played the deathbed scene with Mrs. Mannering, and strangled her.
Sure. Then he ran off, leaving them both dead.
Precisely.
But, Mr. Holmes, who could this bogus Othello be?
It's plain, Forsyth, that the killer was an actor, and a very good one, too. And speaking of actors, suppose we have a look at Hugh Graham. I understand the police are interrogating him at this very moment.
Well, Mr. Holmes, in my opinion, we've got Graham here dead to rights.
No, Inspector. I tell you, I didn't do it. I swear it. It's true I wanted to play Othello in Mannering's place, but I tell you, I didn't kill him or Mrs. Mannering.
Look here, Graham. You added away from Stratford and Avon just at the time of these murders. I'd call that a suspicious circumstance now, wouldn't you?
I don't know. I was frustrated. I left in a huff. That's all there is to it.
Well, Mr. Holmes, we're holding Graham here on suspicion of murder. I suppose you'll want to question the suspect now.
No, Inspector, I have no desire to interrogate him.
No questions?
That is precisely what I said.
But Holmes, what the deuce? This isn't at all like you.
My dear Watson, one has only to look at Graham here to ascertain his participation in these crimes. Suppose we put our time to much better use by talking to Rand, the caretaker.
Well, Holmes, the caretaker doesn't seem to be in his office yet.
In that case, Watson, we'll wait for him. Unusual fellow, this man Rand.
What do you mean?
Seems to be a literary fellow. Note these bookshelves. They're full of volumes, and all by one author, Bacon.
Bacon?
Sir Francis Bacon, a contemporary of Shakespeare.
Holmes, in view of these ghastly crimes, isn't this interest of yours in literature somewhat inconsequential?
Certainly not, Watson. I merely point out that... the caretaker. He's coming up the corridor.
How do you know it's Rand?
Elementary, my dear Watson, elementary. The steps are ponderous, heavy. Rand is a big man. Good morning, Rand.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson.
How do you do? You were out, and we thought we'd wait.
I don't get much time in my office these days, I don't. It's been pretty hectic in the theater here, what with the play opening tomorrow night and the arrangements and all. And poor Mr. Forsyth, he's near out of his mind casting a new Othello and a new Desdemona before the curtain rises.
Yes, quite. But now, Rand, I should like to request a favor of you.
Aye, Mr. Holmes?
My friend here, Dr. Watson, will be staying the night at the Red Horse Hotel in the village. However, I must return to London on rather urgent business. Would you be good enough to arrange for a conveyance to the next train?
Aye, Mr. Holmes. I'll see to a carriage right away.
Thank you, Rand.
Holmes, what is all this? Why are you going to London?
First, Watson, I shall have a pipe at Baker Street and indulge in a little quiet reading. And after that, I believe I shall go to the theater. Good evening, Watson.
Well, Holmes, you're back, eh?
I am indeed. Caught the afternoon train back to Stratford, and I hope I'm in time.
In time? Time for what?
In time to prevent a new Shakespearean tragedy.
What the devil are you...
At what time does Othello open at the Shakespeare Theatre tonight?
Oh, at 8:40, Holmes. It's 8:15 now.
Quick, get your hat and come along with me. We must hurry to the theatre at once. Well, Watson, the theatre's crowded tonight with admirers of Shakespeare. There's not an empty seat left in the place.
Oh, dash it, Holmes, never mind the crowd. Where are we going now?
To the caretaker's office again. Here we are.
Oh, he's not here, Holmes. The office is empty.
That's quite. And so are the bookcases. Note that there isn't a volume of Bacon's works left on the shelves.
What the deuce is so strange about that?
Wait. You detect a faint, acrid odor in this room?
No, Holmes, I don't. You sure?
Positive, my dear fellow. My olfactory sense is far more developed than yours. And I assure you...
What is it now, Holmes?
On the table here, these tiny shavings of string.
String?
Precisely, string with a characteristic twist or weave. Come, Watson, we'd better hurry.
Hurry? Hurry where?
Outside the theater, man, and quickly.
Oh, you know, I'm completely baffled by your strange conduct. Why the deuce are we lurking outside the Memorial Theater here?
Quiet, Watson. Don't move.
Holmes, what is the...
Look over there, near the rear entrance.
There's a man in the shadow.
Yes. The caretaker, Rand.
Rand? Holmes, you mean...
I do indeed, Watson. Rand is the malicious Moor who murdered both Mannering and his wife. But he's not yet completed his Shakespearean tragedy.
Holmes, he seems to be bending over something. Now he's just lit a match.
Quick, Watson, after him. Holmes! Drop that match, Rand. Oh, no, you don't. Look out, Holmes! Oh, my arm! My arm! Over you go, Rand!
Good work, Holmes. You threw the bounder right over your shoulder. You stunned him.
The trick of jiu-jitsu, my dear Watson, is quite useful at times.
Holmes, what the devil was this fellow doing?
Trying to blow up the theater, Watson. If you look sharp, you'll note a long fuse and a keg of gunpowder against the wall.
Yes, by Jove. The fragments of string came from the fuse, all right, and the odor was gunpowder.
Precisely. And the fact that the volumes of bacon were missing was also significant. This man considered them of great value and removed them so that they wouldn't be destroyed in the blast.
Holmes, Rand must be mad.
Undoubtedly. But I must correct you on one point, Watson. His name is not Rand. It's Bacon.
Bacon?
Yes, John Bacon, a direct descendant of Sir Francis Bacon. I discovered that pertinent fact in a rare genealogical volume I have at Baker Street. It was then, Watson, I obtained a hint of the motive. You're aware of the Bacon-Shakespeare controversy?
Well, yes, Holmes, I am indeed. It's famous in English literature.
Quite. There are any number of people who claim, through one devious tooth or another, that the great plays of William Shakespeare were not written by the bard, but by Sir Francis Bacon instead. This school of Baconians have been quite fanatic on the subject, claiming that Bacon had never been given his rightful due among literary immortals.
Then this man here, Bacon...
Quite. His idea of justice for his ancestor was to stop the playing of Othello, blow up the theater if necessary, rather than let Shakespeare live on.
Yes, but Holmes, you said the killer had to be an actor. This man is a caretaker.
On the contrary, Watson, Bacon here is a fine and accomplished actor with a special talent for mimicry and facial imitation. I received that information in London this morning from my very good friend, Mr. Upham, manager of Covent Garden. Oh, Watson, our man's coming too.
Yes.
It's a lie. Francis Bacon wrote Othello, Romeo and Juliet, and Twelfth Night, and all the rest. He's been robbed, cheated and robbed by Shakespeare. Shakespeare, a second-rate actor, that's what he was.
Watson.
Yes, sir?
I believe you'll find a police inspector in the theater. I'll watch Bacon here while you get him. And after that, we'll go and see Othello ourselves. I believe the curtain's going up, and I should enjoy a little Shakespeare.
Well, Holmes, we'll be in London soon.
Yes, Watson.
I might say I still don't know how you first suspected Rand, Bacon.
An obvious deduction, my dear Watson. You remember the multiple carriage tracks we saw at the rear entrance? The carriage in which Bacon made his getaway?
Yes, I do, but what...
They indicated that the owner was some kind of menial, since he entered the rear entrance on so many occasions. Hence, the caretaker was a possibility. And my theory was strengthened later on by another clue.
Yes? What clue, Holmes?
The murdered Othello, Roger Mannering, was a big man. So, too, was Bacon. Obviously, the bogus Othello had to be of big of stature to deceive Mrs. Mannering into thinking it was her husband. As for Roger Graham, he's a man of small build, therefore I dismissed his participation with a single look. And Bacon, along with his knowledge of makeup and his gift for mimicry, succeeded in deceiving the luckless Desdemona.
I see. Well, Holmes, I must say this is the first time we've ever ended an adventure by witnessing a Shakespearean play.
Yes, Watson. I thought the performance was superb. However, I could never quite believe the character of Othello.
No? Why not, Holmes?
You'll forgive me, Watson, if I seem to be irreverent. But to my mind, Othello was rather on the stupid side. Certainly, any man with a normal respect for the facts and an elementary knowledge of logic would never have been deceived by Iago and have murdered his wife Desdemona. Then, Watson, I'm not a playwright. I'm merely a private investigator. Well,
Dr. Watson, that was certainly an interesting adventure.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. And I inscribed it with pleasure into my memoirs, being a lover of the theater, as you know.
Yes, and now, Dr. Watson, what adventure will you relate to us next week?
Next week, Mr. Harris, I shall tell you of the Knife of Vengeance. It concerns a gentleman who is an itinerant knife sharpener. What is distinctive about him is that he only sharpens knives to be used for cutting throats.
The makers of Clipper Craft clothes in more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Luckran. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelman. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clipper Craft dealer, write Clipper Craft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Speaking for Clipper Craft Clothes, this is the Mutual Broadcasting System. From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft Clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Unfortunate Valet.
Quick, Watson, the test tube.
Here you are, Holmes.
Now, we pour this solution in the contents of this beaker, and... Aha! You see the cloudy white precipitate?
I do indeed. What does it mean, Holmes?
Death, Watson. The slow, creeping, and malicious death.
We're at the door of Dr. John Watson's study, and we're about to hear another of his adventures with the fabulous Sherlock Holmes.
Well, good evening, Mr. Harris.
Good evening, Dr. Watson. Well, I see you're just adding your signature to a new memoir.
Yes, Mr. Harris. This particular adventure took my friend Holmes and me out of London for a few days to the historic English Shrine of Learning, Cambridge University.
Sounds interesting, Dr. Watson. What's this adventure called?
I call it The Adventure of the Unfortunate Valet, Mr. Harris. As soon as you have regaled our audience on the merits of Clipper Craft clothes, I shall be very happy to recount it to you.
Spring, as they say, is just round the corner. That means you're going to want to celebrate with a new spring suit. It's like a tonic for that worn-out winter feeling. And you can get it without spending a fortune in a Clipper Craft suit. Because the new Clipper Craft suits for spring are styled to make you look your best. Broad-shouldered, trim-waisted, the athletic look. And the price for all this super tailoring and workmanship is as welcome as spring itself. You pay only $45 for a pure worsted Clipper Craft suit. And if you shop around and compare values, you'll find your Clipper Craft suit has all the workmanship, the new pattern effects, and the quality materials of suits costing many dollars more. And while you're choosing your Clipper Craft suit, take a look at Clipper Craft top coats in all wool gabardine or covert, only $40 to $47.50. Yes, Clipper Craft clothes make you feel like a million, look like a million, and still leave you money to spare. And now, Dr. Watson, what about The Adventure of the Unfortunate Valet?
As I said, Mr. Harris, it began at Cambridge, seat of one of Britain's greatest universities. A quiet place of mellow buildings and green lawns. And specifically, it began in the area of Keyes College, the medical college of the university. Holmes and I became involved because of my old friendship with Ashley Webb, professor of anatomy at that college. But actually, the story began at the home of Dr. Charles Stanhope of the medical faculty, who at the moment was engaged in a violent quarrel with his wife.
I tell you, Alicia, you've got to stop seeing so much of Professor Webb. The whole university is beginning to talk about it, and the faculty, too.
Oh, they are they? Well, let me tell you something, my dear Charles. There is nothing between Ashley and myself.
Oh, so it's Ashley now, is it? Alicia, for the last time, I forbid you to see Professor Webb.
Oh, you do you? Well, I shall see him all I please. He's a fine man, and I'll not let you dictate to me. I'll leave you first.
You don't mean that, my dear.
Oh, yes, I do. That frightened you, doesn't it, Charles? You're very clever, dear boy. You married money. But if I leave you, who'll pay your gambling debts in London?
Alicia!
They'll sack you from the faculty when they find out about your debts, won't they, Charles? You'll be ruined, disgraced. And if I leave you, I'll change my will, naturally. You won't get a shilling. Well, Charles, now are you going to be nice to me?
Oh, Very well, Alicia.
Thank you, darling. And since I'm going to have a few things to say around here from now on, there's one wish I want you to attend to immediately.
Yes?
I want you to discharge that new valet of yours, Briggs.
Discharge Briggs? But why?
I simply cannot stand the sight of the fellow. He acts so furtive, and he looks pale and ill. Get rid of him at once, Charles.
Your bath is ready, Dr. Stanhope.
Oh, Briggs, never mind the bath. I want to talk to you.
Yes, sir?
My wife thinks you look pale, ill. You're feeling well enough?
Why, I think so, sir.
Do you ever have pains in your chest?
Well, sometimes, sir.
From observing your eyes and the pallor of your skin, it could be symptoms of...
Of what, Dr. Stanhope?
Oh, it's probably nothing, Briggs, nothing at all. Still, we can't be too careful, can we? Suppose we step in my laboratory while I give you a complete physical examination. All right, Briggs. You may put on your shirt now.
Dr. Stanhope, what is it, sir?
I'm sorry, Briggs. Terribly sorry. But you've got only a few months to live.
A few months?
A year at the most.
Dr. Stanhope, you're sure?
Positive. My examination has been conclusive. It's your heart, Briggs. There's a severe weakness in the heart wall. An aneurysm, we call it.
A few months to live.
I'm sorry.
A few months walking a tightrope. Never know what moment will be the last. Waiting to die in your sleep, maybe. Wondering whether you'll drop dead in the street. Oh, Dr. Stanhope, I can't stand it. I can't stand it. What'll I do? What'll I do?
Well, for one thing, Briggs, I promise you there won't be any pain. I'll give you a special medicine for that. As for the few months of life you have, I would suggest that you live.
Live? How?
To the full, Briggs. Have the things you could never afford before. Wine, women, and song. Wear the best clothes, go to the theaters, the music halls. Live a lifetime in a few months.
Who's there? Who's in my room? No. No!
So they're holding you here at the police station? The charge of murdering Alicia Stanhope. Eh, Webb?
Yes, John. And believe me, I'm grateful that you should remember our old professional friendship and brought Mr. Holmes here to Cambridge.
Professor Webb, I must say that on the evidence it would appear that you are guilty and that we're wasting our time.
Holmes!
However, let us review the facts. Alicia Stanhope was found murdered in your home last night, while her husband, Dr. Stanhope, was presumably traveling on the continent.
Yes. Yes, that is true, Mr. Holmes. I had gone out for a long walk, and when I came home, she was there. The police believe... Well, they believe I stabbed her in an amorous quarrel. But they lie, I tell you, they lie!
I must confine myself to a healthy skepticism, my dear Professor. At least until I'm able to interrogate Dr. Stanhope, who I understand is hastening back to England from the continent. Come, Watson.
Yes, Holmes? Where?
To the home of Professor Webb here. The official police have not yet removed the body, and I should like to form my own conclusions. Observe, Watson. Alicia Stanhope was stabbed 3 times in the region of the heart. Doesn't that convey anything to you?
I cannot say it does.
Oh, come, man. You're being obtuse. It's like a signpost on an open road.
Holmes, you mean you know who the murderer is?
Not exactly, Watson, but I know who he is not.
Eh? What?
Observe again, my dear fellow. Although Alicia Stanhope was presumably stabbed on this couch, there's no sign of blood on the covering.
Jove, Holmes, you're right.
Quite. A most peculiar phenomenon, Watson. Now, suppose we explore the garden adjacent to this room. Look, Watson. There are footprints here in the soil of the garden. Note how they go down into that steep gully and disappear in the underbrush.
Yes, Holmes. There seem to be two sets of footprints. One going toward the window, one moving away.
Quite. And they prove, Watson, that the killer carried the dead woman into Professor Webb's house and left her there.
How'd you know that?
Oh, it's elementary, my dear fellow. The tracks leading to the window are of a deeper imprint. Hence, the killer was carrying a heavy burden. On the return journey, as you see, the footprints are lighter. Therefore, he had been relieved of his burden.
Jove, Holmes, you're right.
Yes.
Oh, what is it, Holmes?
This gully proceeds in the rear of several houses along the street here. And I shouldn't be surprised if one of them belongs to Dr. Charles Stanhope.
Holmes, I hope you realize we're breaking and entering Dr. Stanhope's premises.
I cannot be concerned with legal quibbling now, Watson. It's obvious now that Alicia Stanhope must have been murdered here, carried out to the garden, down along the gully, and from there into Professor Webb's house.
Rather a restless corpse, I must say. Oh, there seems to be a small servant room here.
Yes. It's been vacated very recently.
What is it, Holmes?
Note, Watson, the spoon on this shelf. It's covered with a light film of what seems to be some medical preparation. And it proves beyond all doubt that someone was here last night.
How'd you know that?
Because the film on the spoon is still fresh and damp. It hasn't had a chance to evaporate.
Holmes, someone's just come in.
What's the meaning of this? Who are you?
We might address the same question to you, sir.
Oh, you might, eh? Well, it just happens I am Dr. Charles Stanhope, and this is my house.
Well, Dr. Watson, this is certainly an exciting adventure. And what happened after that?
I shall be delighted to reveal the rest of the story to you, Mr. Harris, as soon as you've told our audience some pertinent facts regarding Clippercraft clothes.
You know, men, good style doesn't have to cost you a lot of money. You can be the best-dressed man in any crowd and stay within your budget when you buy Clippercraft clothes. A new spring Clippercraft worsted suit at $45, or a Clippercraft topcoat from $40 to $47.50 has the styling and the quality that you usually expect only in clothes that cost many dollars more. Now, that's because more than 1,200 friendly independent merchants from coast to coast pool their tremendous buying power to make Clippercraft's amazing values possible. In Clippercraft clothes, you get all the quality workmanship traditional of New England. New England, the home of the famous Clipper ships, from which Clippercraft clothes take their name. And Clippercraft clothes are sold by established businessmen whose business it is to give you honest value. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Dr. Watson, you were relating to us the adventure of the unfortunate valet.
So I was, Mr. Harris, so I was. Dr. Stanhope had come into his house with his baggage, and he was stained with the dust of travel. But when we introduced ourselves, he immediately abandoned his idea of turning us over to the local police and became more tractable. He explained that he'd only just that moment returned from his trip to the continent, that he had not yet seen the body of his wife, but he was quite sure as to her murder.
It was Professor Webb, Mr. Holmes. Ashley Webb. He killed her. It couldn't have been anyone else. He was mad about her, wanted her to leave me, and he killed her when she refused.
Then, Dr. Stanhope, how does it happen that your wife, Alicia, was found at Professor Webb's house?
I don't know, Mr. Holmes. I'm sure that he had some power over her. Blackmail, possibly. Perhaps Alicia had to go to his house. Perhaps she had no choice. I don't know.
I'm afraid, Dr. Stanhope, this affair will provide a holiday for the gossip mongers.
Dr. Stanhope, a question.
Yes?
Were there any servants on the premises while you were abroad?
Well, no. I did have a valet named Briggs, but he left my service a week ago.
May we ask why?
Well, he was in ill health, Dr. Watson. Very bad heart condition. A severe aneurysm, in fact. Poor fellow had only a few months to live.
I see. And where might we find this fellow Briggs?
I believe you can find him at the Carlton Hotel in London.
Holmes, I confess I'm puzzled.
Indeed? Why, Watson?
Well, we telegraphed the customs at Dover, found that Dr. Stanhope did not pass through until this morning.
Yes?
Therefore, he couldn't have murdered his wife last night back in Cambridge. It's... Well, I hate to say it, Holmes.
But you think Professor Webb might be guilty after all?
Well, yes.
Rubbish.
Eh?
A single glance at the corpse was sufficient to exonerate Professor Webb.
Yes, but how?
Remember, the killer plunged the blade into the victim's body 3 times in the area of the heart. But, Watson, consider that Webb is a professor of anatomy. If he were the assassin, he'd obviously know how to find the heart with one swift blow.
Jove, Holmes, you're right.
Quite. But how can a valet live in splendor at a first-class hotel like the Carlton? And secondly, how could a man with a severe heart aneurysm carry a heavy body along a strenuous path, up and down a steep gully?
Yes, Elmer. More champagne, dearie.
Thank you, Jackie. Don't
Nothing
mind if I
like
do.
the old bubbly, is there?
Right.
Ah, the old bubbly makes a man forget. That's what it does. Well, drink up, Selma. Drink up.
Oh, Briggsy, you're a real sporting gentleman.
Think so?
I should say, a real top. The suite at the Carlton and dinner and squab at the cafe and all the champagne there is.
And plenty more bubbly where that come from. All the champagne you can drink, dearie. You and me are going to do a lot of living, we are.
go
You'll
on.
have pretty frocks, and we'll go to the races and the music halls and live like royalty. Go on, drink up more of the bubbly.
Briggsy, someone's coming over to our table.
Who?
Oh, I don't know, a couple of men.
I beg your pardon. Your name is Briggs?
That's right. And who may you be?
This is Dr. Watson, and my name is Sherlock Holmes.
What? Sherlock Holmes? What do you want?
Briggs, we understand that you were valet to Dr. Charles Stanhope. As you no doubt know, his wife has been murdered. We should like to ask you a few questions.
Would you? Would you indeed? Well, I don't know nothing, see? I give up my post with the Stanhopes a week ago. And as for a nibs, good riddance, I says.
Now, look here, Briggs.
Watson.
Yes, Holmes?
Suppose we question this fellow another time. He seems to be in no condition to make sober answers at the moment.
Well, Holmes, we didn't seem to find out much from this Briggs fellow.
Oh, on the contrary, Watson, we did.
What do you mean?
Our friend Briggs, my dear fellow, happens to be an ex-convict.
Eh? How'd you know that?
Oh, it's elementary, Watson. The pallor of his face was characteristic of long confinement. And his hands proved the point even more.
His hands?
Yes, the kind of scarred hands any convict might acquire in the jute workshop of a prison. And speaking of prisons, Watson,
yes?
Our next step is to find which institution harbored Briggs as its guest. And after that, it would be most interesting to examine the fellow's medical record. Watson, look here. An interesting medical report. Very.
What do you mean?
According to the physician's report here at Newgate Prison, there's nothing wrong with Briggs's heart. Note, the report is marked excellent, and this is as recent as 6 months ago when Briggs was released.
Yes, but that doesn't make sense.
Oh, on the contrary, Watson, it does. You had the spoon we found in the servants' quarters at the Stanhope house? The spoon with a film of medicine on it?
Yes, I wrapped it in a piece of paper, put it in my pocket. But what now, Holmes?
Back to Baker Street. Back to Baker Street to conduct a chemical experiment. Quick, Watson, the test tube.
Here you are, Holmes.
Now, we pour this solution in the contents of this beaker and... You see this cloudy white precipitate?
Yes, I do indeed. What does it mean, Holmes?
Death, Watson. A slow, creeping, and malicious death. Quick, my dear fellow, get your hat. We must get to the Carlton Hotel at once.
The Carlton?
Precisely, to have another talk with a valet called Briggs. Well, Briggs, there's the evidence as I've related it to you. You murdered Alicia Stanhope at the instigation of her husband, Charles.
You still deny it, Briggs?
Deny it? No. Why should I? You got me dead to rights. And what do I care? I'm going to die anyway, soon. I got a bad heart, I have. And I'll cheat the hangman's noose before it's time.
Briggs, I'm afraid you've been played for a fool. Huh?
Yes, your heart's in excellent condition. As strong as an ox.
That's a lie.
Not according to an examination given you by the Newgate prison physician not 6 months ago.
But, Dr. Stanhope, it's his diagnosis.
He duped you and deceived you, Briggs. He lied to you about your heart, bribed you with money, and used you as a tool. You thought that with a severe heart condition you had nothing to lose. But you were wrong.
Stanhope! So, he lied to me. He lied.
You carried Alicia Stanhope's body from your house to Professor Webb's up and down a steep gully. A fatal effort for a man with your alleged condition. That led me to question the diagnosis from the start.
And I could have lived, a free man, without murder on my hands. And Stanhope, he even gave me medicine for my heart.
Exactly, but that medicine happened to be a slow and insidious poison, Briggs. Stanhope wanted to get rid of you after you'd done your work. And you would have died soon, just as he promised.
I see.
Holmes, look out! He's got a
Don't
revolver!
move, either of you. Don't try anything. You're not going to take me in. Not yet. Not until I keep an appointment with a certain gentleman. He just come to London from Cambridge. And I know you'll be glad to see me.
Oh, Briggs, Why, what on earth...
Hello, Stanhope.
What the devil? You're carrying a revolver.
You've got a bad heart, Briggs. Remember what you told me, Doctor? With a straight face, too, remember? I'm sorry, Briggs. It's bad news. You've got but a few months to live.
Now, Briggs...
You
listen.
lied to me. You cheated me. Made me kill for your dirty money. The £1,000 you gave me. And then you tried to poison me with your medicine. Didn't you, Doctor?
Now, wait a minute.
Hey, get away from that desk. Don't reach for that gun. Got me. But I still got time to send you to... I'll make sure of it. Remember, Doctor, you told me I didn't have long to live. You're right. You're right. But this time, it's better this way than dangling on the end of a rope.
Briggs! Briggs!
I saw him coming here, Watson, but those shots were...
Holmes. Good Lord. They're both dead.
Yes, Watson. We're too late. But note how justice has been done. They both have a bullet through the heart.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was certainly an unusual adventure.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Oh, I almost forgot one thing.
Yes, Dr. Watson?
A subsequent investigation of Dr. Stanhope's background revealed that he was not entitled to practice medicine at all. He had cleverly kept this secret for many years.
I see. But now, what about next week's case, Dr. Watson?
Well, next week I shall relate to you the adventure of the elusive agent. It concerns an interrupted honeymoon, the odor of a rare tobacco, and a strange new British invention which made a dramatic appearance during World War I.
The makers of Clipper Craft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Lochran. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelman. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. The Red Cross is always ready, always there. You too can act and help through the Red Cross 1949 Fund. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Elusive Agent. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us about an exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective Sherlock Holmes. And say, while you're getting comfortable, I'd like to tell you about an old American custom. The custom of serving a glass of sherry wine before dinner. Petri, California sherry. You know, Petri sherry is to a good meal what the overture is to a good musical comedy or an opera. Before you sit down at the dinner table, just pour yourself a little glass of Petri sherry and sip it slowly. Look at that beautiful amber color. Smell the fragrance of those sun-ripened grapes. And taste that fine sherry flavor. You'll agree with me, I'm sure, that Petri sherry is the best beginning a good meal ever had. And say, if you happen to like your sherry dry, as I do, you'll really like Petri Pale Dry Sherry. Believe me, you can't go wrong with any wine that bears the name Petri, the proudest name in the history of American wines. And now let's drop in on the good Dr. Watson, who's waiting for us in his California ranch house. Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Foreman. Come in and make yourself at home.
Thank you, Doctor. Sitting here with the lights off, I see. Have you been getting yourself in the mood for tonight's Sherlock Holmes story?
No, my boy, I was watching the sunset. It's quite a beautiful tonight.
Aye, Doctor, the sun set over an hour ago.
Yes, I know that, young fellow, my lad. I know that. But at my age, a fellow's entitled to take a little snooze after dinner, isn't he?
Of course he is, Doctor. And now that we've settled that, how about tonight's story?
Well, a very beautiful girl figured prominently in this adventure, Mr. Foreman. Her name was Jasmine Lafleur.
Huh? You say that again, Doctor, please?
I know, my boy, but that was her stage name. When she was a magician's assistant, unfortunately, I never had the opportunity of seeing Jasmine Lafleur in the theater. But I'm told that she was a fascinating figure in tights and spangles. When Holmes and I first met her, however, she was dressed a little more conventionally. And her name was then Diana Vennering. Lady Vennering.
Lady Vennering? Say, those tights and spangles really paid off, didn't they? Well, how did you and Sherlock Holmes come to meet up with her, Doctor?
In rather spectacular style, Mr. Foreman. Miss Lafleur became something of a femme fatale in the early 1900s. First of all, she married Signor Rossoni, the magician for whom she was working. On the wedding night, he was mysteriously stabbed to death. A few months later, Madame Rossoni, very fetching in her widow's weeds, I'm sure, met Sir Wilfrid Vennering. And, after a whirlwind courtship, she married him.
Don't tell me he got murdered, too.
He did, Mr. Foreman. Also on the night of the wedding. But this time the police found a suspect. It was a certain Major Beckworth, cousin of the dead man, and an ardent suitor of the fair Diana. The trial at the Old Bailey was one of the most sensational I ever remember. Sherlock Holmes and I, in court on the closing day as a jury, were still considering their verdict. Holmes, the jury's been out over 8 hours. I bet you they can't agree on a verdict and there'll be a new trial.
I think not, old chap. Look, here they come now. You know, there's a strong moral probability of guilt, but I'm sure they'll agree that there's insufficient evidence to convict.
Oh, perhaps you're right. Just look at Lady Vennering down there ahead of us. What a stunning woman.
Yes, and a woman of great poise and courage.
Here it comes.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you arrived at a verdict?
We have, my lord.
How say you? Do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Exactly. Come on, Watson. Let's get a breath of fresh air.
Well, I was wondering perhaps if we shouldn't go over and congratulate Lady Vennering.
On what? The fact that our husband's murderer has not been found?
Oh, I suppose you're right.
You ever read the Book of Tobit, Watson?
Tobit? I don't think so. When was it published?
Well, a little before our time, old chap. It's an Old Testament story.
Whatever made you think of it at this moment?
Well, it's so remarkably apposite with the case of Lady Vennering. It deals with a highly peculiar series of murders, 7 of them, if I remember correctly.
Who was the murderer?
A jealous demon by the name of Asmodeus, who strangled husbands on their wedding nights.
Well, judging by the verdict just now, Major Beckworth isn't the Asmodeus, or whatever you call him in this case.
Here you are, boy. Here, give me a paper.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you. Paper!
Well, Holmes, what does it say?
Oh, wait a minute. Here we are. Listen to this. Lady Vennering, widow of the murdered man, says that she will marry the suspect. Lady Vennering told newspaper reporters this afternoon that if Major Beckworth is acquitted, she will marry him before the year is out.
Oh, from my soul, Holmes, there's a positive sparkle in your eyes. You read about her.
I must admit the lady fascinates me, old chap. I hope before she becomes involved in any further tragedies that we may have the opportunity of meeting her, and something tells me that we will.
The Sunday papers are certainly having a field day over the Vennering case, Holmes. Did you read them?
No, I didn't, Watson.
There's a complete life history of Lady Vennering in one of them with photographs. It's rather interesting.
Really?
What are you doing over there, Holmes?
Looking out of the window. Ah, yes.
You expecting anybody home?
No, come over here, old fellow.
Oh, it's a clergyman.
Yes, a very agitated one. Look at the way he's pacing up and down, and looking up at our window, too.
By Jove. What eyes?
Yes, there's a fanatical look about him, which suggests either the martyr at the stake or the inquisitor lighting the faggots.
Mrs. Hudson's letting him in now. Well, I'll be interested to know what he's come to us about. I can hear footsteps on the stairs here. I'll go and have a look. How do you do, sir? Come along in, won't you? It's all right, thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
You're Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
I am, sir, and this is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
My name is Whalen, the Reverend Arthur Whalen.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do, sir?
Sit down, won't you, and tell me what I can do for you.
Thank you. Mr. Holmes, this is a very difficult subject to broach. In fact, it's only after intense personal conflict that I've been able to force myself to come to you. May I ask you, are you familiar with the Book of Tobit?
Book of Tobit? Oh, gracious me. You were talking about that yesterday, Holmes.
I see that you've come to consult me about the Vennering case.
But that's amazing. How did you know? Has Lady Vennering been in touch with you?
No, sir, but I'm familiar with the Book of Tobit, and Lady Vennering's case closely resembles that of the woman Sarah in the Old Testament story.
More closely than you realize, Mr. Holmes. Did you know that before each one of Lady Vennering's husbands was killed, they received a threatening note?
Yes, I recall that from the trial.
Signed in some sort of gibberish, weren't they, sir?
No, Doctor. Yesterday I was permitted for the first time to examine one of these notes. The apparent gibberish was in reality ancient Hebrew writing.
Indeed. Were you able to translate it?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. In effect, it said, if you go through with this marriage, your hours are numbered. And it was signed Asmodeus.
Oh. The name of the jealous demon who strangled husbands in the Book of Tobit.
Exactly.
Just why have you come to me, sir?
I want you to talk to Diana, to Lady Vennering, to tell her she must not go through with this new marriage. Murder is stalking her, Mr. Holmes. I have argued with her, prayed with her, implored her to realize her danger. But she is adamant.
I'm afraid I should feel extremely presumptuous in giving her my advice.
No, Mr. Holmes. I have prepared the way for you. You could, I'm sure, make her realize her danger.
And she's willing to see me, you say?
Willing and anxious.
Oh, very well. But I'd like to ask you a few questions first.
Anything, Mr. Holmes.
What is your interest in her?
She's a member of my flock. She needs my guidance.
Nothing further?
No, Mr. Holmes.
By the way, I believe that you performed the marriage ceremony at both of her previous weddings.
Yes.
Are you proposing to officiate at the ceremony if she marries Major Beckwith?
Well, I don't know. I'm hoping that marriage will never take place. And so I want you to help me, Mr. Holmes.
Where does the lady live?
47, Berkeley Square.
Very well. Dr. Watson and I will call on her this afternoon.
Delighted to, delighted.
I doubt if I can be there myself. In fact, Diana might speak more freely if I'm not. But here's my card.
Oh, thank
You'll
you.
know where to get in touch with me if you want to.
Very well, sir.
Good day to you, gentlemen. And I'm greatly in your debt.
Good day, sir, good day. Strange business, Holmes. I can't believe that Mr. Whalen's motives are entirely impersonal.
Nor can I, old chap.
What are you laughing about?
I was thinking of the Book of Tobit, Watson. In that, the role of protector, the role I have just been asked to take, was played by the Archangel Raphael. I can't help feeling, Watson, that I'm making distinct strides in my profession.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes. I'm so glad to meet you.
How do you do, Lady Vennering? May I introduce my old friend, Dr. Watson?
How are you, Dr. Watson?
I'm awfully glad to meet you, Lady Vennering.
Let's sit down, shall we? You're just in time for tea.
Thank you. You know why we're here, of course.
Naturally. Mr. Whalen came round here as soon as he'd left you. You're to persuade me to look after my mortal affairs, while he takes care of my immortal ones. Isn't that it?
Well, that's charmingly put, Lady Vennering. Charming.
May I say, Mr. Holmes, that I'm flattered that a man of your eminence should be sufficiently interested to bother about me.
You underestimate your own importance, Lady Vennering. Though I may mention that if your problem had been as simple as Mr. Whalen made it out to be, I might have been otherwise engaged.
You're being very frank and a little mysterious. Are you suggesting that Mr. Whalen didn't tell you everything?
I am. And I hope you will be more candid with me.
Sherlock Holmes, I like you. You're most refreshing. Milk and sugar in your tea?
Just milk, thank you.
Here you are. How about you, Dr. Watson?
Oh, just the same way, please. Thank you, my dear.
And now, Mr. Holmes, perhaps you'll tell me why you think that you haven't been told everything.
Before I answer that, Lady Vennering, I wonder if I might ask you some questions.
But of course. Anything.
When your first husband, Signor Rossoni, was killed, did the police find any suspects?
Yes, one. Ferdinand Gautier, a young man who had been an assistant in our Magician's Act. A stupid, good-looking boy who thought he was in love with me. But of course Inspector Lestrade had to release him. There was no evidence.
Inspector Lestrade, well, you can bet that if he arrested him, the boy was innocent.
A warning note was found among your husband's effects, wasn't it?
Yes, and it was signed in Hebrew with the name Asmodeus. But perhaps you're not familiar with the Book of Tobit.
Oh, yes, I'm familiar with it, Lady Vennering. How did you know then that the Hebrew letters signified that name?
Mr. Whalen translated them for me.
Oh, I see.
And also read me the Book of Tobit. He's always been particularly fond of that book. Perhaps because it illustrates his own ideas on the dangers of marriage.
Holmes told us that he hadn't seen one of the warning notes until yesterday.
Precisely. Lady Vennering, I read in the papers that you intend to marry Major Beckwith, the man who has just been tried for your late husband's murder.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
When are you going to marry him, may I ask?
When it pleases me.
Doesn't it occur to you that a great deal of comment will be caused? Also that Major Beckwith's life is in obvious danger?
Of course it occurs to me, my dear man. But because of two tragic marriages, am I to spend the rest of my life alone? as Mr. Whalen would have me do. I'm young, alive. Peter, what are you doing here?
I just arrived back in England today, Diana. What's this I read about you marrying Beckwith?
Peter, I have guests. Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. This is Peter McComas, one of our most promising young painters.
Diana, tell me it isn't true. When I left England, you loved me, and I you. I come back, and what do I find? You're planning to marry Beckwith. Well, I won't stand for it. If you think you can throw me over like some silly boy, you're very much mistaken. I can tell things, you know. I can tell lots of things.
Get out of here, Peter. Get out.
Diana.
And don't come back until you've learned manners and discretion.
But Diana...
Get out. I'm sorry, gentlemen. Were there any more questions you wanted to ask me, Mr. Holmes?
One, Lady Bennering. Where is your fiancé, Major Beckwith?
He's upstairs. I'm letting him stay here until the scandal of the trial has died down.
I must see him at once.
At once? Why, Holmes? He's in no danger until the marriage takes place?
The marriage has taken place, Watson, unless I'm very much mistaken.
What makes you think so, Mr. Holmes?
You're much too discreet and intelligent, Lady Bennering, to let him stay here in your house unless you were already married.
We were married this morning. But we planned to keep the fact a secret for a few months until the scandal had died down.
May I talk to him, please?
Of course. I'll ring for the butler and ask him to come down.
May I ask, madam, who married you?
The Reverend Arthur Whalen, of course.
Oh, and all the time he talked to us today, he knew perfectly well this marriage had taken place. He must have just come from it. I don't trust that man, Holmes.
Oh, there you are, Hudson. I just rang for you. Will you ask Major Beckwith?
Excuse me, milady. I was just on my way to telephone the police.
The police? What do you mean?
It's Major Beckwith, milady. He's been stabbed to death in his bath.
Mr. Beckwith murdered, too.
Hudson, I'll telephone the police. By now, I'm rather well acquainted with Inspector Lestrade. Excuse me, gentlemen.
What a dreadful business, Holmes. A third husband murdered on his wedding day.
But what a woman, Watson. She's superb, magnificent.
What on earth do you mean, Holmes?
What courage. What unconquerable spirit in the face of a fresh tragedy. Watson, she fascinates me.
I haven't seen such a splendid female since we solved that case for the King of Bohemia.
Dr. Watson's story will continue in just a few seconds. Time enough to remind you that the easiest way to make good food taste better is to serve that good food with a swell Petri wine. And there are two Petri wines in particular just made to go with food. Petri California Sauterne, a delicate white wine with a subtle flavor that's perfect with chicken and fish. And Petri California Burgundy, a hearty, rich red wine that's out of this world with any meat or meat dish. So if you want to know just how good a cook you are, serve your good food with Petri wine made to go with it. A Petri Burgundy or a Petri Sauterne. Two swell Petri mealtime wines. And now back to tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure. The famous detective and his old friend Dr. Watson have become involved in the affairs of thrice-married Diana, one-time magician's assistant. Each of her husbands has been mysteriously murdered on his wedding day, the latest murder occurring on the same day that Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson are brought into the case. As we rejoin our story, it's a month later, and for some obscure reason, Sherlock Holmes seems to have lost interest in the case, though not in the beautiful Diana.
Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Lestrade?
It's over a month now since Major Beckwith was murdered, and we haven't found a single clue to work.
Do you expect me to supply the deficiencies of Scotland Yard?
Well, it's unlike you not to help us, Mr. Holmes. And after all, you and Dr. Watson were in the house when it happened. If you ask me, the murderer's either McComas, that Irish painter, or the clergyman Whalen. What do you think, sir?
As far as I'm concerned, the case is closed, Lestrade, and I wish you'd stop bothering me. What do you think I am? Nothing but a detecting machine?
Mr. Holmes, whatever's come over you?
Holmes, you're not going out again this evening, are you?
I'm afraid so, old chap.
Well, this will be the fourth night in a row. I was hoping that we might have a nice, quiet evening in front of the fire.
Oh, I'm sorry, Watson, but I promised to take Diana to the horse show at Olympia. I should be home by midnight.
Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Mr. Whalen?
You're seeing altogether too much of Diana. She seems to be completely under your spell.
But you introduced me to her in the first place, with the request that I keep an eye on her.
I made a great mistake. As her spiritual protector, I'm afraid I must ask you to stop seeing her.
I'm afraid I must ask you, sir, to mind your own business.
I say, Holmes, have you seen in the paper that violinist, this Iway, is playing at the Albert Hall tonight?
No, I haven't looked at the paper today.
Oh, I thought perhaps that we might go along and see
I'm
him
afraid
together.
I can't, old chap. No, I'm taking Diana to the French Maid at Dahlia's Theatre. I hear it's a charming musical comedy.
Look here, Holmes. We've been friends for a good many years now.
Very true, old fellow.
And I think I'm entitled to speak to you straight from the shoulder.
Of course you are, Watson.
Very well, then. This Diana Beckworth.
Oh.
Yes, it's your own business, I suppose, but I can't bear to see her making such a fool of you. You've neglected your work entirely since you met her. You get about as though you're a young fellow of 20. What's come over you, Holmes?
Stop pacing about, old chap, will you, and sit down. In fact, it might be a good idea if you fortified yourself with a nip of brandy from the Tantalus there. What I'm about to tell you may be something of a shock. Watson, Diana and I are getting married tomorrow.
What did you say, Holmes?
I'm getting married tomorrow.
But, you're insane.
Oh, that's not very flattering, Watson. Anyway, I don't see why you should be so surprised. You yourself married and left Baker Street once, didn't you?
For you, Holmes, a confirmed woman hater.
No, my dear Watson. No, indeed, no. You will remember in our adventure that you titled A Scandal in Bohemia, I met a lady that I have often referred to as, the woman.
You mean Irene Adler, but she was a criminal.
Exactly, and yet Diana has the same magnificent characteristics. Keen intelligence, courage, and unconquerable spirit.
But Holmes, 3 of her husbands murdered on their wedding nights. You're proposing to be the 4th.
Oh, rubbish, my dear fellow, because tragedy has attended her previous marriages. Is she to go through life alone?
Holmes, you really mean it, don't you?
Of course I do.
I think I will have a nip of brandy.
Oh, don't take it so bad, old fellow. We'll continue to see a lot of each other. Diana's very fond of you, you know.
Oh, well, I'm glad. Who's going to perform the ceremony? Not the Reverend Mr. Whalen?
Oh, no. We decided, in view of Diana's previous marriages, that he might prove to be a trifle, unlucky. A clergyman named Vernet will officiate. Whalen, of course, insists on being present just the same.
What time is the wedding tomorrow?
2 o'clock, old fellow. Oh, I should have mentioned this before. I hope your cutaway coat and top hat are in a good state of preservation. You'll be a pretty prominent figure at the ceremony, you know.
You mean that...
Well, I mean that if Sherlock Holmes gets married, who else could be his best man but his old friend, Dr. Watson? It's elementary, my dear fellow, elementary.
I now pronounce you man and wife, and those whom God hath joined together, let no man put asunder.
Diana, I'm going to claim the privilege of the best man and give you a kiss.
Of course you shall, Doctor.
It's you, Holmes. You're Miss Lucky Fuller.
Of course I am, old chap.
Sherlock, I'm going upstairs to change my dress now.
Very well, Diana. I'll be up shortly.
I'll see you later, Dr. Watson.
Very well, Mrs. Holmes. Holmes, I never thought I'd live to say that.
Watson, old fellow, I'm worried.
Worried today? Oh, my dear fellow, what's the matter?
Well, just before the ceremony, I received one of those warning notes signed by Asmodeus.
Oh, you better be careful, Holmes.
I think I'll slip out and have a pipe or 2 on the matter. Yes. Look after my guests for me, will you? And keep your eyes open. And your ears.
Yes, I will indeed. There you are, Mr. Whalen. Would you care for a glass of champagne or punch or something or other?
Thank you, no, Doctor. I'm in no mood for celebration. I'm certain that Diana has made a shocking mistake.
Well, really, sir, I don't think...
I only came here in a last-minute attempt to dissuade her. Now that I've failed, I shall leave. Good day, sir.
Bless your soul.
Dr. Watson?
Oh, hello, McComas.
Where's Mr. Holmes?
We'll be back in a few minutes. Would you care for a glass of champagne, sir?
Well, thank you. I should like to drink a toast to the pair. I've been in love with Diana for years, you know, but she wouldn't marry me, and well, I suppose I might as well make the best of it. I must say your friend Sherlock Holmes seems like a splendid fellow.
He is indeed, McComas. In fact, I may say... Excuse me, sir. All right, Holmes, I'm coming.
Up here.
What on earth's the matter, Holmes?
Follow me and lock the door behind you. Allow me to introduce you to the demon Asmodeus, Watson. Unfortunately, at the moment, she's in a faint.
Good Lord. It's Diana.
Exactly. Always an impetuous woman, she made the mistake of trying to stab me with that knife. So I bent over to strap up a suitcase. She didn't allow for the wall mirror in which I was watching her.
You mean you suspected her all along?
Of course I did, old fellow. The problem was to find the proof. I first suspected her when I knew that she had been a magician's assistant. The key to the profession of magic is misdirection, and these murders have been a perfect example of misdirection of motive.
How do you mean, Holmes?
Well, by creating Asmodeus, thanks to the well-meaning stories of the Reverend Mr. Whalen, from whose theological libraries she must have copied the Hebrew signature, she focused the murders on jealousy, concealing the fact that the one person with a perfect motive was herself, the widow who was to inherit.
Oh, why hasn't she been caught before?
Because she was clever, devilishly clever. She left no clues except an indirect one that I had once spotted, that the likeliest person to be able to approach a bridegroom unsuspected and stab him is his bride. And now I wish you'd see if you can revive her, old fellow. When the police get here, I should like Mrs. Holmes to be in full possession of all her faculties.
Well, Holmes, I must say I never expected to be driving back with you to Baker Street on your wedding day. I can't tell you how happy I feel.
Dear old Watson, you really thought that I deserted you, didn't you?
Oh, naturally, I wish you'd told me the truth.
Oh, I couldn't tell anyone, not even you. If the faintest shadow of suspicion had entered her mind, I'd never have caught her.
Well, it seems to me you paid a pretty high price, Holmes. You told me you made a will in her favor. Supposing something happens to you before her trial, she'd get the money, you know.
Oh, the will? Oh, no, that was worthless. I told Diana that it was a holographic will and perfectly valid.
Well, what on earth is a holographic will?
A will drawn up in one's own handwriting on a piece of perfectly plain paper. Such a document is quite legal, but I drew mine up on a paper with a letterhead. That made it invalid.
Oh, I see, but the fact remains that you are married, Holmes.
I really fooled you completely, didn't I, Watson? Didn't the name of the clergyman who married us suggest anything to you?
The Reverend Vernet? No, and why not should it?
Well, Vernet was a French painter of some note. He also happens to have been a great uncle of mine and Mycroft's.
You mean that your brother Mycroft was a clergyman?
I mean that Mycroft was disguised as a clergyman. And a very convincing job he did, too. A more satisfactory clergyman than the Reverend Mr. Whalen, no doubt, whose possible complicity may compel him to answer some very awkward questions.
Then you're not married. Well, upon my soul, Holmes, I don't know what to say.
Then I suggest that you say nothing, my dear chap. Let's just sit back quietly, as two good friends can, and brood about the mutability of human affairs.
Well, Doctor, tonight's adventure was really a little extraordinary, to say the least. Holmes sure had a narrow escape.
Doubly narrow, Mr. Foreman, doubly narrow. He not only escaped the jaws of death, but he also escaped the clutches of matrimony. Actually, the story had a happy ending for everybody but Lady Vennering. Jasmine Lafleur.
What about that artist fellow, McComas? How did he take it?
Oh, very well indeed. In fact, in gratitude, he even painted Holmes's portrait. Not exactly a good likeness, though. One of those modern artists who paints as impressions of a person rather than a portrait.
What do you mean?
Well, now, let me see. If he were to paint his impression of you, you'd probably end up by looking like a bottle of Petri wine in a sports jacket.
Go ahead, Doctor. You can tease me all you want to, but I'll still rave about Petri wine. And why not? The facts bear me out that Petri wine most certainly is good wine. After all, the Petri family knows all there is to know about the art of turning plump, sun-ripened grapes into fragrant, delicious wine. That's because they've been making wine for generations, ever since they started the Petri business way back in the 1800s. And because the making of Petri wine is a family affair, the family has been able to hand down from father to son, all their skill and knowledge and experience. And believe me, that adds up to plenty. So no matter what type of wine you prefer, one to serve with meals or a wine for any special occasion, choose one of the fine Petri wines. You can't miss, because Petri took time to bring you good wine. And now, Dr. Watson, what story do you have lined up for us next week?
Well, now, let me see, Mr. Foreman. I'm going to tell you about a strange adventure that began by my taking a wild cab ride through the moonlit streets of London. and ended with Holmes and me being trapped in a luxuriously furnished cellar below a furniture warehouse down by the waterfront.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and is based on an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of Shoscombe Old Place. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station.
Oh, the Petri family took the time to bring you such good wine. So when you eat and when you cook, remember Petri wine.
To make good food taste better, remember...
Petri wine.
This is Bill Foreman saying goodnight for the Petri family. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone in the New Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, a family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And say, if you'd like to try a new adventure in good eating, will you just make sure that your dinner tomorrow night includes a bottle of Petri California Burgundy. Petri Burgundy is the ideal wine with any kind of meat or meat dish. A Petri Burgundy is a hearty red wine, just as rich in flavor as it is in color. It's the perfect companion to a thick, juicy steak or a piping hot pot roast or a good hamburger. You know that Petri Burgundy has a happy faculty of turning a simple meal like, say, a hamburger sandwich into a feast. Believe me, here is a wine that's clear, fragrant, and delicious. A wine that you can serve to your friends proudly. Petri Burgundy. Remember, the name Petri is the proudest name in the history of America's wines. And now let's join our good friend, Dr. Watson.
I'm out here on the patio, Mr. Bartell.
Well, I see you're making the most of a wonderful evening, Doctor.
Oh, yes, my boy. It's pleasant to sit out here on a summer's night with a good friend and a pipe, a bottle of wine. Help yourself to a glass and sit down.
Oh, thank you, sir. All ready with tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure, Doctor?
Yes, and a strange story it is. It was in the autumn of 1899, Mr. Bartell, that I decided both as doctor and friend that Sherlock Holmes was in desperate need of a holiday.
He'd really been overdoing it, huh?
Oh, yes, my boy. It had been an unusually busy year, and at the time my story begins, Holmes was suffering from complete exhaustion. So, my boy, towards the end of October in that year, we found ourselves in the charming city of Kazanlak, capital of the small Balkan kingdom of Grozny. A few nights after our arrival, I remember Pavlu Krasnodar, Groznian Minister of Police, took us to hear the singing of a certain young Hungarian opera star, Miss Lily Rayner, who was then touring Europe. At our table was her fiancé, the charming young aristocrat Prince Stefano. And it was very easy to see as he sat there listening to the song that the boy was head over heels in love. It was a haunting melody that she sang, Mr. Bartell. I can almost hear it now. You're a very lucky man, Prince Stefano. Your fiancée's voice matches her beauty.
Oh, yes, Dr. Watson. I consider myself the most fortunate man in Grozny.
She has a magnificent voice, the finest singing I can recall since...
Since when, Mr. Holmes?
I was thinking of a prima donna of the Warsaw Opera who attained considerable success in London. Miss Irene Adler.
Oh, by George, yes. She was a criminal, one of the few that outwitted you, Holmes. Oh, that was a case that would have interested you, Mr. Krasnodar.
I'm familiar with it, my dear doctor. You are unusually solemn tonight, Krasnodar. Have a glass of wine, and I will bring Lily to our table, and we will toast our happiness. I'm afraid I cannot drink to that toast, Prince Stefano. Why not? Oh, I know why. You, the notorious lady killer of Grozny, are jealous. You're in love with Lily yourself. Prince Stefano, I have sad news for you. I have come here tonight, but for one purpose. To arrest your fiancée.
What?
You're joking. It is far from a joke. At my ministry, we have evidence, conclusive evidence, that Miss Lily Rayner is a spy.
Spy? Good Lord.
And the penalty for spying in Grozny?
That, my friend, is why I would drink no toast. In Grozny, the penalty for espionage is death.
Yes, I know, but Holmes, you must do something to save that girl. You can't just turn in for the night without trying to help her in some way. They might shoot her in the morning.
Krasnodar's no fool. Since he's made the arrest, obviously he has a watertight case against the girl.
I suppose so.
One last pipe.
You know, Holmes, I couldn't understand her fiancé's behavior. He didn't do a thing. Just stood there and let Krasnodar arrest the girl.
What could he have done? Krasnodar is commissioner of police. There was no point in arguing with him until the evidence had been examined.
I imagine the prince will try and pull some political strings. After all, Grozny...
Come in.
Who's this now?
Oh, you wish to speak to me?
Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I've come to talk to you about my baby. My name is Martha Greggett.
Your baby? Mr. Holmes doesn't...
Oh, my baby, she is 20 years old, and she is flaxen-haired and beautiful.
Oh, that's an entirely different matter. We'll be delighted to help you, delighted. Sit down, won't you?
On whose behalf have you come to me?
Poor Lily Rayner.
Lily Rayner? Well, that's the girl who's arrested tonight.
I am only her dresser. And yet I'm Martha Greggett. I'm her mother and father. I have toured Europe with her ever since she left Vienna.
She sent you to me tonight, I suppose.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. She said you would understand.
What does she mean by that, I wonder?
She said that Mr. Holmes would take care that a talent like hers should not perish, just because she had broken a few laws.
In other words, she wishes me to establish her innocence in the same breath as she confesses her guilt. I'm afraid I don't take that sort of plant. Good night to you.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson.
Krasnodar?
I am glad that you came to my office this morning. I can show you the proof of Miss Lily Rayner's guilt. As distinguished foreigners, I should like you to know that though the penalty for political crimes is swift and severe, we are most careful that the incriminating evidence is beyond question. You see these letters?
Yeah.
We found them sewed into the bodies of her gown.
Oh, good gracious me.
They're a series of highly dangerous letters from Joseph, the leader of the Revolutionary Party with whom she is obviously hand in glove. Here, you may examine them if you wish.
Say, it looks like Greek to me.
My knowledge of the Groznian language is far from perfect, but these letters certainly seem to incriminate their owner beyond doubt.
You will observe that the letters have followed her to each of the cities in which she has been singing. All of them ask questions as to the military garrisons and the chances of a successful revolution. She has been a dangerous spy.
Yes, I can see that, sir, but even so, isn't the death penalty excessively severe, particularly for a woman?
Dr. Watson, the Balkan states are a hotbed of European intrigue. Our penalties must be severe, and we cannot make concessions to the sex of a culprit.
This man Joseph, the writer of these letters, have you been able to find any trace of him?
None. If only we could. But we have never even seen the man. However, we are fortunate to trap his assistant and apparently the lady of his choice.
Lady of his choice? But she was engaged to Prince Stefano.
Undoubtedly a blind. In her home, we found an unsigned love letter in English. It was in the same handwriting as these letters from Joseph.
Are you satisfied, Watson?
Well, I suppose.
Obviously, she's guilty. Well, there's no place for me in this affair, particularly when you consider that she made a virtual confession in sending her dresser to me last night.
I suppose you're right, but just the same, if you want to trap this man Josip, I should think you'd be wiser to hold the girl as a hostage. It might bring him on the scene if he's afraid she'll talk. If you hang her, you'll never find him.
Dr. Watson, in my country we found that prompt justice gets the best results. And for your edification, we do not hang in Grozny.
No?
The death penalty is exacted at the hands of a firing squad.
And when is the execution to take place?
You have timed your visit well, my friends. Please to step onto the balcony.
Oh, dear.
I think that answers your question, Mr. Holmes.
Great Scott. Against the wall, blindfolded, with a firing squad before her. It's Lily Rayner.
Grosnian justice indeed moves swiftly, Mr. Krasnodar.
It has to, my friend. Capitano! Hospital?
Great heavens, I can't watch this. I don't care what she's done. I don't want to see it.
Up! Two! Nurse! Up!
She's crumbled to the ground. Poor little thing.
What an artist.
Hard to see a woman executed even if she is a spy.
May all traitors to Groznia die as swiftly.
But what a loss. Her beautiful voice.
Yes, her beautiful voice. Shall we go in, gentlemen?
You know, Holmes, I can still see that poor girl as she crumbled before the firing squad.
So can I, old chap.
That's her song you're playing, isn't it?
Yes. The melody still haunts me. You blame me, don't you?
Blame you for what?
For not preventing her death.
Oh, of course I don't blame you, Holmes. The girl was guilty. Grosnian law prescribes the death penalty for her crime. After all, what could you have done about it?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And yet...
And yet what?
I wonder if she was right. I wonder if artistry such as hers isn't of greater value to humanity than spying in any cause.
It's not much good worrying about that now, is it? The girl's dead and buried.
Watson.
What's the matter, Holmes?
Did you hear that?
I hear what?
I could swear that I heard the dead girl's voice. She was singing a song to my accompaniment.
Oh, dear me. Your nurse must be in a very bad state, Holmes. Hearing voices indeed. You'd better turn in for the night.
Perhaps. Well, it may be more my conscience than my nerves.
I'll give you a sleeping draught if you like.
No, my dear Chapita. I'm all right. It's funny, though. I could have sworn that... Oh, well.
Play some more of that tune, will you, Holmes? Great heavens!
Uh-huh. You heard it this time, eh, Watson?
Of course I did. It was her voice. There's no mistaking it. Holmes, I don't believe in ghosts, and yet I could swear...
Listen.
Good Lord. It is her.
Shh. Do not let them go and punish the kill me.
Who are you? Where are you?
In the air about you. Avenge my death.
Strike a match,
Sherlock
Watson.
Holmes.
Strike a match. Yes. Light the gas.
Look. There in the moonlight, moving past the window. It's the figure of that girl that was shot to death.
A match, Watson. I'll guard the door.
There. Gas is lighted, but she's vanished, Holmes.
And not by means of this door. We're standing in front of it. And there's no other exit from the room.
Holmes, I don't like this. We're dabbling in the supernatural.
Stop trembling, Watson. Whatever the explanation for this may be, one thing at least I find quite fascinating.
And what's that?
It's the first time in my career that I've ever had a ghost for a client.
Dr. Watson will tell us the rest of his story in just a second, so I'm just going to tell you about a wine that adds the perfect finishing touch to a good meal. Petri California Muscatel. With its sunshiny golden color and its full aroma, you just know Petri Muscatel is going to taste good. And it really does. The flavor of big, plump muscat grapes picked when they're full to bursting with luscious juice. For the wine that everybody likes, serve Petri Muscatel. You know it's good if it's Petri. Well, Dr. Watson, so you had a ghostly visitor calling on you at the hotel that night, huh?
Yes, my boy, and I confess I was so badly shaken by the experience that I hardly slept a wink all night. Well, the next morning, after an early breakfast, Holmes and I located the proprietor of our hotel and began to question him as to the history of the building.
I've admired the architecture of this building ever since we came here. A house of this period would undoubtedly have been built with secret passages and staircases.
I confess that I know of one secret staircase there. There may well be others.
Indeed, and where is the one you know of?
Do you wish to explore it, gentlemen?
Oh, very much. My friend and I are most interested in such things.
Follow me, please. These stairs lead to our wine cellars. Thousands of feet have tramped up and down these steps. Only a select few know that behind this tapestry here... behind this tapestry, gentlemen, is apparently a solid wall. But the wall is not solid. You have a match, perhaps?
Oh, yes, of course. Here you are.
We keep a candle here in this niche for just such an occasion as this. So, please hold back tapestry, sir.
Oh, I've got it.
Thank you. Now, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. The fourth brick up from the stair. I press it so, and...
Look, Holmes. Great Scott, a section of the wall swinging out.
It's closing a stairway behind it. Ingenious.
There, gentlemen. Allow me to give you the candle.
But aren't you going to lead the way?
No, sir. I'm not going to lead the way, thank you. I have owned this hotel for 32 years, and yet I have never explored this stairway.
Why, sir? Is it reputed to be haunted?
Yes, it is supposed to be haunted. The candle, gentlemen.
Thank you. Yes, I'm much obliged to you. Come on, Watson.
I shall wait here.
I don't think I care for this, Holmes. Frightfully dark in here. Damp and mouldy, too.
Look, Watson. Look here. This landing.
Landing? Nothing but dust and cobwebs.
A closer, old chap. There's the faint imprint of a woman's heel here.
Huh. Oh, by George, yes. Shoes that have gone both up and down these stairs in the last 24 hours.
Exactly. And there's a reverse print over here. This, my dear chap, I think accounts for the appearance and disappearance of our visitor last night.
Yes, but Holmes, it was the singer, Lily Rayner. Yet we saw her shot yesterday morning.
Rubbish, Watson, rubbish. What have we to do with walking corpses? Come on, old fellow. Let's see where this stairway leads us to.
I know, but then what did we see if we didn't see a ghost last night?
That, my dear chap, is what we have to find out. Wait a minute. Staircase ends here. That's strange.
Yes, and against a blank wall. That doesn't make sense.
And yet the entrance to this stairway was an apparent blank wall, too, remember? Let's see if the same formula will do the same trick here.
What was it? Oh, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, 4 bricks up from the step. I press so and... Open sesame!
The wall swinging back again.
What do we see? Another tapestry. A tapestry that seems very familiar.
Well, I should say so. This hidden door leads into your very own bedroom.
Exactly, my dear chap. Now we know beyond doubt how the apparent ghost made her appearance last night.
Don't you suppose it must have been someone impersonating the dead girl?
That, my dear fellow, is a question that can only be answered by calling on her fiancé, Prince Stefano. Let's go over and see him at once, shall we? Prince Stefano, I dislike to intrude upon your personal tragedy, but I must ask you a few questions.
Ask your questions.
Did your fiancée have a sister who may have resembled her?
No. She had no living relatives at all, Mr. Holmes.
Well, tell me this. Who inherits her estate, sir?
Her dresser. A faithful old woman by the name of Arthur Gregor, who looked after her for some years.
I see. Did Miss Rayner have an understudy?
As a singer, she could have no understudy. She was irreplaceable.
You say as a singer. Was she also an actress?
Oh, but yes, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, really? How very unusual for an opera singer.
Quiet, Watson, please.
The first time I saw her was in Tosca. She was not another Berna, but her performance was a very promising one, considering her age. In my country, of course, she was not able to appear in anything but opera because she could not speak Russian.
She didn't speak Russian? Now I have the answer.
The answer?
Yes, to what?
To this entire story, from the arrest of your fiancée to certain strange visitations at my hotel last night.
What do you mean, Mr. Holmes?
If you come to my hotel room tonight, my dear Prince, I can safely promise to make the whole matter clear to you. And I dare go a little further. I think that I can even help you to find consolation in your bereavement. Ladies and gentlemen, I can see that you wonder why Dr. Watson and I have asked you to come here to our hotel tonight.
As Minister of Police, I should be stupid if I did not realize that since your other two guests are the Prince Stefano and Martha Gregor, the dead girl's dresser, that this meeting has some bearing on the execution of Miss Lily Rayner.
I should prefer to say her murder.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you please, I should like to make my own position in this matter quite clear. 2 nights ago, you, Martha, came to me on behalf of Miss Lily Rayner to solicit my aid. I, convinced that she was guilty, refused that aid. Yesterday morning, she died before a firing squad. Last night, her ghost appeared to me here in this room and asked me to avenge her death.
Her ghost? What nonsense are you talking?
It would be no surprise to me if her poor murdered soul came back from the grave to ask for justice, sir.
I saw her, my good woman, almost as clearly as I see you all now.
I agree with Krasnodar. To talk of ghosts is beyond belief.
Please let me finish. When I had this visitation last night, I decided to investigate the case thoroughly. I did so today, and I can assure you that Miss Rayner paid for a crime she did not commit.
What grounds do you have for saying that, Mr. Holmes?
The letters that were supposedly written to her were in the Grosnian language, and yet today Prince Stefano informed me that she could not appear in the theater here because she did not speak the language.
But those letters were sewed into her bodice hole.
That's true, my dear fellow. And who was the only person who had the opportunity to do that? The same person who came to me 2 nights ago and succeeded in convincing me that Miss Rayner was guilty, her own dresser and supposed friend.
Are you suggesting that
I'm suggesting that you inherited her estate on her death, and that you would have lost that inheritance if she had married and had a family of her own.
What do you have to say in answer to that, Martha?
That I am among madmen. This talk of ghosts proves it.
Very well, then. Let the ghosts support my theories. Hand me the violin, will you, Watson, old fellow?
Oh, yes, of course.
Thank you. Now, turn down the gas light.
Right you are.
That's it. And listen.
Yes. Yes. That's her voice.
And that's her figure standing there in the moonlight, even though she's dead.
Now, what do you say, Martha? Aren't you responsible for her death? If a ghost can sing, I'm sure it can also talk.
I did do it. The letters belong to me. I sacrificed my own baby for gold. May heaven have mercy on my soul.
A confession in front of 4 witnesses. Why not take her away, Krasnodar? We'll testify later.
I will. Come with me, Martha.
I killed my own baby. I deserve to die.
Well, shall I turn up the gas, Holmes?
Ask Prince Stefano.
No. Do not turn it up. I've seen and heard the ghost of my beloved when the lights were down. I'm not afraid. Please play her melody again, Mr. Holmes.
Aren't you afraid, Prince Stefano?
Why should I be afraid? Lily, my beloved, your spirit I know can be no evil one. I love it as I loved you living. The pleasure of love lasts but an instant. Love's regrets last for a lifetime. This is now my lifetime, brightened by your gracious ghost.
I'm sure this is a very touching scene, but it's getting dreadfully maudlin. All right, Miss Rayner. You may come from behind the tapestry now. Watson, old chap, turn up the gaslight. There's a good fellow.
Right you are, Holmes.
Prince Stefano, permit me to reintroduce you to your far from ghostly fiancée, Miss Lily Rayner.
Lily, my beloved, you're not dead.
No, I am not dead. Though I cannot see how Sherlock Holmes fathomed my secret.
And there, my dear young lady, you're in exactly the same boat as I am.
Surely the answer is obvious. You gave me the key yourself, Prince Stefano.
I did, but how, Mr. Holmes?
When you informed me that Miss Rayner had once played the title role in Tosca.
Tosca? What's that got to do with anything,
Consider
Holmes?
the plot, Watson. A minister of police who is very susceptible to a lady's charms arranges a false execution. Knowing Mr. Krasnodar's weakness, Miss Rayner, you prevailed upon him to do likewise.
Huh. Well, then the whole execution was a piece of pantomime. The rifles must have contained blanks.
That's right, old fellow. And what should have heightened my suspicion, Miss Rayner, was the fact that at the moment of your apparent death, Mr. Krasnodar quoted a line from Tosca. He said, "What an artist." I was not perceptive enough at the time to evaluate the remark correctly, I'm afraid. When the simulated execution took place, you were free, but assumed dead.
But why should I indulge in such a trick, Mr. Holmes?
You reasoned that had you come to me directly, I might easily have turned you over as a fugitive from justice. And when you decided to dramatize the situation and appear last night as an apparent ghost, you knew it would, well, at the very least, stimulate my curiosity. It will cause me to investigate the matter and possibly to learn the truth and clear you from suspicion.
Well, yes, but Holmes, if she's innocent, how about the love letter in English which was in the handwriting of Josip, the revolutionary leader?
Well, I can see only one explanation for that. You, Prince Stefano, are that mysterious revolutionary Josip.
Stefano? Oh, no, that is not possible.
Mr. Holmes, you are a visitor in my country. I do not suppose you will be staying here much longer.
Stefano, all these months you deceived me.
Silence, Lily. Gentlemen, I hope for your own sake you will not be staying here much longer.
Oh. I've been threatened by far more imposing adversaries than you, Prince Stefano. I suggest that you leave my room. It's none of my business dabbling in Groznian political affairs. Your secret is safe. In any case, I came to Grozny for a holiday. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Holmes.
On my soul, Holmes, if we were in London, you wouldn't behave in this offhand way.
But we're in Grozny, old chap, aren't we? Hand me the violin, will you?
All right, here you are.
Thanks. You know, Watson, I've only had professional dealings with 2 singers in my life. The first was Irene Adler, and she fooled me, oh, so cleverly.
And this singer tried to fool you and failed dismally. Seems to me the score's about even.
No, old chap, no. This one was an amateur. Irene Adler will always be the woman. Ah, well, I think that's enough excitement for one day, don't you? After all, I am supposed to be taking a holiday.
Doctor, that was a swell story. And I'll bet that you were a lot more interested in the beautiful Lily than your story tonight would have us believe.
Well, of course I'm interested in a beautiful woman. But then what man isn't?
Check.
But don't worry about me, Mr. Bartell. You know, being a family man, I just naturally associate a beautiful woman and home. And that makes me think of hospitality.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Well, according to you, I'm interested in home life. You're primarily interested in wine. Put us together, and we're interested in...
Wine in the home.
Isn't that an important part of hospitality?
That I admit. But remember, my interest in wine is entirely an interest in good wine. In Petri wine, to be exact. Because I know all about Petri wine. I know that the Petri family has been making wine for generations. With the Petri family, the growing of perfect sun-ripened grapes and the art of turning those grapes into fragrant, delicious wine is a heritage. It's a heritage handed down from father to son, from father to son. The skills of those generations of winemaking are evident in every drop of Petri wine. The name Petri on a bottle of wine is more than a trademark. It's the personal assurance of the Petri family that Petri wine is always good wine. But you'll discover that for yourself. You'll learn that no matter what type wine you prefer, you like it better when it's a Petri wine. Because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes adventure do you have lined up for us next week?
Next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you a most unusual story in which Sherlock Holmes crossed swords with a famous Frenchman and proved that although the English have been called a nation of shopkeepers, that a murder did not always prove to be a good bargain.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Sussex Vampire. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and tonight Dr. Watson was played by Mr. Joe Kearns, who substituted for Mr. Nigel Bruce. Mr. Bruce is scheduled to return to the program next week. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday on most of these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shayne, followed immediately by Sherlock Holmes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present to Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Night of Vengeance.
Holmes, the heat of these steel furnaces is unbearable. Thousands of degrees in those ovens.
You'll have to bear it, Watson, until we find that murderer. He's hiding somewhere in this foundry, I'll wager.
You're right. There he goes, racing past the furnace just ahead.
He's climbing that ladder to the catwalk above us.
This way, Holmes. Let's go up after him.
No, Watson, come back. That cauldron of hot metal over your head, he's turning it over. Look out!
When you buy fine silver, you're always sure to look for the sterling mark, aren't you? So, too, whenever you shop for fine clothes, you should insist on seeing the famous Clippercraft label, the wheel of a Clippercraft ship. Clippercraft clothes are produced in historic New England by craftsmen with a tradition as proud as that which built and sailed the Yankee clipper ships to rule the seven seas. None but the renowned Clippercraft label assures you of truly superb quality at such modest prices. And speaking of quality, be sure to see Clippercraft's truly expensive-looking topcoats and overcoats, priced at only $40 to $47.50. And the new zipper-lining topcoat for handsome Clippercraft styling for exceptionally modest Clippercraft prices. I should like to suggest, on behalf of the makers of Clippercraft, and for your own satisfaction, that you compare them with clothes selling for many dollars more. Dr. Watson, who wielded the knife of vengeance, and what was he trying to avenge?
Those were the awful problems that faced Holmes, Mr. Harris. For this was a killer whose grisly specter prowled the Sheffield area, whose black silhouette stalked in horrible outline against the blinding red glare of the steel furnaces. It began at the home of Theodore Pickering, a partner in the Griswold Pickering Steelworks. Pickering was at home one twilight, relaxing alone in his study. Outside, he heard a wandering tradesman hawking his wares, chanting a familiar sing-song as he rode by.
Good evening. Any knives to be sharpened, mister?
Well, I don't know. The servants are off today.
Surely you've something to be sharpened. I've a stone in the cart. It's most inexpensive. Makes doing things about the house so much easier when you've well-sharpened knives.
I'll look in the kitchen cupboard. This way.
Why, you've dozens of knives that could use sharpening, sir. I'll fetch my stone.
Oh, wait,
Won't take but a moment.
I say, how much do you charge?
Shilling a knife, that's all, sir. I'll roll this stone of mine right into your kitchen. There. Here we are. You'll be very happy you've had your knives made sharper. I'll fix them so they'll cut the thinnest paper. If you'll hand me that red knife, sir.
Very well.
Thank you, sir. That's good. I wanted to be sharp as canvas. Just watch. How smooth. Watch closely, sir. There's a special reason why I wish you to notice how this blade is sharpened, to appreciate its artistry with which it is done.
Special reason?
Yes.
Why are you so anxious for me to watch closely?
You are admiring the sharpening of the knife that will be used to cut your throat.
What did you say?
This is the knife I will use to kill you, Pickering.
To kill me? Are you insane? What sort of a joke is this? How do you know my name?
You know mine, too. My name is Bennett.
Good Lord. You are Bennett. Yes, I didn't recognize you. You were stout then. Now your cheeks are hollow, your eyes are sunken, and you've grown a beard. Bennett, where the devil have you come from? What are you up to?
I thought I made it very clear. I'm sharpening this knife to cut your throat.
Stop that gruesome joking and answer me.
I am not joking. You may shout all you like, there's no one about. I made sure of that. I locked the door when I fetched the stones. And though I've suffered years of ill health, I'm still twice as powerful a man as you, thanks to my years soaking the furnace at the mill. This should be easy for me.
Will you stop sharpening that knife? Answer my question.
Just a moment longer. I want the knife so sharp. So sharp. There we are.
Speak up, Bennett. Is this your idea of an amusing way to reappear in Sheffield?
Oh, not amusing. Simply justice, Pickering. Inescapable justice. Late, perhaps. It's been over 10 years. Shall I recall certain incidents to your memory? I created an alloy process, Pickering, a method of manufacturing a new type of steel. The Bennett process. When I offered it to you, the experiment with it was a failure. You and Griswold persuaded me to leave England, to forget my failure. Remember how I disappeared from Sheffield?
Of course.
I drifted a great deal to the continent, to South Africa, to South America. I degenerated. I began drinking. I was introduced to hashish. I was a degraded wastrel to be found more often than not in the gutters of some god-forsaken village of the Near East. Those years had one beneficial effect, though.
What do you mean?
They changed my appearance radically. One morning I came across a newspaper article. Look, I have it here. Faded, but still legible. It describes how Pickering and Miss Griswold had become fabulously wealthy in Sheffield with a certain alloy process.
You vanished, Bennett. We believed you were dead.
I returned here to Sheffield very quietly. Some weeks ago, I began making inquiries. I found Kennedy, our former assistant. Remember him?
Yes.
I forced him to confirm my suspicions. You did betray me. You deliberately made that first experiment a failure.
Do you want money? We might compute your share.
No. I want my 10 years back. I want the 10 years I spent wandering the face of the earth without purpose. And that's impossible. So I'm settling for vengeance. You conniving, stinking...
Let go of my throat, Bennett.
Now we'll see if I sharpen the knife well enough. We'll see if it will cut your throat. Yes, the knife is nicely. Tell me, Pickering, tell me, that painting, was it bought with my money? Was it a dramatic setting for you? Then we must use the knife on it, like this. This massive priceless oaken table and the Venetian glass upon it. Did it serve you well, here as you sat in my place? Then we must destroy it. These chairs and sofas, did they look splendid as you received your guests? The knife, we must put the knife to them. Done with your own steel, Pickering. Your own magnificent shining steel. Just the way you and your life pattern should die. By the steel that made you so glorious and an illicit empire.
So, Superintendent Rodney, you say you found Pickering literally butchered.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. No sign, Superintendent, of the murderer's knife?
No sign, Dr. Watson. Not a clue of any sort. That is why I've come running here to Baker Street, Mr. Holmes. I hopped the train from Sheffield as quick as I could. Oh, of course, I reported the homicide to Scotland Yard. But you know how long they'll be about it?
An eternity, my dear sir. An eternity.
The countryside is in a cold sweat, sir. Why, this madman's liable to go after others with his knife.
Yes, you were quite correct in hastening to me, Superintendent. This case is not a matter of weeks, nor of days, nor possibly of hours. The madman must be identified and apprehended instantly.
Shall we off to Sheffield, Holmes?
We must pack our luggage this minute, Watson, and dash for the railway station. The sheer violence of this crime indicates no ordinary homicide. This is the work of a deranged, malevolent mind. A human being who does not exist by breathing air, but who subsists upon hate in the essence. Distilled venom. Bloodlust.
I don't tell fortunes, but I know you will enjoy a delightful surprise tomorrow when you visit the independent store in your community that sells Clippercraft clothes. You will finger really luxurious fabrics you can count on for long, steady wear. You will admire clean-cut workmanship, fine tailoring details at shoulders, buttonholes, and sleeves, and the graceful hang you find only in truly expensive suits. Yes, you'll look like $1 million. But here's the big surprise. You will pay just $40 or $45. Incredible? Not when you know that your Clippercraft dealer is one of more than 1,200 independent stores throughout America who concentrate their huge purchasing power to bring you unbelievable savings. That's why even a truly fine worsted suit with a Clippercraft label costs only $45. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, and overcoats. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Well, Dr. Watson, we mustn't lose a moment in returning to Mr. Holmes and his pursuit of the killer holding the knife of vengeance.
Well, Mr. Harris, we dash for the train with Superintendent Rodney, and we reach Sheffield. There at the home of the dead man, Mr. Pickering, Holmes began his customary penetrating examination.
There, Mr. Holmes. I wouldn't allow him to remove the body for an autopsy till you had a look.
Very wise, Superintendent.
Must have been a gigantic struggle, Holmes, the way the furniture is upset, the paintings...
Very little struggle, Watson. A casual examination of the cadaver reveals there are no bruises caused by body blows nor by striking physical objects. Still further examination of the painting, for instance, leads to the conclusion that the painting was slashed by a knife, the same knife, in fact, that butchered Mr. Pickering.
How the dickens do you know that, Holmes?
My lens shows there are minute specks of blood at the edges where the canvas was ripped. Evidently, after murdering Pickering, the killer went upon an orgy of destruction.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, sir, we've still no indication of what this criminal looks like, or who he is, or where he's gone. And if he's as dangerous as you make him out, well, he may be at someone else's throat this very minute.
Oh, there's very much to be said about this criminal, Rodney. He's an extremely powerful man with black hair. At the time of committing this bestial deed, he was wearing a dark gray suit. His profession is that of knife sharpening.
Holmes, you can't rattle off conclusions that way without explaining them.
Watson, a gentleman of the late Pickering's means would not sharpen his own knives. We've also learned that it was the servant's night off. But someone did perform that task. Upon the floor to your left, you may perceive traces of emery dust. This is substantiated by the markings of the small wheels of the typical cart employed by professional knife sharpeners. No doubt the killer used the profession as an easy device to gain entry.
About his being powerful, though.
That oaken table has been turned topsy-turvy. It's so huge and weighty, it requires a man of great strength to upset it. And the upsetting's been done. Certainly not by the dead man, puny chap that he was.
You said the killer had black hair and a gray suit.
Yes, so I did. That information is to be gathered from beneath the fingernails of the corpse. As he fell, he clutched at the man who was taking his life. But there's a particle of dark gray thread beneath those nails from the murderer's clothes. And a single black hair. A microscopic examination of the medulla, cortex, and the cuticle of the hair will determine whether it's from the head or the beard.
Well, I'll notify the police of the neighboring villages to be on the alert for a chap of that description. Well, it's not very definite, I must say.
I believe we may overcome your skepticism, my dear Rodney, with this extremely small speck of paper I found.
Well, let's see it. Well, it has the appearance of newsprint.
Yes, quite. This is a speck that's clearly fallen off a newspaper. It has the peculiarly stiff, yellowish appearance of a faded newspaper of many months ago.
There isn't anything on it but that smudge, Holmes.
It is of infinite value to us, Watson. Superintendent, if you'll inform me of the location of the nearest telegraph office, in a very short while, I'll supply you with every scrap of information required to trace the killer.
Yes, but how, Holmes? How?
Absurdly simple, Watson. I shall identify and track down the killer by telegraphing Cairo, Egypt.
You know, it's been a considerable length of time since you telegraphed to Cairo, Holmes. We've been sitting in this telegraph office for hours here. To whom did you send the message? What did it say?
It was a request, Watson, a request with which Cairo will be quick to comply. The police are patrolling the roads for a black-haired, husky knife sharpener, but they may not find him. Aha, perhaps this is it. Yes, my name in code. Now, Watson, from that little instrument we shall have the answer to the riddle. Listen.
I still don't understand why you selected Cairo, Holmes, and what in creation they're telling
Quiet,
you.
Watson. You mustn't miss a word. The homicidally inclined gentleman we're searching for may be plunging his knife into another victim even as we sit here.
Sharpen man?
Yes, I'm glad you've come by. Step in, won't you?
Delightful. Mind if I just push my stone into the kitchen? This way? There we are, my lady.
Aren't you working rather late this evening?
Poor man must earn a living. Every shilling extra, you know.
My servants are off this evening, but Cook told me that the knives that needed sharpening are in this drawer. Ah, here they are.
Thank you. Now then, just watch me. Smooth. Smooth. The edge becomes fine. Very fine. The blade must be keen. So keen. Would you mind to close the door, ma'am? There's a bit of a draft.
Certainly.
Thank you. Now then, step closer to my wheel, ma'am. Don't be frightened of the spark. You'll see how the stone caresses the steel, how it strokes away the rough edges. That's it, ma'am. Closer. Closer!
My arm! Let go, you'll break my arm! What are you...
I want to be very sure you stay right here, Anne.
If you don't let go of my arm...
I'm not just an everyday prowler. Not the garden variety of intruder after a lovely woman. Not by any means. Pickering didn't recognize me either.
You're Bennett.
Yes. I was at Pickering's earlier. He died by stealing. I promised myself that you and Griswold would die that way, too.
Oh, no.
I know you coaxed me into the experiment with the alloy. You schemed with Pickering. You used my attraction to you as a lover so that you both might learn the process.
No.
Then, when it seemed to be a failure, you persuaded me to leave England so the two of you might revel in the profits.
Oh, no.
I'm going to cut your throat with this steel.
No.
It is painful, but not for long. Pickering died quickly. It's just one neat stroke like this.
Easy, Watson. That's Bennett. Turn blazes to you. My name is Sherlock Holmes, Bennett. I'm a criminal investigator.
Keep away from me. I'm very handy with this knife.
So we've observed. Careful, Watson.
I'll just borrow this chair, Anne, and clear my way through this window.
Oh, he's gone through the window.
After him, Watson. Come on. See him out there?
Oh, confounded Holmes, it's so blasted dark out there.
But never mind playing cat and mouse with him. I know where he'll go.
Where?
He knows the town's onto him. Therefore, he'll hide. And where would he hide? The one place that's most familiar to him. by the huge fires and the bubbling cauldrons of the steel foundry. Run, Watson, run!
The heat by these steel furnaces is unbearable, Holmes. Thousands of degrees in those ovens.
We'll have to bear it, Watson, until we find Mr. Bennett. He's somewhere in this foundry, I'll wager.
You're right, I see him. There he goes, racing past the furnace, way down the other end there.
Yes, he's climbing a ladder to the catwalk above us.
This way, Holmes. Let's go up after him.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Holmes.
Rodney, are you armed as I suggested?
Yes.
Well, there's Bennett, high on the catwalk. See him? Walking gingerly, like a human fly, along the girder.
Yes, I see him. Come down from there, Bennett. I'm warning you. If you don't come down, I'll shoot.
I'll never come down.
I'm waiting. I'll try to win.
Look, he's staggering. He's falling. He's going to fall into that cauldron of hot metal. You know, Holmes, I do not intend to leave this railway station and board the train for London. In fact, I do not intend to budge from here until you explain why you telegraphed Cairo.
Then I'd better explain, Watson, since I shall desire the pleasure of your company on the return journey. The speck of newspaper was not entirely blank, Watson.
Oh, there was a smudge on it, yes.
Hardly a smudge. The slight marking on it was a Coptic G.
The Coptic G?
The Copts, my dear Watson, are an ancient minority of Muslim Egypt. They've a singular language. And it's a fascinating fact of contemporary journalism that just one newspaper on earth publishes a considerable number of items in Coptic as well as in English. It's a newspaper in Cairo. All that was on the paper we found was the letter G in Coptic. So one could then deduce that the crucial clipping must have come from a newspaper in Cairo.
I see.
I telegraphed a request to repeat the exact wording of any account they'd published recently concerning the Pickering Griswold steelworks.
Oh, I see, Holmes. They telegraphed the contents of the clipping, which must have mentioned Bennett, eh?
Yes. It was a story about the brilliant success of the steelworks based upon the Bennett process. That made Bennett, the sole missing member of the triangle, our most likely culprit. The fact that he'd done away with Pickering made it clear that he would then be after Anne Griswold, which is why we hurried to her home.
Astonishing, Holmes. Astonishing. How you maneuver these men to their doom.
Watson, when a man crosses the border of morality into the alien wasteland of crime, no matter where he roams, he has an inevitable rendezvous at 221B Baker Street.
Well, Dr. Watson, the shocking adventure of the Knife of Vengeance was certainly cause for admiring Mr. Holmes' resourcefulness.
Well, you'll find even greater cause for marveling at Holmes, just as I did, Mr. Harris, when I relate next week's adventure.
And what is that adventure, Dr. Watson?
Next week, Mr. Harris, I shall relate to you the adventure of the fabulous celebrity. It concerns the killer who terrorized London, an old man who couldn't jump over a stile, and a pair of spotty boots.
The makers of Clipper Craft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Loughlin. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley. Dr. Watson by George Spelter. The part of Bennett was played by Ted Osborne. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Fabulous Celebrity. Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Sir Arthur Conan Doyle claimed he based the character of Sherlock Holmes on a teacher of his, Dr. Joseph Bell, whose real powers of deductive logic awed all who knew him. Yet Dr. Bell, in a letter to Conan Doyle, stated quite bluntly, "You are yourself Sherlock Holmes, and well you know it." Conan Doyle did not dispute this statement, for in fact Sherlock Holmes had the best characteristics of his creator. So did Dr. Watson. Highly educated, honest to the core, and one of the best writers of the Victorian age, the British public and then the world took him to their hearts. It was not long before the doctor-turned-writer found himself a well-established man of letters and friend to such countrymen as Oscar Wilde, Rudyard Kipling, and H.G. Wells. Not bad company to be with. In real life, Conan Doyle solved more than 2 actual murder mysteries, saving the lives of innocent men by his careful research, gathering of facts, and deductive reasoning. Few men in history can claim such feats. When he died in 1930, a time not so long ago, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle had this epitaph engraved on his tombstone: "Steel true, blade straight, Arthur Conan Doyle, knight, patriot, physician, and man of letters." Fitting words for such a giant of a man. And now, Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in The Adventure of the 00.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invites you to spend the next half hour listening to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And say, let me tell you something I found out just the other day. Steaks are really back again. Good, thick, juicy porterhouse steaks. That's for me. A thick, tender steak on the rare side, together with a glass of Petri California Burgundy. You know, Petri Burgundy is a perfect mealtime wine. And with meat or any meat dish, it's the very last word in good eating. Honestly, when you taste the wonderful flavor of that rich red Petri Burgundy, you're tasting one swell example of the art of winemaking. It's full-flavored and just about the most delicious wine that ever poured from a bottle. Try it the next time you have steak or chops, or the next time you have hamburger or pot roast. Believe me, Petri Burgundy is the best friend a good meal ever had. And now let's look in on our good friend and host, Dr. Watson.
Come in. Ah, there you are, Mr. Bartell.
Evening, Doctor.
Just in time to join me in a cup of coffee. Draw up your chair, young fellow, my lad.
Thank you.
Ah, that's it.
Well, Doctor, you told us last week that tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure takes us to the south of France.
That's right, Mr. Bartell. The south of France in the year 1900. A beautiful playground bordered by the bluest of blue seas and populated with an extraordinary cross-section of cosmopolitan Europe. Rich man, poor man, beggar man, thief. All of them attracted by that Riviera paradise. All of them drawn by the magical spell of a small white ball spinning round the rim of a roulette wheel.
Now, don't tell me that you and the great Sherlock Holmes were there on a gambling spree.
We were not, Mr. Bartell. At the time my story begins, we had just concluded an extremely delicate mission. A mission, I may say, that concerned the safety and good name of a very prominent member of the royal family.
Say, Doctor, you don't mean...
One story at a time, Mr. Bartell. In any event, my boy, I'm afraid that's a case about which my lips are sealed for all time. But to return to tonight's adventure, one June evening, I persuaded Holmes to accompany me to the gambling casino at Fréjus, not far from Cannes, where we were staying. It wasn't quite as fashionable as a casino at Monte Carlo, but as I intended to do a little modest gambling myself, it seemed an establishment more suited to my means. As we stood there at the green baize-covered tables, the chatter of voices and the melodic chanting of the croupiers as they called the results of each spin of the wheel formed a background to a quiet conversation that Holmes and I were having.
Lost again, Watson?
Oh, confounded. That number 10 must come up soon.
Oh, why not cut your losses, old fellow, and come for a stroll with me on the waterfront?
Well, just let me make a couple more bets, Holmes. I have a feeling that 10 is bound to come up in a minute.
Watson, I believe the blood of a gambler courses through your veins.
Oh, there's no harm in taking a little flutter once in a while. Why don't you risk a few francs, Holmes?
Oh, thanks you, my dear chap. The law of averages convinces me that my money is safer in my pocket. In any case, I'm a little dubious as to the integrity of this particular casino.
Well, what makes you say that?
Well, you will observe that this roulette wheel has a double zero. Most continental wheels have only a single one. It would indicate that this house is extremely concerned with its percentage.
Mesdames et messieurs, faites vos jeux. Oh, just 2 more turns of the wheel, Holmes, and I'll take that walk with you.
Oh, you müssen Sie hier spielen. Why do you not play from the other side of the table? Why must you always stand next to me?
Hello. What's the trouble up there?
I've placed my bet, so let's go and see.
I ask you, so why do you play here beside me?
I'm afraid I don't see any reason why I can't play wherever I wish.
You've broken my luck. Ever since you come to the table, I've done nothing but lose. Please to move away.
Well, move away yourself if you don't like my company.
Heinrich, why do you not stop now? You've already lost more than we can afford.
One more throw, Elsa. I can win it all back if only this young man will move away.
Why should my husband move? He's had a bad run of luck, too.
Rien ne va plus. Neuf. Rouge, impérément.
Ah, you've lost again, Watson.
Heinrich, you must stop now.
I must stop, Elsa, because I've lost everything. I hope you're satisfied, Mr. American. You've broken my luck and ruined me. I hope that you and your turn will be ruined too.
Heinrich! Heinrich, wait for me!
I never heard such rubbish in my life. Were you listening to him, sir?
I heard his last few remarks, Mr.
Gilbert. Roger Gilbert. And this is my wife, Helen.
How do you do? My name is Holmes, and this is my friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
How do you do? Didn't you think his remarks were a little out of place, Doctor?
I certainly did, Mrs. Gilbert. I don't see how he can possibly blame your husband for his run of bad luck.
I didn't like the look on his face as he left the table, though. Have you any idea who he is?
His name is Schneemann. He's staying at the same hotel as we are. I've never spoken to him, but I've heard him being paged there.
Well, he shouldn't gamble unless he can afford to lose.
Well, I'm losing, darling, and I can't afford it.
Oh, but I can let you have more money. You know that.
Oh, no, Helen, I may have married an heiress, but I'm not going to use her fortune to gamble with.
Oh.
I'll lose my own money, and then I'll quit.
Mesdames et messieurs, faites vos jeux.
Your last bet, Watson?
Yes, Holmes. This time I know that number 10 is going to come up. It's got to.
Numéro 10. 10 at last. I've lost again, darn it. Helen, this is my bad night.
Well, why don't you stop now, dear?
Holmes, I've made 350 francs.
On this throw of the wheel, old fellow, but as you've lost some 500 francs doing it, I can't say that your profits stagger me.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, I can see that you're no gambler.
I'm afraid not, Mrs.
I
Gilbert.
wouldn't say that, Holmes. You may not like roulette. You've taken a good many chances in your life with long odds against you, too.
Well, nevertheless, old chap, in the sense that Mrs. Gilbert means it, I'm not a gambler.
Say, what's the commotion over there?
That German woman with a crowd forming around her.
Yes, the wife of that man that said I ruined him.
Attention! Attention! Est-ce qu'il y a un docteur dans la salle?
There must be trouble. He's asking for a doctor.
A doctor? Come along, then.
Will you excuse me, please? Thank you. Excuse me, madame. Mon ami est docteur.
Monsieur, cette dame a besoin d'un docteur.
What happened, madame?
It is my husband.
Is he ill?
I just found him lying out in the garden. Please come with me at once, gentlemen.
Of course we will, madam.
What seems to be the matter with him?
Herr Doctor, I think he is dead. He's lying by that tree, Doctor. Please see if you can help him.
Somebody else seems to be on the scene before us. Who are you, sir?
I am Monsieur Chevray, director of the casino. Do any of you know this poor man?
I am his wife. Is he dead?
I am afraid so, madame.
Let me look at him. I'm a doctor.
Was your husband gambling in the casino tonight, madame?
Yeah, he was. Poor Heinrich. He lost everything that we have.
I'm afraid he's dead, madam. Shot through the heart.
Oh, du lieber Gott.
Suicide, Watson?
Yeah, looks like it.
Yes. Powder burns on the shirt front,
revolver clutched in the right hand, fingers in a natural position. The angle of the wound settles it. Obviously self-inflicted.
I missed you as you slipped out of the casino. What's wrong with him?
I'm afraid he's dead, Mr. Gilbert.
Yes, he committed suicide. I hope, young man, that you are satisfied. All night you brought him bad luck. He asked you to move away from him to change his luck, but no, you could not do it.
Oh, Frau Schneemann, I'm terribly sorry, but I really don't see how you can blame me.
I do blame you, and I also blame you, Monsieur Chevry.
Me? But what have I done, madame?
Why do you let a man lose all his money at your tables? Is life so cheap to you, and money so important, that you cannot close the tables to someone before he's ruined?
Madame, I am all sympathy for you in your tragic loss. But the casino cannot be held responsible. If your husband could not afford to gamble, then he should not come here. How are we to know the financial limitations of our customers? You said that your husband lost everything you had tonight, madame.
Yeah, everything.
Then how do you account for this sheaf of banknotes in his breast pocket?
Good Lord, must be several thousand francs, sir.
Then he wasn't ruined.
And his suicide, therefore, cannot be blamed on his losses at my casino, madame. How do you account for this money, Frau Schneemann?
Well, I do not understand. Heinrich kept nothing from me. I know that he had not so much money on him when he started tonight. Well, why do you all look at me like that? Is it that you think? You think...
Quick, Watson, she's fainted.
I've got her. Let's get her to her room.
You can take her to my suite in the casino.
No, let's take her to the hotel. My wife will look after her. Poor woman, she's had a dreadful shock. She can probably do with another woman's company.
That's very considerate of you, Mr. Gilbert. Where are you staying?
At the Hotel Crillon. It's quite near here.
I'll get a cab, and while I'm doing that, Watson, see if you can revive her, will you?
Yes,
Then we'll take her to the Hotel Crillon. It's very kind of you, Mrs. Gilbert, to let us bring the poor lady into your suite.
Well, it's the least I can do, in spite of what she said about Roger bringing her husband bad luck.
I'm sure she'll need your help when she wakes up, Helen.
Yes, I think you'll find that she'll sleep for some hours. I gave her a strong sedative.
Well, we were just about to have a drink, gentlemen. Do you care to join us?
Oh, thank you, sir.
Well, that'll be very nice, Mr. Gilbert.
Roger was just telling me that quite a large sum of money was found on Herr Schneemann's body, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Mrs. Gilbert. Several thousand francs.
It's very puzzling, Holmes. Why should a man commit suicide with so much money on him?
I think the answer is obvious. He didn't.
What on earth do you mean?
Well, the money was placed there after he had shot himself. The banknotes were in his breast pocket, if you remember. Hardly the usual place to carry money. Though it is the easiest pocket for someone to insert it without disturbing the body.
But why on earth should someone place money on him after his suicide?
To prevent the casino from getting a bad name. I've heard of it being done on several similar occasions. Gives the impression that the unfortunate victim had other motives than gambling losses to account for his suicide.
Great Scott, you mean that one of the casino employees found the body lying there and slipped the money in his breast pocket before we arrived on the scene?
As you know, my dear Watson, I'm not a gambling man, but I'll lay you 100 to 1. That is what happened.
Well, that's a new one. Well, here are your drinks, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Say, Helen, Mr. Holmes has given me a brainwave.
Another one? What is it this time, Roger?
Now, I've been losing very heavily tonight.
Roger, I've told you, if you need money, I'll be only...
But I don't. I've got a scheme for making some. I'm going to gamble again tonight after dinner. If I lose, here's what I'll do. I'll stain my shirt front with red ink, walk out in the grounds, fire a shot, and lie down as though I'm dead. I'll wait for someone to come along and stuff my pockets full of banknotes.
Not a bad idea, Mr. Gilbert.
I think it's a darn good one. What do you say, Mr. Holmes?
It's a whimsical one at any rate. Who knows? You might even be successful.
Roger, you're not really going to do it, are you?
Sure. Perhaps I'll get some of my losses back that way. Well, let's drink to it, gentlemen. At least I may have hit upon an idea of making money.
My dear Watson, you'll have to work hard at your practice when you get back to England. Your infallible system appears to be extremely fallible.
And yet the fellow who told me about it said it couldn't miss. It's just a matter of doubling the stakes each time you lose, and then...
Oh, my dear fellow, I've been studying your system, but I can tell you a really infallible way of making money at roulette.
You can? What is it?
Well, Own the gambling house and operate the tables yourself. The odds would be all in your favor.
Oh, what a brilliant suggestion. The gambling house and operate
Not gambling for tonight, Watson? It's nearly 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I think so. Let's take a stroll round the other table, shall we?
By the way, old fellow, the young American, Mr. Gilbert, was losing heavily again tonight.
He was? I wonder if he'll try that trick that he threatened, the one with the red ink and the shot in the night.
I shouldn't be at all surprised. As a matter of interest, I saw him leave the tables about half an hour ago.
Here comes his wife, on the arm of Monsieur Chevry, the director of the casino.
Good evening, Mrs. Gilbert. Monsieur? Bonsoir, monsieur.
Hello, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson. Monsieur Chevrolet is giving me a personally conducted tour of the casino. It's quite fascinating.
And it is quite fascinating for me to have so beautiful a woman on my arm, mademoiselle. I know that I am the envy of all the men in the room.
Oh, stop flattering me so much. I'm not used to it.
Mrs. Gilbert, how is Frau Schneemann?
She seems much better. She wakened an hour ago and insisted on going back to her own room. I wanted her to spend the night with us in our suite, but she wouldn't hear of it.
I think I should drop in and see her before I go to bed.
Oh, you have finished the gambling for tonight, perhaps, Doctor?
No, perhaps about it, Monsieur Chevry. I've had a bad run at the tables.
Oh, I am so sorry.
Has anyone seen Roger?
You left the tables about half an hour ago, Mrs. Gilbert.
After doing as I did and losing quite heavily.
So he lost again, did he? I wonder if he'll try that new system he was talking about.
We were just discussing that possibility ourselves, Mrs. Gilbert.
Mrs. Gilbert! Mrs. Gilbert!
Frau Schneemann, you shouldn't have left your hotel, you know.
It is too late to worry for me, Herr Doctor. It is for Mrs. Gilbert now that you should worry.
What do you mean, madame?
Well, I went back just now to where poor Heinrich died. And there, lying in the grass, I saw another body. I was too shocked to go too close. But I am quite sure that I recognize your husband, Mrs. Gilbert.
Oh, Dr. Watson, she's ruined Roger's trick.
And he'll have taken fright and bolted by the time we get there.
Possibly. Let's go at once and find out, shall we?
He hasn't gone. He's still lying there.
It's a most convincing spectacle. That red ink really does look like blood.
Yes. And blood sometimes looks like red ink. Mr. Gilbert.
Roger, get up. The joke's spoiled. Roger! Get up!
I'm afraid that's impossible, Mrs. Gilbert. He's dead.
Dr. Watson's story will be continued in just a second, which is all the time I need to tell you that the easiest way I know to transform a simple meal into a feast is to serve that meal together with Petri California Sauterne. Petri Sauterne is a delicate white wine that's the perfect companion for chicken or turkey. Turkey, ah yes, turkey and Petri Sauterne. That's the heart of any Thanksgiving dinner. Look, why not make this Thanksgiving dinner the best one you ever had? Give it the air of a banquet. Serve it with Petri Sauterne. And when you buy that Sauterne or any wine for your Thanksgiving dinner, whatever you do, look for the letters P-E-T-R-I, because a Petri wine is always a good wine. Well, Doctor, so the young American's joke turned out to be another tragedy.
Yes, Mr. Bartell. The poor fellow was lying there dead, with a bullet wound in the heart and a great splash of blood staining the whiteness of his shirt front.
What happened next?
Monsieur Chevry, director of the casino, took the distraught widow away from the scene, while Holmes and I examined the body closely. Within a few minutes, we were joined by Inspector Ganivet of the French police. As we stood there in the moonlight, the sounds of music could be heard from the casino. It was hard to believe that two men had died in that lovely garden since the moon had risen.
Monsieur Holmes, you and Dr. Watson have concluded your examination?
Yes, Inspector Ganivet.
Will you favor me with your observations? You say that you are certain that this is not another suicide?
I'm sure of it, Inspector. Look at the wound. The bullet entered the body at a direct right angle, whereas a self-inflicted shot is always fired obliquely.
Yes, that is so. Then you suggest that this man was shot from above as he lay on the ground pretending to be dead?
I'm convinced of it.
Why, Monsieur Holmes?
Well, for two reasons. Though it's impossible to be sure without a laboratory test, I'm certain that beneath those blood stains are stains of red ink. Look for yourself, Inspector.
Yes, indeed, it does look like it. What is your other reason for being certain that this man was shot as he lay here pretending death?
Show him the banknotes, Watson.
Here you are, Inspector. We found them stuffed in his breast pocket.
So, banknotes with a bullet hole through the middle of them. Very illuminating. Tell me, gentlemen, how many people knew of this little plot you have told me about, this plan of the dead man's to pretend to be shot?
Just 3 people, Inspector. Dr. Watson, myself, and Mrs. Gilbert.
Alors, then the answer is obvious. You and your friend are innocent. It must be the wife who killed him. No one else knew of the plot.
I'm not so sure of that. Frau Schneemann, the dead German's widow, was in the next room when Gilbert told us about his plan. She might have heard, though I could swear that she was asleep. I gave her a very strong sleeping draught.
From what you have told me of her husband's suicide, she might easily have had a motive for murdering this man.
Come, gentlemen. Surely it's obvious who murdered Mr. Gilbert?
Who, Monsieur Holmes?
Well, it's certainly one of the 2 widows.
Since there seems to be some doubt in your minds, I suggest we return to the casino. I can promise you the answer to your question within a very few minutes. Well, Monsieur Chevrolet, now that we're all assembled in your office, I shall sit down quietly and let Inspector Ganivet conduct his examination.
No, Monsieur Holmes. No, you have handled the case so far. Please to continue it to the end.
Yes, Monsieur Holmes. I should appreciate it. On behalf of the casino. Very well, gentlemen. It won't take me long. Frau Schneemann.
Ja, Herr Holmes.
What time did you leave your hotel tonight?
Well, I do not know what time it was.
Well, what made you leave it?
I could not sleep. I knew that they had taken poor Heinrich's body away, but I felt that I must walk back there. It was the last place I saw him alive.
How close did you come to Mr. Gilbert's body when you saw it lying there?
Oh, close enough to see who it was. Then I ran into the casino to tell his wife. I knew what had happened.
How did you know? You say you didn't come close to the body.
I could tell by every line of the body as it lay there. I could tell because I knew that poor Heinrich's death would not be avenged.
Thank you, Frau Schneemann. That will be all. You may go.
Monsieur Holmes, she has no alibi. Surely you should stop her.
If I'm to conduct this investigation, I must do it in my own way.
Pardon, Monsieur Holmes. Please continue.
You may go, Frau Schneemann. Mrs. Gilbert?
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Where were you prior to our meeting in the casino tonight, just before we discovered your husband's body?
After I left the hotel, I walked over here along the seafront.
Can anyone verify that statement?
I suppose not. I didn't meet anyone that I knew.
And what did you do when you arrived at the casino?
I played a little chemin de fer. A few moments later, Monsieur Chevrolet came over to the table and asked if he might escort me over the club. 10 minutes after that, we walked into you and Dr. Watson.
That is quite true, Monsieur Holmes. I can swear to it. Thank you, Mrs. Gilbert. I'm sorry to distress you with these questions. You may go.
I'll wait outside, Mr. Holmes. I must know what happened.
Wait for me there, madame. I shall join you in a few minutes and escort you home. Well, another suspect with a poor alibi, eh, Ganivet?
I must say, Monsieur Holmes, your methods puzzle me. It seems to me that both those women should be watched.
Yes, I agree with the Inspector, Holmes.
Please don't worry, Inspector. I've asked 2 of your plainclothes men to keep an eye on the ladies. And now, Monsieur Chevrolet, I'd like to ask you a few questions. Ask me any questions you wish, Monsieur Holmes. Thank you. You will agree that it is the custom of the casino to put money on the bodies of suicides after their death, to give the impression that gambling losses were not responsible for the tragedy.
Well, I do not think... Oh, come now, Chevrolet. I know that is a fact as well as you do.
Exactly. Now, on those rather gruesome occasions, whose responsibility is it to secrete the money? Yours? Or do you entrust the matter to an underling? I do it myself. I see. Did you place the money on Herr Schneemann tonight? Yes, monsieur, I did. And did you also perform the same service on the body of Mr. Gilbert? No. I knew nothing of that death until the German lady, Frau Schneemann, come running into the casino.
Excuse me interrupting, Monsieur Holmes.
Of course, Inspector. What is it?
I think that you are wasting time. It is obvious that Madame Gilbert committed the crime. She knew of her husband's plot, she had no alibi, and she had the motive. For is not marriage itself the greatest of all motives for murder?
Oh, my dear Inspector. How very cynical. Madame Gilbert did not kill her husband. I know it. And what is your opinion, Watson?
Well, it's that German woman. She had no alibi either. And remember, she was half mad with grief.
Mr. Chevrolet, you say that you know Mrs. Gilbert is not guilty. How do you know? I was with her myself at the time the murder was committed. Oh, indeed. How very interesting. And what time was the murder committed?
Well, it was...
Our investigations have never established what time the murder was committed, Monsieur Chevrolet. I'm afraid you've walked into my trap. You've given yourself away.
Great Scott, Chevrolet, it was you.
Chevrolet, I've known you a good many years, and this is going to be a hard thing to do. I am going to arrest you.
Oh, no, you're not, Delivery.
Put down that revolver, sir.
Do not be frightened, Doctor. I am not going to shoot you. Chevrolet, why did you murder Roger Gilbert tonight? Surely you know that too, Monsieur Holmes. Because I am in love with his wife. She's young, beautiful, and rich. It did not occur to me until I saw the young fool lying there tonight pretending to be dead. In my profession, it is natural that I should carry a revolver. What was simpler? Mr. Gilbert gave me the perfect opportunity. I could not resist it.
Put down that revolver, Chevrolet.
Why are you all so frightened? Surely you know how I am going to use it this time. I think so, monsieur. But it's a coward's way out. What an unperceptive remark for such a perceptive man. No. No, all my life I have been a gambler. I gambled tonight for the highest stakes of all, and I lost. No. No, I'm not afraid to pay for my losses. Au revoir, monsieur.
An extraordinary case, Holmes. I never suspected Chevrolet.
And I, old chap, suspected him from the beginning.
Well, I wasn't the only one who was stupid anyway. Inspector Ganivet thought it was the wife.
True. Very puzzling conclusion for a detective inspector to arrive at.
Well, it seemed logical enough to me at the time.
No, my dear Watson. Cold logic should have told you otherwise. Roger Gilbert had been losing heavily and had planned this hoax. He obviously had no money on him. Therefore, the money was planted in his pocket by Chevrolet.
After he shot him?
No, my dear fellow. Before.
Before?
The bullet hole through the banknotes provided that. Now, had the money been put there innocently, Gilbert would have, come back to life as soon as the person placing it there had left. He would not have remained lying on the ground for a murderer to find him.
And Chevrolet must have bent over him as he lay there, placed the money in his breast pocket, and then fired.
Precisely, Watson.
Well, Holmes, I must say you solved it very neatly. You've told Inspector Ganivet that you wanted no credit in the case.
Naturally, publicity would be unfavorable. If you remember, no one is supposed to know that we're in the south of France.
I'm certain that the inspector learned a few tips about detection tonight.
Possibly, old fellow. And I hope that you have learned a few things about gambling.
How do you mean, Holmes?
Well, you're backing the wrong color. A gambler is usually superstitious, and superstition... Well, I should have told you what color to follow tonight.
I still don't understand you, Holmes. I was playing number 10.
Exactly. Number 10 is black. You should have followed a red color tonight, old fellow. The color of red ink. Red ink. And blood.
Say, Doctor, that was a swell story. I didn't know you liked to play roulette.
Well,
I figured out a system for roulette. It's like yours. Every time you lose, you double your money and keep doubling until you win.
Oh, it's a great system, Mr. Bartell. There's only one thing wrong with it.
What's that?
You lose, you go broke before you win. Look, take my advice. Don't gamble. You can't beat the laws of chance.
But suppose I bet on a sure thing.
Like what, for instance?
Oh, like the fact that Petri wine is always good wine. It is, you know. Because the Petri family has been making wine for generations. They've been handing down from father to son, the art of turning luscious, sun-ripened grapes into delicious, fragrant wine. Ever since the Petri family started their business way back in the 1800s, they've been perfecting the art of winemaking. That's why Petri wine is always good wine. The Petri family took time to bring you good wine. So no matter what type wine you prefer, why not take a few seconds of your time to look for the letters P-E-T-R-I. They spell delicious wine, Petri wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes story are you going to tell us next week?
Next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you of a strange adventure that Sherlock Holmes and I had when we were in Stratford-on-Avon many years ago. It concerns an actor, a mysterious boating accident, and several dead butterflies.
Sounds good, Doctor. I'll see you then.
Oh, fine, but now, don't forget next week we're going to broadcast our program from the Paramount Theatre in Hollywood for the Victory Loan Drive. So if any of our friends are going to be in Hollywood, we'd love to see them there. Just buy a Victory bond at any store or bank on Hollywood Boulevard, and in return, you will be given your ticket of admission. Better hurry up, though, before all the seats are gone. Let's really buy lots of those Victory bonds. Let's finish the job.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, A Study in Scarlet. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studio. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The two episodes you've just heard, the original The Adventure of Thor Bridge and The Double Zero, are part of the New Adventures of Sherlock Holmes starring Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce, and are a 1989 copyrighted production of 221A Baker Street Associates. The Sherlock Holmes stories and the characters of Sherlock Holmes and Dr. John H. Watson were created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle and are used with the kind permission of Dame Jean Conan Doyle. This is Harry Bartell. Won't you join me again on another cassette when I present Murder in Wax and The Man with the Twisted Lip? Thank you for listening.
This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio.
7 o'clock by Longines, the world's most honored watch. Product of the Longines Whitnor Watch Company. Your Mutual station will broadcast exclusively the American League playoff game in Boston tomorrow between the Red Sox and the Cleveland Indians. The playoff is on the air at 1:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's tomorrow afternoon at 1:15 Eastern Time for the American League playoff on your Mutual station. Now, Sherlock Holmes.
The makers of Clipper Craft Clothes for Men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's adventure, the case of the frightened bookkeeper.
I regret using my hunting crop on your hand, sir, but you are rather obstinate. And you are wanted for murder. I shall stop the train and we shall return to London, where I shall have the pleasure of turning you over to Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard as a gift. Compliments of Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Well, here we are again at the door of Dr. Watson's study, ready to hear another exciting story from the good doctor's memoirs.
Good evening, Mr.
Good evening,
Delighted
Doctor.
to see you again.
Dr. Watson, which of your spine-tingling adventures with Mr. Holmes do we hear about tonight?
Well, it's the case of the frightened bookkeeper, Mr. Harris. It concerned a murder under fantastic circumstances, and it ended with the strangest doings in a court of law that I have ever witnessed.
Well, Doctor, two things always amaze me. Mr. Holmes' cases, for one, and for another...
May I venture to guess that the other source of your amazement has to do with Clipper Craft Clothes?
It certainly does, Dr. Watson. If you think a really fine suit should cost you a young fortune, why, you'll be glad to know you're wrong. Absolutely wrong. Because you can own a suit that looks like an expensively tailored model without going haywire. Impossible? Well, just slip into a Clippercraft suit. Study the tailoring, examine the fabrics. Don't think you can afford it? Well, then glance at the price tag. No, your eyes aren't playing you a trick. The price is only $40 or $47.50. You wonder how it's done? Well, listen. More than 1,200 of this country's finest independent stores, from Maine to California, have combined their vast purchasing power to keep your budget happy. That's why you'll pay only $47.50 for the handsome Clippercraft worsted suit you'll hardly ever wear out. Try one on at the Clippercraft store in your community. You're bound to agree. Clippercraft's values in suits, top coats, and sport coats are flabbergasting. Compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many, many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, just what was the frightened bookkeeper afraid of?
This story, Mr. Harris, begins shortly after 9 in the morning on Lombard Street. The customary swarm of office workers was dashing about, but no one was hurrying quite as quickly as our bookkeeper, Mr. Humphrey Littleton. He scurried across the street like a startled rabbit and ran into the Overseas Bank. He raced across the vast marble floors to his cubicle in a far corner. There, he hastened to hang his coat on a hook and wiped his perspiring brow. Then he mounted his tall stool and opened a huge ledger.
Mr. Littleton.
Yes, Mr. Mason?
I presume you realize that you are late?
Yes, Mr. Mason. I'm terribly sorry.
To be precise, Mr. Littleton, you are 18 minutes late.
Yes, sir.
I believe, Mr. Littleton, this is the first time in 21 years that you have been late.
That is correct, Mr. Mason.
The bank is shut.
I know, sir.
I presume there is some reasonable explanation for this unfortunate occurrence.
Well, there is, sir. It's the bell.
What bell?
If you'll step to the window with me, sir, then I can explain.
The window?
Please.
Oh, very well.
Now, sir, if you look across the way at the crowd in front of the Merchants Building...
What of it?
It's the old bell. The bell on top of the building. It didn't ring this morning, sir. First time in years.
And what concern is it of yours?
Well, you see, Mr. Mason, I always stop for my breakfast down the street. I always time myself by listening for the bell, but it didn't ring this morning. And that's why I was late.
Well, Mr. Littleton... Oh, I say. What on earth are those policemen doing? It appears as though they are carrying something, doesn't it?
It's a man. They're carrying someone out of the building on a stretcher.
Oh, an accident, no doubt. Oh, say, they're covering his face with a blanket. He must be dead. And isn't that Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard out there?
I have never met the gentleman.
Of course it is. Oh, he's coming into the bank. Now we shall see what's what and who's been killed. Mr. Littleton.
Yes, Mr. Mason.
May I present Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard?
Happy to make your acquaintance, Inspector.
How do you do?
Mr. Littleton, you were late this morning because the bell on the top of the Merchants Building failed to strike the hour of 9.
Yes, Mr. Mason.
Inspector Lestrade informs me that the bell did not strike because something had fallen into the mechanism. Do you know what it was?
I haven't the remotest idea.
It was a dead body.
Really?
It was the body of a Mr. Henry Bennett.
Henry?
Mr. Bennett was murdered.
What's that?
You committed the murder, Mr. Littleton.
I? Well,
You were late because you did not simply stop for breakfast. You also stopped to do away with Henry Bennett.
Humphrey Littleton, you're under arrest.
No, I didn't kill him. You can't arrest me.
Oh,
you can't.
Keep him away from that door, Inspector. The bank keeps the gun there.
Why, the
I have the gun. Now, out of my way or I'll shoot you.
You haven't a chance, Littleton. We'll find you.
I don't think so, Inspector. I'll take my coat if you don't mind. Don't call to your men. I can still see you very well. If you budge or say a word, I shall kill you.
Oh, I never thought he had it in him. Mr. Littleton, a murderer.
And now we'll have to search all London for the rascal. Stop that man! Stop him, I say! After him! After him! I'll answer it, Holmes.
Good morning, Dr. Watson.
Oh, good morning, Inspector Lestrade.
Mr. Holmes? Well, Lestrade, what information do you wish to impart? Aside from the fact that you found a cadaver in a small, inaccessible area, that you've lost a prisoner, and that you're desperately anxious to discuss the case.
Holmes, the inspector's hardly said a word. How do you know what this is all about?
He's hardly said a word, my dear Watson, but his appearance is most eloquent.
Is it, Mr. Holmes?
Indeed. You've dust on the knees of your trousers and the elbows of your coat, indicating clearly that you've been squirming about in an area that's barely accessible. You've found a corpse since a considerable number of woolen threads are on your jacket. They are the distinctive colored threads found on the blankets used by the coroner when placing dead bodies in his wagon.
Remarkable.
Your complexion is livid and you're breathless. You have therefore been running. Surely not in haste to pay us a social call. Rather, I should say, in pursuit of someone. And the manner in which you're nervously fingering your notebook, Inspector, can only signify that you're impatient to discuss the case. Pray discuss it then.
Understand, Mr. Holmes. I'm telling you this because you have been somewhat helpful on previous occasions.
A masterpiece of understanding.
I'm not asking your assistance. It's just if you should come across anything that should be brought to my attention. Now then, our information's fragmentary.
Perhaps I may embellish it.
We found a corpse lying across the mechanism of the gigantic bell on top of the Merchants Building on Lombard Street.
Who was the dead man?
A Mr. Henry Bennett.
Bennett, yes, I have a card on him.
Who is he, Holmes?
Oh, a petty thief, tiresome record of criminal trivia, served a few short prison terms, bit of flotsam on the sea of the London underworld.
Bennett's skull was split open. We found the weapon. It was a walking stick with a cast-iron top.
A walking stick?
We couldn't fathom where it came from, but a girl in the crowd recognized it. She's the secretary of the overseas bank across the way. The bank had presented the walking stick to one of its bookkeepers as a memento of 20 years' service.
And the bookkeeper's name?
Humphrey Littleton.
Find anything else?
Yes. There was a letter on the body, obviously a blackmail note, addressed to Humphrey Littleton.
Oh, how did the note read?
It said, Merchants Building, Tuesday morning, bring usual payment, be sure you keep mum. It was scrawled in pencil, wasn't signed, of course.
Any eyewitness?
2 of his fellow employees saw Littleton leave the Merchants Building.
You then crossed the street and entered the bank and attempted to arrest Humphrey Littleton, but he had escaped. Am I correct, Lestrade?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. He vanished. He took a gun from the cashier's drawer, forced his way past us. Evidently, the little bookkeeper was tired of being blackmailed by Bennett, so he did away with him.
Yes, but how did the body get into the mechanism of the bell, Inspector Lestrade?
Littleton met his man in the building this morning, struck him on the head, killing him instantly, dragged the body to the roof. He intended to push it off, so we believe Bennett had fallen or committed suicide.
Well, that's all very well, but you still haven't explained how...
I'm coming to that, Dr. Watson. The killer must have been startled by a noise and believed he was about to be caught, seen by someone on the roof, a chimney sweep, perhaps. There's a trapdoor on the roof that leads to the bell. Littleton must have dropped him there when he became afraid lest he wouldn't have time to push him off the roof.
Anything further you wish to state, Lestrade?
No. Now I must be off. I don't suppose you'll have occasion to do so, Mr. Holmes, but if you should come across a clue as to the whereabouts of Littleton, you might tell the yard.
Lestrade, I leave the solution of this case entirely in your capable hands.
It will rest well there, Mr. Holmes.
I've no doubt, Lestrade. Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Inspector. Well, confound it, Holmes. You're not just going to sit there while Inspector Lestrade steals a march on you.
Not a bit of it, my dear Watson. I'm merely giving him time to leave. The moment he's sufficiently far away, we're off to the overseas bank. We shall see if we can't locate Mr. Humphrey Littleton, the frightened bookkeeper. Perhaps we may shake salt on the tail of this bird who's flown the cage.
This is the photograph of Mr. Littleton, Mr. Holmes, from our files.
Ah, yes, Mr. Mason.
And this is the cage where he worked, Mr. Mason?
Yes, Dr. Watson.
I see. Holmes, what are you doing crawling about on the floor?
Mr. Mason, when he made his escape, you say he seized the revolver from the drawer, then his coat hanging on that hook, then left the bank.
Exactly. I don't know how on earth he'll ever be found in all of London.
Aha!
Found something, Holmes?
This pink pill. It rolled under the desk. And this microscopic bit of green paper. Note the geometric design of the paper. Both items are most informative.
Pill, green paper?
That copy of the Evening Star on the desk, Watson, please.
Oh, first you find the pill, and then you want to read the newspaper. What are you up to, Holmes?
Ah, there we are. This page. Excellent. Come, Watson. Mr. Mason, we shall have the killer in a jiffy.
But Holmes is...
With no time, Watson, no time. Good morning, Mr. Mason.
Yes. Oh, yes. Good morning.
Where are we off to, Holmes?
Victoria Station, as quickly as the cab will carry us.
And why, may I ask?
Because, my dear Watson, it's there that we shall find Mr. Humphrey Littleton, if we're not too late. We shall find him with the aid of this pink pill and the geometrically designed speck of green paper. We're most fortunate, Watson. The train Mr. Littleton has chosen for his departure to the continent is still here at the station.
Come along. I've purchased tickets for us. We must board it.
Well, but what train? How do you know all this?
The answer is the pink pill I discovered in his cage at the bank. I recognized it immediately. Its mate is missing. There's a pink pill and a brown pill. Ingredients, a form of butyl alcohol, hyoscine bromide, and caffeine, more commonly known as seasick pill.
Oh, I see. The pill fell from Littleton's pocket when he lifted his coat from the hook. Pill? By George, he was preparing for a sea voyage.
Positively brilliant, my dear Watson. Yes, our bookkeeper was prepared to bolt from the clutches of his blackmailer, to abandon his position at the bank. He was preparing for a sea voyage, timid soul that he is, by securing pills. This gate, Watson.
All right, you are. Thank you. But why did you read the Evening Star?
To examine the travel section. Not a single passenger ship sails today for a far-off port. There are simply the regular daily sailings across the Channel to France. Of course, I had to fortify this clue with more tangible evidence.
The particle of green paper?
Easily identifiable. It was a familiar green paper utilized for the printing of railway tickets. As for the neat pattern of it, it was definitely the portion punched out by the ticket seller. The railways maintain an infallible system of tracing those punch marks, Watson. Each punch has a peculiar design of its own. I was quite correct in surmising that Littleton was headed across the Channel via Victoria Station. His tickets for the train to Dover, the train we're about to board. Shall we?
This compartment?
So the agent said.
I say, Holmes, do you expect the killer in this compartment?
Yes, I realize it's empty now, but he'll arrive most assuredly. All right, step in, Watson. Step in.
Oh, thank you. Oh, by the by, while I was waiting at the gate, I glanced at the newspaper, Holmes. There's an item about this crime. The eminent counselor, Mr. Francis Ridgway, upon being informed of it, has volunteered to defend Littleton without a fee.
Really?
You know, this is an extremely dangerous method of dealing with a killer. Holmes, we're leaving, and he isn't aboard. You must have made an error in your deduction.
Impossible.
We're moving.
Yes, and someone's out there trying to jump on. Open the door, Watson.
Oh, right you are.
Thank you. Thank you. I thought I'd never make it. Are you gentlemen going to Dover?
Yes. And you?
To Dover. Then the Channel steamer.
Well, since we've a journey of 2 hours together, perhaps we should introduce ourselves. This is Dr. John Watson.
How do you do?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. What is your name, sir? What is your name, sir?
Bartlett. George Bartlett.
I beg your pardon. Your name is Humphrey Littleton, and you're wanted in London for committing murder.
Well, Dr. Watson, Mr. Holmes was brazenly inviting disaster in challenging the armed killer, wasn't he?
He certainly was, Mr. Harris. But at this point, I've an invitation for you concerning a much more pleasant topic. Won't you tell us more about Clippercraft clothes?
Well, I accept the invitation gladly, Doctor. One of these days, you're going to walk into the Clippercraft store in your community and walk out wearing a happy smile and a handsome suit by Clippercraft. You'll pay only $40 or $47.50, depending on your choice. But you'll deserve all the admiration your friends will voice, because yours will be an investment in one of America's greatest clothing values. Yes, Clippercraft is just about the finest clothing value America can offer you. You see, more than 1,200 fine stores from coast to coast have concentrated their enormous buying power to really put the brakes on your high cost of living. Why, it's clear as daylight that a project of Clippercraft's scope keeps Clippercraft's great tailoring plants operating at full speed the full year round. You get the savings this money-saving plan makes possible. Yes, Clippercraft suits are phenomenal values at only $40 and $47.50. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, and sport jackets. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Now shall we return to the frightened bookkeeper, Mr. Harris?
Well, we can't return to that train fast enough for me, Dr. Watson.
Well, you remember that Holmes and I were in the compartment of the Dover train, face to face with Humphrey Littleton, the murderer. Holmes had just identified him.
What makes you think that I'm Littleton?
Suppose you answer one question, sir. Will you leave this train and return to London in our custody? Or do you choose to be stubborn?
I'll not return to London.
I'll take that revolver, Mr. Littleton.
You'll not take me back.
I repeat, your revolver.
No.
You're behaving like an idiot. London's most brilliant criminal attorney, Mr. Francis Ridgway, has announced he will defend you gratis. He has never lost a case. You've an excellent chance.
No, I won't.
I won't.
Oh, don't be silly, man. You've no possible avenue of escape. Scotland Yard has surely telegraphed the French surety.
I'm waiting, Mr. Littleton. Turn over your revolver.
No. Once I surrender to you, I'm finished. I'd rather kill both of you. Once you're out of the way, I can jump off the train.
Then what? Dashing from village to village? How long can you hide out on the downs like a stricken animal?
You shan't persuade me. My mind is made up. I'll take my chances.
Very well. If you insist upon... He's missed. He's gone, Watson.
I have it, Holmes.
I regret the necessity of using my hunting crop on your hand, Mr. Littleton, but you are rather obstinate. I shall stop the train and we shall return to London. Then I shall have the pleasure of turning you over to Inspector Lestrade as a gift, with the compliments of Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Well, Holmes, the morning newspapers say that Littleton is safely locked in prison. I must say you handled that case with astonishing speed. I've hardly even had time to catch my breath, and it's over.
It's not over, Watson.
What do you mean it isn't over? I'd say from the moment the murder was committed, events moved with a relentless logic.
I'd hardly employ the word logic, my dear Watson. That's what disturbs me. So hurry, finish your breakfast. We're off to the Merchants' Building.
But why, Holmes?
To visit Mr. Francis Ridgway, counsel for Littleton's defense.
Why?
To ascertain how he plans to defend the bookkeeper.
Well, it should be a simple, speedy trial, shouldn't it?
Perhaps.
I'm delighted that you've dropped in here to my office, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Ridgway. It is an incredibly exquisite office. Those draperies, magnificent rugs, most striking. Don't you agree, Holmes?
Yes, quite. May I ask, Mr. Ridgway, what sort of defense you plan for Humphrey Littleton?
Well, there isn't a scrap of evidence on his behalf, Mr. Holmes, and he admits he was being blackmailed by the dead man. You see, Littleton once needed money desperately for his wife, who was ill. He took some from the bank and juggled his books to cover up. Bennett knew about it, but Littleton denies committing the murder. Says he was never on the roof of the Merchants' Building. Says his walking stick was stolen from his flat. No one will believe him, I'm afraid. I don't suppose you've learned anything that would help me, have you?
No, I have not.
To make matters worse, he bought that ticket to France. He claimed he wanted to chuck his position and run away just to avoid the blackmailer. But the jury will interpret it as a plan for escaping after committing murder. Oh, I shall paint as stirring a picture as I can of the miserable creature. Hounded by a petty thief, he became fed up, that's about all. I shall fight every inch of the way, but confidentially, this may be the first case I've ever lost.
It's 2 a.m, Holmes. Where the dickens have you been?
I couldn't wait for you to return from the hospital, Watson. My mission was urgent.
Yes, but where were you?
I've been searching for evidence that might interest Mr. Ridgway.
Oh, and did you go on this urgent mission carrying that pair of shoes under your arm?
I did not start out on the mission that way, no.
Really, you do perform the most extraordinary antics. Why the pair of...
trial begins tomorrow.
You mean you've got something that might acquit the bookkeeper?
The grim fascination of a trial for homicide, Watson, is that the results are most unpredictable.
Silence in the court. Here you are, Holmes. 2 seats. There's Littleton in the dock. See him? And Francis Ridgway in the far corner.
Quiet, Watson. The clerk of the assize is about to read the indictment of the jury.
Gentlemen of the jury, the prisoner at the bar, Humphrey Littleton, is indicted, and the charge against him is murder. Upon this indictment, he has been arraigned. Upon his arraignment, he has pleaded that he is not guilty and has put himself upon his country, which country you are. It is for you to inquire whether he be guilty or not, and to hearken to the evidence. The Crown charges that on the morning of July 19th, Henry Bennett was ruthlessly attacked and died instantaneously when he was struck upon the skull by...
Mr. Francis Ridgway! Good heavens,
Silence!
sit down, Holmes. What the...
Silence in the court!
Mr. Holmes, what is the reason for this disturbance?
May it please your lordship, gentlemen of the jury. Henry Bennett was not murdered by Humphrey Littleton, the prisoner in the dock, but by Mr. Francis Ridgway, counsel for the defense.
Silence! Silence!
May it please your lordship, I do not know why Mr. Holmes has chosen to interject this fantastic
One
assertion,
moment, Mr. Ridgway. Mr. Holmes,
My lord.
you have on many a previous occasion made a substantial contribution to the enforcement of law and order. The court will entertain a statement.
I protest, your lordship.
Go on, Mr. Holmes. Tell them. Tell them I didn't do it. I didn't do it. God help me, I didn't do it.
Silence!
The court will entertain a statement by Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Mr. Ridgway, it originally struck me as curious that a counsel possessing your perfect record should volunteer for a case so obviously doomed to defeat. Could it have been that you wanted to have the case because you wanted to lose it?
Idle speculation.
I visited your office to develop my theory. Dr. Watson admired your draperies, but I noticed a black spot on your rug. It was tar. Although you may have vigorously cleaned the remainder of your office, you neglected to remove that one speck.
Oh, go on, Holmes, go on.
Where did the tar come from, Mr. Ridgway? Well, the murder was committed on an extremely hot day. On the roof of the Merchants Building, the tar melted. It came off on your shoes. After killing Bennett on the roof, you returned to your office soiling your rug.
Preposterous. Conjecture on your part, sir.
Last night, I was on the roof of the Merchants Building. I made plaster casts of the killer's footprints. I then paid a midnight visit to your deserted office, Mr. Ridgway. I found a pair of your shoes in a closet. The casts, which I'm prepared to submit as evidence, match your footprints perfectly.
Inconclusive evidence. Utterly inconclusive.
In addition, I took a sample of the tar from that same roof and compared it with a sample from the tar on your rug. I have here a report based on experimentation at home to the effect that both samples match perfectly in chemical content.
Proof. I demand proof, sir, that I actually committed the murder.
And you shall have it. There is a young gentleman waiting outside at my request. His name is Bob Dexter. What is most important about this young gentleman, however, is not his name. It is his occupation. Mr. Dexter is a chimney sweep. My friend, Inspector Lestrade's thesis was correct. There was a noise that startled the killer. It was a chimney sweep.
Mr. Holmes, do you request that the witness be summoned now?
In a moment, my lord. I made inquiries. I found this young gentleman at his home in Stepney. I persuaded him that accepting your bribes to keep silent, Mr. Ridgway, was a disgraceful crime. He is prepared to testify that he overheard your angry conversation with Bennett upon the roof.
Mr. Holmes, what was the subject of the conversation?
My lord, the conversation revealed that while Bennett was in prison, he secured information from his fellow prisoners, from your victims, Mr. Ridgway, your dupes who served while your clients were scot-free. Once released, Bennett patiently gathered canceled checks, notes, photographs, overwhelming evidence about your career. Your brilliant career was founded upon a tissue of lies, bribery, forgery, coercion. You invited Bennett to the building to purchase his collection. But you killed him with Littleton's walking stick, which you'd stolen to be sure the evidence pointed to the helpless bookkeeper. Now, shall we call Mr. Dexter, who saw you do away with Bennett?
May it please your lordship, I should like to make a request.
Proceed, Mr. Ridgway.
I move that the indictment against Mr. Humphrey Littleton be stricken from the record, and a new indictment be drawn up by the grand jury charging the murder of Henry Bennett to Mr. Francis Ridgway.
By Jove, Holmes, now that you're relaxed in your chair with your pipe, you must take the time to tell me precisely what did happen on the morning of the murder. I confess I'm still a bit puzzled.
It's painfully obvious, Watson. Bennett was blackmailing both the bookkeeper and Mr. Ridgway. Ridgway knew it. Littleton didn't. Ridgway sent a message to the bookkeeper, enticing him to the Merchants Building that morning. He'd previously stolen the walking stick.
I see.
But before the bookkeeper was due to arrive, Ridgway killed Bennett with Littleton's walking stick. Then Littleton came along, innocently enough, expecting merely to make his regular, insignificant payment to Bennett. He saw a crowd, became frightened, and dashed off to work at the bank.
Well, I'm still amazed at how you arrived at the proper solution. Confound it, Holmes. How do you do these things?
Elementary, my dear Watson. Elementary.
Well, Dr. Watson, the case of the frightened bookkeeper was really very surprising. I'm sure you've an equally startling adventure planned for next week.
Oh, yes, Mr. Harris, I have. It's called The Adventure of the Guy Fawkes Society, a secret cult whose membership consisted entirely of fanatics devoted to one of the most horrible purposes imaginable. Of course, nothing on earth could keep Holmes from joining the society.
Well, Dr. Watson, we shall be standing impatiently at the door of your study next week for The Adventure of the Guy Fawkes Society. The makers of Clipper Craft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Loughrane. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Ian Martin. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clipper Craft dealer, write Clipper Craft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Guy Fawkes Society. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clipper Craft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
With your dial set at 710, you're all set for Behind the Front Page with Gabriel Heater, which follows in just a moment.
Eastern Airlines now ready for departure. It's Eastern Airlines for double dependability. Eastern's planes are the world's finest. Its pilots tried and proven through years of service. Fly Eastern, the dependable airline.
This is WOR, New York.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Fabulous Celebrities.
Holmes, all I see in this warehouse are these large crates of heavy machinery. Dash it, what are we doing here in the dead of night anyway? What are we looking for?
A killer, Watson.
A killer?
Precisely. At any moment now, Watson, that pile of crates is dropping down toward us. Look out!
We're at the door of Dr. John Watson's study, and we're about to hear another of his adventures with the great Sherlock Holmes.
Well, Mr. Harris, good evening.
Good evening, Dr. Watson. Hard at work on your memoirs, I see.
I am indeed, Mr. Harris. At the moment, I've just finished a rather extraordinary adventure in which Holmes, after experiencing great threat of personal danger, finally trapped a dangerous killer who for many days had terrorized London.
Sounds interesting, Dr. Watson. What's this case called?
My friend Holmes always referred to it as the adventure of the fabulous celebrities. Before I relate it to you, Mr. Harris, suppose you give our audience a word on that celebrated product, Clipper Craft clothes.
Certainly. When it comes to quality, there are certain identification marks you can always trust. For example, the sterling mark on fine silver and the Clipper Craft label sewn in the lining of truly fine clothes. Both symbols of superior quality and value. Clipper Craft clothes are produced in historic New England by craftsmen with a tradition as proud as that which built and sailed the Yankee clipper ships to rule the seven seas. Make it your custom always to look for the Clipper Craft label, the wheel of a Clipper Craft ship. You'll find it in Clippercraft's remarkably expensive-looking topcoats and overcoats, priced at only $40 to $47.50. You'll discover it in Clippercraft's sensational new zipper-lining topcoat, one of the smartest Clippercraft-style ideas that ever stretched your hard-earned dollars. Yes, when it comes to quality, compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, what about this adventure of the fabulous celebrities?
Well, Mr. Harris, it began in the year 1901, a year when Holmes was at the very pinnacle of success. By the turn of the century, as you know, the name of Sherlock Holmes was famous in every corner of the civilized world, and people stared at him whenever he walked out of our quarters at Baker Street. And then, very suddenly, it became very dangerous to be a celebrated person in the city of London. In the short space of 3 weeks, 4 persons of great prominence were struck down by a mysterious assassin. And finally, in great desperation, Inspector Lestrade asked us to appear at Scotland Yard.
Mr. Holmes, you understand Scotland Yard's conducting its own investigation of these baffling murders.
Oh, quite, Inspector Lestrade, quite.
In due time, of course, we should no doubt trap this peculiar assassin. However, knowing your taste for the unusual and admitting that you have some talent in these matters...
Coming from you, Inspector, I consider that a great compliment.
It is indeed. We've never been reluctant to give the official police a hand in these unusual matters, eh, Holmes?
No, Watson, we have not. Now then, Inspector.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Let us review the facts. A mysterious and deadly killer is roaming the metropolis of London. His special victims are persons of great prominence. In the last 3 weeks, he's assassinated a great English beauty, a champion heavyweight pugilist, a world-famous astronomer, and a famous admiral.
Yes, and every one of them a likely candidate for any Hall of Fame.
Quite, Watson, quite. But to continue, Inspector, in each case, the celebrated victims' valuables were not taken from their corpses. In short, we may deduce that those important people were murdered for some other motive rather than money.
That is correct, Mr. Holmes. But we have found no clue, no trace.
Exactly, Inspector Lestrade. You found no clue, no trace. You have let the trail go cold, and we must make a fresh start. Come, Watson.
Where to, Holmes?
Baker Street, my dear fellow, Baker Street. To think, to plan, to use the tools of logic. Assuming, of course, that we're fortunate enough to find a cab in this foul weather.
By Jove, Holmes, we're in luck. There's a cab at the curb right here on Derby Street. You can just make it out in this beastly fog.
Yes, Watson. Hello there. Hello, cab!
Well, he's seen us. You know, I must say I anticipated a dreary and chilly wait. It's rather surprising. That cab driver, he's driving his horses straight... Holmes, he's trying to run us down! Look out! Holmes, are you all right?
Yes, Watson, I'm quite all right. Just managed to get out of the way of those horses.
Yes, but that driver, what the deuce was he trying to do?
Obvious, my dear Watson. He was trying to kill me.
Oh, thank heaven, Holmes, we're finally here at Baker Street. I've had a feeling that some kind of danger was stalking us through this wretched fog.
Yes, quite, Watson. As for myself, I am aware of the danger, not as a mere presentiment, but as an actual fact.
What do you mean?
The driver of the carriage on Derby Street. He might very well be the assassin we seek. Remember, Watson, I am a person of some renown and am therefore vulnerable to his rather peculiar taste for victims. But here's our door.
Yes. What we need now, Holmes, is a good fire. Holmes! The top of the steps outside our flat.
There's someone lurking there. I can see a shadow. Quick, Watson, down. Down there!
Holmes, are you...
I'm all right. Bullet just grazed my neck, went through the collar of my greatcoat. Quick, up the stairs, after him.
Well, Holmes, the beggar went up the stairs onto the roof. I lost him in the fog, curse it. Holmes.
Yes, Watson?
Do you think this assassin is...
Is the same who has accounted for the others? Yes, I most certainly think he is. The driver of that carriage and the man lurking in our hallway are one and the same.
Well, Holmes, you've got to be careful. He's made 2 attempts on your life in one night. The beggar may try still again.
Undoubtedly he will, Watson. It seems that for the moment the hunter becomes the hunted. But I hope to reverse that order in a very short time.
Dash it, Holmes, I must say you're rather matter-of-fact about this whole thing.
Quite, Watson. I'm thoroughly aware that my personal existence is in great jeopardy. But I cannot allow any emotion on this score to cloud my reason. The assassin who seeks my life is a very cool fellow, and I must meet him on his own ground. But the hour is late, Watson. There'll be time enough tomorrow to deal with my assailant. Watson! Watson, wake up!
What is it? Holmes, what the devil?
We seem to have a nocturnal visitor.
Oh.
Mr. Holmes! Mr. Holmes, for the love of heaven, let me in. Better have your pistol ready, Watson.
Yes, I'm all ready, Holmes. Wonder what the deuce the beggar wants. 3 o'clock in the morning.
We shall soon see, my dear fellow.
Well, it's Sir Hartley Ames, Governor of the Bank of England.
Mr. Holmes, shut the door, quick.
By Jove, he's got a gash across his cheek.
Yes, Dr. Watson. An assassin attacked me with a knife near my home. Just grazed me. It was not serious. The bleeding stopped. Mr. Holmes, I came straight here.
Pray be seated, Sir Hartley. Rest yourself.
Thank you.
Now then, you say you were attacked?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, yes. I couldn't get a glimpse of him in the fog, but I think the fellow followed me to your very door.
Interesting. Very.
Then, Holmes, it must be the same fellow.
Undoubtedly, Watson. The killer is abroad tonight pursuing his strange custom of hunting illustrious persons, such as Sir Hartley.
How does it happen, Sir Hartley, that you didn't go to the official police?
Oh, impossible, Dr. Watson. That could mean only disaster. The financial structure of the empire is based on delicate factors. If it became known that my life was in jeopardy, it might cause a panic on the exchange, a run on the bank.
Sir Hartley is quite right, Watson.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, what shall I do?
At the moment, there's but one thing to do, Sir Hartley. Dr. Watson and I will escort you to your home, and when you get there, lock your door and bolt your windows, and under no circumstances leave unless I summon you.
Well, Holmes, now that we've seen Sir Hartley safely under lock and key, we can look forward to a night's sleep, eh? Good Lord, it's 5 in the morning.
Yes, Watson, it's good to be back at Baker Street.
Yes, especially in view of this beastly weather. The fog has turned to rain. Oh, someone's coming our way.
Yes.
Begging your pardon, gentlemen, which one of you is Sherlock Holmes?
I am Sherlock Holmes.
Ah, indeed. So you are the great Holmes, the world's most famous detective.
Look here, old man.
Please, Watson. Now then, sir, state your business.
Oh, my dear Mr. Holmes, I have no business. It's just that I wanted a look at you. It isn't often a poor man like myself can stand face to face with a great person like yourself. No, indeed. It isn't often. I must say you look exactly like your photographs. Exactly.
Thank you. I am flattered. And now, my good man, if you've had your fill of staring at me, we should like to enter our quarters.
Oh, no offense, Mr. Holmes, no offense at all. It's just that I'll be able to tell my friends I've talked with the great Holmes.
The cheek of the fellow, Holmes. The infernal impudence of the bounder.
Watson.
Eh?
Did you notice that old man's coat and shoes?
Why, no.
Interesting. Very.
Holmes, what in blazes are you talking about?
First, Watson, the man's coat was hardly wet, yet it's raining.
Yes, I know.
Second, certain areas of his boots seem to be waterproofed. The rain dampened the leather only in splotches.
Well, what of it?
I merely mention these as elementary observations, Watson, which may or may not prove significant. But for the first time, I believe I see a glimmer of light in this very intriguing adventure.
Well, Dr. Watson, so far it's been quite a story.
Yes, Mr. Harris. And I might add that events thereafter shaped themselves with dizzying speed. I shall relate to you the second half of this remarkable adventure after you tell your audience some remarkable facts about Clippercraft clothes.
They are remarkable indeed, Dr. Watson. When I describe the qualities of Clippercraft clothes to you, I myself sometimes think that Clippercraft values seem too good to be true. But Clippercraft fabrics are actually as luxurious as they are long on wear. And the superior talent of Clippercraft experts shows up admirably in the smart hang of your jacket, the comfortable, roomy fit of your Clippercraft suit. It's when you check all these superb features against the amazingly low price for suits bearing the Clippercraft label that you realize Clippercraft values are nothing short of sensational. Only $40 and $45. Why, even a pure worsted suit with the Clippercraft label costs only $45. Yes, you save plenty, because more than 1,200 independent stores throughout America have concentrated their vast purchasing power to make these great Clippercraft values possible. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, and overcoats. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now, Dr. Watson, you were relating to us the adventure of the fabulous celebrity.
Yes, Mr. Harris, I was. On the evening after our encounter with the strange old man, a note was thrust under our door. It carried the waxen seal of the Bank of England, and its signer was Sir Hartley Ames. It was an urgent message from Sir Hartley, bidding us to meet him that night at a warehouse he owned at Irongate Wharf, near London Bridge. The note said simply that Sir Hartley had some new and vital information on the assassin, and he wished to transmit this information to us. I was watching my friend's face as he finished reading the letter, and I saw his eyes narrow. Then quickly, Holmes examined the seal through his magnifying glass.
Aha.
What is it?
My dear Watson, this seal of the Bank of England is a forgery.
A forgery?
Precisely. A devilishly clever piece of work, a fine imitation. The forgery, nevertheless.
Then the letter
is bogus, obviously.
Well, then it's a trap. Someone is trying to lure us to that warehouse.
Quite.
Well, then we better hurry to Sir Hartley's and warn him.
I fear it's too late, Watson. I'm willing to wager that Sir Hartley has, in some similar manner, been lured from his home. I'm willing to wager further that he is at the warehouse.
Yes, but Holmes, if it's a trap, surely we're not going.
On the contrary, we are. Perhaps, Watson, we can spring the killer's trap without savoring the cheese.
The warehouse is a dark and chilly place. Must say. Deserted.
I must differ with you there, Watson. It only seems deserted. I have a feeling we're being watched.
To tell you the truth, so do I. Walking up this corridor between these huge piles of machinery.
Yes, marine machinery. Sir Hartley Ames, among other things, owns a steamship liner.
Holmes.
What is it?
I just kicked something.
What was it?
Something soft. It felt like...
A body?
Yes.
Quick, Watson, the match.
Here you are, Holmes. Good heavens. It's Sir Hartley Ames.
Yes, shot through the heart. And note, Watson, there is a flake of paraffin in his left nostril. A significant detail, I might add.
Yes, but hold on. What are you doing?
A quick search of Sir Hartley's pockets. I have an idea that... Aha!
What is it, Holmes?
A note, Watson. A forged note from myself to Sir Hartley asking him to meet us here.
So that's how Sir Hartley was lured from his home.
Precisely. You remember I gave him strict orders not to move unless he heard from me.
Yes,
Watson, that pile of crates just above it is toppling down. Look out! Up! Watson, are you all right?
Yes, Holmes,
There goes the killer. He's running toward the rear entrance. Halt, you blackguard! Halt!
Holmes, the beggar got away from us again.
He did indeed, Watson.
I must confess, Holmes, I'm not the hand with a pistol I was at my wand. You know, time and age dim a man's eye, I'm afraid. I saw the bounder's shadow moving along the fence behind the warehouse here. I saw him go through the rear gate. Yet I missed it all the way.
Come, Watson, don't be too upset. Our quarry sought to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, but he managed to down only 1. Moreover, in his escape, he's unwittingly given us some valuable information. It is significant that he did not hurdle that low fence, but chose the long way to the gate, even though you were firing at him.
I confess, Holmes, I
don't you, Watson? Come, man, come. The conclusion is elementary. At any rate, I'm becoming rather tired of being stalked by this assassin. I know who he is, and it's high time we closed with him.
You know who he is?
I do indeed. More than that, I know where I can find him.
Where?
In a large brick building on Marylebone Road, just east of Baker Street and only a few doors from our own room.
Yes, but that brick building is...
Precisely, Watson. It houses that famous London museum, Madame Tussauds Waxworks.
What in blazes, Holmes, would the killer be doing at Madame Tussauds Waxworks?
Suppose we go there and find out, Watson.
You mean tomorrow morning?
On the contrary, Watson. I mean, tonight. All right, Watson, close that window gently.
Right, Holmes. I suppose you're aware we're breaking and entering.
My dear Watson, I cannot quibble with legal technicalities at this moment. Come, let us inspect this museum.
Oh, it's an eerie place at night, I must say. All these wax figures standing around. They look juicy lifelike now. Look, Holmes. Here's Napoleon Bonaparte. Julius Caesar, Oliver Cromwell. Holmes. Wait, it's...
Yes, Watson, a new wax effigy of Sir Hartley Ames made within the last 10 minutes. The waxen face is still warm to the touch, and the scar from the assassin's knife still shows.
And the killer made a mold of Sir Hartley's face as he lay dead in the warehouse.
Precisely, Watson. You recall the flake of paraffin we found in Sir Hartley's nostril, and... Watson.
Yes, Holmes?
There's a light under that door.
So there is.
She'll come to grips with our quarry very soon now. Keep your pistol at the ready and follow me.
There's no one in here, Holmes?
True. Seems to be a small workshop.
Yes. Holmes! Good Lord! Look at that waxen statue.
Yes. You recognize it, Watson?
Well, it's a waxen image of you, Holmes.
It is indeed. Made by a master artist. Our friend the assassin getting in a little preliminary work before he did away with me. I do think the nose is a little too aquiline and the face rather thin, but... Watson, get back against the wall. The killer's coming back into his workshop.
But Holmes, who is it?
Obvious. The strange old man we met on the pavement at the entrance to Baker Street. Be ready when he comes in, Watson.
Right. Stand where you are!
What? And don't reach for that knife, my dear fellow. I assure you Dr. Watson will not hesitate to blow your head off at the slightest provocation.
That's all. You've caught me, Mr. Holmes. You've finally caught old Lafleur.
I have indeed, and I assure you that you'll be hung for your crimes in very short order.
It doesn't matter, Mr. Holmes. Nothing matters. Let them hang me now. Let them hang old Lafleur, the greatest artist in wax the world has ever known.
In heaven's name, Lafleur, why did you commit these terrible murders?
Dr. Watson, I am an artist, a great artist. I, Lafleur, who studied under the great Marie Tussauds. But I am old and sick, and I have not long to live. The museum was about to retire me, but I didn't want to retire. I still had work to do. There are great men and women still living, worthy of recognition in Madame Tussauds waxwork. I wanted to carve their images in wax for posterity, but I had so little time, and the museum would not allow me to immortalize them until they were dead.
So you took matters in your own hands?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. I couldn't wait for them to die, so I had to kill them myself. You, Mr. Holmes, you were to be my greatest triumph. I had already begun work on you and reserved a favored place for you here in the museum, next to Napoleon.
Holmes, now we have delivered our assassin to Inspector Lestrade, I still don't see how you detected old Lafleur and how you traced him to Madame Tussauds.
Obvious, my dear Watson. First of all, I knew the killer was an old man. Remember, he was not agile enough to climb over that low fence in the rear of the warehouse even when he was under fire. Then, too, Watson, you recall the time we met old Lafleur in the rain in front of our rooms here?
Yes.
His coat was only slightly wet. That indicated he walked but a short distance, and Madame Tussauds is only a few steps from here. But his boots gave him away, Watson.
Yes, how?
They were waterproof in some spots and wet in others. That meant that his boots were spotched with drippings of wax, Watson, the material of his profession. The forgery of the wax seal of the Bank of England and, of course, the flake of paraffin we found in Sir Hartley's nostril were added evidence. There is only one question left unanswered in my mind, Watson.
Yes? What's that, Holmes?
I wonder how I would have looked in wax, standing next to Napoleon.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was an exciting adventure indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. I thought you'd find it interesting. However, I might add that Holmes never got his wish. Madame Tussaud's wax works burned down in March of 1925, and all the Napoleonic relics were destroyed.
I see. And, Doctor, what adventure will you have for us next week?
Next week, Mr. Harris, I shall relate to you the adventure of the Bloomsbury Ballad. It concerns a punch ticket, an empty coal scuttle, and a sentimental song.
The makers of Clipper Craft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Lochran. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Selden. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Bloomsbury Ballad. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft Clothes for Men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Speckled Band.
Holmes, it's 3 o'clock in the morning.
It is indeed, Watson.
How long are we going to crouch in the darkness of this room, waiting for what?
Watson, observe. The ventilator.
Jove, there's a gleam of light coming through.
Yes, our long vigil is over. That light can have only one meaning, my dear Watson. In a moment, we shall close in our final encounter with death itself.
We're at the door of Dr. John Watson's study, and we're about to hear another of his adventures with the fabulous Sherlock Holmes.
Well, good evening, Mr. Harris.
Good evening, Dr. Watson. What memoir are you working on tonight, sir?
A very singular adventure, Mr. Harris. A very singular adventure indeed. In glancing over my notes of the 70-odd cases I have already inscribed in my notebook, I can see none stranger than that which befell the family of the Roylotts of Stoke Moran in Surrey.
And the name of this adventure, Doctor?
Holmes and I always called it The Adventure of the Speckled Band. And after you've taken a moment to present the facts on Clippercraft Clothes, Mr. Harris, I shall proceed with the facts of this amazing story.
Thank you, Doctor. And this is where... Well, I'll be...
Remember me, Mr. Harris? I'm the lady whose husband...
insisted that a really good suit costs a fortune, and I explained that a luxurious Clippercraft suit costs only $40 and $45.
Well, I told my husband that only $45 would buy a handsome Clippercraft suit of pure worsted. and made your suggestion that he be sure to look for the famous Clippercraft label.
And I suppose you told him these values are possible only because Clippercraft concentrates the enormous buying power of more than 1,200 fine independent stores from coast to coast for unbelievable savings to him.
Indeed, I did. But my say-so isn't enough.
So?
So I let him convince himself. I told him to compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more.
And now, Dr. Watson, what about this adventure of the speckled band?
Well, Mr. Harris, the events in question occurred in the early days of my association with Holmes, when we were sharing rooms as bachelors in Baker Street. At any rate, this peculiar adventure began in April of '83 on the western border of Surrey, in the manor house of the Roylotts of Stoke Moran, descendants of one of the oldest Saxon families in England. It was late one night. A storm was brewing. And in one of the bedrooms, a girl named Julia Stoner slept uneasily. Then she was rudely awakened by a peculiar sound.
What's that? What's that whistle? Who is it? It's come again. That whistle. I'd better tell Helen. Yes, Helen in the next room. Helen! Helen! Helen, open the door! Please, hurry, open the door!
Who is it? Who's there?
It's Julia, your sister. Oh, Helen, please, open the door!
Julia, what on earth?
Oh, Helen, let me into your room quickly.
Julia.
I heard it again, Helen. That awful whistle. Oh, you must have heard it. You did hear it this time, didn't you, Helen?
No, dear, I heard nothing. Oh, it must have been your imagination.
Oh, no, Helen. I tell you I heard it.
Hush, dear, you'll wake Father.
Helen, I don't know what to do. I'm afraid. So afraid. Every night for the last week I've heard it. That awful whistle. I've kept thinking perhaps it comes from those horrible gypsies that have been around the estate lately. Or those strange animals Father brought back from India.
Oh, Julia, you're overwrought. It's only nerves. After all, your wedding's next week.
Helen, I'm afraid. I'm afraid.
Now, dear, there's nothing to be afraid of. Now, you go back to your room and try to sleep. And if you hear anything again, you call me. Dear, those shutters, they're open again, and it's raining in. I must ask Father to have these repaired.
Helen! 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 Come into my room, quick! Helen!
Julia! Julia, what is it? Open the door, Julia. It's Helen. Julia, good heavens.
The band, Helen. It was the speckled band. The speckled...
Julia! Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, you've heard my story, all of it. I found my sister Julia swaying in the doorway. She just managed to gasp out the words, "the speckled band," and then fell dead.
Remarkable, Miss Stoner. A most remarkable tale.
You say all this happened a year ago, Miss Stoner?
Yes, Dr. Watson. Shortly after my sister had become engaged to a half-pay major in the Marines. The official police found nothing, and the coroner was completely mystified as to the cause of death, particularly since Julia and I always locked our doors and kept our windows bolted.
I see. Miss Stoner, a year is a considerable lapse of time. Why have you come to Baker Street to consult me now?
Because last night, for the first time, I heard that warning whistle myself. The whistle that Julia heard the night she died.
By Jove.
Interesting, Miss Stoner. Very. Now, my dear young lady, let us review the background here. You and your sister were each left £1,000 a year by your deceased stepmother. You live with your stepfather, a Dr. Grimesby Roylott, recently returned from India. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
To go on, your stepfather is a man of rather peculiar habits. He has a violent temper. He allows gypsies to roam about the grounds of Stoke Moran, and he keeps a cheetah and a baboon as pets.
Not exactly the kind of fellow I'd like to meet.
Watson, please. Now then, Miss Stoner, a question.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
You heard this whistle from your room?
No. I'm staying in Julia's old room temporarily. My stepfather recently decided to make some repairs on the manor house.
Holmes, how the deuce does all this make sense? The door was locked and the windows bolted. Yet somebody or something got into that room, struck Julia Stoner down, and now threatens her sister here. And the authorities never even knew the cause of death.
Patience, Watson, patience. When we arrive on the scene, we shall know infinitely more. Miss Stoner.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
Would it be possible for Dr. Watson and me to see these rooms at Stoke Moran without the knowledge of your stepfather?
Why, yes. He happens to be in London today on business and won't return till evening. If you would like to come up this afternoon, I can return by the 12 o'clock train and be on hand to meet you.
Excellent, Miss Stoner. Watson, you need pack only 2 articles for our journey.
Yes, Holmes? What 2 articles?
Your toothbrush and your service revolver.
Well, Holmes, I just saw Miss Stoner to a cab. What do you make of this whole thing, anyway?
These are very deep waters, my dear Watson, a most dark and sinister business.
Dark enough and sinister enough, I should say. That reference to the speckled band, for example. I have a theory on that myself.
Have you indeed, Watson? Pray let us hear it.
Well, Holmes, it might have referred to some band of people, the gypsy band on the grounds, no doubt. Perhaps the spotted handkerchiefs which so many of them wear on their heads.
No. First class try, Watson, but I do not think... Hello, someone's at the door. We seem to have an impatient visitor, and by the quality of the knock, he seems to be using the butt of a riding crop on our poor door. Better admit him.
Yes, right, Holmes.
Which of you is Sherlock Holmes?
My name, sir?
I am Dr. Grimesby Roylott of Stoke Moran.
Indeed. Pray take a seat, Doctor.
I'll do nothing of the kind. My stepdaughter Helen has been here. I followed her, sir, and I demand to know what she told you.
It's a little cold for this time of year, don't you think, Doctor?
What has she been saying to you?
I have heard, nevertheless, that the crocuses promise well in spite of the weather.
You put me off, do you? Well, I know you, you scoundrel. I've heard of you before. You're Holmes the meddler, Holmes the busybody, Holmes the Scotland Yard jack-in-office.
Holmes, he's picking up the poker by the fireplace.
There's no cause for alarm, Watson.
Oh, isn't there? See here, my meddling sleuth. You stick your nose in my business again, and I'll bend you between my 2 hands as I bend this poker of yours.
Holmes.
Watson, kindly let me have that poker.
Yes, right, Holmes. But what...
Our guest has rudely bent our poker. I should like to bend it back before turning it to the fireplace. There we are. Observe, Dr. Roylott. The poker is straight again.
Holmes, for the last time, I warn you. Keep your Scotland Yard nose out of my affairs.
Dr. Roylott, up to a moment ago, your conversation was quite entertaining. Now I find it a trifle wearing. When you go out, pray close the door. There's decided draught.
Very well, but you'll not hear the last of this.
Holmes, man sounds like a homicidal maniac.
Yes, perhaps. But I have a much juicier bone to pick with him, Watson. Fancy his having the insolence to couple me with the official detective force. This incident only adds additional relish, my dear fellow. And I shall pursue this case with even greater zest when we reach Stoke Moran. So this was your sister Julia's room, Miss Stoner?
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Dash it, I don't see how anything could have gained entrance here, yet there's no doubt of it, Holmes. Julia Stoner was alone when she was murdered.
True, Watson. But nevertheless, this room has several curious features. Miss Stoner.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
That ventilator high on the wall, where does it lead?
To my stepfather's room.
Strange place for a ventilator between 2 rooms. And I note here a bell rope under the ventilator.
Yes, Dr. Roylott had that put in some time ago.
The peculiar part of the arrangement is that it's not attached to any bell. You'll note that it's fastened to a small hook just above the ventilator.
A dummy bell rope, eh, Holmes?
Exactly.
How Very absurd, Mr. Holmes. I never even noticed it before. I never had occasion to use it. My sister and I always went for things ourselves.
Yes, quite. Ventilators that do not ventilate and bell ropes that do not pull bells. Miss Stoner.
Yes?
Suppose you show us to Dr. Roylott's room.
Oh, this room seems plain enough, Holmes.
Yes, true, Watson, but it has a number of interesting features. Miss Stoner, does Dr. Roylott keep a cat?
A cat?
Yes.
Why, no. He has a cheetah and a baboon, but not a cat. Why do you ask?
Because there is a saucer of milk on the floor. And while a cheetah is actually a big cat, the saucer of milk would be quite inadequate for... what's this?
Well, it seems to be a small safe.
Yes, so it is, Watson, so it is. Miss Stoner, do you know what Dr. Roylott keeps in this safe?
Why, his business papers, documents.
Yes, I see. And here's a small dog leash with a whipcord curled to make a loop. And... Watson?
Yes, Holmes?
I think I see the whole devilish, fiendish scheme now.
Oh, what is it, Mr. Holmes? How did my sister die?
I should prefer to illustrate in full tomorrow morning. And tonight I hope to resolve this entire and hideous affair. Miss Stoner.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
That is the village inn over there through the window?
Why, yes, it's the Crown.
Good. Your windows are visible from there. Now, I ask you to listen closely and follow my instructions to the letter.
Of course.
When your stepfather returns, confine yourself to your room. Then, when he retires, open the shutters of your window and put your lamp there. Dr. Watson and I will be staying at the inn and we'll see your signal. Then, move into your original room for the night. I presume it'll be bearable for one evening, despite the repair work.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, but I don't understand.
Neither do I, Holmes. What are we going to do?
Watson, you and I are going to spend the night in the next room. The room where Julia Stoner met her sudden and hideous death.
Well, Dr. Watson, that's quite an adventure. And what happened that night?
Some very exciting events, Mr. Harris. Suppose we take a moment while you relate to our audience some exciting information on Clippercraft clothes.
All right, Doctor. Well, what does your husband think of his Clippercraft suit, Mrs. Adams?
Terrific. He's even telling friends that no suit or coat is a genuine Clippercraft unless it bears the famous Clippercraft label. Imagine. My doubting husband now says, quote, "That Clippercraft label is like the mark of sterling on silver," unquote.
Well, he's on the beam, Mrs. Adams. I hope his friends know that throughout America, Clippercraft is available in their own community at a friendly independent store, a store they can trust.
If they don't, they will. And those expensive-looking Clippercraft top coats and overcoats at only $40 to $47.50 simply amazed my husband. And you ought to hear him rave about Clippercraft's handsome zipper-lining top coats. Why, you'd think he worked for Clippercraft.
Why, on the contrary, Clippercraft works for your husband and for millions of men who wear Clippercraft clothes, making it possible for them to enjoy really fine clothes at the same amazingly low prices everywhere in the United States.
We'll both vouch for that.
Yes, Mrs. Adams. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes, bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
In your suits, top coats, and overcoats. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now, Dr. Watson, you were relating to us the adventure of the speckled band.
Yes, Mr. Harris, so I was. Holmes and I took a room at the Crown, which was just on the edge of the vast fence-surrounded Stoke Moran grounds, almost overlooking the main gate. We had a cold supper of some excellent partridge and passable ale, and then as darkness began to fall, we became increasingly watchful of the middle window at the manor house across the grounds. You know, Holmes, the very prospect of entering that room at night gives me a chill. I have as much courage as any man when it comes to open conflict with a visible enemy, but you know
Yes, Watson, I know, and frankly, I have some scruples as to taking you tonight. There's a very definite element of danger. Perhaps you'd better stay here.
Dash it, Holmes. What kind of talk is this? You know very well you couldn't keep me away.
Good old Watson. I knew I could depend on you.
Holmes, you speak of danger. Apparently, you know more of this than I do.
Perhaps I do. You saw the peculiar ventilator and the equally peculiar bell rope, did you not?
Yes, I did, but what is that?
There was something else, Watson. The bed in the murder room.
The bed?
Yes.
What about it, Holmes?
It was attached to the floor so that Julia Stoner could not move it. In short, it had a definite position in relation to the rope and the ventilator. Does that convey anything to you, Watson?
By Jove, Holmes, I'm beginning to see it
Hello.
now.
Look through the window, Watson. Seems that Stoke Moran has a visitor. The main gate's practically under our room here.
Well, Hodges, what the devil are you sitting up there for? Get down and open the gates.
It's Dr. Roylott.
Yes, and he seems to be berating the coachman.
Open the gates, you blithering idiot. Be quick about it, or I'll have your blood. Now then, you incompetent fool, take me to the manor house. If you have to whip these tired nags to get a little speed out of them, do so. I'm late as it is. My daughter's waiting for me.
Holmes, do you think he'll
Come,
do
Watson, we shall have horrors enough before the night's over for any aimless talk. Let us have a quiet pipe and turn our conversation to something more cheerful.
it? 11 o'clock by the parish church tower, Holmes.
Yes.
Apparently, Dr. Roylott is not yet retired.
On the contrary, Watson, he has. Look.
Yes, Holmes, a light. Just appeared in the middle window.
Quite. That's our signal from Miss Stoner. We'll cross the grounds through one of those gaps in the park wall and make our way to the manor house. And, Watson.
Yes, Holmes?
Have your service revolver at the ready.
It's blowing up, Holmes. Wind's almost bending these trees double.
Yes.
It's pitch dark here, too. I must say I don't relish this idea of stealing across these grounds toward that house. Rather a chilly experience, I must say.
We should soon be there.
The sooner the better. By the way, Holmes, why did you bring that cane?
For a special purpose, my dear fellow. I have an idea that a cane will be a useful weapon in the hours to come, and...
Holmes, look. That clump of laurel bushes there.
Yes. It seems to be a man. A misshapen, deformed man.
He's watching us, Holmes. Good Lord, he looks like something out of Hades. Holmes, he's seen us. He's starting to run toward us.
Stand fast, Watson.
Good heavens, what's that gibberish? Holmes, he's dodged to one side. He seized a branch of that tree swung over the wall. Why, that devilish creature isn't a man at all, Holmes, is it?
Yes, Watson, it's Dr. Roylott's pet baboon.
Baboon? Yes, baboon. You know, for a moment I thought I'd seen the devil himself.
A pretty household, this. But we should be at the manor house at any moment, and I...
Holmes, a scream!
Yes.
It came from that clump of trees. Holmes, what the deuce is that? Is it human?
It's the cheetah, Watson. Dr. Roylott's cheetah. He's out in the open, roving the grounds.
Good Lord! The big cat!
Quick, Watson. You'd better run for it. The creature has our scent and he may attack. Well, Watson, here we are at the window of Julia Stoner's old room.
Yes, and thank heaven we seem to have lost the big cat.
All right, now then, try the window that Helen Stoner left unbolted for us.
Yes, right.
Gently, Watson, gently.
Yes.
Now then, into the room with you.
Holmes, you want me to climb through the window first?
Quite. You're less agile than I am, Watson, and you'll need my assistance. Now then, up you go. Try to land lightly.
Very well.
All right, Watson?
Yes.
Good. I'm coming in.
Holmes. Shh. Hear anything, Holmes?
No. So far, we seem to be undetected. Put out that lamp.
You mean we're going to sit here without light?
Yes, Dr. Roylott would see the light through the ventilator, and he'll wait until his niece is asleep. Meanwhile, I'll close the window.
Holmes. What now?
Wait.
Wait?
Precisely. Wait and watch that ventilator. I'll sit at the side of the bed, Watson, and you take the chair. And make sure your pistol is ready for instant action.
Holmes, it's 3 o'clock in the morning.
It is indeed.
Still no sign that Dr. Roylott is awake. How long are we going to crouch in the darkness of this room?
Patience, my dear fellow, patience. We can only keep alert and hope. Uh-huh.
Someone's moving about in the next room.
Precisely. Dr. Roylott.
Holmes, what are we...
In a moment, Watson, you'll see an attempted murder. And I may add one of the most fiendish and hideous contrivances to execute a lethal mission. Watson. Observe. The ventilator.
Joe, there's a gleam of light coming through.
Get ready.
The name of heaven for what? Shh. What was that?
Dr. Roylott has just opened the door of his safe.
Yes, but...
No time for explanations now. Hand me that cane, Watson.
Very well.
That's it. Now watch that ventilator and the bell rope closely. Listen.
In the name of heaven, what is it?
A hissing sound. It's in the other room at the moment. Now it's coming close to the ventilator. There it is, Watson. See it?
Dash it, I don't see anything, Holmes.
Look out, Watson. Let me get at that bell rope with this cane. You murdering little devil. You foul, loathsome, hideous creature.
Listen. There's a whistle from Dr. Roylott's room.
Yes, Watson. It's a signal from Roylott. Now listen. And wait.
Ah! Holmes, what the deuce? It's Dr. Roylott, Holmes!
Quick, Watson, into Dr. Roylott's room at once.
Holmes, the door's locked.
Yes, so it is.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I just heard someone screaming. My stepfather...
Quick, Miss Stoner, have your key?
No, I haven't.
Then we'll have to smash our way through. Come on, Watson, we'll have to crash it together.
Right.
Now then, together. There we are. Now then.
Good Lord.
Speckled bandit!
It's a snake, a speckled snake, and it's curled around Dr. Roylott's neck.
Yes, a swamp adder, the deadliest snake in India. Dr. Roylott is already dead, as you see. Hand me that dog whip, will you, Watson?
Yes, Holmes. Here you are.
Now then, my beady-eyed friend, if you'll just curl yourself around this leash... Uh-huh.
Holmes, be careful.
I have every intention of it. Now, my slimy fellow, let us clap you into that safe from whence you came. And there you are, safe in your hiding place.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson...
Quick, Watson, she's fainting.
Here now, Miss Stoner. Oh, she's unconscious, Holmes. It's the shock, you know. I'll have her around here in a moment.
Good. And after you do, we shall remove Miss Stoner to some place of shelter and notify the county police. Well, Watson, we've left Surrey far behind, and soon we shall be in London.
Yes, we shall, Holmes. But I cannot leave the memory of what has happened so easily. How Dr. Roylott came to use this kind of snake is beyond...
Elementary, my dear Watson, elementary. The idea might very well occur to a clever and ruthless man with Eastern training. As a medical man, he knew that the poison was almost impossible to discover by any known medical test. He knew further that only a very sharp-eyed coroner would ever detect the two little dark punctures where the reptile's fangs had done their work.
And that whistle?
Obviously, Dr. Roylott could not allow the reptile to stay in the murder room till morning. He had trained the adder to return when he whistled, with the ventilator, the dummy rope, and the bed all in fixed position. He knew sooner or later that the snake would bite his sleeping victim.
I must say you took a terrible chance, Holmes, driving that hideous creature back through the ventilator with your cane.
Yes, perhaps. But the result was that it turned on its master on the other side. Some of my blows came home and roused its snakish temper, so that it flew at the first person it saw.
And with deadly results.
Quite. You know, Watson, I am no doubt indirectly responsible for the death of Dr. Grimesby Roylott. But I cannot say that I feel any remorse. And I doubt very much whether it'll ever weigh heavily on my conscience.
Well, Dr. Watson, That's an adventure none of us is likely to forget.
True, Mr. Harris, true. And I assure you, I shall never forget it.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Loughlin. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelvin. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. It is the sincere hope of the entire Clippercraft family, including their dealers from coast to coast, as well as all of us here on the Sherlock Holmes program, that this Christmas will truly bring peace on earth, goodwill to men. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Once again, it's time to walk down Baker Street with its swirling fog, its passing hansom cabs, and bustling London life. Hello, this is Ben Wright, welcoming you to two more new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce. At the end of each broadcast, the announcer says, tonight's episode was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher. Both men, although they are no longer with us, were married. Dennis Green's widow, Mary Green, lives in New York and is still active in theater and dance. And Phyllis White, Anthony Boucher's widow, lives in San Francisco and makes numerous guest appearances at Mystery Club gatherings and at the meetings of the Baker Street Irregulars. Well, tonight it is my pleasure to present Phyllis White, who will tell you a little about what her husband and Dennis Green did for the Sherlock Holmes radio series. Phyllis?
I've been asked to give an account how it happened that my husband got involved with the Sherlock Holmes show. The way his career developed was not according to any underlying plan. Whenever he turned a corner and moved into a new field, it was brought about by chance. And this was a good example of that. He was at the time a mystery reviewer for the San Francisco Chronicle. Well, this time he went over to the book department office, got his books in his mail, and found among the mail an invitation to a cocktail party. It was in honor of Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce, who had come to San Francisco to do a war bond promotion. The party was going on right then, so he could quite easily have learned about it too late. But he trotted right over. And aside from meeting Rathbone and Bruce, there were other people who had come along from the radio program. There was Glenn Hall Taylor, who was the producer. And there was Dennis Green, who was one of the writers. He was writing in collaboration with Leslie Charteris. Well, as it turned out, the Greens were staying on a little longer in the Bay Area. My husband invited them to come over to Berkeley and have dinner with us and see his Sherlock Holmes collection. Well, they went back to Hollywood, and not long after, it turned out that the program was in need of a new writer. Dennis suggested Boucher. Well, it turned out that it meshed just beautifully as a collaboration. Here was a noble project working with gifted colleagues, something that they could all feel affection for and respect, and a lot of fun along the way, too.
Thank you, Phyllis. And now, Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson in Colonel Warburton's Madness.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invites you to listen to Dr. Watson as he tells us about another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And you know what I wish I could share with you sometime? A bottle of Petri California sherry. Have you ever tasted Petri sherry? It's just perfect before dinner. Why, that Petri sherry can change the usual before-dinner lull into a special event, and that's a fact. Just look at the clear color of Petri sherry. It's a deep, rich amber, clear and cheerful-looking. And wait till you taste it. That's when you find out for sure just how good a wine can be. That's when you find out just what I mean when I say that the flavor of Petri sherry comes right from the heart of the grape. Try Petri sherry by itself, or with hors d'oeuvres or canopies or whatever you call those little cocktail sandwiches, and say, if you like your sherry dry, well then Petri California Pale Dry Sherry is the sherry for you. Just be sure the label says Petri, the proudest name in the history of American wines. And now let's look in on our old friend, Dr. Watson. Doctor?
I'm out here on the patio, Mr. Bartell. Come out and join me. Quiet, Winnie. Quiet. Down, Monty.
I see the welcoming committee's here.
Yes, little scoundrels. They begin to think they own this patio. Scoop them off the chair, Mr. Bartell, and settle yourself down.
All right, off you go, boy.
Off you go. Go on, off you go. That's it, my boy. As a matter of fact, it's rather appropriate that the puppies should be here tonight, as in the story that I'm going to tell you, a dog played a most prominent part.
A dog? What kind of a dog, Doctor?
Now, my boy, don't get me anticipating my story. For once, I'm going to start at the beginning.
Which was?
On a summer morning in 1890, not long after my marriage. I'd gone back to my private practice, you know, and Sherlock Holmes was living alone in our old Baker Street rooms.
You still saw him, I suppose.
Indeed I did, Mr. Bartell. In fact, occasionally I even persuaded him to forego his bohemian habits so far as to visit my wife and me. But to get back to my story, I'd been exceptionally busy that summer. In consequence, was feeling rather, shall we say, nervy and run down. So much so that Mary, Mrs. Watson, persuaded me to take a fortnight's holiday. We went down to the charming little village of Taplow on the lower reaches of the River Thames. But, as so often happens, the best laid schemes of mice and men gang after glade.
I guess the holiday backfired on you, Doctor, and you found yourself involved in a mystery? Maybe a mystery calling for the aid of your old friend Sherlock Holmes?
Quite correct, Mr. Bartell. We'd only been down there a couple of days when the trouble began. In fact, the whole thing became so involved that I thought the best thing to do was to put the whole strange story in a letter to Sherlock Holmes. This I did. And I can imagine how he chuckled when he read my
Dear old Watson. Seems to be a little out of his depth. My dear Holmes, I need your help, or at least your advice. 2 days down here, and I've become involved in a most unusual problem. It began this morning when Mary and I were out for an after-breakfast stroll. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, and there seemed every indication of it being a happy and carefree day.
You know, Mary, I've always thought up to now that balmy was rather a silly word.
I still do, John, dear.
Nevertheless, it's the only possible word that describes a day like this adequately.
Very well, dear, it's balmy. Personally, I'm so happy to see you relaxing that I don't care what the weather's like. You've been working much too hard.
Yes, it's been a busy year.
Yes, and last year Sherlock Holmes monopolized most of your time. At least I've got you to myself for once.
You dear little thing, you've always been rather jealous of my association with Holmes, haven't you?
Not jealous, dear, but I must confess his influence on you wasn't entirely for the good. He had a habit of keeping you out all night.
Well, you should be used to that, dear. After all, it happens often enough in my practice.
True, John, but on those occasions I know where you are and don't worry about you. And again, you've copied so many of Mr. Holmes' eccentricities. Keeping your tobacco in a Persian slipper, for instance. And, oh, John, look down. Look, Do you see that woman walking across the field towards us?
Yes, what's the matter? Do you know her?
I'm not sure, but I think it's Ellen Warburton. I believe she does live somewhere near here.
And who is Ellen Warburton?
An old friend of mine. She's frightfully clever and advanced. She's interested in women's suffrage and all sorts of things.
Oh, sounds dreadful. Imagine giving women the right to vote. Their place is in the home.
It is Ellen. Ellen Warburton. Oh, how are you?
Mary Watson. How very nice to see you again.
I'm Mary Watson now. This is my husband.
How do you do, Miss Warburton? How do you?
How do you do? Mary, I'd heard that you'd married. Aren't you a medical detective or something, Mr. Watson?
Not quite, dear.
I hold the degree of Doctor of Medicine from the University of London, madam.
But he's helped the great Sherlock Holmes on many of his cases.
That's how I've heard of him, then. Do you mind if I walk with you a little way?
Of course not, Ellen. Come along.
Do you live near here, Miss Warburton?
About 4 miles away, Doctor, at Chevy Grange. I'm a glorified housekeeper for my uncle, Colonel Warburton.
Oh, dear, that sounds rather dull for you.
As a matter of fact, the state of my uncle's health at the present moment makes it anything but dull for me. That's why I asked if I might walk with you for a way.
Well, what's the matter with him, Ellen?
He's going mad. Before my eyes. And I can do nothing to help him.
Mad? Oh, come now, Miss Warburton. Surely you...
Doctor, I'm not an hysterical girl. In fact, I regard myself as something of a scientist. I studied physics for a number of years at Bristol University. And I tell you that my uncle is going insane.
What are the symptoms?
Most of the time, he's perfectly normal. But when these attacks are on him, he gets in the most frightful rages and says the strangest things. He's even complained of hearing a shrill, piping whistle that comes out of nowhere. I can't hear it, nor can anyone else. But Uncle gets into the most dreadful state. I wonder, would you have a look at him for me, Dr. Watson?
Well, I don't
hardly feel... Of course, John will do everything he can.
Thank you so much. Then supposing you both come over...
So, my dear Holmes, at 7 o'clock this evening, we found ourselves approaching Chevy Grange. It was rather a forbidding-looking place, covering a little more than an acre, I should say. As we stood waiting for admittance, I must confess that I was not entirely...
Gloomy-looking place, isn't it, Mary?
It is a little forbidding, John, dear. Oh, dear, what's that?
Sounds like a tom-tom. Someone singing a weird chant. Seems to be coming from the direction of that barn over there.
It doesn't seem quite appropriate, dear, does it? I mean, not in the heart of Buckinghamshire. Why not knock on the door again, John?
Yes, it's all right, I will.
Perhaps they didn't hear us. Oh, they did.
Who is it? Oh, it's guests.
It's Dr. and Mrs. Watson, my good man.
Acker's the name, sir. Come in, please. The Colonel's expecting you, sir. He's in the study. This way, sir.
By the way, Hacker, as we were waiting outside the front door, we heard a strange chant, and it sounded as if someone was beating a tom-tom.
Oh, that was Miss Narda. You'll be hearing more of her.
Promising beginning. Let's see what happened next. This very unpleasant fellow Hacker showed us into the study where we met Colonel Warburton. First, it was hard to believe that he was a sick man. He looked well enough, and his conversation was sprightly. Spent most of his army life in Africa as military governor in a Zulu district. And the African spears and other trophies that lined his study walls bore mute evidence to his past life. He encouraged me to tell him some of my own army experiences. Oh, dear, poor fellow. It was really rather clever.
There I was, Colonel Warburton, on the howdah of this wretched elephant. The river was a raging torrent, and I couldn't get the confounded animal to budge. Well, I'm a pretty strong swimmer, you know. Won several cups of swimming, as a matter of fact. Of course, I was a much younger man then.
John, dear.
Yes, ma'am?
You interrupted Colonel Warburton's story,
Oh,
dear.
sorry. I thought this little incident would be interesting.
Do go on, Colonel.
Yes,
Your
please
story
don't,
was so
Colonel.
interesting. You were telling us that you were intercepted by an African drum code message.
Oh, yes. Well, I don't want to sound conceited, but I doubt if there was another Englishman in the world who could have told you what those particular drum beats meant.
Oh, I don't doubt that, Colonel Warburton.
Well, I'd spent a good number of years studying the native customs. I spotted the code right away. It meant that an uprising was planned to start throughout the whole province at noon the next day. Of course, there it is again. The devilish whistle. And you here, Dr. Watson? Mrs. Watson?
I can hear nothing, sir.
Nor can I.
Of course not. No one can hear it but me.
Now, Colonel Warburton, don't get so excited,
It's
sir.
black magic, that's what it is.
Oh, really, sir, black
you
magic.
must realize that the powers of jungle witchcraft are completely unknown in this country, Dr. Watson. But I know of them, and I can think of many people who might wish to employ them against me. Come in. Oh, it's you, Nada.
Great Scott, she's
very beautiful.
Nada, I want you to meet some friends of Ellen's, Dr. and Mrs. Watson.
I am very pleased to meet both of you.
How do you do?
How do you do, Miss Nada?
Nada's father was a Chagajula, one of the greatest Zulu chieftains I ever had the privilege of knowing. He did me the rare honor to swear blood brotherhood. So when the missionary sent Nada to England to complete her education, I insisted that she spend her first few months here under my wing. Listen.
What is it, Colonel?
That whistle again. For heaven's sake, say that you heard it this time. Please say that you did.
I didn't hear a thing, sir.
Well, I did, and I know where that sound came from.
Now, put down that spear at once, will you, Colonel Warburton?
The devils are trying to kill me. I'll kill them first.
No, don't throw it, sir, don't throw it. Someone's opening the door.
Uncle! Oh, it's Ellen.
Great Scott, the spear missed her by an inch.
Uncle, what is it?
Whistle. I heard it again, Ellen. And I'm going to find where it came from.
Poor Uncle. Of course, you heard no sound.
Nothing, Ellen.
What can we do to help him, Dr. Watson?
Well, it's hard to say, Miss Warburton. I'm not sure that medical help's what she needs. He seems perfectly sane and lucid except for these strange outbursts.
But we must do something.
I propose to, madam. As soon as I get back to the inn, I think I'll write to my old friend Sherlock Holmes and ask his advice.
There's a problem. I can't feel that the man should be committed to an asylum, and yet obviously when these attacks are on him, he's as mad as a hatter. Well, fascinating problem, and one that calls for speedy action. I think a telegram to my friend Watson might help to clarify some aspects of the case. Yes. You see, Dr. John H. Watson, Red Lion Inn, Taplow, Bucks. I suggest that you ascertain
one important fact. Does the Warburton household have a dog? Telegraph reply, Holmes. Upon my soul, Mary, that's a cryptic answer to my letter.
Yes, dear, it is. I'm afraid Ellen will be disappointed. She's coming over to join us for lunch to see if you have any news.
What on earth can dogs have to do with the case?
I can't possibly... Here's Helen now. Good morning, Ellen.
Hello, Mary. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
I suppose it's too early to have received any reply from Mr. Holmes.
Well, as a matter of fact, I just got this telegram from him. You can read it if you like. I can't see it makes much sense, myself.
But that's extraordinary. I did have a little dog. He was killed a week ago. But it didn't occur to me to tell you about it yesterday.
Well, that's amazing. How could Mr. Holmes have known about it?
There's very little that Holmes doesn't know, my dear. How was your dog killed, Miss Warburton?
I found him in the grounds with his head smashed in by a stone.
Oh, how dreadful.
Who do you think did it?
It might have been a poacher. And then again, it might have been...
Your uncle?
It's possible. When he's in those rages, I don't think he knows what he's doing.
That's very important. I think I shall go and send Holmes a telegram at once. Don't wait lunch for me.
Why did we have to walk over to the station, John, dear?
To see if there was an answer at the station telegraph office to the wire that I sent Holmes.
Oh, but it's only 4:30, dear. It's hardly possible for him to have answered as quickly as that. In any case, they delivered the telegram to the hotel, you know.
Well, it was a nice walk, my dear. Hello, there's a train in the station now. I wonder where it's from.
Why don't you ask that porter, dear?
It's not a bad idea. Porter, what train is this?
Oh, it's the London train, sir. Right on time. Next stop, ready?
Not many people getting off, are there? Great Scott! Look who's here.
Oh, dear, it's Mr. Holmes. And he's got a dog on a leash.
Oh,
Watson, my dear fellow, how are you? Mrs. Watson, how nice to see you again.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm
Holmes.
delighted you're here, old fellow. We walked over to the station to see if you'd answered my telegram, and here you are in person.
It occurred to me that I could be down here at the same time that it would take a telegram to reach you. and I decided that a day or two in the country would make a pleasant change, apart from the fact that Colonel Warburton's problem interests me enormously.
Why on earth did you bring a dog?
I felt that this was a case in which a dog would be of invaluable assistance.
Oh, be careful, John.
Yes, look out, old chap. I think it would be safer not to pat him. I picked him up on the Mile End Road for a couple of florins, and I fear he's a dog that should have remained in London. A singularly unattractive nature seems to have been entirely ruined by an hour's train ride.
Unpleasant brute.
Isn't he?
By the way, Holmes, what do you make of the case from my letters?
Well, I should prefer to reserve my judgment until I've met the Colonel. However, I will vouchsafe one opinion.
Oh, what's that?
To paraphrase a proverb, don't disbelieve all you don't hear.
I can't think why someone doesn't answer. They can't all be out.
Well, while we're waiting, I think I'll tie the dog up to this tree here. I don't want my arrival to cause too much commotion. Quiet! Quiet!
Don't you think perhaps we could try the door, John?
Yes, certainly. It's a good idea. Hello? It's unlocked.
Then let's go in, old fellow. Let's go in.
Colonel Warburton? Colonel Warburton?
Ellen? Ellen?
What was the name of that butler fella?
Hacker.
Yes, of course, that's it, Hacker. Hacker! Hacker!
We appear to be in an empty house. The dog! Oh, fool that I am, I shouldn't have left him here. Come on! We're too late.
Oh, the poor dog. He's been killed.
Yes, poor brute. Stabbed to death by one of the Colonel's spears. That proves it, Holmes. The man is mad.
I think not, Watson. I think it proves that Colonel Warburton is a great deal more sane than some of the members of his household.
You'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a few seconds. Time for me to remind you that there's one secret every smart woman knows. Simply, good wine makes good food taste better. And by good wine, naturally, I mean Petri wine. Try a Petri wine with your dinner. If you want a wonderful red wine, try Petri California Burgundy. If you want a perfect white wine, try Petri California Sauterne. In fact, try them both. You'll agree, I'm sure, that next to your good cooking, nothing can do more for a meal than a glass of good wine. A glass of Petri wine. And now back to tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure, the story of Colonel Warburton's madness.
Holmes, why are we heading for this barn? Seems to me we should be back in the house.
Why, old chap? Found the house empty. Besides, I thought I heard. Shh.
What is it?
Listen.
It's the same sound that Mary and I heard yesterday.
Oh, once more, it's coming from the barn. Come on, Watson, but quietly. We can see through this window here.
It's that Zulu girl, Nada. She's beating a drum and chanting.
Who's the man with her?
It's Colonel Warburton. No, it isn't. It's that servant fellow, Hacker. What in thunder's he doing here?
Apparently assisting Miss Nada in some of her African mysticism.
It's black magic they're dabbling with, just as the Colonel said. Let's go in and catch them red-handed.
No. Stay quiet. We'll talk to them soon enough. At the moment, I feel it's much more urgent that we find Colonel Warburton. Come on.
There's the Colonel pacing up and down in front of the house with Mary and his niece, Miss Warburton. We shouldn't have left the women alone with him, you know. The man's dangerous.
I don't think the women have been in any danger, Watson.
John, dear, where have you been?
Oh, well, Holmes and I decided we'd take a little walk. It proved very interesting. Miss Warburton, this is Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
How do you do, Mr. Holmes? I'm so glad you're here.
How do you do, Miss Warburton?
And this is Colonel Warburton, Mr.
Sherlock Holmes, eh? I suppose you think I killed your wretched dog. Well, I might have done it. When I hear that whistle, something seems to snap in my brain. I might have killed it. Why doesn't your doctor friend certify me as insane? Send me where I belong before I do any worse, damn it.
Poor man. Isn't there anything you can do for him, Mr. Holmes?
I most certainly will try to, Miss Warburton. Watson, old fellow, I wonder if you'd follow the colonel and give him a sedative. I'm afraid he has quite an ordeal before him.
Of course I will, Holmes.
Miss Warburton, where were you when my dog was killed?
Down in the greenhouse. As soon as I heard the poor animal yelping, I ran up to the house.
I see.
Mr. Holmes, you are going to be able to help the colonel, aren't you?
I'm convinced of it, Mrs. Watson. That is why I brought a dog with me from London. But now that he's dead, I must obtain another one before I can proceed further with the case. Now, I wonder where on earth I can find a dog.
Look,
Huh?
down by the gate. There's a little girl walking with the dog.
That's Sarah Entwistle, the daughter of our neighbors.
Sarah, eh? Oh, excuse me, will you just a moment? Sarah! Sarah!
Yes?
Oh, Sarah. Sarah, my dear, what a pretty dog you have there. What's his name?
It's a her. Her name's Boojum. What's your name?
Holmes. Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock? That's a funny name.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Look here, Sarah. Here's a nice, shiny half-crown for you.
Why are you giving me money?
Well, because I love dogs, and I want to borrow, what did you call him?
Boojum.
Boojum, oh, yes. I want to borrow Boojum for half an hour.
Why?
Well, I want to play with her, Sarah.
You can play with her here. She's awfully friendly.
Well, you see, I really want to take her for a nice walk.
Why? She's just had one.
Now, look here, Sarah. It's a beautifully shiny half-crown.
Mommy's told me I mustn't take money from strangers.
But I'm not a stranger. I'm a friend of Colonel Warburton.
Having trouble, Mr. Holmes?
Yes, I am, Mrs. Watson. You see, I want to give Sarah half a crown for borrowing Boojum for a short while, but she doesn't want to do it.
Sarah, does Boojum like bones?
Oh, yes. Loves them.
We've got a lot of bones up at the house we'd like to give her.
Have they got plenty of meat on them?
Plenty. She can have a wonderful feast, and then we'll bring her back in half an hour.
All right. Go on, Boojum. Now, promise you'll bring her back in half an hour.
We promise. Yes, Sarah. And Sarah, what about the half crown?
Well, I'll take it home and ask Mummy if I may keep it.
Good.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
And take care of Boojum.
Oh, she's a sweet little girl. Mr. Holmes, you're not going to expose Boojum to any danger, are you?
None, Mrs. Watson. Otherwise, I shouldn't have borrowed her. I'm convinced that Boojum will give us the clue to what appears to be Colonel Warburton's madness. Now, let me see. We're all here. Miss Warburton, the Colonel, Miss Nada, Hacker, and the dog Boojum. Yes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I propose to conduct an experiment. Before I conduct it, I should like to point out the chronology of the events in this case. First, Miss Nada arrived here.
Mr. Holmes, you're not suggesting
Please let me finish, Miss Nada. First, Miss Nada arrived here. Second, the Colonel first heard the mysterious whistle. Third, your dog was killed, Miss Warburton. Fourth, the whistling set in dead earnest. The Colonel Warburton and Miss Warburton. Doesn't that pattern suggest anything to you?
No, I can't say that it does, Mr. Holmes.
I don't see what you're driving at.
Nor do I, Holmes. I wish you'd be more explicit.
Very well, then I will. I shall now conduct my experiment. I want you all to watch Colonel Warburton and the dog Boojum. Excuse me while I turn my back. Now.
There it is again. That whistle. The dog heard it, too.
Great Scott, Holmes! What does it mean? It means that this wooden whistle in my hand is the answer to the mystery. The sound made by this cunningly designed instrument is above the normal range of pitch. You see, the Colonel has hypersensitive ears.
But the dog heard it.
Perhaps I should have said the normal human range of pitch.
Then do you suppose someone has deliberately been trying to drive the Colonel mad?
Of course, Mayor. That's why the dogs were murdered. Whoever it was knew that a dog would give the game away.
And it's not hard to guess who that someone is. Nada, this started when you came here. Is this your gratitude for the Colonel's kindness to you? Endangering his sanity with your evil black magic?
That is not true.
One moment, please, Miss Warburton. Miss Nada.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Dr. Watson and I watched you in the barn some 3/4 of an hour ago with Hacker. Were you engaged in practicing any form of black magic?
No. I was praying to my old gods to save the Colonel's sanity.
What were you doing there, Hacker? Don't tell me you were praying to old gods, too.
I used to be a chapel-going man, sir, but I don't know. No harm in trying something new, I always say.
In any case, why should Miss Nada wish to persecute the Colonel?
It might be for some tribal revenge.
Oh, but that's ridiculous, Ellen. Her father and I were sworn blood brothers.
Exactly, sir. No, it should be obvious who had a motive for making the Colonel appear mad. his niece and heiress.
What do you mean?
She has studied physics, you will remember, and so could know about supersonic research. Possibly she was afraid the colonel might leave his estate to Miss Nada, and so wished him to appear insane and thereby invalidate a new will.
What?
In any case, I found this whistle in a drawer in your room, Miss Warburton.
Ellen, how could you?
I did it for your sake, to save you from Nada. She's just an adventuress, only you won't see it.
Colonel Warburton, what action do you wish me to take regarding your niece, Miss Warburton?
My niece? I have no niece, Mr. Holmes. Come, Nada, my dear.
Oh, what an amazing case, Holmes. Mary, wasn't it clever the way Holmes solved it?
It was very interesting, dear. I was quite enthralled.
Oh, now I think I shall return to London and let you two finish your holiday in peace.
Before you do that, Mr. Holmes, there's one thing we should do.
What, Mary?
Boojum. We promised, you know.
Oh, yes, of course. I think the three of us might walk her home. But before we do that, I suggest we rummage through the kitchen.
The kitchen? What on earth for?
Bones, dear.
Exactly. And bones with plenty of meat on them.
Say, Doctor, that was a swell story. And look, you mean there really is a whistle that only dogs can hear?
I thought you'd ask me that question, so I've got one of those whistles to show you. There.
Well, there's nothing unusual about it. Blow it, Doctor.
Well, listen, Mr. Bartell, if I want you to come quickly, I don't just have to whistle. All I have to say is, would anybody like a glass of Petri wine? And hey, presto, there you are.
Well, can you blame me? I know a good wine when I hear it. And Petri wine sure is good wine. It ought to be. The Petri family's been making wine for generations. As you know, ever since they started the Petri business way back in the 1800s, that business has always been family-owned and operated. So just think of all the experience the Petri family's gained. They've been able to hand on down from father to son, all they've ever learned about the art of turning luscious California grapes into fragrant, delicious wine. So whenever you're choosing a wine to serve before dinner, with dinner, or at any time, you can't go wrong with a Petri wine. Because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and is based on an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Engineer's Thumb. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station.
Oh, the Petri family took the time to bring you such good wine. So when you eat and when you cook, remember Petri wine.
To make good food taste better, remember...
Petri wine.
This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I remember one instance when the culprit was not Willie. It was really Dennis's fault. He'd been naughty about putting an in-joke in the script. Holmes and Watson had to meet someone at a hotel, and he gave the hotel a name which was recognized by all the former denizens of London as that of a house of ill repute. Well, there were various comments about that, and Edna said, oh, but it's a very high-class one. Order was restored, and the rehearsal continued. They read on. Holmes and Watson were making their way through the fog to this rendezvous, until Watson exclaimed, there it is now, I see the red light. Edna used to permit a certain amount of this, but she would clamp down firmly because it was a tight schedule.
This is Ben Wright. Phyllis White and I will return shortly with another new adventure of Sherlock Holmes. We return again to Phyllis White, who has some more delightful information about the Sherlock Holmes radio broadcasts. Phyllis?
Rathbone and Bruce were making films, and they had just one day off per week for the radio work. They received the scripts a couple of days early to look over if they had time, and they would turn up at the studio early the afternoon of broadcast day. And the first reading would be rather slow and broken up as there was discussion and maybe a few changes. Then there would be a reading for timing to fit to the exact number of minutes available. It was more likely to be too long than too short. Edna would flip over a few pages and knock out a couple of words here and a couple on another page, and it would miraculously come out exact to the minute. And so they went through the rest of the afternoon as the tempo and pressure increased and the show sharpened up. At the end of the afternoon, they went on the air for the eastern United States. Then there was a couple of hours break, and everybody would go out to dinner. Then they would come back and do it all over again for the West Coast. I feel very thankful now that these live and ephemeral shows were captured on disc and that they could now reach a new audience.
Now, please join Phyllis and I as we listen to The Iron Box.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invites you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. Well, this is it, New Year's Eve. And I wish you could be here with us this evening so we could toast each other with a glass of Petri California port. As you know, port wine has long been a favorite wine for celebrating a happy occasion. That's because port is a wine rich in tradition. And you couldn't ask for a more delicious port than Petri port. Petri port is a deep, glowing red color, beautiful to look at and wonderful to taste, with a hearty, full flavor that's right from the heart of the grape. And when you serve Petri port to your friends tonight or any time, remember you can serve it proudly because the name Petri is the proudest name in the history of American wine. And now I'm sure Dr. Watson's waiting for us, so let's drop.
This is WOR, New York. 7 o'clock by Longines, the world's most honored watch. Product of the Longines Whitnor Watch Company.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft Clothes for Men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Uddington Witch.
Holmes,
Yes, Watson?
you say you saw a shadow down into this forest after the murder?
I did, Watson, and it was an extraordinary shadow indeed.
What do you mean?
I saw what was apparently a witch, Watson.
A witch?
Precisely. The Black Witch of Uddington. The local townsfolk say she still prowls this forest.
Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Harris.
And what adventure are you working on tonight, Doctor?
One of the strangest and weirdest in my memoirs. Holmes and I always referred to it as the adventure of the Uddington Witch.
The adventure of the Uddington Witch. Sounds like something to raise the goose flesh, Doctor.
Indeed it is, Mr. Harris. But first, Mr. Harris, I know you have something to say about Clippercraft clothes.
Indeed I do. The day you wear your new Clippercraft suit for the first time, your friends are likely to wonder whether you came into an unexpected fortune. Your suit will fit as perfectly and feel as comfortable as if it were custom made. The rich-looking fabrics will give you long, dependable service. If your admiring friends wonder about your Clippercraft suit costing only $40 or $45, suggest that they drop into the independent store in your community that sells Clippercraft. This store is one of more than 1,200 of America's finest stores from coast to coast that combine their enormous purchasing power to keep your dollar from losing weight. That's why Clippercraft can offer you beautifully tailored worsted suits at an unbelievably low $45. Right now, your Clippercraft store can show you one in your favorite style and color. See his selection of top coats and overcoats, too, and see for yourself how true it is that Clippercraft values can't be beat. Compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, what's this adventure of the Uddington Witch all about?
Well, Mr. Harris, it took place in '99, as I recall. Holmes and I were taking our ease at Baker Street one evening when we received an urgent and certainly a bizarre telegram. It came from Uddington, a town in the Shire of Lanark, in the lowlands of Scotland. And it was from a Lord Dunbar, master of Heathercliff Manor. It begged Holmes to come to the manor with all possible speed, stating that a witch had spirited away his mother in the dark of night.
A witch?
Exactly, Mr. Harris. A witch. Naturally, Holmes's curiosity was immediately aroused, and we resolved to take the noon train the following day. But little did we know, as we read the telegram, that tragic events were already in the making at Uddington on that very same evening. It began with Lord Dunbar in his study.
Who's there? Who's there? Bruce? Hester? Why in blazes don't you answer? The minute I lock my door, someone has to disturb me. Well, what do you... You!
I, Lord Dunbar, I!
The Black Witch of Uddington!
I come to bring me the death on the wicked Dunbar!
No!
That scream? Yes, I was in bed when it came. Positively ghastly, too. Seemed to come from Uncle Andrew's study.
Oh, yes, Bruce. Please hurry. Something's wrong. Terribly wrong.
Come on, Aunt Hester. Let's have a look. Here's the study. Uncle Andrew! Uncle Andrew!
Oh, Bruce, there's no answer.
Then we'd better look in. The door's open. Right. Good Lord. The witch's revenge.
Andrew! Andrew! Oh!
Oh, it's you, Holmes. I was wondering when you were coming back to the compartment. Our train is due in Uddington very shortly.
Unfortunately, my dear Watson, we're too late to help Lord Dunbar.
Too late? What do you mean?
I've just seen a copy of a Newcastle newspaper brought aboard at the last station. Lord Dunbar was murdered early this morning.
What?
Foully murdered, Watson. Found dead in his study with a steel spike driven through his heart.
A spike? Good Lord.
Does this method of murder suggest anything to you, Watson?
Why, no, Holmes. I can't say it does.
And you're not up on your lore of demons and witches, my dear fellow. It so happens that the witches, as recently as 200 years ago, were believed to have tortured and stabbed their victims with pins, needles, and sometimes small spikes.
Good heavens.
It may also interest you to know, Watson, that the history of Lord Dunbar's antecedents gives this macabre affair a rather grim and yet fascinating twist.
What do you mean?
An ancestor of Lord Dunbar's in the late 17th century was one of witchdom's most mortal enemies. As Chief Justice of the highest court here in the Scottish Lowlands, he hanged many a witch at Gallow Lee, or tied them to a stake on the sands until the tide came up to end their misery.
Holmes, you're not suggesting that this is some kind of witch's revenge?
I'm suggesting nothing, Watson, until I have a look at Heathercliff Manor and its remaining inhabitants. I say, driver.
Aye, sir.
When shall we arrive at Heathercliff Manor?
If you look sharp yonder, you'll see the lights of the accursed house, just beyond that wood.
You think it has some sort of curse, then?
Aye, as sure as my name is Angus Tavish, it's surely haunted by the Black Ones. You see that wood now?
Yes.
What about it, Tavish?
'Twas there that the Chief Justice, Lord William Dunbar, burned the famous witch, Isabella Whitburn. They say she stole a treasure chest of his and hid it somewhere in the woods. She was his cook, you see, and dealt in the black magic. And 'twas there, among those trees, the witches meet for the Sabbath on Rumour's Day. Aye, but you'll never catch Angus Tavish taking the wood road, where the Black Witch of Errington roams. I'm driving you the long way, around the moor.
I can't say I blame him, Holmes. It's deuced dark in among those trees, I must say. Good Lord, what's that?
It's the witch, the cursed witch. She's screaming and carrying on again.
Tavish, quick, drive us through the wood road.
No, sir.
There's
no
a
time.
private in it for you if you do.
I wouldn't take that road even if you gave me the treasure chest the Black Witch stole and buried there.
Come on, Watson. Let's get out of this carriage.
Holmes, what on earth are you going to do?
Quick, Watson, follow me. Run, man, run. As luck's with us, perhaps we can beard this witch in her den.
Who's that? Who's there? Halt, do you hear?
Watson! You fool.
Oh, it's you, Holmes.
Yes, and you almost winged me with that revolver of
Oh,
yours.
my dear fellow, you know, dash it all, I'm sorry. The truth is, I'm in a terrible sweat. I've been running through this foul wood, expecting every shadow under every tree to leap to the attack.
Heard any more of that screaming and cackling, Watson?
Oh, that confounded witch must have retired for the night, Holmes.
Strange. Very strange. We've covered every foot of this wood. It's only a few hundred feet in every direction, yet no sign of our cackling friend.
Well, I might say, Holmes, I'd be just as happy if I never see her.
Even the Black Witch of Addington, with all her magical powers, couldn't vanish into thin air so fast. And that maniacal cackling seemed to come from this grove of oak trees here.
Well, I'd say it came from Hades, Holmes. The deuce. It sounds as though she were being tortured and burned at some stake.
Yes, a terrifying effect, Watson, and well calculated to keep the curious away. Come, Watson.
Where to now, Holmes?
Suppose we go to the house and meet its occupants. I take it you are Bruce Lennox, nephew to the deceased.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I am. And you have no idea what a relief it is to have you and Dr. Watson here. I knew my uncle had written you, and...
Quite. I might add, we arrived in a most unorthodox manner. Through the small wood in the rear of the house.
Yes, I heard the most terrifying cackling and screaming there, Mr. Glennick. Couldn't find a trace of the dashed witch.
I know. Frankly, gentlemen, I admire you for your courage. I count myself as brave as any man and not addicted to superstition. But I, for one, never had the nerve to enter that wood at night.
Well, I can't say I blame you much.
Now then, Mr. Glennick, a question or two.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
Have the official police been here?
Yes, this morning. But the local constable found nothing. Conducted only a hurried investigation. I am afraid he is as much frightened by the legend as anyone else.
Perhaps, but at the moment I'm not interested in legends, but in facts. This chain of tragedy, I understand, began with the disappearance of your great aunt.
Yes, Lord Dunbar's mother. She disappeared from her room a few nights ago, and we've heard nothing of her since.
You think, then, that she was taken by this Black Witch of Addington?
I don't know, Mr. Holmes. She might have just wandered off. My great aunt Emily, well, she was, shall we say, somewhat eccentric.
In what way, Mr. Glennick?
Oh, she kept muttering to herself, living the past. Definitely unbalanced, Dr. Watson, but as far as I know, completely harmless.
I see. Now then, are there any servants here at the manor?
Only two. The rest have been frightened off.
Who are these two?
Cook and a gardener.
And Lady Dunbar, where's she? I should like to talk to her.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes. but I should not advise it now. Lady Dunbar is in her room, indisposed. The shock. Well, you understand.
Quite. And now, Mr. Glennick, we should like to examine the body of your late uncle, Lord Dunbar.
Good Lord, Holmes. What a ghastly sight. No wonder young Glennick excused himself the moment he showed us to the study here. A sharp spike driven directly into Lord Dunbar's heart.
Yes. And with considerable strength, I might add, Watson. Hello, what's this?
What's what, Holmes?
There seems to be some fresh soil on the lower part of this fatal spike.
Fresh soil?
Quite. And observe, Watson, the peculiar shape of this spike. Long and narrow. And the remnant of a bit of string attached to the spike head.
Well, I can't say I consider all this significant, Holmes. You know, Oh,
come in.
Mary Whitburn, the cook.
Yes?
Mr. Glennick roused me from my bed to prepare a hot supper for you. You'll find it in the dining room when you've a mind to eat it.
Thank you, Mary. We'll be along presently.
As you wish, sir.
Rather peculiar coincidence, don't you think, Watson?
You mean Holmes?
I mean, this cook, Mary Whitburn, bears the same family name as the Isabella Whitburn, the Black Witch of Addington.
By Jove, Holmes, you're right. A remarkably ugly woman, too, with that mole on her cheek.
Ah, yes, Watson, that mole on her cheek. Another peculiar coincidence.
What do you mean?
In the days when witchcraft was at its heyday, Watson, every witch bore what was called a witch's mark. And usually, it was a mole.
Holmes, you mean this cook, Mary Whitburn, might be the
It's a bit too early to draw any conclusion as yet, my dear Watson. But come, let's have a look at the garden.
The garden? What for?
I should like to examine the flower beds. Aha, look here, Watson.
Holmes, what are you...
Just as I surmised. Note these spikes connected by string. The gardener uses them to stake off these flower beds.
By Jove, the spike used to kill Lord Dunbar is very similar to this. And it had fresh soil on it.
Precisely, my dear Watson. The murder spike was undoubtedly taken from the garden. Perhaps we should have a talk with the gardener here at our earliest opportunity.
Holmes, good Lord, what?
A scream, Watson, and it came from the house this time.
It sounded like a creature in torment. Holmes, look on the second floor of the house. The light's just gone out in that corner room there.
Quick, Watson, follow me to the house. I'm afraid the Black Witch of Addington has struck again.
How come such expensive-looking suits cost only $40 and $45? Well, that's what you may ask when you see the new Clippercraft suits, especially when you examine the careful tailoring details and run your fingers over the long-wearing fabrics. But it's no secret that the Clippercraft plan makes these remarkable values possible. And it doesn't take a certified public accountant to know how much money is saved for millions of family budgets when 1,200 of this country's finest independent stores from coast to coast concentrate their huge purchasing power. Yes, you'll have to agree, Clippercraft pure worsted suits are tremendous values at only $45. And be sure to see the new Clippercraft zipper top coat that's sweeping the country. A smart, lightweight coat that becomes a warm, cold weather coat when you zip in the lining. It's an all-weather sensation. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, topcoats, and overcoats. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now, let's return to our story, Dr. Watson.
Well, Mr. Harris, we raced back to the house, ran upstairs toward the corner bedroom whence that agonizing scream had come. It was there we found Lady Dunbar lying across the bed with a spike through her heart. The witch, the Black Witch of Addington, Holmes. It has been here again.
Yes, and with the apparent intention of exterminating the entire family.
What is it, Holmes?
Here on the floor. Observe, Watson.
Well, it seems to be a bit of bark.
It is indeed, Watson, an important detail of this hideous conspiracy.
Holmes, listen.
Yes, the witch again, Watson. Here, over here by the window.
You know, Holmes, there she is, running across the lawn. You can see her there in the moonlight.
Yes. Now she's vaulting the fence with considerable agility, I must say.
Now she's plunging into the wood.
Quick, Watson, after her. And have your service revolver ready.
By Jove, I don't understand this.
Watson, you don't understand what?
Why, we followed that infernal creature into this grove of trees. We scoured every foot of it. And yet she's vanished again.
Yes.
Holmes, you're not even listening to me. What the deuce are you staring at?
That large oak tree, Watson. A magnificent specimen, is it not? Note the huge trunk split toward its base. Obviously a dead tree struck by lightning many years ago.
Oh, dash it, Holmes. I'm not interested in botany at this moment. My feet are soaked from the night dew on this blasted underbrush here. And furthermore, we've got some sort of black witch to contend with.
Exactly, Watson. Suppose we drop in at the gardener's cottage on our way back to the manor. I trust you observed it was situated on the very edge of this wood. No answer, Watson.
As for the lights on, Holmes, perhaps the gardener's roaming around somewhere.
Yes, perhaps. Suppose we try the door.
Yes.
It's unlocked. Come, Watson.
Everything seems to be quite in order here, Holmes.
Yes, quite.
Holmes, someone's coming.
Yes. And I fear we're in the rather embarrassing position of being intruders, Watson.
What are you doing in my cottage?
You are the gardener, I presume?
Aye, I'm Macready, and I've no stomach for strangers coming into my house. Who be ye?
My name is Holmes, Sherlock Holmes. This is Dr. Watson.
We just found the light on. The door was unlocked, and so we...
Aye, the cook told me you'd come on this witch's night. It's an accursed house, and you'd best be off whence you come.
We are grateful for your advice, Macready, but we are not ready to depart as yet. I presume you know that Lady Dunbar has been murdered.
Aye, and the old lady, and her son, Lord Dunbar, before her. And the end is not yet, mark my... What is it, Mr. Holmes? Why do you stare at my coat so steady?
I note that there's a small blood stain on your left sleeve, my dear Macready.
Eh?
I trust you can explain it to our mutual satisfaction?
Why, yes. You see, Mr. Holmes, I killed a weasel. It was a week ago, I think. A bit of blood fell on my sleeve, no doubt.
Oh, yes. No doubt.
Holmes. Dr. Watson.
Oh, Holmes, it's Bruce Glennick.
Sweetie, have you seen it?
Oh, there you are, both of you. Mr. Holmes, my aunt, Lady Dunbar, she's been murdered by the witch, the Black Witch.
Yes, Mr. Glennick, we're aware of that. You've just come from the house?
Yes, I was awake in my sleep, heard a loud scream, and then I...
Suppose we go back to the manor, Mr. Glennick, at once.
Yes? Why?
I should like to have a few words with your cook, Mary Whitburn.
Young Glennick told us the cook's room was down this corridor, Holmes.
Yes, Watson. A very interesting young fellow, Bruce Glennick. We should do something about his tailor.
His tailor? Sergeant Holmes, what are you talking about?
His suit, Watson, and specifically that area of his trousers from his knees to his boots.
I can't say I noticed anything, Holmes.
Didn't you, Watson? Then you haven't used your eyes. The rest of his suit was well creased, but that area was out of crease, unpressed.
Well, what of it?
Logic, Watson, logic. The most important indication of... Hello, here's Mary Whitburn's room. And the door's ajar. Hello, are you there?
No answer.
Suppose we go in, Watson.
Holmes, look at this room.
Yes, from every indication, our good cook with the witch's mark and the witch's name has packed and left in the utmost haste.
Rather strange, isn't it, Holmes?
On the contrary, Watson, it's quite logical.
By Jove, Holmes, the witch again.
Yes, and this time, Watson, the chase draws near to a close. This time, if all goes well, I hope to meet this hideous witch face to face. Come, Watson, back into that grove of trees.
Holmes, that infernal cackling has stopped.
It has indeed. But the moon has emerged, and we shall be able to see. Uh-huh.
Here we are. Here's that giant oak tree again, Watson, the one killed by lightning.
What about it?
The lightning split it at the trunk. Note this aperture here.
I still don't see why you're so interested in this confounded oak tree.
Patience, Watson, patience. I'm willing to wager this tree trunk is hollow. If you'll put your hand through the aperture and tell me...
Oh, very well, Holmes, I'll do that. You know, but all this is rather silly. Holmes.
What is it, Watson?
I felt something.
Well? Speak up, man. What?
It's something cold. It's soft.
Like a human body?
Yes.
One side, Watson. Let me look into that trunk. Uh-huh. There is a body stuffed into this tree trunk, Watson.
Good Lord.
The body of a woman, an old woman, and undoubtedly the lady, elder Lady Dunbar, Lord Dunbar's mother, and first victim of the Black Witch of Addington.
You know, Holmes, this is diabolical. It's devilish.
Yes, Watson, we're dealing with a highly distorted and cruelly twisted mentality here. Watson.
Yes, Holmes?
Note the way the roots of this tree are curled upwards and the earth upturned.
Yes, but...
I'm willing to wager that when the lightning struck this oak, it created a natural cavity under the base of the tree.
Holmes, what are you driving at?
The final answer to this weird adventure. Come, Watson, we'll go back to the gardener's cottage and get an axe. And in a very short time, this great oak should reveal its secret. Hold on, Watson. We'll stop here where we can observe that oak tree.
Yes, but Holmes, you said we were going after an axe.
A subterfuge, my dear Watson, to deceive our quarry. We'll wait until that tree reveals the secret of the man who's been posing as the Black Witch of Addington.
The man, Holmes? You mean the Black Witch is a he?
Precisely, Watson. And to be even more explicit, I'm able to name the hideous murderer.
Holmes, who is it?
Quiet, Watson. Look at the aperture in that tree.
By Jove, Holmes. That's a hand. Someone's crawling out from within the tree.
Yes. You have your revolver ready, Watson?
Yes, I do.
There he comes out of that tree.
Holmes, it's Bruce Glennick.
Halt, Glennick! Stop in your tracks! Come on, Watson!
Yes. Holmes! He's still running!
Fire away, Watson, and shoot to kill if necessary. Good shot, Watson. You winged him in the leg. How is he, Watson?
He's unconscious at the moment, Holmes. The pain, you know. But it's nothing serious, just a flesh wound. He'll come around in a minute. Holmes, how did you know that the witch was a man?
Elementary, my dear Watson. It needed a man's strength to drive those fiendish murder spikes so deep. And it needed the agility of a young man to hurdle a 4-foot fence with skirts on, as we saw the witch do.
Yes, but how did you know it was young Glennick?
It could be no one else than Glennick. You remember he told us that he never entered this wood? That he was in bed at the time of Lady Dunbar's murder?
Yes.
Obviously, he lied. The fact that the crease was missing in his trousers from the knee to his boots was proof of that. The only way he could have lost that crease was running through high brush soaked with night dew. And the only high brush in the area is among these trees.
By Jove, Holmes, you're right. He couldn't have lost a crease up to his knees by merely running across a lawn. But how you knew the witch, young Glennick here, was using that hollow oak tree as a hideaway...
Again, an elementary observation, Watson. We pursued the witch and lost him twice in a small area of trees. He couldn't have simply vanished among the trees. Therefore, he must have been inside one of them. The bit of bark we found in Lady Dunbar's room was oak.
I see. And after that, it was merely a case of looking for a hollow oak tree large enough to...
Exactly, Watson. This tree is unique in that respect. Furthermore, Bruce Glennick tried to divert suspicion to Macready, the gardener, by using the garden spikes as murder weapons.
Yes, but that bloodstain on Macready's sleeve...
Quite legitimate, Watson. The stain was old and dry, and its dark red color indicated that it had been on his sleeve for some days. He no doubt did kill a weasel, as he said.
And the cook, Mary Whitman?
Merely a terrified servant with a name fairly common to this vicinity, and an unfortunate mole. I can't say I blame her for leaving in post haste. Our friend Glennick is coming around.
Yes, so he is. Holmes, why should young Glennick murder the members of his family, one by one?
I think we may find the answer to that, my dear Watson, when we execute our original errand and chop down that accursed oak tree. Almost through it, Macready?
Hey, Mr. Holmes. There she goes.
Watson, Have a look down that deep hole at the base.
Good Lord, Holmes, there's a great natural cavity there. The hiding place of Bruce Glennick. There's the witch's costume that he used.
Exactly. Glennick had merely to enter the hollow tree trunk and slide down to the natural cavern formed by the upturned roots below.
Holmes, look! There's an old chest down there with a cover raised. And it's filled with money, jewels.
Yes, Watson, the chest of the original Black Witch, Isabella Whitburn, stole from her master, the Chief Justice, Lord William Dunbar.
And then she hid it here in this tree, back in the 17th century.
Precisely. She died with her secret, and Bruce Glennick discovered it. And there you have the motive for his fiendish deed, Watson. He intended to murder his family one by one so that he would finally remain sole heir of Heathercliff Manor.
And then he could claim the treasure for himself.
Exactly. But there's a grim and appropriate end to this witch's tale, Watson. Bruce Glennick is exposed, but he'll still suffer a witch's fate on the end of a good, stout Scottish rope.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was an exciting adventure. Seems to me I'll be hearing screams and cackling in my sleep for the rest of my days.
Yes, Mr. Harris. Even now, I occasionally see that shadowy figure racing across the lawn toward that dark wood. I must say, however, that the case left no after effects on Holmes. He had the ready faculty of forgetting one adventure and plunging immediately into another.
And what is next week's story, Dr. Watson?
It's called The Logic of Murder, and it concerns an expert on evasions of the law and a grotesque new theory developed by a gentleman who had performed 6,000 autopsies.
Well, Dr. Watson, we'll be waiting eagerly to hear your adventure with Mr. Holmes about the logic of murder. The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Lockridge. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelman. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Logic of Murder. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Curious Crypt.
Holmes, it's cold down here in this tomb. Black as pitch. Can't see a thing.
Quick, Watson, the lantern. Let's look about and see if...
Holmes, listen. Someone's walking on the roof of the tomb.
Yes, Watson. We have a visitor.
And he's opening the crypt door.
We're at the door of Dr. John Watson's study, and we're about to hear another of his adventures with the fabulous Sherlock Holmes.
Well, good evening, Mr. Harris. Come in.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Watson. What memoir are you compiling tonight, sir?
Well, tonight, Mr. Harris, I'm hard at work on an adventure that is outstanding among my memoirs for sheer terror. To recall it even now makes my flesh creep. My old friend Holmes always refers to it as the adventure of the Curious Crypt. And after you acquaint our audience with the facts on Clippercraft clothes, Mr. Harris, I shall proceed with this remarkable story.
Thank you, Doctor. Some hot, sticky morning, you gratefully put on your Clippercraft summer suit. You are comfortable all day long. And that evening, people remark how nice and cool you look. And you do, because your Clippercraft lightweight suit retains its smart appearance long after other suits are heat-crumpled and sagging. Clippercraft suits stand up so amazingly well because they're fashioned by master tailors from fine selected fabrics of porous weaves that are designed to keep you cool. And you pay very little for all that extra quality, only $33.75 to $42.50 for a tropical weight Clippercraft summer suit. You save through the unique Clippercraft plan, whereby more than 1,200 independent merchants from coast to coast pool their tremendous buying power. You get the benefit. Wear a Clippercraft summer suit, look much better, feel much better, and save real money. And now, Dr. Watson, what about the adventure of the curious crypt?
Well, Mr. Harris, it began in the summer of 1899. This was a decade when fortunes were being made in the New World by enterprising Englishmen. And among the new rich was a man named John Gibbon. Strange and eccentric man, this Gibbon, not without a rather shady reputation. He returned to England to retire with his son Cedric and his daughter Ellen. And it was said that the children hated their father bitterly. The London newspapers had dubbed Gibbon Silver John, since he had a distrust of paper money and of banks. And the rumor was that his fortune was a vast hoard of silver dollars, concealed somewhere in his house. Then one night, in the cellar of the Gibbon Manor,
it's around here somewhere. Money's buried somewhere, and I...
Cedric? Cedric, answer me. Oh, you're digging in the cellar again, eh? You stupid young fool.
Father, I'm
trying to find my money, eh? Trying to rob me, you young whelp.
I've begged you for an allowance, Father. Even a loan.
Yes, well, you'll rot before you get a penny, do you hear? I spent hard years in Canada, risked my life to make my fortune.
I know all about it.
And if you think I'm going to let a dissolute son and an extravagant daughter bleed me into bankruptcy, you're wrong.
I see. You spent a fortune just for that mausoleum of yours at Kensington Cemetery with your statue on top of it. And yet not one penny for your own daughter and son.
My daughter and son? You want nothing from me but my silver dollars. Nothing. But you'll not get them. Not even after I've gone.
Why, you contemptible old blackguard. You rotten miser.
Cedric, what?
I ought to choke the life from you.
Cedric.
Curl my hands around your scrawny neck like this.
No, don't. It's murder, do you hear? Murder. Help! Help!
Cedric! Father! What are you doing? Cedric, stop it! Stop! Let go!
He's cut us off without a penny, Ellen. He deserves to die.
Cedric, don't! You're mad! Let him go! Please, please
All right,
let him
I'll let him go. I'll let him go, but the next time I'll kill him. As heaven's my witness, I'll kill him.
Get out! Get out, you young whelp! Get out of my house before I call the police!
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, that's the story. The whole story. My father and brother had this awful quarrel in the cellar. And now...
Now your father's disappeared, eh, Miss Gibbon?
Yes. He's vanished completely.
Interesting, very. You have no idea of your brother Cedric's whereabouts?
No, Mr. Holmes. Not since my father ordered him out of the house.
I see. Why did you come here to Baker Street, Miss Gibbon? Why didn't you go to the police?
Because this is a family matter. The newspapers, they'd be unmerciful, Mr. Holmes. Besides, my brother Cedric, well, he might be involved in...
Murder, Miss Gibbons?
Yes. Yes, murder.
Yes, certainly, Holmes. The young man might have been desperate enough to have done...
Yes, quite, Watson, quite. Now then, Miss Gibbon, let us review the facts. Your father, John Gibbon, made a fortune in ranching properties in Western Canada. He was a partner of a brother, Hugo Gibbon.
Yes, that's right.
Do you recall him, Miss Gibbon?
Uncle Hugo? No, Dr. Watson. Both Cedric and I were too young to remember anything.
I see. To continue. Your father cheated Hugo out of his share of the ranching properties. drove Hugo into bankruptcy, and then finally disappeared.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Will you help me find my father and brother?
You can count on me, Miss Gibbon. I find this situation rather bizarre, and hence much to my liking.
Open up! Open the door, caretaker.
What is it? What do you want?
I want to get into the cemetery. Unlock the gate.
Sorry, sir, it's past midnight. We don't allow visitors in Kensington Cemetery after dark.
Look here, caretaker. I just want to look at my father's tomb. My name's Gibbon. Cedric Gibbon.
Gibbon?
That's right. And, there's a quid in it for you if you'll do what I say.
Well, can't see any harm in it if you just want to look. Come along.
Let's see. That's it. My father's tomb, curse him. There's his statue on the roof. Egotistical old fool out. No! No!
Welcome to Kensington Graveyard, Cedric.
No, please! Don't!
Holmes, Joe, have you read the Morning Telegraph?
No, I haven't, Watson. What is it?
Cedric Gibbon. He was seen last night.
Indeed? Where?
As he entered the Kensington Cemetery shortly after midnight. And he never came out again. The cabby who drove him there, the caretaker Malsby who admitted him, both identified young Gibbon. That isn't the end of this devilish business.
What else is there?
Well, both the cabby and caretaker swore they heard Gibbon scream. After that, a kind of wild and weird laughter coming from the graveyard.
I see. And, of course, the police have already blundered into this case.
Yes, they have. They searched the cemetery and found nothing except for Gibbon's footprints and... Well, by Jove.
Well, what is it?
Well, according to this newspaper account, the footprints ended abruptly on the cemetery road, as though Gibbon had been picked up by some...
Watson, get your hat and stick. Let's be off to Kensington Cemetery at once. Note, Watson, Gibbons' footprints are quite clear here on the cemetery road. Luckily, the road's damp from the recent rain.
Oh, Dash it, Holmes, this whole thing has a touch of the supernatural, ghouls and all that sort of thing. Who do you think did that weird laughing?
We shall find out in good time, my dear fellow, I assure you. And... Aha!
What is it, Holmes?
Note, Watson, observe. The footprints.
Joe, that story in the Telegraph is accurate. The prints do end abruptly.
Not quite, Watson, not quite.
What do you mean?
Look, the earth has been scraped to the side of the prints and into the grass as though Gibbons' shoes had dragged.
Yes, so it appears, Holmes, so it appears. But what...
Observe, too, that these prints terminate less than 25 feet from the mausoleum of John Gibbon.
Is that significant?
Very.
Yes, but why, Holmes? What did you...
Later, Watson, later. At this moment, I should like to examine the roof of the tomb. The roof so jealously guarded by that marble image of the eccentric millionaire, John Gibbon.
Holmes, I don't see anything up here on the roof.
Don't you, Watson? Then you're obviously in need of spectacles. There are definite scratches on the polished stone surface of this crypt roof.
Yes, Joe, you're right, Holmes.
And what's more, they lead to this tightly locked door. Come, Watson, let's be off.
Where to, Holmes?
First, a talk with the caretaker, Malsby. And then we shall return to this crypt later. You see, I'm convinced that this tomb contains some devilish and macabre secret, Watson. And I propose to enter it tonight.
Here's a message from the fine, independent local merchant who sells you Clippercraft clothes. He points out that there's so much difference between an ordinary suit and one that has been scientifically designed for summer wear. And that's precisely what you get in a Clippercraft summer suit. Clippercraft master tailoring, plus the finest of summer fabrics, woven with millions of tiny windows to keep you cool. Every Clippercraft suit and sport jacket bears the Clippercraft label, that famous trademark
derived from the staunch clipper ships that established honest New England quality everywhere in the world. Clippercraft lightweight suits at only $33.75 to $42.50 give you remarkable value. Yes, this summer, just as all the year round, you can always rely on Clippercraft suits and the fine local independent stores that proudly sell them. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, sport jackets, and tropicals. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abram and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now, Dr. Watson. Dr. Watson, you were relating to us the adventure of the curious crypt.
Yes, so I was, Mr. Harris. So I was. As you recall, both John Gibbon and his son Cedric had vanished under strange circumstances. And at Kensington Cemetery, Holmes had conducted a thorough investigation, expressed his intention to return and enter the crypt that night. At any rate, as we came out, we stopped in at the cottage of the cemetery caretaker, Malsby.
You heard a scream, Malsby, and then a kind of wild laughter. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. It was terrible, terrible. Enough to chill a man's blood.
Yes, I see. A question, Malsby.
Yes, sir?
The rules on the entrance sign state specifically that no visitors are allowed in Kensington Cemetery after dark. How does it happen that you admitted Gibbon through the gate?
Well, Mr. Holmes, he was John Gibbon's son, and the old gentleman's an important person here, so to speak. Built the biggest tomb in the graveyard. I couldn't very well refuse his son. And as he said, he only wanted to take a look at his father's tomb.
It didn't strike you strange that he wanted to view the crypt in the dead of night?
Well, no, sir. We get some pretty queer customers visiting the cemetery.
Yes, I see. One more question, Malsby. Have you ever met John Gibbon?
The old gentleman?
Yes.
No, Mr. Holmes. I've only been here a month or two. The only part of Mr. Gibbon I've met is that stone statue of him on the crypt roof.
I see. Well, Malsby, at the moment there's no more information we require. Thank you.
Sir.
Come, Watson, we must be off.
Well, Holmes, afraid we didn't find out much there.
Oh, on the contrary, Watson, we did.
Eh? What?
Surely you've noticed that Malsby was slightly bow-legged.
Bow-legged?
Hmm.
Holmes, what the deuce is
Moreover, his eyes were watery blue and squinted.
Oh, dash it all, suppose they did. What's a man's eyes and legs got to do with it?
Merely details, Watson. Perhaps significant, perhaps irrelevant.
What is it, Holmes?
Look here on the path, Watson. A silver dollar.
Yes, so it is, so it is. But what is that?
Rather unusual, don't you think, Watson, to find a silver dollar lying on the ground outside an English cemetery?
I suppose it is.
Yes, quite. I'm beginning to see the pattern here of a devilish and ingenious plot. When we return to the graveyard here tonight, I hope to unearth the last few missing threads. Well, Watson, we're in luck tonight.
Indeed? How?
There's enough moonlight for clear observation. Observe that massive marble building just on the other side of that deep hollow ahead.
Yes, the Gibbon tomb. An infernal statue of old John Gibbon standing on the roof. I must say the juicy thing looks almost alive there.
Watson.
Yes, sir?
I believe I just saw the statue move.
Move?
Yes. It raised its arm and turned its head toward us.
Well, Holmes, you must be mistaken. That statue of John Gibbon is made of stone. It can't move. Good Lord, what was that?
The statue. It's laughing, Watson.
Joe, Holmes, you're right.
Look at it. It's running across the mausoleum roof.
Holmes, this is incredible, incredible. My eyes must be playing tricks on me.
It's jumped off the tomb roof. It's running across the graveyard. Quick, Watson, after it.
Holmes, we lost sight of it. We ran down into that hollow. Came up the hill here.
Yes, and the roof is empty now.
Yes, but how could a stone statue run and laugh like a maniac, eh?
Obviously, the statue was human. Come, let's get up on the crypt roof. Here, I'll give you a hand.
Yes. Right, Holmes.
Now, Watson, Note this supporting pin on which the statue stood. Observe how shiny it is.
What does that mean, Holmes?
It means that the real statue, the stone figure, has been removed from this supporting pin and carried away. If I don't miss my guess, it's in the interior of the crypt. And our next step is to force open this metal crypt door.
Holmes, it's open.
Yes. Someone's been here before us.
Perhaps the thing is inside the tomb now, eh?
Yes, perhaps. Obviously, the only way to find out is to enter the tomb and see for ourselves. You have your pistol handy?
Yes,
Good.
I have.
Good. Then let's proceed down these stone steps.
Holmes, why haven't you started down the stairs?
Be with you in a second, Watson. But first,
Holmes, what the deuce are you doing up there?
Merely closing the crypt door behind us. Now then, let's go down. We can use your dark lantern now and...
What the deuce, Holmes?
Quick, Watson, the lantern.
Yes.
Hold it up. Observe, the stone statue was lying on these stairs and you kicked it down. And by its sound, it's a hollow affair, probably a marble surface over a plaster base, and easy enough for a strong man to lift. Now, suppose we go down to the crypt itself.
Holmes, the place seems to be empty.
Oh, on the contrary, Watson. Look in the corner.
Good Lord. There.
Precisely. 2 bodies. One John Gibbon, the other his son Cedric.
The marks on the neck have been strangled.
Yes, they have indeed, in a fiendish and unique way, I might add.
What is it, Holmes?
There's a silver casket here on this raised platform. Another whim of the eccentric old gentleman John Gibbon.
Holmes, you're not going to open it?
I am indeed.
Holmes, good heavens.
Yes, Watson, as you see, it's full of silver dollars and... Watson, listen.
Yes, footsteps on the crypt roof.
Quite. We have a visitor. The fiendish killer. Quick, out with that lantern.
Good evening, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson. I left the crypt door open for you. You walked right in, you fools. You walked right in.
Holmes, who is it?
It's quite obvious, Watson. This man is Hugo Gibbon, alias Smallsby the caretaker.
Hugo Gibbon?
Precisely, the brother of old John Gibbon and his former partner.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, you are very clever. I am Hugo Gibbon. That cursed brother of mine robbed me, cheated me, ruined me, sent me to an asylum. But I escaped. I came back.
Yes, you came back and discovered that John Gibbon hid his fortune in his own mausoleum. You gained employment here, saw him come to the tomb and posed as the statue. In the dark, he was unaware that you were alive. Then, when he walked underneath, you lassoed him and strangled him.
Go on, Mr. Holmes. Go on. You are right.
You did the same to his son Cedric, who finally suspected that his father's wealth was buried here. You took the crypt door key from old John's pocket, hid both bodies here, and started to carry the silver dollars out.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. You are very clever, but it won't do you any good, because I'm going to lock you both in this crypt, bury you alive, and when you're both dead, I'll come back for the rest of the money in the casket.
Holmes, he's got us trapped.
Good night, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson, good night and pleasant dreams.
Quick, Watson. Have your pistol ready and after him. Up the stairs, hurry.
The tomb door. It's locked, Holmes.
No, it's not. I smashed the lock before we entered. Watson, there's Hugo Gibbon running through the cemetery in the moonlight. Quick, fire your pistol. Good shooting, Watson. You got him. Well, Watson, our man Hugo Gibbon is safely in the custody of Scotland Yard. Your shot was not fatal, but he will pay his debt to the Crown.
You know, it seems incredible, Holmes. So Gibbon, alias Malsby, hid the real statue in the crypt, posed on the roof himself, and lassoed his unsuspecting victims, eh?
Exactly. You will recall how the footsteps ended, but the marks on the grass indicated that something had been dragged across it. Hugo simply hauled in his rope with his strangling victim on the end of it.
But how did you know Malsby was actually Gibbon?
Oh, it's obvious, Watson. Only a man who'd lived in the West could cultivate such skill with a lasso. And the caretaker, I knew immediately, was a Westerner.
But how?
His legs were bowed, a characteristic symptom of long hours in the saddle. Then, too, his eyes squinted, another trait of ranchers used to staring at far-off horizons. Naturally, I thought immediately of John Gibbon's brother and old ranching partner, Hugo.
And the silver dollar you found near the cottage convinced you that he had robbed the tomb?
Quite.
You know, Holmes, I must congratulate you. I've never seen you conduct a more brilliant investigation.
Thank you, Watson. I am, as you know, fundamentally a man of modesty. Shall we merely call it extraordinary? And let it go at that?
Well, Dr. Watson, that was quite an adventure.
Yes, sir. It was indeed, Mr. Harris. And I might add that the police, at Holmes's suggestion, excavated the caretaker's yard and discovered some 200,000 silver dollars buried there, most of which had come from deep recesses in the walls of the Gibbon crypt.
Oh, a fortune in those days, Dr. Watson. And now, what about next week's adventure?
Next week, Mr. Harris, I shall relate to you the adventure of the Red Death. It concerns a bottle of laundry ink, a vengeful sea captain, and what was probably the greatest threat to the population of London in that decade.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelman. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Red Death. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to spend the next half hour listening to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And I'd like to tell you about something you ought to share with your family before dinner. And that's Petri California Sherry. Because Petri Sherry can make that time before dinner a high spot in your day. That Petri Sherry is a truly fine wine. Its color is a deep amber, rich and inviting. And the wine is wonderfully smooth and full-bodied. Flavor is swell. Honestly, I mean it when I say the best beginning a good meal ever had is a glass of Petri Sherry. Oh, and look, if some of your family like their sherry dry, you know, not sweet, they'll really like Petri Pale Dry Sherry. So to be sure you please everyone, don't buy one, buy two. Buy the regular Petri Sherry and Petri Pale Dry Sherry. And be sure you look for those letters P-E-T-R-I, because they spell the proudest name in the history of American wines, Petri. And now I know our good friend Dr. Watson's expecting us. Let's go in and join him.
Come in.
Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell.
Say, how are you feeling, Doctor? All over that attack of flu you had?
I'm feeling very much better, thank you, my boy. I'm still a little weak. We old fossils take much longer to get over that sort of thing than you young fellows.
Well, you take good care of yourself, Doctor. You've got a lot of friends, you know.
Oh, I'm very glad to hear that. Thank you, Mr. Bartell. And now settle yourself down, and I'll get on with tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure.
Where did it take place?
You may not be familiar with the names of Jersey, Guernsey, Alderney, and Sark, but those are the 4 principal islands that make up the group known as the Channel Islands.
Oh, yes, Doctor, I have heard of them. Somewhere in the English Channel, aren't they? Between the southern coast of England and the northern coast of France?
That's quite right, my boy, though I very much doubt if you ever heard of the tiny island on which this story happened. It was the island of Garth, a minute but self-contained spot with a population of just under 1,000 inhabitants, subsisting, and from what I saw of the island in those days, subsisting very well on its dairy products.
Was it under the rule of the British government, Doctor?
No, Mr. Bartell, not exactly. You see, the island belonged to a family by the name of Horn. The head of the family, who was known as the Seigneur of Garth, was an independent ruler owing nominal allegiance to the King of England. That allegiance was expressed by one of those traditional ceremonies in which the Seigneur annually presented 1 pound of freshly churned butter to a representative of the British Crown.
Times haven't changed much, have they, Doctor? Pound of butter is still worth a king's ransom. But tell me, what were you and the great Sherlock Holmes doing on the island of Garth?
Well, I just coming to that, my boy, if you'll give me a minute. It was in the summer of 1896 when, to my utter amazement, Holmes informed me that we were going to the island of Garth as the official representatives of the British Crown to accept the annual presentation of butter. At the time, I must confess, I couldn't see why Holmes wanted to accept such a ridiculous mission. It was only as we approached the island in a small fishing boat that he told me a great deal more was at stake than a pound of butter. Unfortunately, Mr. Bartell, I'm not much of a sailor, and as the wind was blowing hard and the sea racing, I'm afraid I wasn't a very intelligent companion.
Cheer up, Watson. We'll soon be there.
I hope so. I feel wretched, Holmes. I must say the whole trip seems utterly ridiculous to me. Plunging and bobbing about in a little boat in a raging torrent just because somebody wants to give somebody else a pound of butter.
Dear old Watson, you don't really think our mission is so innocuous, do you?
Then why are we going to the island of Garth?
We're going to the island of Garth at the express wish of its present ruler, Martha Horn.
Martha Horn? I never heard of her.
She's an extremely spirited old lady, and the only woman who dared tell a certain resident of Windsor Castle that she looked devilishly dowdy for an empress.
Great Scott, you mean that
I mean, Watson, that Martha Horn's behests are not lightly disregarded. Obviously, she wishes to see me urgently. Also, my brother Mycroft put pressure on me. He reminded me that a visit to Garth might be closely allied to this emerald tie pin I wear. Of course, you recall the origin of this pin.
Well, naturally. That lady at Windsor Castle gave it to you after our little trouble last year over those stolen plans for the Bruce Partington submarine.
Exactly, my dear fellow. But remember that the spy Oberstein had put those plans up for auction in all the naval centers of Europe. Some hint of their nature must have leaked out. It's even possible that other powers may be able by now to duplicate the pride of our submarine fleet. And whoever controls the channel, Watson, controls England.
Well, they're dropping anchor, and yet we're still a quarter of a mile out from the island. Why do you think they're doing that?
Here comes the skipper. He'll tell us.
Here is as close to the island as we may approach, monsieur. We have already sent signals. A smaller boat is putting out for you. It will be here in a little while.
Thank you.
A smaller boat? Good Lord. Holmes, you were hinting at the naval significance of the island of Garth.
Yes, old chap, I was.
Well, what good would it be as a port if even a small boat like this can only come within half a mile of it?
For a surface vessel, no. But we were speaking of submarines. Garth, I learned from the encyclopedia, boasts a magnificent interior cavern accessible only through underwater channels.
Great Scott, an ideal natural harbor and dry dock for a submarine fleet.
Precisely. And on the control of the island of Garth, Watson may well rest the fate of the British Isles. Now, old chap, perhaps you see why Mycroft was so anxious for us to collect a pound of butter.
Doesn't it seem wonderful to be on land again? First the fishing smack, and then that wretched little rowing boat. Then the bucket swinging us up the face of the cliff. Now at last I can stretch my legs.
Steady, old chap, steady. Let me give you a hand. You'll soon get your land legs back again.
Thank you. I'm a bit shaky, I must confess. Hello? Who's that couple walking towards us?
Our welcoming committee, no doubt. How do you do?
Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Permit me to present myself. I am Dr. Hugo Oberwald.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do, Doctor?
And this is Mrs. Reeves, the housekeeper at Horton Castle, where you will be staying.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mrs. Reeves?
Welcome to the island of Garth, gentlemen.
We were deputed to come and greet you and take you back to the castle. We can walk there across the cliff tops. It isn't very far.
Splendid. I think my friend will appreciate traveling on terra firma once again.
Dear me, Herr Doctor. You are not a good sailor, perhaps?
No, perhaps about it, sir. I had a miserable crossing.
I am sorry to hear it. I trust your short stay at the castle will be some recompense for the journey.
The formal presentation of the butter will take place tonight. There will be no reason why you gentlemen cannot return to the mainland tomorrow.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Reeves, but it's more than likely that we shall stay on for a few days.
Oh, it will be quite unnecessary.
I'm afraid that is a matter for Mrs. Horn and ourselves to decide.
I'm afraid that Mrs. Horn is incapable of making any further decisions.
Oh, what do you mean, madam?
Obviously, you have not heard, but the news is slow in reaching the mainland. Mrs. Horn died yesterday.
Died?
Good Lord. A natural death, I suppose.
But, of course...
I attended her myself. A simple case of heart failure.
The poor lady died in her sleep.
Shall we begin our walk to the castle?
By Jove, Holmes, this changes things. You suppose it was a natural death?
I suppose nothing, old fellow. But in almost 20 years of practice, I can recall precisely 3 clients, actual or potential, who died natural deaths. Come on, let's follow them.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson, this is Mr. Christopher Horn, grandson of Mrs. Horn and the new ruler of Garth.
How do you do?
Hello.
How do you do, sir?
Very nice of you fellows to come over here. Too bad you had to arrive just as the poor old gal kicked the bucket, though.
Allow me to offer my condolences on your grandmother's death, sir.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Horn.
Thank you. It was a ghastly business. I found her, you know.
Christopher.
Frightful sight. There was an awful silly grin on the old dear's face, and...
Don't you think it would be more to the point if you were to explain the ceremony in connection with tonight's presentation?
You're right, Reeve. Reeve is a terrible tyrant, but she is efficient. Don't know what I'd do without her. Always ran everything for poor old Granny. Why, when the old girl was ill, she...
Christopher, I gave you a schedule of the ceremonies this morning. What did you do with it?
Dash it, Reeve, I don't know. Must have lost it.
Well, I have my own copy in the study.
I swear I don't know what I'd do without you.
Excuse us a moment, gentlemen.
I'll be back in a jiffy.
Holmes, what in thunder is going on here? That boy's completely under the thumb of Mrs. Reeves. He was trying to tell us something, but that frightful woman kept changing the subject.
He spoke of an awful, silly grin on the dead woman's face. Didn't that suggest something to you?
By Jove, that's one of the characteristic symptoms of strychnine poisoning.
Exactly, old fellow. And perhaps he was going on to mention the equally characteristic arching of the body. We've got to get Mr. Horn to ourselves for a little while, and you've got to examine the body of the dead woman. But it's going to be difficult. Is that a balcony outside the window? Yes, it is. Come along. Let's see what it leads to.
The balcony seems to lead right round this particular wing of the castle. Must have served as a lookout in the olden days. I wish the balcony were a little wider. Must be a sheer drop of a couple of 100 feet down to the rocks below.
Yeah. Hello. These must be the windows of the room adjoining the one we just came out of. Let's go a little closer, shall we? We may be able to find out something.
Can you see anything?
Yes. They're in there. Mrs. Reeves and the boy. She's leaving the room. Now's our opportunity. I'll tap on the window.
He's seen us. He's coming to open it.
What are you two doing out there? Admiring the view?
Yes, my boy. It's quite beautiful.
Mr. Horn.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
I was a great admirer of your grandmother. I was interested in what you were telling me of her death. She had a grin on her face, you said.
Yes, it was awful. Her body was all hunched up like a croquet hoop.
Really?
Of course, Dr. Oberwald said it was perfectly all right, but I must say it seemed dashed odd to me.
Yes, it was far from all right, I assure you.
And you started to say something else. What was it? Let me see. You said, when she was ill...
Oh, yes, that was a silly business. When she was ill, she thought she was in danger from poisoning, so she made Mrs. Reeves taste all her food and drink.
Did she really? Where is your grandmother's body now?
In the West Wing. The funeral's to be tomorrow morning.
I see. Where did Mrs. Reeves go?
I'm here on the balcony behind you, gentlemen, listening to your conversation with the greatest interest. Christopher, let me warn you. These men are the emissaries of the British government. They would stop at nothing to take the island over. These men are trying to influence you against me, against Reevy, who has looked after you ever since you were born, and who tries to protect you now that your grandmother has gone and you are alone.
Yes, I know, Reevy, but after all...
That is your pride as the head of the Horn family, the Seigneur of Garth. The Garth that I'm trying to save for you. This man is completely unscrupulous. He was about to accuse me of murder. Weren't you, Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
The thought had occurred to me, Mrs. Reeves.
Of course it had, because you wished to poison Christopher's mind against me. Well, Mr. Holmes, we have no police on the island of Garth. Our only law is the word of the Seigneur, and Christopher now holds that title. Seigneur, what do you say? Will you allow an Englishman to blind you by accusing me of being a murderess?
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I shall meet you at the ceremony tonight. Beyond that, I don't care to speak to you again. Good day.
A shame to spoil your plans, isn't it, Mr. Holmes?
Well, upon my soul.
Magnificent, Watson. Magnificent. A murderess who seeks to defeat me by accusing herself. Superb. It's a new game, my dear fellow, and one that must be played to a finish.
We'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a second, so I'm just going to remind you that right now is one time you'd really enjoy a glass of Petri California Port. You couldn't ask for a more delicious wine. Petri Port, with its deep, rich red color and its heart-of-the-grape flavor, is one of America's all-time favorite wines. Petri Port is wonderful after dinner and perfect to serve when company comes. Try it. But just remember that when you want the kind of port I'm talking about, you've got to make sure it's Petri Port, because all Petri wines are good wines. Dr. Watson, this is certainly an unusual story you're telling us tonight. What happened after Mrs. Reeves left you and Sherlock Holmes standing on the balcony?
We retired to our rooms and had a quiet and lonely lunch. Though the great man said little, I could see that he was deeply excited and that his keen brain was evolving some plan that would enable us to solve the mystery of Mrs. Horn's death. After lunch, we started to descend the stairs leading to the main hall of Garth Castle. As we did so, Holmes said...
Watson, we're in no danger ourselves. Mrs. Reeves knows that we're here as emissaries of the British government.
Yes, and if we didn't return with the butter within a few days, there'd be a British dreadnought here looking for us.
However, I am in danger of one of my worst defeats. My professional pride is piqued. If only I could... Watson.
Yes, Holmes?
If at any time today I slip you a note, don't read it at once, but... Shh. Here comes Mrs. Reeves. Precisely, Watson. I entirely agree. If I do not make the test on Mrs. Horn's body within 24 hours of her death, it will be useless. I must make it by 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Mr. Holmes.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Reeves.
I want to apologize for my behavior before lunch. I was intolerably rude.
Oh, please, no.
Whatever my quarrels may be with British politics, I at least owe to both of you the duties of hospitality.
That's very gracious of you, Mrs. Reeves. I wonder, would your hospitality also include a personally conducted tour of the subterranean caverns for which this island has become internationally famous?
Would they really interest you?
Well, I'm afraid that my friend and I won't have the time.
Oh, yes, not at all, Watson, not at all. We have plenty of time, as long as we're back here by 3 o'clock.
I'm sure Dr. Oberwald would be delighted to join us. He has made quite a study of the unique rock formation.
Oh, that's splendid. It should prove a most interesting excursion.
But, Holmes, why do we want to go stomping around a lot of damp and smelly caves?
Well, the exercise will do us good, old fellow. Will you lead the way, Mrs. Reeves? And please remember that it's most important that I return here...
I remember, Mr. Holmes. You must be back here by 3 o'clock. A little further, Mr. Holmes, and we shall reach the giant cavern.
Most interesting. Watson and Dr. Oberwald seem to have lagged behind us somewhat.
They will be here in a moment. There. This is the giant cavern.
Magnificent. Truly a miracle of nature. It's a natural submarine dry dock hewn out of the rocks.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. And in the olden days, only the smugglers who inhabited this island knew the entrance that leads to this cave. The first seigneur of Garth found a cache of untold wealth hidden here.
Really?
Silks, jewels. There are still the remains of some of the finest Calvados brandy stored among these rocks.
Indeed. An incomparable drink.
Would you care for some? It is our custom whenever visitors honor us with their presence to offer them a glass.
I should be delighted.
There is a natural shelf here in the rocks. Perfect hiding place. Here you are, Mr. Holmes. And here is a glass.
This is a rare privilege. I imagine that very few people have been offered it.
Only our most distinguished visitors, I assure you.
This cavern is completely inaccessible from the outer sea, I presume.
Completely. Unless, of course, ships could swim under the sea.
Which, as you know as well as I, they can, Mrs. Reeves. Even outside the imaginings of Jules Verne.
Indeed. Would you care to explore a little deeper? The others will be with us soon.
Dr. Oberwald, the others seem to be some way ahead of us.
Yes, they do, don't they, Doctor?
Holmes? Holmes, where are you?
Dear me, I'm afraid we cannot follow them.
What do you mean?
The next cavern is already cut off by the rising tide.
Great Scott, you mean that they're cut off?
I am afraid so. But do not worry here, Doctor. In a few hours, the tide will recede. They are in no danger. Just, shall I say, temporarily marooned.
I can't understand it. I'm getting confoundedly sleepy.
I'm so sorry. I'm afraid that we stayed here longer than I intended. I fear that we are cut off by the tides.
Cut off? For the tides?
We're in no danger. In a few hours, we should be able to return. But I'm afraid I cannot get you back at 3 o'clock, which was the time I promised.
But it's vital. Absolutely vital that I get back. I'm so sleepy. But please keep talking. I must keep awake.
Dr. Oberwald, I must get to Sherlock Holmes at once.
I am sorry here, Doctor, but we are not able to control the forces of nature. We cannot force the water to recede. Your friend is in no danger.
No, but he's got a most important test that he must make by 3 o'clock.
I am afraid that will be impossible.
I've got to do something. I should have come to these blasted caves in the first place. I don't know what on earth I ought to do. By Jove, that note that Holmes gave me, he told me to open it if... where did I put it? Here it is.
A note from Mr. Sherlock Holmes, eh?
Vital that you make medical test. Great Scott, Dr. Oberwald, it's absolutely necessary for me to return to the castle at once.
Indeed. A note from Mr. Sherlock Holmes, and now it is most important that you return to the castle. No, my fine English friend. I am afraid I cannot allow you to.
I don't know how you propose to stop me, sir.
You see this revolver?
And do you see this stick?
I warn you, Herr Doctor.
Oh, no, you don't. I'm sorry you can't hear me, Dr. Oberville, but when Sherlock Holmes gives me orders, I carry them out.
Mrs. Reeves, are we still trapped by the tide? What time is it?
5 o'clock. I'm afraid that you will be a trifle late for your important appointment. What a pity.
You deliberately trapped me here. You drugged the brandy and kept me a prisoner.
Did I? Now, why should I do that, Mr. Holmes?
Because you're greedy for power. That's obvious in your domination of that pleasant, though weak young man who is now Senor of Garth. I'm sure your beliefs would find support in certain ideologies now arising in Germany. Your choice of a German doctor as an accomplice in your plans would support that theory.
And what might my plans be?
I should say that you're determined to give Garth as a submarine base to Germany. With this island in their power, they could control the channel.
Very interesting. And I suppose, as well as being a spy, I'm responsible for Mrs. Horn's murder?
You and Dr. Oberwald between you. She was too strong for you. You had to get her out of the way. You probably made subtle attempts on her life at first, the origin of which you did not realize, but which caused her eventually to send for me. My arrival forced your hand, and so you and Dr. Oberwald resorted to the quite unsubtle expedient of poisoning her.
All pure supposition, Mr. Holmes. The only law on this island is Christopher Horn. Do you suppose he'll believe you?
No, I suppose he won't. You've outwitted me, Mrs. Reeves. I walked into your trap just as you intended me to.
Then in that case, you may collect your pound of butter tonight and return to the mainland tomorrow.
Mrs. Reeves, how much longer do we have to wait for the tide before we can make our way back to the castle?
We can leave now. We could have left at any time. There's another secret entrance that is above the tide level. I merely had to make you overstay the hour of your test. I could not risk Christopher's seeing definite proof. Come now. I shall lead you back. You fool.
Holmes, where have you been all this time?
Mind that, Watson. Did you open the note?
Yes.
You followed my instructions?
Yes, it was, as you suspected.
Thank heaven, old chap. Then now we can hoist her with her own petard. Here she comes.
I'm glad to see, gentlemen, that you have assembled here in the seigneur's room. The ceremony of presenting the butter traditionally takes place here. As soon as Christopher arrives, we will explain our customs in this matter. Dr. Watson, I trust that Herr Oberwald proved an interesting companion on your excursion this afternoon.
Yes, indeed, most interesting. We had a discussion of the relative merits of the walking stick versus the revolver. I think I was able to make my argument fairly convincing.
Where is Dr. Oberwald now?
I imagine that he's lying down. He had all the symptoms of impending headache when I saw him last.
Why are you smiling, Mr. Holmes? What's been going on?
I'm afraid, Mrs. Reeves, that your plans have misfired rather badly. As soon as Mr. Horn arrives, I expect you will be under arrest for murder and high treason.
Christopher would never believe you.
Wouldn't I? Mrs. Reeves, you poisoned my grandmother.
Christopher, what lies have these men been telling you?
You're the one that's been telling me lies. I believed you when you said you'd been tasting the old lady's food. But when Dr. Watson showed me the results of his test this afternoon, it was as clear as daylight.
But the tests could prove nothing after 24 hours had passed. You said so yourself, Mr. Holmes.
A deliberate lie, Mrs. Reeves. I'm afraid that I invented that mythical 24-hour test. I knew that as soon as I mentioned it, you would attempt to prevent my carrying it out. So I was delighted when you fell into my trap. You thought that you were shanghaiing me, whereas in reality I was shanghaiing you. My job is to prove your guilt to the senor. With your dominant presence away from the household, it was easy for Dr. Watson to make his test.
You devil! You knew all the time.
Oh, of course I did. But I had to deceive you. I'm glad my performance was sufficiently convincing. By the way, Mrs. Reeves, the drugged brandy was dreadfully clumsy.
You didn't drink it, Holmes?
Well, of course I didn't. But it was very unflattering to me that Mrs. Reeves thought I might.
Mrs. Reeves, you realize what this means, don't you? I'm going to ask these gentlemen to take you and Dr. Oberwald back to the mainland with them tomorrow.
And stand trial in a British court? Never! I was born on the island of Garth. I have lived here all my life, and I shall die!
What are you up
got to. Stop her. She's going out on the balcony.
One day, Garth will belong to Germany. One day, the whole world will belong to Germany. Goodbye, you meddling fool. Goodbye.
Great Scott, she's gone. It must be a couple of 100 feet to the rocks below.
What a dreadful thing. I still can't believe she was a murderess and a traitor. Now, it's shocking.
A shabby finish to a shabby business. Mr. Horn, I suggest that we make sure Dr. Oberval does not escape justice, and that we then perform the ritual presentation of the butter.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. The island of Garth will still pay tribute to England, and I think it always will.
Well, Doctor, that was some story. So Germany didn't get the island of Garth after all.
No, Mr. Bartell. In fact, in after years, the island proved to be an invaluable submarine base for England.
Say, what about the pound of butter? Did Holmes get it?
Oh, yes. But why are you so interested in the butter?
Are you kidding? In our house, butter is our second most favorite topic of conversation.
Your second most favorite? Well, what's your favorite topic of conversation?
Remember, you asked me. Petri wine.
Oh, as if I didn't know.
Doctor, that Petri wine is something to really talk about. You know, the Petri family has been making wine for generations. Why, the art of making fine wine is their heritage. Handed down from father to son, from father to son. Believe me, when it comes to turning luscious, sun-ripened California grapes into fragrant, delicious wine, the Petri family really knows how. And they're proud of their wine, too. That's why the name Petri on a bottle of wine really means something. It's the personal assurance of the Petri family that every drop of that wine is good wine. It ought to be, because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes adventure do you have lined up for us next week?
Next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you a story that took place on the Sussex Downs many, many years ago. It concerns a young girl, a painter in watercolors, and a very wise old lady. I call it The Adventure of the Living Doll.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of the Bruce Partington Plans. Music is by Dean Fosler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invite you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday on most of these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shayne, followed immediately by Sherlock Holmes. This is the Mutual Broadcast.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Red Death.
Come, Watson, we're off to the docks.
Right you are, Holmes.
Not a word to a soul about where we're going. That applies to you also, Mr. Edwards.
I shall be absolutely mum, Mr. Holmes.
The silence is not so much in your interest as in that of good people of London. Can you conceive of anything more likely to start a horrible panic than the knowledge that tonight a pyromaniac runs amok in the city's streets?
You owe it to yourself to look your best, even in the crushing heat of summer. And that's precisely why you should choose a Clippercraft summer suit. When you wear a Clippercraft suit of special, lightweight construction, you keep cool because millions of tiny woven windows afford such perfect ventilation. You look cool, too, because Clippercraft suits are so perfectly tailored, they retain their crispness long after other suits are heat-crumpled and saggy. From every angle, a Clippercraft summer suit is a fine investment. For only $33.75 to $42.50, your Clippercraft suit will be envied by men who pay much more. Clippercraft is one of the greatest values in America because you benefit from the economies of the unique Clippercraft plan, whereby more than 1,200 independent merchants from coast to coast pool their tremendous buying power. So look better, feel better, and save money. Look for the Clippercraft label. Dr. Watson, what did you mean when you gave tonight's memoir the title of The Adventure of the Red Death?
Well, it was a type of death criminally administered by a certain gentleman in our story, Mr. Harris. The adventure began at a waterfront cafe by the London docks, which extend from the Tower Bridge to beyond North Woolwich, mile upon mile of quays, warehouses, great basins that are bursting with shipping from the farthest corners of the earth. At the West India docks, there was a cafe called the Smiling Duchess. It was frequented by men of all the seven seas. In the back room, the owner, Peter Nichols, sat by a huge oaken table in the flickering candlelight, talking to a very attractive young lady named Vicky, who was employed there as a waitress.
Is he here, Vicky?
Yes, Peter. Waiting just outside that door.
Have much trouble bringing him here?
Oh, he acted up now and then. What's to be expected? He's come from a home for the criminally insane, you know.
Bring him in.
Come in, Captain West.
I don't remember this place. Was I ever here before?
Oh, easy, Captain, easy. Sit down.
I don't remember you either. Or this girl. Why was I brought here? The doctors won't ask more questions, will they?
No, you're out of that place, you see. Now sit down. I'm Peter Nichols. You remember old Peter, the Smiling Duchess now, don't you?
Oh, you certainly remember me, don't you? No man that comes here forgets Vicky.
I think, Captain, it was just a few years ago. Every time your ship docked here in London, you'd stop by for a swig of rum.
Peter Nichols. Oh, yes. Now I know you.
You're out of the insane asylum, Christopher West. Can you understand that? Now listen to me. You're free. We got you out. Me and Vicky.
You did?
We needed you. We needed your talent. So Vicky spoke with a guard at the asylum. I gave her money. She used her charms. The guard let you out and turned you over to her.
Ah, I see. I was confused. It happened so quickly. I'd fallen asleep in a cell. The guard woke me up.
You're going to enjoy yourself now, Christopher West, the way you like to. We're going to find whatever equipment you need, and you're going to start fires for us.
Yes, a fire. They wouldn't let me. Most people won't admit the satisfaction, you know, but I do. Did you ever see how a man's eyes light up when he sees a fire? I want to see things burn, the flames eating away at the guts of the building till it's a black hulk. Where? When do we start the fire?
Soon enough.
Why do you want me to start it? Do you like to see things burn? Do you love the flames as I do?
Yes, Captain West. That's why. There's a warehouse nearby on Cuba Street by the Southwest India Dock Pier. I want to see it burn. That's why we took you out of that awful hospital.
I am grateful for that. They wouldn't let me start fires. And when I can't, there's pressure in my head. I can't stand it.
We need you. You can start fires so quickly, so easily, so surely. And no one will know.
When?
Tonight, Captain West. Tonight! You have the equipment, Captain West?
Yes, Peter. I'm ready.
Go on. We'll meet you back at the inn.
Good. At the inn.
Go on, Captain. Start the fire. That's it.
Now hide behind these bales, Vicky. I'll watch him. Wait. Hey, shadow's disappearing, see? In the dark there? Now wait. There, the flames. See them?
Yes, they're spreading quickly.
A marvelous idea of mine, eh, Vicky? West doesn't know what we'll do now while the fire's blazing. If they suspect arson, they'll chase him, not us. We can always deny having anything to do with him if he talks. He's legally insane. Irresponsible.
Please, they're furious now. We better leave. We've our part of the job to do now.
Come on.
Your name is Edwards, sir?
George Edwards, Mr. Holmes. I'm the director of the Hampton County Hospital for the Criminally Insane.
Are you a physician, sir?
Oh, no, Dr. Watson. Mine is a political post, which is why I've come here to Baker Street, Mr. Holmes.
Just why have you come here?
A patient has escaped. Terribly dangerous man. Captain Christopher West, a pyromaniac. He's been responsible for the destruction of millions of pounds worth of property, the hospitalization of hundreds of fire victims, and the death of a considerable number of others.
Yes, I see. Why haven't you adopted the ordinary procedure and alarmed the police?
If I were to tell the police, Mr. Holmes, there'd be an investigation. My political opponents would charge me with incompetence, and I'd lose my post. You must find this maniac. Will you, Mr. Holmes?
Can you describe this Captain West?
I brought our file card, his portrait and characteristics.
Yes, intriguing. The circumstances of his escape, Mr. Edwards, you've looked into that, I presume?
I have, Mr. Holmes. The guard was careless. He left the cell door open. West must have stolen down the hallway and then over the wall.
Well, is it a simple matter to climb over your protective wall?
Are you gentlemen implying that I've been lax?
Well, it's curious, sir, that an escape from a home for the insane, which should be child's play, a glance in the wrong direction by the guard, and the entire city of London's menaced. Curious juxtaposition of facts, Mr. Edwards.
Your juxtaposition, Mr. Holmes?
Come, Watson, a cab. We're off to the docks.
Why the docks, Holmes?
Because of this dossier I've read about Captain West. He was a sea captain with a great passenger ship. He was ordered to retire by his firm. He refused. When the firm insisted, he became furious. He desired revenge. He set fire to their ships as they lay in the docks.
Yes, but I don't see...
He found there was an immense satisfaction in creating fires. He became a pyromaniac. Always in the area of the sea. Always a fire that threatened a harbor and the ships at anchor there. We're off to the docks, Watson, and Mr. Edwards. Not a word to a soul.
I shall be absolutely mum, Mr. Holmes.
The silence is not so much in your interest as in that of the good people of London. Can you conceive of anything more likely to start a panic than the fact that tonight a pyromaniac runs amok in the city's streets?
One of America's proudest traditions is the saga of the staunch clipper ships. These wonderful vessels established honest New England quality everywhere in the world. Today, quality is identified in finer men's suits by the Clippercraft label, symbol of quality and economy, guarantee of finest tailoring and choicest materials. The fine independent local merchant who sells Clippercraft clothes invites you to inspect his great collection of lightweight Clippercraft suits at only $33.75 to $42.50. Compare them with suits costing many dollars more, and you'll agree that never before has there been such value in lightweight summer fabrics, such value in style and workmanship. Undoubtedly, Clippercraft clothes represent one of America's greatest clothing values. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, sport jackets, and tropicals. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abram and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Dr. Watson, you and Mr. Holmes were dashing to the docks of London to find Christopher West, the escaped pyromaniac.
Yes, so we were, Mr. Harris. That night our carriage raced across the cobblestones by the edge of the water. As the silhouettes of countless ships passed to our right, London's fabulous docks flew past. The giant granaries, the endless acres of bales and packing boxes, the crates of wool and ivory, the pungent odors of oil and coffee, spices. Well, Holmes, you know as well as I do that London's docks are 45 miles long. How shall we find this Captain West?
He's already announced his whereabouts, Watson.
He has?
Smoke. See it? Curling up toward the sky from that warehouse on Cuba Street.
Well, Jove, he's been here, and at work, too.
Evidently the fire's been extinguished. We shall steal into this warehouse and see what we may see. Stop here, driver. Step down, Watson.
Yes, all right.
Keep the change, driver, and wait here. Now, let us hope that this smoldering ruin's been abandoned except for a watchman or two. Then we may examine this warehouse without incompetent meddling from the police. Careful, Watson, it'll be extremely dangerous.
Yes, rotting wood, loose beams, this blasted smoke.
Yes, keep your handkerchief over your mouth. We shall proceed very quietly into this wreckage. Slowly, carefully. The maniac may be hiding here.
Well, we've searched extensively, Holmes. Any clues?
I can confirm, Watson, that this fire is of incendiary origin. Most likely, therefore, the work of Christopher West.
How can you confirm it?
By those dark stains upon the floor.
They look like ink.
Quite. In carrying his bottle of ink, West spilled a few drops accidentally as he ran.
But why ink, Holmes?
This ink, Watson, is the type frequently employed for marking purposes at a laundry.
Well, I must confess I'm more mystified than ever.
Certain laundry inks, Watson, contain a compound that may be made highly explosive, so much so that they'll ignite themselves. Of course, assisted by bits of cotton and sawdust or paper, they'll soon create a considerable blaze. This is an empty warehouse. It's most unlikely that laundry ink would be found here unless it were brought in by a saboteur.
Look, Holmes, through the window. Another fire.
Run, Watson. You must reach that fire. Unless we make haste, we shall never find Christopher West.
Well, here goes the last of the firemen, Holmes. They've managed to extinguish the second blaze. There'll probably be a third shortly.
Yes. Watson, doesn't the geography of these two gutted warehouses strike you as fascinating?
The geography, Holmes?
Yes. Think of their positions. Then of the fact that both were deserted before the blaze began.
Where does that lead you, Holmes?
Close to the solution, Watson.
Then you know where Christopher West can be found?
Not just yet, but that may be determined quickly.
Yes, but how?
By my retiring to the King Neptune, which is a popular tavern nearby, for a glass of beer.
What the devil, Holmes? Hundreds of persons may be trapped and burned alive in the next few hours because this pyromaniac is scurrying about, fiendishly starting fires. You're retiring to a tavern, a glass of beer?
Oh, I've no use for the stuff, I assure you. It'll offend my taste. My preference for wine and for a certain vintage cannot be satisfied, however, at the King Neptune. Therefore, I must drink beer. Wait by our carriage, Watson. I shall rejoin you shortly with the exact site of Christopher West's next attempt.
We're doing well, Captain West. Very well tonight.
I'm proud of my work, Peter. Did you see the last warehouse? Like a great candle in the sky.
Let him start another fire, Peter. Just one more. We need one more.
That's foolish, Vicky. The fires so far will appear to be accidents. At least till we've taken care of our end of this business.
We haven't enough, Peter. I want a bit more.
A third fire'd be too much. You're greedy. You should be content.
Greedy, am I? After all these years as a grubby waitress, putting up with anything those drunken sailors did just to sell another glass of beer? Oh, no, Peter. You've a fine idea we're going to see it through for all it's worth.
Greed's been the ruin of more than one, Vicky.
When you let him start one more fire. If not for yourself, then for me. Oh, Peter, we can go away together. You, do want to be with me, don't you?
All right. But then we get out. Out of London, out of England.
That's it. Do you know where the next fire should be?
I do. Come, Captain.
There should be more fires, Peter. Many more. No, I'm like an artist who hasn't finished an exquisite painting.
Now, this way. Quietly and hurry. There we are, Captain. That warehouse.
I see it.
How will you start this one?
This candle and this bucket of lime. Both will leave no trace. They'll be destroyed. I take the candle so, and with one delicate stroke, the magnificence of a great fire is born. The lime is clever of me, eh, Vicky? Kerosene leaves an odor. It'd make them suspicious. Not lime, though.
Go on, West. We'll see you after. Come on, Vicky.
I'm with you, Peter.
Now I do it again. I'll step into the warehouse. Just lift this window and climb in. And now, Christopher West, that wonderful moment again. That moment before you start the fire. You're alone, free, no one to disturb you. The match.
Who's there?
The watchman. I'll wait behind this post.
I said who's there? Here I heard you.
You'll break my neck. Shut up. If you make a sound, I'll break your neck. I can snap it like this. I'm going to start a fire and you won't stop me. You won't live to see that they take me back. I won't go back. I won't start the fire the way I planned, though. I've a much better idea. I'll start it with you. Yeah, I can hold you and put the candle to your clothes. There. Clothes are burning, see? Soon the flames will reach deeper. Your face, your eyes, your hair. Burn!
Stand away from that watchman. Your coat, Watson. Take it off. Smother those flames. I'll keep an eye on West.
Right, Holmes. My coat. I'll put out the flames here.
Mercy of God, thank you, thank you.
Don't attempt to run off, Captain West.
But I just wanted to...
The watchman all right, Watson?
Yes, Holmes, yes.
Who are you?
I am Sherlock Holmes. This is Dr. John Watson. The gentleman before you is Christopher West, an escaped pyromaniac.
Glory be.
We shall return you to the Hampton Hospital, Captain West.
No, I'll never go back.
You won't have to go back. This revolver in my hand makes sure of that.
Peter Nichols.
Now, don't reach for the revolver in your coat, Dr. Watson. Just stand where you are. You too, Mr. Holmes.
You were just in time, Peter.
Yes, so I was, Vicky. Come along, Captain. We'll go. All of us.
Holmes, he'll kill us.
Oh, no, Dr. Watson. I'm a mite too wise for that. You see, if I know if they ever catch up with me, I'll serve time. But I won't hang for murder.
You'll serve time, Peter Nichols, for robbing the warehouses adjacent to those where you had West start the fires. Perhaps the robberies haven't been discovered yet, eh? The silks, the perfume, the furs you planned to take during this third fire?
They'll have to catch me first, Mr. Holmes. Come on, Captain.
No.
Vicky. Let's get out of here fast.
Run, Vicky. Run.
Right behind you.
Don't try to follow us.
Let's go after them, Holmes.
Don't budge, Watson. He might change his mind and shoot. Just wait. Wait. Now, Watson, your revolver. Take it. If they want to play hide-and-seek in and out of these countless crates and bales along these docks, we'll play their game.
I'm exhausted, Holmes. My leg. See any sign of them?
I saw a glimpse of Vicky's colored dress off to the left by the gangways of the wine vaults.
Let's go in.
Very quietly, Watson. They may be concealing themselves behind a stack of wine barrels. I could swear I saw Vicky.
Think the three of them are there?
Yes.
Shall we look?
No, they might be waiting for us to do just that. Then they'd pounce upon us. Now, we'll take a chance.
What do you mean, Holmes?
Fire in that direction.
Yes, right. Oh, fine. It's gushing from the barrels where I shot. But Peter, the captain, the girl, no sign of them?
Oh, yes, you got them.
How can you be sure?
Look there. Spattered on the base of the barrels, Watson. Blood.
Well, Holmes, before you light your pipe and relax into one of your typical Baker Street reveries, from which I do not dare to disturb you, tell me, how did you know Christopher West would be at the particular warehouse where you found him?
Will you recall, Watson, my mentioning the geography of the burnt warehouses?
Yes, I do.
I observed that although each was empty,
Each was also directly beside another warehouse which contained priceless merchandise.
Go on.
It occurred to me that this was a maneuver whereby someone, Peter Nichols as it developed, had deliberately freed Captain West and set him loose to start fires. Peter, who was an old hand at the wharves, must have known the West case and the merchandise. The fire, you see, distracted the police. And during the excitement, Peter and Vicky would sneak into the adjacent warehouse and help themselves.
Aha, I see. But how did you know exactly which warehouse would be next?
Well, you recall I left you to visit the King Neptune Tavern. By drinking a beer with the seamen there, it was a simple matter to listen to their eternal gossip and to determine which warehouse had recently received a shipment of highly priced goods. That indicated the spot where West would most probably strike next.
Blessed Holmes, why do these things seem so utterly obvious after you've explained them?
Because weak minds are like a microscope, magnifying trifling things, but unable to receive the larger ones. However, for your humble servant, elementary, my dear Watson. Elementary.
Well, Dr. Watson, the Red Death was a gripping adventure. What became of Edwards, the director of the asylum?
Well, he was innocent enough, Mr. Harris. He discharged the guard bribed by Vicky. Peter and Vicky, of course, received long prison sentences. And Christopher West was safely returned to the hospital.
Well, Dr. Watson, usually at this time I ask you what you've planned for next week, and we look forward eagerly to another exciting adventure with you and Mr. Holmes. But I'm very sorry to say that we've reached the end of our current series, Doctor.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Harris. Someone is with us again. Time for all of us to go scooting off on our vacations. So I regret that we shan't be together for a while.
Well, we'll be waiting for you, Dr. Watson. These evenings with you and Holmes have been most enjoyable.
Well, thank you, Mr. Harris. And our thanks also to the makers of Clippercraft clothes. May I wish you and yours a pleasant summer holiday?
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you the last in the current series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories were based upon the character Sherlock Holmes created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes was played by John Stanley and Dr. Watson by George Spelman. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. And this is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The most comfortable shoe sole in the world.
The Neolite sole.
Light.
It's light as leather.
Smart.
It's smart as leather.
And wear.
It outwears leather 2 to 1.
For men, women, children.
Get the Neolite sole.
Step on it.
WOR, New York. 710 on your dial.
In 1945, I considered myself a very lucky man because I was the announcer on the New Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. My name is Harry Bartell. Won't you join me now as I reminisce about those wonderful days of dramatic radio? Glenn Hall Taylor was the producer of the show. He was the Young and Rubicam representative, Young and Rubicam being the advertising agency for Petri Wines. And Edna Best, in the season that I was on the show as the announcer, was the director. So that Glenn Hall would provide commercial material and so forth for Edna's use, and then Edna directed the show in the booth. She was the one who made all the line changes, all the timing changes, all the cuts, and so forth. I know that Glenhall, I think, directed it 1 year. I got the Sherlock Holmes show by accident. I came over to CBS Studios on Sunset Boulevard one day to rehearse for another show. And the lobby was loaded with announcers. Practically every announcer in Hollywood was there. I couldn't figure out what was going on, and as the secretary came out with her list and said, George or Sam or whoever, I said, what's going on here? And she said, they're auditioning for a new show. And I said, who's holding the audition? They said, Edna Best. Edna Best was a lovely, lovely lady. I had worked with her on other shows. And I said, if she has a moment, let me sneak into the studio, if you don't mind, just to say hello, and I'll come right back out. She said, I'll ask. So she came out a little later and said, you can go in for just a second. I went in, stepped in front of the microphone, which was set up in the studio, and said, Edna, I came in to say hello. Hello, bye-bye. And I started to leave. And she said, aren't you going to read? And I said, well, no, I hadn't planned to read. She said, well, as long as you're here, read anyway. So she gave me the copy that they were auditioning. And I said, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to see you again. And I left, never dreaming that I would ever get it. Because there were big name announcers, the Ken Carpenters, the Ken Niles, the Wendell Niles, a whole bunch of them. And sure enough, I got a call, and that's how I wound up on the show, because I happened to be in CBS at that time.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting story about his good friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And I'd like to tell you something that maybe you already know. The fact that America's favorite wine is port wine. Did you know that? Well, if you didn't, you'll know why port is the way out front favorite if you'll just sample some Petri California port. You just look at that Petri port and you know it's good. That wonderful, deep, rich red color. And Petri port is so clear. Well, just hold it to the light and you can sort of see right through the glass. But what you really want to know about a wine is, how does it taste? And I'll tell you something, I've never yet been able to find the adjective that'll do Petri port justice. It's wonderful, honest. You just got to taste it for yourself and find out for yourself. You love that Petri port in the evening after dinner when you're sitting around listening to the radio. And it's perfect to serve your friends when they come over. Oh, and you can show that Petri label, too. In fact, you can show it proudly, because the name Petri is the proudest name in the history of American wines. And now I'm sure our old friend Dr. Watson's ready for us, so let's go in and join him.
Come in. Good evening, Mr. Bartow.
Good evening, Doctor. Well, the puppies seem very happy tonight.
Yeah, tonight, yes, but you should have seen them this afternoon. I doubt if there were two more frightened little dogs in the whole of California. Come on, Winnie, now. Monty, control yourself.
What happened, Doctor?
Well, I took them for a walk on the beach. As we were scrambling round a rocky point, a seal popped his head up in the water quite close to us.
What'd the puppies do?
Oh, both of them barked at it furiously.
And the seal?
Blew a few bubbles and then barked right back. I don't know what the world's speed record is for short-legged dogs, but I'm sure they broke it.
You know, Doctor, I'll have to join you on one of those afternoon strolls of yours. You always seem to be having such exciting adventures. Oh, and talking of that, how's about tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure?
Well, I'm all ready for you, my boy. In fact, I was looking over my notes on the case just before you arrived. This is another story in which Sherlock Holmes' elder brother, Mycroft, played an important part. Mycroft Holmes was 7 years older than Sherlock, and some said it is superior in powers of observation and deduction.
That sounds like heresy, Doctor.
No, young fellow, my lad. Holmes himself was the first to admit it. In fact, if it hadn't been for his incurable laziness, Mycroft could have been a formidable rival to his younger brother. However, Mycroft did hold a position of considerable importance at the Foreign Office, and it was there that tonight's story begins. It was in the winter of 1899, and Mycroft Holmes, after a gourmet's lunch, was reclining full length on a leather settee. His eyes were closed, his hands were folded across his stomach, and his breath came rhythmically. A cynic would have declared that Mycroft Holmes was taking an after-luncheon snooze. But Mr. Holmes' secretary, a gentleman by the name of Gardner, was a realist. He tapped on the door discreetly. Then he rapped on it. And still there was no response, so he opened the door and entered. After a moment, he gave what he thought was a discreet cough. Mycroft Holmes opened his eyes and folded his hands and said,
"Found it, Gardner. Must you come in here and bark at me so soon after lunch?"
I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes, but I thought that...
You thought that as I was lying down with my eyes closed that I must be bored, and so you came galloping in. Oh. Well, what do you want?
There's an old lady outside, sir. She insists on seeing you personally. I've tried to get rid of her, but...
What's her name?
Mrs. Hudson, sir.
Mrs. Hudson? Huh. Show her in, Gardner. Show her in.
Very good, sir.
Undoubtedly a message from young Sherlock. How are you, Mrs. Hudson?
Oh, good day, Mr. Holmes. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I won't take up much of your time.
Sit down, won't you? Don't leave us, Gardner. I may need you in a few minutes.
Very good, sir.
Now, Mrs. Hudson, what's the message?
Message, sir?
Didn't my brother send you with some message that he was afraid to entrust to the ordinary channels? He's always so confoundedly dramatic.
Oh, bless your heart. No, sir. I've come to you with a little problem of my own. I didn't like to bother Mr. Sherlock Holmes with it. He's been so busy lately, and he's looking very tired.
And so you came to me. Delightful.
I thought you wouldn't mind, sir. You've always been so nice and friendly to me.
Pure laziness. It is less effort to keep an old friend than to make a new enemy. But tell me your problem.
Well, it's really my sister's problem, sir. She keeps a boarding house at 14 Kensington Gardens Square in Bayswater. And she's convinced that one of her boarders, a man who has a room on the first floor back, she's convinced that he's a birdman.
And what in heaven's name is a birdman? Do you know, Gardner?
No, sir. I can't imagine.
Oh, it's like a werewolf, gentlemen, except that the man turns into a bird.
Oh, come now, Mrs. Hudson.
Oh, I know it sounds daft, but my sister's in a dreadful state. Of course, I've been with your brother long enough, sir, to know that such things are nonsense. But how can I prove it to her?
What reason does your sister give for holding a strange belief?
She keeps finding pigeon feathers in the room. Now, the man doesn't keep pigeons, sir. My sister knows that for a fact.
Has she found any traces of scattered food on the window ledge?
None, sir. No signs of any pigeons, except the feathers. My sister's a wee bit fey, Mr. Holmes. She's the 7th daughter of a 7th daughter, and you know what that means. Just the same, she's not imagining things, sir. She's shown me the feathers herself.
Where were they, Mrs. Hudson?
Somewhere on the floor by the end of the bedstead, sir. I brought some along with me. Here, sir. And we found some more in the gentleman's cupboard where he keeps his clothes.
By George, I wonder
What is it, sir?
I'll tell you in a moment, Gardner. Mrs. Hudson, this matter will require a little private investigation. You may return to your sister and tell her not to worry. I shall get in touch with you as soon as my inquiries are completed. Good day to you.
Good day, sir, and I'm very much obliged to you.
Well, Gardner, what do you make of it?
An old wives' tale, sir. You're not treating it seriously, are you?
Yes, I am. One of these feathers shows evidence of having had string tightened round it. That suggests a captive bird. Now, a captive bird smuggled into an obscure boarding house would point to something of the greatest importance to us, Gardner.
By George, sir. You mean carrier pigeons?
Exactly. And remember that we're at war and that the Boers have obtained several important and highly confidential secrets of ours lately. We know there's a leak somewhere. This requires an active investigator who can work with discretion. Now, I could work with discretion, but I don't feel too active at the moment. Ah, I have it. I want you to write this letter to my brother. Disguise your hand, use plain, cheap notepaper, and don't sign the letter. He won't be able to resist that combination. Are you ready, Gardner?
Yes, sir.
Very well, then. My dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, we know of your proposed investigation of the tenant in the first floor back at 14 Kensington Gardens Square. We warn you, as you value your life, keep away from the case.
We warn you, as you value your life, to keep away from the case. And that, my dear Watson, is why we are driving towards 14 Kensington Gardens Square, disguised as building inspectors of the London County Council.
Well, I must say it's a very challenging letter, Holmes. Unsigned,
Yes.
I notice.
Written on cheap notepaper and in a disguised hand. No clue there, I'm afraid.
Well, we're entering the square, Holmes.
Let's stop the cab here. You can drop us here, cabby.
Right you are, Governor.
It would seem a little incongruous in these costumes for us to arrive in a cab.
Yes, I suppose so.
Here you are, cabby.
Oh, thank you, Governor.
Supposing this mysterious tenant of the first floor back should be in his room when we get there.
Then we must hope that our disguises are convincing and keep our wits about us. This may be a trap.
Yes, just what I was going to say. After all, you've never heard of 14 Kensington Gardens Square until you received an unsigned letter 2 hours ago warning you to keep away from it. I don't like the look of it.
There we are, number 14. I suggest that you let me do most of the talking.
Good Lord, yes. My Cockney accent doesn't compare with yours.
Who do you want to see?
We're from the London County Council, we are. We've had complaints about a leaky gas jet in the first floor back.
Oh, that's Mr. Green's room. He ain't home.
Oh, that don't matter, my dear. We'll go up and take a look. Come on, Bertie.
Right you are, Alfie.
Want me to show you the way? The missus is out shopping.
No, thanks, dearie. Me and Bertie can't get lost, can we, Bertie?
No, of course we can't. Of course we can't. Oh, look at him laughing.
Come on, Bertie. Oh, I do like to be beside the seaside. Oh, I do like to be beside the sea. Tiddly-um-pa-pum-pa-pum, tiddly-um-pa-pum-pa-pum. Nice house, Bertie, ain't it?
Yes, Elf. Nice as can be, this house.
Oh, I do like to be beside the seaside. I do like to be beside us. There we are. First floor back. Better make sure the bloke ain't home. Oh, I do like to be beside
No, he ain't home, Alfie.
Huh? No, well, all right, let's go in. Oh, so this is the mysterious room, eh?
Well, it looks perfectly ordinary, doesn't it?
Yes, a depressing example of the squalor of boarding house life. Hello. What's this on the bedspread?
Feathers. Must have come out of the pillow.
No. These are pigeon's feathers, old chap. And look here, Watson. Attached to the bed rail.
No, it's only a piece of string.
String, yes, but with a small metal ring on the end. A ring such as is used to place around a homing pigeon's leg.
But why should someone keep carrier pigeons in an obscure boarding house like this?
Yes, why indeed, why indeed? The answer could be that the tenant of this room is engaged in some sinister activity that requires the use of carrier pigeons in sending messages.
Yes, there's no evidence of the birds being kept here.
That's true, old fellow, that's true. Possibly the owner of this room is given a pigeon by one of his superiors, brings it here, affixes his message, and releases the bird.
Why couldn't he just take the message to where they keep the birds?
Well, in that way, he would run the risk of being picked up with dangerous and incriminating messages on him.
What kind of skullduggery involves the use of carrier pigeons, you suppose?
We're at war with the Boers in South Africa, Watson. What could be more logical than that a spy in their pay should be using this method to smuggle important information out of the country?
By Jove, yes, Holmes. I wouldn't mind betting that...
Shh! Somebody coming. Look out.
Who are you? What the devil do you think you're doing in my room?
Well, my name's Bertram, and I come here to look at your gas pipes.
No, don't lie to me. Who are you?
It's like I say, Governor, my name's Bertram, and I come from the London County Council.
Very well, then. If you won't tell me the truth, perhaps this revolver will make you change your
Look
mind.
here, Governor, look here, Governor.
Grab his revolver, Watson.
Yes, right. Holmes, where were you?
I slipped behind the doors. This gentleman opened it. Yeah, me, sir. Your overcoat seems extraordinarily well filled with chest, doesn't it? Why not slip it off? It's a bit warm in here.
Let me alone.
Joe, you were right, Holmes. He had a pigeon under his coat.
Yes. See if you can catch the bird, will you, old chap?
All right, here. Come on, Pidgey. Pidgey, come on, little fella. Come along, Pidgey. There he comes. That's it. Look at the little fella. Snuggled up on my arm. Friendly little fellow, isn't he?
Yes, Look out, Watson. The gentleman's revolver. He's going after
and when I get it, I'll...
A beautiful uppercut, Holmes.
I'm afraid he'll be unable to talk to us for some time. How fortunate he told us where the message was hidden before we indulged in this little set,
What do you mean? He didn't say anything about a message?
No, not verbally, but I was watching his reflection in the mirror as he entered the room. His eyes first glanced at this top drawer on the dresser here to see if we'd touched it. It was obviously the most important spot in the room. Let's see. Ah, here we are. A message already rolled up and in its container.
Oh? What does it say, Holmes?
It's in code, which is not surprising, but I don't think it'll be very difficult to decipher.
Yes, and when you've done that?
Then, my dear fellow, I shall compose a code message of my own and persuade this pigeon to lead us to its master. I can see from your puzzled expression, Watson, that you're wondering why I brought you to Dexter's Music Hall in the Edgware Road.
Well, I must confess I'm a little confused, Holmes. First of all, we go to Baker Street and you spend hours poring over some obscure book. Then you write out a message, attach it to a pigeon, and let it loose. Now you bring me here. I hate to question you when you're working, but I should be glad if you'd give me some idea of what's going on.
Of course, old chap. At times I must seem confoundedly mysterious, I'm sure. Here's the situation. The obscure book I was studying was a table of ciphers. I was trying to decode the message we found in the room on the first floor
Well,
back.
obviously you succeeded, or we wouldn't be here.
Yes, the key word was Louis Botha, the name of the Boer leader. The message was a report on the number of troops now in training at Aldershot.
Then you were right. We're mixed up with a ring of enemy agents.
Obviously, old chap. So I kept the original message and composed another using the same code and dispatched it by carrier pigeon.
Well, what did you say in your message?
Meet me tonight, 8 o'clock, table number 3 at Dexter's Music Hall.
What made you choose this place as a rendezvous?
Well, I happen to know that it's a common meeting place for underworld characters.
And which is table number 3?
The one over there in the corner. I reserved it.
Then why don't we go and sit down there instead of standing it here at the back?
I thought we'd give our visitor the opportunity of showing his hand first. He won't be expecting Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, I fancy.
Good Lord, look at this woman coming on to sing. You ever see so many feathers?
I'm not allowed to have a bow except upon the side. So yesterday he came and took me walking through the night.
Holmes, look. A man just sitting down at table number 3.
What's with it? Look. It's Sid Trimble.
Sid Trimble, who's he?
A dangerous criminal who once worked for the Moriarty gang. We've caught a prize pigeon, Watson. Better have your revolver handy, old chap. Undoubtedly, he'll recognize us.
Right you are, Holmes.
Come on, then.
Out in the clover, they've trampled it since morning. Go and drive them, Maggie, to the old...
I'm so glad you're able to keep your appointment, sir.
Sherlock Holmes. This is a trap.
Now, don't try any tricks. I've got a revolver here, Sid.
How'd you like this table in your face?
Watson, you didn't shoot him, did you?
No, he knocked my hand. The revolver went off. The shot went wild. I swear it did.
Yes, of course. Look at the wound. There are no powder burns. The shot was fired from some distance.
Holmes, he's dead.
Out of the way! Out of the way, please. Now then, what's going on here?
Constable, this man has been killed.
Yes, and it's easy to see who did it.
Well, I didn't do it, Constable, if that's what you're thinking.
No? Then why are you standing here with a smoking revolver in your hand? Come on, you're under arrest.
But you can't arrest me. I'm Dr. Watson, and this is Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
I don't care if you're the King of Siam and the Bishop of London himself. You're under arrest, and I'm taking you both to Scotland Yard.
You'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a second. And if you don't mind, I'll take that second to say just one word to the ladies. And that word is muscatel. Petri California Muscatel. I want you women to know about it because Petri Muscatel is one wine that practically every woman likes. Maybe because it's such a beautiful color, like pale gold. But I guess really because Petri Muscatel brings you the wonderful flavor of luscious, sun-ripened Muscat grapes. And that's a flavor. Try Petri Muscatel after dinner or any time as a change from Petri port. Have a bottle of each on hand. When you buy Petri wine, don't buy one, buy two. Remember, if it's a Petri wine, you know it's a good wine. Dr. Watson, that was really one for the books. So you got yourself arrested on a murder charge.
Yes, Mr. Bartell. It's a very humiliating experience. I was taken off to Scotland Yard in the Black Maria. Just like any common criminal. The wretched constable wouldn't listen to a word that I'd got to say.
Well, Sherlock Holmes went with you, of course.
Naturally, but as we arrived at Scotland Yard, my mortification was complete, and I found that I was led into the presence of our old friend, Inspector Lestrade. Holmes spoke to him at some length, but I could see from Lestrade's expression that my position was a very serious one.
Now can see what it is, Mr. Holmes. You see, I know you both. But I must say there are lots of them here at the yard as don't like what they call your high-handed methods.
But, Lestrade, personal likes or dislikes have nothing to do with this.
No, of course they haven't. This is purely a matter of evidence.
Well, I know that, Dr. Watson. And the constable's evidence was as clear as the nose on your face. The dead man was shot through the head, and you were standing in front of the body with a drawn revolver in your hand.
My dear Lestrade, there were no powder burns on the wound.
Yeah, that's what you tells me, Mr. Holmes. But I'll have to wait for the official report on that. The police surgeon's examining the body now. You understand, gentlemen, I'm not saying I'm sorry that Sid Trimble's dead. He's been a thorn in our side for a good many years. In fact, here's the police surgeon now. Dr. Hendricks, this is Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
How do you do, gentlemen? I'm a great admirer of you both, and I'm sorry to see you in such a very unfortunate plight.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you.
What were your findings, Dr. Hendricks?
Well, I just extracted the bullet, Lestrade, and I'm very much afraid it's the same make and caliber as the one missing from Dr. Watson's revolver.
Yes, but that doesn't prove that I fired the fatal shot. The 45 Colt's a very common weapon, Doctor.
It proves nothing. Dr. Hendricks, as I was just saying to Inspector Lestrade before you came in, the only fact that would show my friend guilty would be powder burns on the wound, thereby proving that the bullet had been fired from close range.
I entirely agree with you, Mr. Holmes.
Then, as there were no powder burns on the...
but there are powder burns, Mr. Holmes.
What?
Very distinct ones, too.
Lord, I don't understand, Holmes.
I'm sorry, gentlemen, to be the bearer of bad tidings, but I have my duties to perform.
Yes, and I'm sorry, too, Dr. Watson. Huh? I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to let you leave here. You must consider yourself under arrest.
Holmes, I never felt more despondent in my life.
Oh, cheer up, old chap.
Well, how can I? Locked up in a prisoner's cell. Looks as if I might end up at the gallows.
Don't worry, Watson. You'll be out of here before the night is over, I promise you that.
I wish I felt as confident as you do. How do you propose to do it?
Oh, with the aid of a little hard thinking.
Thinking? That won't unlock any cell doors, thinking.
But it will, old fellow. It's obvious someone's deliberately trying to incriminate us. Let's try and reconstruct the killing logically. Sid Trimble was a member of an espionage ring. I sent him a false message. After he'd left to keep the appointment, one of his colleagues trailed him to the music hall and killed him before he could betray anything to us. Yes, that's undoubtedly the way it happened.
The powder burns, Holmes. How do you account for them?
There were none just after the shot was fired. We know that. And yet Dr. Hendricks assures us that there are very distinct powder burns now.
May we come in, gentlemen?
Yes, of course you can, Dr. Hendricks. Oh, hello, Lestrade.
Yes, I thought we'd come and chat with you, Doctor.
Well, that's very nice of you, gentlemen.
Yeah, not a bit of it, Doctor. You know, it hurts me to see you in here, and that's a fact.
And I can't bear to see a fellow medico in such plight, without coming in to see what I can do to help Watson.
Yeah, you're very quiet, Mr. Holmes.
Am I, Lestrade? I was thinking, you see, Watson, old chap. I have it.
You have what?
The answer. You'll sleep in Baker Street tonight after all.
Mr. Holmes, what are you talking about?
The murder of Sid Trimble. Incriminating powder burns were obviously faked. Watson and I know that, whether you and Dr. Hendricks believe it or not. The question is, how were they faked? I think I have the answer. Dr. Hendricks.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
If a blank cartridge were fired at the wound after death, it would produce powder burns, wouldn't it?
Undoubtedly.
Yeah, but who could have done that, Mr. Holmes?
Ah, that's the point, Lestrade. Who had the opportunity?
The constable who brought the body here.
True, old chap. Huh? Also, you, Dr. Hendricks.
That's perfectly true.
Yeah. Well, I had the opportunity too, Mr. Holmes. I spent half an hour in the morgue alone with the body when it first come in.
Well, you've narrowed it down to 3 suspects, Holmes. I hope I don't hang before you find the real killer.
I found him, Watson.
Why,
What?
who is he,
Found
Mr.
him?
Holmes?
The answer is simple, Lestrade. The powder burns were certainly faked by a blank cartridge. Now, if a blank cartridge were fired into a wound, the wadding would have penetrated and distorted the wound.
Yes, but supposing the person had removed the wadding from the blank, Mr. Holmes.
Its effect would still be quite apparent to the police surgeon who removed the bullet. Am I correct, Dr. Hendricks?
Entirely. A surgeon could not fail to identify the marks, Mr. Holmes.
Exactly. Therefore, only one person could have fired that blank cartridge without detection. The same person who made the incision necessary to remove the cartridge would also remove all traces of the shot. You yourself, Dr. Hendricks.
Jim Holmes, I believe you're right.
That's an ingenious theory, Holmes. Surely you're joking.
Am I? Then how do you account for the pigeon feathers on the collar of your coat?
The devil with you, Holmes?
Here, come back here. Doctor, Constable, don't let Dr. Hendricks get away.
Great Scott. Scotland Yard itself harboring an enemy agent. Upon my soul, Holmes, you've done it again. I must say you've got sharp eyes. I didn't see those pigeon feathers on Hendrick's collar.
Confidentially, my dear fellow, neither did I, but Hendrick's guilty conscience knew they might be there. It was a shot in the dark, and I had to take it. If you'd spent the night in a prison cell, I should never have heard the end of it, I'm sure. Never.
I want to see Mr. Mycroft Holmes, please.
Follow me, Mrs. Hudson. He's expecting you.
Aye, sir.
Ah, there you are, Mrs. Hudson. Come and sit down.
Oh, thank you, sir. I got your message and came over right away.
In the first place, Mrs. Hudson, you may tell your sister that she needn't worry any more. I'm sure she'll find no more pigeon feathers in her room on the first floor back.
No, sir, thank you. But she knows the fact, because the birdman left her yesterday for good. Some strange men came and took him away, and today she's let the room to a nice young commercial traveller. I'm really sorry to have bothered you with her trouble, sir.
I'm very glad you did, Mrs. Hudson. Thanks to your information, an enemy espionage ring has been broken, and the British government is deeply grateful to you.
You're always one for a joke, aren't you, Mr. Holmes? Well, I'm glad you're not angry with me. I'll be going now, sir. Just one more favor I'll ask before I go, though.
Anything, Mrs. Hudson. What is it?
Please don't tell your brother about this, sir. He'd be so angry with me for wasting your time.
Well, Doctor, that was really a swell story tonight. Although it was a bit unexpected for you to have been arrested.
Yes, indeed. Mr. Bartell, when you're a detective like Holmes or a doctor like myself, well, you've got to be prepared to meet the unexpected every once in a while.
I suppose so.
Of course, you wouldn't know about things like that, being a wine expert yourself.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Doctor. From the way you talk, you'd think I spent every waking moment in a nice, cool wine cellar, tasting wine from morning till night.
Well, don't you?
Oh, now, Doctor, I'm no more a wine expert than you are. All I know about wine is that it either tastes good or it doesn't. And I know that Petri wine does taste good. And that's because the Petri family took time to make good wine. Generations of time. Why, the Petri family's been making wine ever since they started the Petri business way back in the 1800s. And since the business has always been family-owned and operated, they've been able to hand on down from father to son, all they've ever learned about the fine art of turning luscious, sun-ripened grapes into fragrant, delicious wine. And they've learned plenty. So no matter what type wine you want, for any occasion, you can't go wrong with a Petri wine because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what story do you have lined up for us next week?
Well, now, next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you a weird adventure that Sherlock Holmes and I had in the East End of London. It concerns a most unusual stage play, a badly frightened actor, and a blood-stained razor. I call it The Strange Case of the Demon Barber.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Greek Interpreter. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday on most of these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shayne, followed immediately by Sherlock Holmes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is Harry Bartell. I'll be right back with another new adventure of Sherlock Holmes.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invites you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And if you don't mind, I'd like to suggest something that you might share with your friends. And that something is a glass of sherry before dinner. Naturally, a glass of Petri California sherry. I say Petri sherry because it's the perfect before-dinner wine. You couldn't think of a better way to begin a meal. That Petri sherry has a beautiful, inviting color, like dark amber. And for flavor, well, you've heard sherry described many times as having a rich, nut-like flavor. But if you want to learn for the first time what those words rich and nut-like really mean, you just taste Petri sherry. It's wonderful. Serve Petri sherry by itself, or serve it with hors d'oeuvres or those little cocktail sandwiches. And incidentally, if you prefer your sherry dry, not sweet, just ask your wine merchant for Petri Pale Dry Sherry. Well, the important thing to remember is if you want sherry, you want Petri sherry, because that means good sherry. And now let's look in on our genial friend and good host, Dr. Watson. Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell. Punctual to the minute, as usual.
Never keep a doctor waiting, I always say. Particularly Dr. Watson.
Draw up a chair, my boy.
Thank you.
That's it.
All ready to tell us the Sherlock Holmes adventure of the speckled band, Doctor?
Yes, I'm all ready, Mr. Bartell.
Say, Doctor, just what does a speckled band mean?
You wait until I've told you the story, young fellow, my lad. You'll find out for yourself.
Sorry. The floor is all yours, Doctor.
The adventure of the speckled band began on a rainy April morning in 1883. An urgent call from one of my patients had kept me up most of the night before, and in consequence, I came down to my breakfast rather later than usual to find that Holmes had already left our house some hours earlier. As I sat there reading the morning paper and consuming my 2 lightly boiled eggs, there was a knock at the door. It opened to disclose a typical example of the British working man, a bag of tools in one hand and a grimy cap in the other, as he spoke to me from the doorway.
You sent for me, Mr. Holmes?
I'm not Mr. Holmes.
Oh, beg your pardon, Governor. But I've come to mend the gas bracket over the mantelpiece.
Oh? What's wrong with it?
I've got a leak in it.
Oh, leak? Well, what's wrong with your work?
Yes, sir. Hope I won't be disturbing you,
No,
sir.
No, that's all right, my man. Don't mind me.
Oh, dear. Very untidy man, Mr. Holmes, sir.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you can't help noticing the mess this room's in. I've heard say he was as tidy as any when he started, but he learned bad habits from a bloke what lived with him. Dr. Watson, I think his name is.
You impertinent fellow. How dare you talk to me like that? I've got a good... Oh, where does he go to? Here! You come out of there! That's Mr. Holmes's room.
Don't be angry with me, Watson. What? Just slipping out of these grimy rags into a dressing gown.
Good gracious me. So was you, Holmes. Well, upon my soul, I'd never recognized you, but why the disguise?
A case, my dear Watson, a case. One of those small problems which a trusting public occasionally confides to my investigation.
To the British workman, old chap, all doors are open. His costume is unostentatious and his habits are sociable. Tool bag is an excellent passport, and a tawny moustache will secure the cooperation of the maids.
But what's the case, Holmes?
Well, modest little drama of life in the kitchen, one of those seemingly inconsequential affairs, and yet, Watson, the honor of a duchess is at stake.
Duchess?
A mad world, my masters, a mad world. Now I feel a little more comfortable. Let's return to the sitting room, shall we? A strong cup of tea would be most acceptable.
Oh, I wish you'd tell me about the Duchess and life in the kitchen, Holmes.
Some other time, old fellow, some other time. At the moment, suppose you tell me what you know about Miss Helen Stoner. I received a letter from her this morning in which she informed me that she would be calling here at 11, and also that she was a friend of yours.
Helen Stoner? Oh, yes. A charming girl indeed.
Pour me a cup of tea, Watson, and tell me about her.
Well, I befriended her at the time of the tragic death of her sister 2 years ago. I told you about the case, don't you remember? The sudden death of Violet Stoner at an old house in Stoke Moran.
Oh, yes. It all comes back to me now. There was an inquest, wasn't there, with a string of stupid, ineffective witnesses.
Huh? I was one of them.
Oh, I'm sorry, old fellow. Then you were the exception, of course. Wait a minute. Let me see. I docketed the evidence on the case. Where is it? My scrapbook. Here we are. Let me see. Yes, S. Salisbury, Hatchet, Murder, Lordson, Simon. Here we are. Stoke Moran. Yes, I remember the affair well now. The villain of the piece was Dr. Grimsby Roylott, wasn't he?
Yes, a dreadful fellow. He's the stepfather of the two girls. Violet, the one that died so mysteriously, and Helen, the one who's coming here to see you.
Dr. Roylott has a pretty record. 55 years of age, killed his Kit McGar in India, once in an insane asylum, married money, wife died... Distinguished surgeon. Well, Watson, I wonder what the distinguished surgeon has been up to now.
Oh, some deviltry, I fear.
Why do you say that?
You remember that Miss Violet Stoner's death followed close upon the announcement of her engagement?
Yes.
Well, I met Miss Helen Stoner on the streets a few weeks ago. She told me that she'd just become engaged to a young fellow in the army who was leaving for the Far East. She was very upset at the thought of being alone with her stepfather at Stoke Moran.
Oh, naturally she was. Dr. Roylott stands to lose a considerable sum of money in the event of his stepdaughter's marriage.
Yes, they both had a trust fund which he administered only as long as the girls were unmarried. That fact was brought out at the coroner's inquest 2 years ago. But if Roylott did poison the other stepdaughter, and I'm pretty convinced that he did, it seems unlikely that he'd try it again. 2 sudden deaths in the same household could hardly pass the coroner.
Oh, no, my dear Watson. You're making the mistake of putting your normal brain into Roylott's abnormal being.
Oh, that must be Miss Stoner now.
Yes, let me see. It's precisely 11 o'clock. Well, let's see what we can do for her.
Well, I hope you can help her, Holmes. She's an extremely nice girl.
Come in. Yes, Mrs. Hudson?
There's a Miss Helen Stoner to see you, sir. She says she has an appointment.
Show her in, please, Mrs. Hudson.
Aye, sir. Come in, my dear.
Thank you.
Miss Stoner, I'm so glad to see you again.
How do you do, Dr. Watson? And this must be your friend.
Yes, Miss Stoner, I'm Sherlock Holmes. Sit down by the fire, won't you?
Yes, please do, my dear. Hello, you're trembling with cold.
It's not cold that makes me shiver. Tell me, Mr. Holmes, has my stepfather, Dr. Grimsby Roylott, been here?
No, he hasn't.
He saw me in the street. I dashed by him in a hansom cab, but he saw me. Our eyes met and he waved me to stop, but I came here as fast as I could.
Very sensible move. Dr. Watson has already given me several hints as to your present problem, as well as having refreshed my memory as to the circumstances of your sister's death.
My problem is a simple enough one, Mr. Holmes. I'm waiting to be murdered.
No, my dear
please
girl.
be a trifle more explicit, Miss Stoner.
Very well, Mr. Holmes. My fiancé is leaving for the Far East today. When he leaves, I shall be alone with my stepfather at Stoke Moran. He plans to murder me just as he murdered my sister.
What makes you say that, Miss Stoner?
Many strange things have happened recently. For instance, he's just moved me into the bedroom in which my sister died.
Well, what reason did he give for changing your room?
That my old one needed repainting. It didn't need it, but Dr. Roylott did need to move me into that horrible room. And other things have happened. I've heard the music again.
Music? What music?
My sister first heard it a few days before she died. I heard it myself on that dreadful night she breathed her last. Oh, Mr. Holmes, I'm terrified.
Don't worry, my dear. Please don't worry anymore. You have friends to help you now. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
No, of course not.
Now, this music. Does it seem to come from inside the house or outside?
Well, it's hard to say. It sounds so faint.
What's it like?
A sort of soft droning sound.
Like a flute or a pipe?
Yes, it reminds me of native music I heard during my childhood in India.
India, eh? Oh.
There's one other thing that puzzles me, Mr. Holmes.
Now, what's that?
My sister's dying words. As she lay in my arms, she gasped out 2 words.
Now, what were they?
Banned and speckled. You remember that evidence from the inquest, don't you, Dr. Watson?
Yes, I do. I couldn't make head or tail of it. So?
Band, speckled, Indian music. Miss Stoner, do you sleep with your door and windows fastened?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, but so did poor Violet. It didn't save her, though.
What did you gather from your sister's dying allusion to the band, the speckled band?
Well, sometimes I thought it was merely the wild talk of delirium, and sometimes that it referred to a band of people.
Oh, yes.
I remember that there were some gypsies encamped quite near us at the time of Violet's death.
Gypsies, eh?
Yes, and it occurred to me that the spotted, gaily-coloured kerchiefs, which so many of them wear over their heads, might have suggested the unusual adjective which my sister used.
Miss Turner, how long is it since you heard this strange music that you've told us about?
I heard it last night.
Your fiancé leaves today, you say?
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Well, Miss Turner, I shall do everything I can to help you. If we were to come to Stoke Moran today, would it be possible to see over your rooms without the knowledge of your stepfather?
I think so. He told me this morning that he intended to take a late train home tonight.
Ah, that's splendid. Watson, out with the timetable, old fellow, and look up the trains to Stoke Moran.
Right you are, Holmes.
That's my stepfather. I know it is. Oh, yes. Yes, there he is on the doorstep. Oh, Mr. Holmes, he's followed me. Oh, what shall I do if he finds me here?
Don't worry, Miss Stoner. Please don't worry. There's a private exit through that room there. Watson, show her the way, will you?
Come along with me, my dear young lady.
And you will come down today, Mr. Holmes?
Certainly, my dear Miss Stoner. I'll telegraph you the time of our arrival. Goodbye and courage, my dear.
Goodbye, Mr. Holmes, and thank you.
Come along, Miss Turner, quickly.
Come in. Yes, Mrs. Hudson?
It's a gentleman, sir. I told him you wouldn't see anyone without an appointment, but he...
Out of the way, woman!
You don't push me like that. I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes.
That's all right, Mrs. Hudson. You can leave us.
What kind of gentleman does he call himself, pushing an old lady?
So you're Sherlock Holmes.
You have the advantage of me, sir. Your name is,
My name, sir, is Roylott. Dr. Grimsby Roylott of Stoke Moran.
Oh, yes, of course. A charming place, I hear, and obviously good for the lungs.
You won't trifle with me if you know what's good for you.
Watson, there you are. And how was the experiment?
Very successful, Holmes. Good day to you, Dr. Roylott. I haven't seen you since I gave evidence at your stepdaughter's inquest.
Yes, I remember you, Dr. Watson. Now listen to me, you two. My stepdaughter's been here. I've traced her. What's she been saying to you?
A little cold for this time of the year, isn't it?
You answer me!
I hear that the crocuses promise well.
You dare to try and put me off, do you? I know you, you scoundrel. You're Holmes the meddler.
Am I?
Holmes the busybody.
I believe that a man should occupy his time.
Holmes the Scotland Yard Jack in office.
When you go out, close the door, won't you? There's a draft.
I'll go when I've had my say. Keep your nose out of my affairs, do you hear?
Oh, yes, my hearing is excellent, thank you, and your diction and delivery most forceful. But time flies, my dear doctor, time flies, and life has its duties as well as its pleasures. Goodbye.
Insolent rascal. Here, see this poker?
Oh, the fire doesn't need poking, thank you, Doctor. But I should be obliged if you'd put some more coal on for me.
You laugh at me. You don't know my strength. Look. There. Your poker's bent double. And that's what I'll do to both of you. If you don't keep out of my affairs.
I had a presentiment that he'd slam the door.
Phew. He's an ugly customer, eh, Holmes?
Literally as well as figuratively. Watson, I'd be much obliged if you get your revolver. It may prove to be an excellent argument with a gentleman who twists iron pokers into knots.
The fellow's amazingly strong. Just look at it.
I don't want to appear flamboyant, but, there we are.
Great Scott, Holmes. You straightened the poker out again.
Yes, it was utterly useless in its former shape. And now what's on the timetable? We'll catch the next fast train to Stoke Moran.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I'm so relieved that you've come. But don't you think my stepfather might have followed you down here?
I had to take that chance, Miss Stoner. A few hours' delay might mean the difference between our life and death. It was imperative that we examine this bedroom of yours before Dr. Roylott returns.
Anyway, my dear, you mustn't worry any more. We're here in your house, and we're going to take good care of you, no matter what harm befalls you.
Thank you, Dr. Watson.
So this is the room in which your sister died, is it? It's much as I pictured it.
And Dr. Roylott's room adjoins this one, you say, Miss Turner?
Yes, Doctor, on that side. The room which adjoins it on the other side is my regular bedroom.
The one that's being so conveniently painted, eh?
Yes.
Well, let's examine this room. No trapdoors or sliding panels, I suppose.
It sounds solid enough, Holmes.
Yes, I think it is. Hello, what's this? Are you aware that this bed is clamped to the floor, Miss Stoner?
Why, no, Mr. Holmes, I didn't know that.
What an extraordinary thing.
Was the bed in your other room anchored also?
No, I don't think it was.
Very illuminating. And this bell pull hanging against the wall above your bed.
Oh, it doesn't work.
Doesn't work, but if you want to ring.
There's another one on the other wall over there.
Now, why this one?
Well, I don't know. My stepfather made a number of changes after we came here.
Yes, quite a burst of activity, apparently. And it took some strange shapes.
Why are you standing on the bed, Holmes?
I'm curious, my dear fellow. Aha. It may interest you to know that this bell rope is fastened to a brass hook. There's no wire attachment. It's a dummy.
A dummy? But why?
There's a small screen above it. It's a ventilator, I suppose.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Yes. A ventilator leading into your stepfather's room. Curious. I notice there's no means of opening the ventilator on this side. It can only be operated from your stepfather's room next door. I wonder if you'd mind taking us in there.
Of course, Mr. Holmes. Follow me.
What do you make of it, Holmes?
There's devil's work afoot, old chap.
Here we are, Mr. Holmes.
It's much the same as the other room. A bit bigger, perhaps.
That large safe against the wall seems to be an unusual piece of bedroom furniture. What is it, Miss Stoner?
My stepfather's business papers.
Oh, yes.
You've seen inside it, then?
Only once, some years ago. I remember that it was full of documents.
What's this saucer of milk doing on top of it? Does Dr. Roylott keep a cat?
No, but he does have a cheetah and a baboon as pets. He brought them with him from India.
Well, Holmes, a cheetah is just a big cat.
True, but I doubt if a saucer of milk would go very far in satisfying the appetite of a cheetah. Well, I think I've seen enough. This matter is too serious for hesitation. Your life may depend upon your following of my instructions, Miss Homer.
I'll do anything you say, Mr. Holmes, anything.
Is that village inn I see through the trees from this window?
Yes, the Queen's Arms.
Your bedroom windows would be visible from there.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Very well, then. Watson and I will go there now and obtain accommodations. When your stepfather returns, you must confine yourself to your room on the pretense of a headache. You follow me?
Perfectly.
When Dr. Roylott returns for the night, you must open your bedroom window and put your lamp on the sill as a signal to us at the inn. Then withdraw quietly to your usual bedroom, the one that's being painted. I'm sure that you could manage there for one night.
Of course. But what will you do?
When we get your signal, Dr. Watson and I will come here and spend the night in your dead sister's room. We are going to solve this mystery of the dummy bell rope and the unusual ventilator and the strange music in the night.
You'll hear the remainder of Dr. Watson's story in just a second, so I'm just going to point out that at any really important dinner, you know, like when diplomats get together, you'll find wine on the table. Because for years it's been a known fact that good wine makes good food taste better. Prove that to yourself tomorrow night by having your dinner together with a glass of Petri wine. If you prefer a red wine for any meat or meat dish, try a Petri California Burgundy. That rich, hearty red Petri Burgundy is really out of this world. Now, if you'd rather have a subtle, intriguing white wine, let's say to go with chicken or fish, then try Petri California Sauterne. But Sauterne or Burgundy, to make sure it's good, make sure it's Petri, won't you? Well, Doctor, it's a rattling good story so far. What happened next? You went to the local inn, I guess, and waited for that lantern to appear in the bedroom window at Dr. Roylott's house?
That's right, Mr. Bartell. We had an early dinner at the Queen's Arms and then retired to our upstairs bedroom and sat there side by side, puffing away at our pipes, our eyes straining through the darkness for that telltale lantern to give us the signal that there was dangerous work ahead for us. As we sat there discussing the various aspects of the case, I remember that Holmes was very concerned about my own safety.
You know, Watson, I really have some scruples about taking you with me tonight. This is an infernally dangerous business.
Well, what about that poor girl, alone in the house with that fiend Roylott?
I can handle the case by myself, old chap.
I'm coming with you, Holmes. You speak of danger. We haven't seen more in those rooms than was visible to me.
No, but possibly I've deduced a little more, and I imagine you saw all that I did.
No, I saw nothing remarkable except the bell rope, and what purpose that could answer, I confess, is more than I can imagine.
You saw the ventilator, too.
Yes, but I don't think it's such an unusual thing to have an opening between two rooms. It's so small that a mouse could hardly pass through it.
True, but at least you will admit there was a curious sequence of coincidences. A ventilator is constructed, a bell cord is hung from it, a lady sleeps in a bed directly below the ventilator, a bed that is anchored to the floor. The lady dies.
Well, I begin to see what you're driving at, Holmes. Look. There's the lantern in Miss Toner's window.
That's our signal, all right. Come on, Watson. Our night's vigil begins.
What a foul night.
Foul night for foul business, Watson. Come on, through these laurel bushes. It's only another 50 yards to the house.
Yes, the lantern's still burning away in the bedroom window.
Yes, all the other lights are out.
Including the one in Dr. Roylett's room. He must have gone to sleep.
To bed, possibly, Watson, but not, I think, to sleep.
Great heavens, Holmes. Look at that frightful creature leaping about in the moonlight. It looks like some hideous child.
That's Dr. Roylett's pet baboon.
Well, it looks positively human.
Yes, probably a great deal more so than its master. Shh. They're directly below the window now. This ivy provides a most convenient ladder. I'll go up first.
Careful, Holmes, careful. Wait a minute. I hope the thing's strong enough to hold us both. We look pretty stupid on our backs in the mud. Give me a hand, will you, Holmes? I can't quite get my leg up over this window ledge. Oh, thanks, old boy. Oh, say, phew.
Now to close the window shutters.
This room looks exactly like the same as it did this afternoon.
The sound would be fatal to our plans. Keep the lamp covered, so that if the ventilator is open from Dr. Roylett's room, no light will show from in there. That's it.
Why are you carrying that stick, Holmes?
I'm prepared for a visitor that I expect before the night is over. A visitor who will herald his entrance with faint music from an Indian pipe.
You mean the music is a signal?
Exactly, old fellow. The signal to an accomplice who can enter a room with locked doors, an accomplice who kills and leaves no trace.
You mean that...
Shh, no more talking, Watson. I'll sit on the edge of the bed here. You sit on that chair. Have your revolver ready in case you should need it.
Right you are, Holmes.
Have the lantern ready, too. When I shout now, turn the light full on the top of the bell rope. You understand?
Yes, perfectly.
Good. Now we must wait. Perhaps for some time. But don't go to sleep, Watson. Don't go to sleep. Your very life may depend on it. Watson.
Yes?
You're not smoking, are you?
No, Holmes.
I smell tobacco smoke.
Must be drifting through the ventilator.
Exactly. Dr. Roylett is up.
Look. There's a tiny shot of light showing up in the ventilator.
Shh.
Listen. There's the music.
Yes. Heralding the messenger of death. Have your lantern ready, Watson.
Now, Watson, now! Great heavens, it's a snake slithering down the bell rope. You can't get it without stick, Holmes. Out of the way. Let me get a shot at it.
I'm trying to drive it back the way it came. Get out.
There it goes. Back through the ventilator. Oh. What a fiendish plan. Scott, what's that?
I think the devil has turned on its master. Come on, Watson, into Dr. Roylett's room. Dr. Roylett! Dr. Roylett! Doctor!
Good Lord, Holmes. Look at him sprawled on the bed. Look at his eyes.
Yes. And see what is coiled around his forehead.
It's the snake.
Yes, the band. The speckled band.
He's dead, Holmes.
Yes, he's been bitten by the deadliest snake in the world, the Indian swamp adder. Its deadly fangs produce death within 10 seconds. Well, Watson, Violence does, in truth, recoil upon the violent. And the schemer falls into the pit which he digs for another.
What should we do now, Holmes?
We must remove the macabre headgear from the dead doctor and return the snake to its den. Then I suggest that we tell Miss Stoner that there's no more danger under this roof. After that, we can turn the matter over to the local police. Our work is done.
Holmes, Dr. Watson, I can't tell you how grateful I am that you brought me back into Baker Street.
Stoner, it would have been inhuman to leave you in that house of horror and death. We have a spare bedroom, and Mrs. Hudson is a motherly and understanding woman, and I can assure you that Dr. Watson and I will be delighted to have you stay with us here until you've decided on your future plans.
Yes, of course we will, my dear. As a matter of fact, it'd be rather refreshing to have a touch of youth about the place.
You're both so kind. Mr. Holmes, I think it's wonderful how you foiled my stepfather's devilish plans.
Yes, wasn't it a remarkable example of logical deduction?
No, it wasn't, old fellow. At first, your mention of the gypsies, Miss Stoner, and the use of the word ban put me on an entirely wrong scent. However, when we examined the fatal room, I drew the obvious conclusion.
You mean the dummy bell rope, the ventilator, and the immovable bed?
Yes, old fellow. It instantly gave rise to the suspicion that the rope was there as a bridge for something coming through the ventilator and traveling to the bed. I once thought of a snake. When I saw the saucer of milk on top of the safe, my suspicions crystallized into certainties.
Oh, it was a fiendish plot.
Yes, an extremely clever one, too.
Exactly.
My stepfather must have trained the snake to return to him when he played the music.
Yes, he put it through the ventilator with the certainty that it would crawl down the rope and land on the bed. It might or might not bite the occupant. Perhaps she might escape every night for a week, but sooner or later she must fall a victim.
Thank heaven I came to you, Mr. Holmes.
Amen to that, Miss Stoner.
You know, Holmes, if you hadn't lashed at the snake with your stick, I bet it wouldn't have turned back on its master.
True, old chap. In that way, I am no doubt indirectly responsible for Dr. Grimsby Roylett's death. But I can't say it's a fact that's likely to weigh too heavily on my conscience.
Doctor, that was quite a fascinating story. You know something? I'm not exactly a coward, but no kidding, my toes really curl when I get mixed up with snakes.
Oh, you're not alone in that respect, Mr. Bartell. I must admit that I like to have a revolver and at least 20 feet between me and any snake that wants to cross my path.
Well, if you want a revolver and 20 feet, I'll take a cannon and 20 miles.
It's fortunate that you're a wine expert, Mr. Bartell, not a detective. I'm afraid you wouldn't, shall we say, find detecting to your liking?
We certainly shall say it. And incidentally, I'm not a wine expert, Doctor. All I know about wine is that it either tastes good or it doesn't. And I also know that Petri wine always tastes good. The Petri family sees to that. The name Petri on the label is the personal assurance of the Petri family that every drop of wine in that bottle is good wine. And they know how to make it good because they've been making fine wine for generations. Handing down from father to son, every secret, every skill of the winemaker's art. Yes, the Petri family took time to bring you good wine. That's why, no matter what type of wine you wish, you can't go wrong with a Petri wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes story are you planning to tell us next week?
Now, let me see. Now, next week, Mr. Bartell, I think I'll tell you an adventure that took place at a gambling casino in the south of France. It's a strange story of sudden tragedy and death. I call it The Adventure of the 00.
Sounds swell. We'll all be listening.
Yeah, now, Mr. Bartell, before I go, I want to say that every one of our friends bought war bonds to help our boys win the war. Now let's all buy victory bonds to help bring our boys back home again. Yes, and let's buy victory bonds to make sure that the men who were wounded will get the finest possible care. Those same victory bonds will help make the GI Bill of Rights a success, too. And they'll help provide for the families of those men who gave everything, including their lives. The men of our armed forces finished their job. Now let's finish ours. Buy victory bonds.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and is an adaptation of the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of the Speckled Band. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, Invite you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petrie family. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
From New York City, the